In the bustling commercial street of Green City, a throng of people enveloped the area, teeming with vitality. Amidst the crowd stood a youth, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, motionless as a statue. His name was Mu Fan, with a height of around 1.70 meters, sporting short, tousled hair. In his bright and clear eyes resided an extraordinary depth beyond the ordinary. Among the bustling crowd, no one could perceive the tempest of emotions stirring beneath Mu Fan's tranquil exterior, as his heart surged with overwhelming shock. Is this earth? I distinctly failed the tribulation and perished beneath the thunder's wrath. Could it be that I have been reborn? With narrowed eyes, Mu Fan surveyed his surroundings. He was now certain that he had not met his demise, rather, he had returned to his youthful days on earth. Mu Fan, the foremost immortal across all realms. 3 years to lay the foundation, 7 years to form the core, 10 years for the nascent soul, 20 years to transform the divine, 30 years for the infant transformation, and 50 years to ascend to greatness. After 7 centuries of cultivation, he successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the immortal realm, becoming the revered great sovereign worshipped by myriad races. His rapid progression in cultivation was unparalleled, with no predecessor or successor in the entire immortal realm. Moreover, his formidable combat prowess had never known defeat in battles against myriad races. He was the undefeated war god in the eyes of countless beings across the cosmos, basking in endless reverence. Alas, he ultimately failed the tribulation. While striving to break through to a realm spoken of only in legends, he perished beneath the thunder due to his flawed foundation. Mu Fan understood clearly that the reason for his imperfection lay in the deep-seated regrets festering within his heart, all tied to his experiences during his earthly life. He attempted to channel the celestial energy capable of annihilating the heavens and earth within him, only to regretfully discover that he was utterly devoid of such power. This is no dream, I have truly returned, Mu Fan mused with a sigh. With the experience of being the supreme immortal across realms, he could discern the subtle differences between dreams and the real world with utmost clarity. Aside from my memories, I possess nothing now. Mu Fan furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He found himself bereft not only of his cultivation, but also of divine weapons, rare treasures, elixirs, and even his once invincible primordial spirit, all now relegated to the annals of the past. He was now utterly ordinary, a mere ordinary weapon could easily bring about his demise. Yet, Mu Fan felt no despondency over these losses. For cultivators, their resolve is as steadfast as a mountain. Having cultivated for 7 centuries, he had already made a name for himself in the immortal realm, becoming the venerated great sovereign worshipped by all. All these achievements were inexorably tied to his indomitable spirit. How solitary and desolate is the path of cultivation. Without immense determination, unwavering will, and a spirit of fearlessness, he would never have attained such legendary heights in the immortal realm. Rebirth is a blessing in my previous life. My flawed foundation led to my demise beneath the thunder. In this life, I shall proceed steadily, refining each realm to its utmost perfection, establishing an impeccable foundation. Of course, most importantly, I shall rectify all the regrets of my past life. Those who have harmed me, I shall repay them 1,000-fold. Those events that have haunted me for a lifetime, I shall not allow them to recur. Father, mother, and all those who have aided me, I shall protect you for a lifetime in this life. Should anyone dare to insult or harm you, I shall annihilate their entire lineage. Mu Fan gazed down at his clenched fists, his resolve unwavering. Mu Fan, could you please move a little faster? Don't just stand there dawdling. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly reached Mu Fan's ears. He turned his gaze towards the source of the voice. Sun Yan, the girl who had once brought endless torment to Mu Fan and his family. The Su family was renowned as a prestigious household in Green City, and Sun Yan's father, Su Lingtian, was the wealthiest man in the province. The Su family's enterprises spanned the province, including real estate, mining, catering, service industries, private hospitals, and several 5-star luxury hotels in Green City. The Su family now stood at the zenith of power in Green City. Sun Yan had 2 older brothers, and as the only daughter of Su Lingtian, she was exceedingly pampered at home. Mu Fan's father and Su Lingtian had once been comrades in arms, and today They gathered to celebrate Su Lingxian's birthday. Su Nian stood at 168 centimeters, with exquisite and well-defined features, her slightly adorned face resembling a blooming lotus. Though she had just reached adulthood, her physique had matured significantly. Mu Fan was not swayed by her beauty after 700 years. Seeing Su Nian again instantly revived the painful memories in his heart. All of Mu Fan's misfortunes had begun with her. 17 years prior, during a mission, an accident led to his father falling from a great height while attempting to save Su Lingtian. At that time, believing he was on the brink of death, his father entrusted Su Lingtian with the care of the newborn Mu Fan. Su Lingtian, feeling guilty towards Mu Fan's father, pledged not only to raise Mu Fan, but also to marry his daughter to him in the future. The daughter he spoke of was none other than Su Nian. Ultimately, while Mu Fan's father survived, he lost both legs and became disabled, unable to walk for the rest of his life. His once promising future was abruptly halted. Mu Fan vividly recalled that on this very day in his previous life, Su Lingtian, instead of honoring their past, humiliated his father at the birthday banquet. All of this stemmed from his father's casual mention of their old promise during a light-hearted conversation. Not only did Su Lingtian refuse to honor the commitment, but he also commanded his two sons to expel Mu Fan's father from the gathering. The Su family issued a harsh warning that if Mu Fan's family ever dared to speak of the past again, they would ensure their permanent disappearance from this world. With the Su family's immense power in Green City, Mu Fan's father dared not provoke them for Mu Fan's safety. They bore the humiliation and lived in silence. Yet, even this was not enough for the Su family to relent. In order to consolidate power, Su Lingtian intended to marry Su Nian to the son of a high-ranking official, thus creating a formidable alliance. Out of a sense of obligation to his savior and a desire to maintain his image of gratitude, Su Lingtian made the most nefarious decision of his life: to orchestrate an accident that would ensure Mu Fan's family vanished from the world forever. Mu Fan could never forget that rainy night. The blinding headlights of a massive truck rendered one unable to see, and the piercing honks shattered the silence of the night. In an instant, as the truck collided, Mu Fan's family car was sent tumbling through the air. His parents died on the spot. Had it not been for the benevolent elder from the myriad realms who happened to pass by Earth and recognized Mu Fan's extraordinary talent as a suitable candidate for cultivation, he would have been a mere wraith in the underworld by now. Now, after 700 years, recalling those tragic events still stirred deep emotions within Mu Fan, even his formidable mindset faltering. The Su family, Su Lingtian, you could never have anticipated that I, Mu Fan, would return. In this life, I shall repay the suffering I endured 1,000-fold. I will personally strip you of everything I want you to experience the helplessness of being unable to live or die. In his previous life, the first 30 years were fraught with hardship, spent entirely in suffering and setbacks. In this life, armed with 7 centuries of cultivation memories, Mu Fan returned with a vengeance, determined to settle old scores and eradicate all misfortunes. Chapter 2: The Soul Cultivator on Earth. Mu Fan, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Su Nian approached with an exasperated expression, hands on her hips, glaring at Mu Fan and shouting irritably. Let us go, Mu Fan replied with an impassive face, then turned away and walked ahead. What a hick from the countryside, acting all high and mighty. Su Nian harbored a deep disdain for Mu Fan. If it weren't for her mother insisting they go shopping together, she wouldn't even bother acknowledging him. Now, witnessing him feign indifference in front of her only intensified her annoyance. Today, Su Nian was driving a Ferrari F8, worth over $5 million in the current market. At such a young age, her ability to handle such a luxury car was a testament to her family's financial strength. As she drove the Ferrari down the road, it resembled a blazing flame in motion. Mu Fan sat in the passenger seat, utterly unfazed. For someone who once dominated the celestial realm, even a mere Ferrari held no allure for him. Not even mountains of gold and silver would earn his regard. While driving, Su Nian stole glances at Mu Fan. His attire struck her as utterly outdated. It wasn't that he needed to wear designer clothes, but at least his outfit should follow the trends. Shouldn't it? She estimated that his entire outfit cost no more than 300 yuan. If her pretentious friends were present, they would surely ridicule Mu Fan to no end. Su Nian scoffed derisively. Mu Fan was nothing but a bumpkin. He couldn't even compare to her idol, Li Xuanhao. Even her average suitors surpassed him in every conceivable aspect by tenfold or more. In her heart, Sun Yin compared him to Li Xuanhao, her classmate and the pride of their school, whose father was a prominent figure in Green City. He was universally acknowledged as a quality male idol. Recently, he had also been pursuing Sun Yin, and since she held a certain admiration for him, they were merely a step away from officially becoming a couple. The more Sun Yin reflected on it, the more she felt that Mu Fan had nothing admirable to offer compared to the boys surrounding her. Her mother was truly absurd for insisting she spend time with him. Their statuses were worlds apart. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed her mind regarding Mu Fan. She abruptly slammed the brakes. Mu Fan, I noticed the dashboard indicates low tire pressure. Could you step out and check the rear tire? Sun Yin instructed him with a feigned concern. Mu Fan opened the door and got out, preparing to inspect the tire. However, as soon as he stepped out, Sun Yin pressed the accelerator and sped away, leaving Mu Fan behind. Finally, I've shaken off this bumpkin, Sun Yin thought, as she drove her multimillion-dollar luxury car, deeming Mu Fan, with his rustic demeanor, unworthy of riding in it. Country folk should take public transport, not sit in a Ferrari. She cranked up the volume of the music in the car, happily returning home while leaving Mu Fan alone on the road. Mu Fan realized he had been played. A sharp glint passed through his eyes. In his past life, he had once harbored feelings for the innocent and beautiful Sun Yin, even contemplating the desire to protect her for eternity. However, reality had dealt him a harsh blow. This world is a pyramid. Some individuals are born at the pinnacle, enjoying a life of privilege, while Mu Fan was merely the expendable base. Any unrealistic notions would ultimately lead him into a bottomless abyss. 7 centuries had passed, and Mu Fan had long since let go of the youthful infatuations of his past. Back then, he had been naive and inexperienced, falling for someone as stunning and well-born as Sun Yin. Moreover, her father had assured his own father that Sun Yin would one day marry him, which had fueled his dedication to protect her. He found it somewhat amusing now. How innocent and pure he had been. How could someone from such a privileged background ever look upon someone like him? Mu Fan shook his head. The current Sun Yin stirred no emotions within him. He was no longer the same person he had been 700 years ago. To him now, she was merely the daughter of his enemy. He would not show any mercy to the entire Su family because of her. As Mu Fan walked alone, he began to circulate his cultivation technique, sensing the spiritual energy of the world around him. Suddenly, he inhaled deeply, and the spiritual energy around him surged into his body like a torrent, centered around him. Within mere breaths, the spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius was fully refined and absorbed. His cultivation reached the early stage of qi refining in an instant. Reaching the qi refining stage was akin to stepping through the threshold of cultivation. Now, Mu Fan felt no fear of any human adversary. Even the mightiest of boxers would fall before him with a single slap. This was the terrifying power of a cultivator. The spiritual energy on Earth was exceedingly sparse. Relying on the resources here to regain his peak state seemed utterly impossible. Mu Fan sighed inwardly. In his prime, he had fought against countless beings in the celestial realm without facing defeat. If the spiritual energy had been sufficient, he could have broken through to the foundation establishment stage within mere breaths. Alas, the spiritual energy on Earth was far too thin. Even with his formidable cultivation foundation, his progress here would be painfully slow compared to the celestial realm. The first step of cultivation was divided into 7 major stages: qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, infant transformation, and ascendancy. Given the current situation, it would be a stroke of luck if Earth's resources could sustain him to the nascent soul stage, let alone the latter stages. In his past life, Mu Fan had swiftly reached the 3rd stage of cultivation in just 700 years, becoming a renowned figure in the celestial realm. After attaining the title of Grand Celestial, he had returned to Earth once. However, upon his return, he found everything had changed. Familiar faces had crumbled into dust. The spiritual energy then was even more depleted than it was now, and after a brief stay, he chose to leave. I am likely the only cultivator on Earth now. Mu Fan understood the implications of this. With just a bit of cultivation, he could become the strongest human on this planet. His desire to protect his family and prevent tragedy from befalling him again made cultivation his utmost priority. As technology advanced and progressed, the lethality of human firearms had reached a horrifying level. To face any modern weapon without fear, he needed to cultivate to the golden core stage. With sufficient resources, he could reach the golden core stage in 5 years. A glimmer of hope flickered in Mu Fan's eyes. Perhaps, hidden somewhere on Earth, there were rare treasures that could aid his cultivation in unexpected ways, or maybe, in some unknown corners of Earth, there existed rich veins of spiritual energy. Mu Fan reassured himself. He knew these thoughts were somewhat unrealistic. After all, in his past life as a grand celestial, he had scrutinized Earth with his divine powers, and at that time, it was truly unsuitable for cultivation, devoid of any cultivators. Although the current environment was significantly better than several centuries later, he shouldn't expect any miracles to occur a few centuries, in the eyes of a cultivator, was but a fleeting moment. Ultimately, I am overthinking this. Even if rare treasures exist, they have likely been exhausted by humanity, Mu Fan chuckled self-mockingly, having gained a clear understanding of humanity's destructive capabilities during his past visit. Lost in thought, he soon found himself in the villa district where Sun Yin and her family resided. What's meant to come will eventually arrive. Mu Fan's gaze sharpened as he looked ahead, putting aside thoughts of cultivation and stepping forward. Chapter 3 Enemies from the Past. Han Hai Yun Mansion, located in the eastern district of Green City, is the most upscale and luxurious villa community in the city. Each villa here is valued in the tens of millions. The villa where Sun Yin's family resides is the crown jewel of the entire community, worth nearly 100 million. Xiao Yin, why did you come back alone? Wasn't Mu Fan with you? Sun Yin's mother, Ji Hongmei, inquired with concern upon seeing her daughter return alone. Mu Fan got out halfway. I don't know where he went. Sun Yin shook her head innocently and, after putting down her purchases, intended to return to her room. She felt no remorse about tricking Mu Fan and hadn't mentioned it to anyone. You really don't know how to wait for Mu Fan to come back with you? Ji Hongmei scolded lightly, knowing her daughter was used to being spoiled. Hongmei, don't be too hard on Xiao Yin. Mu Fan is rather reclusive, so this isn't her fault. Mu Fan's mother, Shin Fengyuan, interjected to defend Sun Yin. Fengyuan, we're both mothers. This child is becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Just the other day, she insisted on having her father buy her a Ferrari. Can you believe it? That day, Ling Tian indulged her and brought home the car. He really is a doting father. Your daughter is only this old, yet she flaunts a luxury car worth millions, Ji Hongmei lamented, grasping Shin Fengyuan's hand as if they were close sisters, gossiping about their families. Every word dripped with subtle pride. Shin Fengyuan could only force a smile in response. Although Sun Yin and Mu Fan were of similar ages, their living environments were worlds apart. Sun Yin had been raised in privilege. Suddenly, Shin Fengyuan felt a pang of sympathy for her son. Had it not been for that unfortunate incident, her husband wouldn't have lost both legs and become disabled for life. Misfortunes often befall those already suffering. In his youth, Mu Fan's father was exceptionally talented and full of vigor, but fate dealt him a harsh hand, and now their family lived in poverty, forcing their child to share in their hardships. Seeing other children driving Ferraris at 17 or 18, while her own son had to save for months just to buy a pair of sneakers, caused her heart to ache deeply. The Su family was currently wealthy and influential in Green City. Would Su Ling Tian's promise to marry Sun Yin to Mu Fan ever come to fruition? As this thought crossed her mind, a frown marred her face. Old comrade, it's been years. How has life been treating you? In the living room of the villa, Su Ling Tian, clad in a new tang suit, casually playing with a valuable piece of art, turned his gaze towards his old comrade. Speaking warmly, beside Su Ling Tian stood his two sons, Su Longyin and Su Huxiao, who were equally present. Both of them were robust with fierce expressions. Life has been good. Mu Fan's father, seated in a wheelchair, answered with a hearty smile. Although he was actually 2 years younger than Su Ling Tian, he appeared much older. Life, like a merciless blade, had changed his appearance and demeanor. Longyin, Huxiao, this is my good friend Mu Shu. If it weren't for him, I might not have made it through some tough times. Su Ling Tian enthusiastically introduced Mu Fan's father to his sons. Su Longyin and Su Huxiao merely lifted their eyelids to glance at him. Their expressions conveyed a clear sense of disdain for the country bumpkin before them. However, out of respect for their father, they exchanged mere pleasantries with Mu Fan's father. Old comrade, those are all in the past. Mu Fan's father waved his hand repeatedly, a bittersweet smile on his face. Times have changed. Su Ling Tian was now the wealthiest man in Green City, while Mu Fan's father was like a speck of dust in comparison. The disparity in their statuses was too vast. Even when Su Ling Tian spoke kindly, Mu Fan's father dared not take credit. By the way, how is Xiao Fan doing these days? Su Ling Tian inquired curiously. Xiao Fan is quite the diligent child. He got into Green City's Provincial Experimental High School 2 years ago and is now in his third year. Mu Fan's father beamed with pride as he spoke of his son, the wrinkles on his face easing with joy. The Provincial Experimental High School in Green City is notoriously selective. Only top-tier students can gain admission through merit. So, Mu Fan and Xiao Nian are attending the same high school? Su Ling Tian remarked, suddenly nostalgic, but quickly realized something and ceased mentioning his daughter. Old comrade, we are lifelong friends. If you ever face any difficulties, don't hesitate to seek my assistance. Su Ling Tian feigned concern and shifted the topic. Life isn't particularly difficult. I'm just worried about Xiao Fan's future, Mu Fan's father began. But at that moment, Mu Fan walked in from outside. Xiao Fan is back. Su Ling Tian wanted to steer the conversation away from sensitive topics. So upon seeing Mu Fan, he quickly changed the subject. Uncle Mu, Aunt Ji, and my two brothers, Mu Fan greeted everyone politely upon entering. Under normal circumstances, one would expect enemies to regard each other with hostility. However, Mu Fan remained composed. Having returned as a seasoned cultivator after 7 centuries, his mind sharpened beyond measure. He would not act impulsively. Though outwardly courteous, he had never relinquished his hatred for the Su family. Su Longyin, Su Huxiao, and Su Ling Tian's sons had previously tormented Mu Fan's family without mercy. His father, already disabled, struggled to make a living on the streets, yet they would frequently harass him, vandalizing his stall. Witnessing his father painstakingly clean up after each attack, especially when he saw the sorrow on his father's face, felt like a dagger piercing Mu Fan's heart. Even worse was their mother, Ji Hongmei. Mu Fan's mother had once worked at a decent job, but Ji Hongmei bribed her superiors, leading to Shen Fengyuan being undermined at work. They even spread rumors about her, claiming she led a disreputable life. Despite being an outstanding employee, Shen Fengyuan was ultimately forced to resign due to their incessant bullying. Ji Hongmei not only succeeded in ruining her career, but also tarnished her reputation in this city. The Su family constantly targeted them, forcing Mu Fan's family to live in perpetual fear. When his father decided to move away from this sorrowful city, Su Ling Tian orchestrated an accident, attempting to erase them from existence. How could Mu Fan ever forget all of this? The Su family, in this life, I shall make you pay dearly. A glimmer of an indescribable fire flickered in Mu Fan's eyes. Chapter 4. The engagement at Su Ling Tian's birthday banquet. The table was laden with various delicacies and fine wines. During the meal, Ji Hongmei couldn't resist showing off. This king crab was airlifted from Alaska. It cost several thousand for just one. Fengyuan, you must try it. Furthermore, this caviar, which I procured at a considerable expense from Langua, is an imported delicacy. Please indulge yourselves, do not hold back. As for this fine red wine, I encourage you all to savor it. Such exquisite fare. If it weren't for Ling Tian's birthday, I would scarcely have the heart to present it. Ji Hongmei, brimming with enthusiasm, incessantly flaunted her superiority as a wealthy matron. After all, in her eyes, the Mu family was merely a bunch of impoverished individuals, unfamiliar with such luxuries. Of course, her relentless display of superiority was intended to make it abundantly clear to the Mu family the vast chasm that lay between their two households. Mu Fan's father and mother found the meal quite uncomfortable, having discerned from Ji Hongmei's demeanor that she was constantly reminding them of the immense disparity in their family backgrounds. Mu Fan's father had initially hoped to seize the opportunity of dinner to remind Su Ling Tian of the promise he had made to him years ago, yet he found himself unable to voice it. Meanwhile, Mu Fan, unreserved and unabashed, feasted heartily. After 7 centuries of cultivation, he yearned most for the flavors of his homeland. He appeared like a rustic, utterly unaccustomed to such fine dining. Sun Yin poked her rice with chopsticks, witnessing Mu Fan dining in her home, completely disregarding her presence as an outsider, which ignited her fury. Most infuriating was the fact that he had devoured all the king crabs, including several legs brimming with succulent crab meat, which she adored. Future wife, don't just watch. Indulge yourself as well, Mu Fan said, placing the last crab leg onto Sun Yin's plate with a smile. However, as his words fell, shock enveloped both the Su family and Mu Fan's parents. Su Longyin and Su Huxiao simultaneously glanced up, their expressions darkening as they fixed their gaze upon Mu Fan. Mu Fan, who do you think you are calling your future wife? Mind your language. Su Nian's anger flared instantly, and she stood up abruptly. Though merely 18, she stood tall and elegant, radiating beauty akin to a lotus in bloom, and she attracted numerous suitors at school. Not to mention the exceptionally accomplished Li Xuanhao, even her ordinary admirers came from affluent families. What did Mu Fan's family possess? In Sun Yin's eyes, Mu Fan's family had nothing but poverty. Were it not for her father's birthday, she would never have crossed paths with a rustic like Mu Fan. What audacity he had to speak so brazenly in front of her parents and brothers. Uncle Su, have you not informed her of your promise to marry Sun Yin to me? Mu Fan set down his chopsticks, feigning surprise as he looked at Su Ling Tian, delivering a sharp retort. Now, Mu Fan was a cunning old fox with over 7 centuries of cultivation. His intellect had long surpassed that of mere mortals. From the moment he stepped through the Su family's door, it was clear that they were treating him with insincere politeness, never truly regarding him as a guest. Su Ling Tian appeared amiable, yet he was deeply calculating, constantly wary of his father, fearful he might bring up the past. Ji Hongmei incessantly boasted of her wealth, flaunting her status as the wife of the richest man. Su Longyin and Su Huxiao, sons of the Su family, had never once regarded Mu Fan or his parents with anything more than disdain. And Sun Yin, who had left him stranded on the road, drove away without a second thought. Was this their family's way of hosting guests? Had it not been for Mu Fan's father risking everything to save Su Ling Tian's life, would Su Ling Tian possess his current standing? Perhaps 18 years ago, that accident had left him utterly destitute. Mu Fan's family did not seek gratitude from the Su family, yet basic respect towards a lifesaver should always be afforded. Should it not? His father had once held as much potential as Su Ling Tian. Had that incident not occurred, Mu Fan's family would not have fallen to such depths. Mu Fan knew well that the Su family feared him bringing up the engagement, for in his previous life, this had led to a complete rift between the two families. Yet in this life, having traversed the immortal realm for 7 centuries, the Su family now appeared to him as mere ants. He could obliterate them at will, but that would be too merciful for the Su family. His revenge would be multifaceted, far beyond simply exterminating them. My son will ultimately surpass me in courage. Mu Fan's father regarded his son, unable to suppress his emotions. His mother looked at him with a gaze full of affection. Life had dulled their edges. Thus, the Su family's affluent lifestyle left them feeling overwhelmed. The title of the richest man had rendered them speechless, let alone to bring up past matters in front of their adversaries. Mu Fan's boldness at this moment evoked their admiration. Father, when did this occur? Why have I never heard you speak of it? Sun Yin was seething with rage. If Mu Fan spoke the truth, she had been grievously deceived. How could they dictate her marriage? Moreover, Sun Yin had already developed feelings for another. Viewing Mu Fan as nothing but a rustic, marrying him would be akin to a death sentence. She would rather remain single for life than wed a country bumpkin like Mu Fan. Su Ling Tian had not anticipated that despite Mu Fan's youth, he possessed a daring spirit that rivaled that of a leopard. His parents dared not broach the past in his presence, yet Mu Fan, unafraid of the consequences, had brazenly done so. Su Ling Tian felt a surge of unspoken fury rise within him, yet his facade remained unbroken. Ji Hongmei's expression darkened. Her focus had been on undermining Mu Fan's parents, seeking to psychologically diminish the Mu family in the eyes of the Su family. She had employed every tactic to exert extreme pressure, ensuring they would never mention the past. If she could shatter the psychological defenses of Mu Fan's father and mother, convincing them that they were unworthy of the Su family, the annulment of the engagement would come naturally. However, in a twist of fate, neither Su Ling Tian nor Ji Hongmei had foreseen that the very person they had scorned, Mu Fan, would become the greatest disruption of the day. Father, please tell me, are his words true? Sun Yin, unable to accept reality, directed her furious gaze at her father, demanding answers. Chapter 5. An astonishing action. Su Ling Tian found himself in a quandary, faced with his daughter's urgent inquiries. According to his and Ji Hongmei's plan, the purpose of inviting the Mu family to the birthday banquet was to annul the engagement. Ji Hongmei's ostentatious displays of superiority were intended to belittle the Mu family, compelling them to relinquish any fanciful notions they harbored. Years ago, Mu Fan's father had saved Su Ling Tian's life during a mission, and out of gratitude, he had promised to wed his daughter to Mu Fan. However, as the years passed, the gap between their families widened. Su Ling Tian had risen to become the wealthiest man in Green City, while Mu Fan's father had faded into obscurity, becoming a member of the lower class. Su Ling Tian no longer held the engagement in high regard and had begun to feel regret. Deep down, he even harbored a hint of disdain for the old comrade who had once rescued him. Sun Yin was his only daughter, the person he cherished most. How could he cast her into the flames of misfortune? I may have said such things before, but the circumstances were exceptional, Su Ling Tian stammered, caught off guard by Mu Fan's unexpected actions. Unbelievable. How could you treat me this way? My lifelong happiness is not yours to decide. Sun Yin exclaimed, teetering on the brink of collapse. Mu Fan was certainly not her ideal type. Marrying him would be more unbearable than death. Not to mention, her affluent friends would surely mock her if they learned she had married a countryman. While their husbands were prominent figures, she would be wed to a rustic like Mu Fan. She could hardly bear to envision such a scenario. Moreover, Sun Yin firmly believed that she and Mu Fan hailed from entirely different worlds. If her father's promise meant sacrificing her lifelong happiness, it was profoundly unjust. Sun Yin's emotional turmoil stemmed not only from this, but also from the fact that she harbored feelings for Li Xuanhao. They had yet to confess their feelings, but to outsiders, they were already a couple. Yu Ling Tian found himself at a loss for words. Even as the richest man in Green City, he was a businessman. And above all, he valued his reputation. If he denied the truth today, it would tarnish his credibility, and the wealthy families of Green City would surely regard him as a laughingstock. Damn that Mu Fan. Your father doesn't even dare to mention this in front of me. Where do you get your courage? Su Ling Tian attributed all the blame to Mu Fan. According to his plan, after the birthday banquet, he would easily intimidate Mu Fan's parents and cancel the engagement, confident that they would back down given his status as the wealthiest man. Yet Mu Fan had completely disrupted his plans. Su Ling Tian shot a cold glare at Mu Fan. Unfazed, Mu Fan met his gaze with a relaxed smile, embodying an appearance of innocence. Of course, Mu Fan had no intention of marrying Sun Yin. Today, he had chosen to expose the conflict to irritate the Su family. Did the Su family not look down upon his parents, even him? Now, the person they deemed beneath them intended to marry their precious daughter. He could only imagine how sour the Su family's mood must be. Yet Mu Fan was unafraid of escalating the situation. His cultivation at the initial stage of qi refining equipped him to handle any unforeseen circumstance. Old comrade, you truly raised a remarkable son, Su Ling Tian suddenly remarked, addressing Mu Fan's father with veiled implications. This boy has always been quite resolute. Mu Fan's father, in stark contrast to his son, appeared rather subdued and humble. Mu Fan, I did promise your father to arrange your marriage to Sun Yin. However, you must consider whether, with your current capabilities, you can provide her with a good life. Su Ling Tian abruptly shifted his tone, speaking bluntly to Mu Fan. How dare this young lad challenge him, a seasoned veteran of the business world? Indeed, my daughter's needs are the finest, even if we were willing to marry her to you. Can you support her given your circumstances? Ji Hongmei no longer bothered to conceal her stance, laying her cards on the table. A toad wishing to eat swan meat should take a good look in the mirror to see what he is. Su Longyin scoffed disdainfully. Kid, do you think you can marry my sister without consulting me, her brother? Su Huxiao glared at Mu Fan with hostility. At this moment, all pretense was cast aside. Mu Fan, however, felt no fear. Instead, his smile grew wider. Uncle Su, since you do not wish to marry your daughter to me, I require only one thing from you. A playful grin crossed Mu Fan's face. Su Ling Tian frowned. As long as you do not use your previous promise to force a marriage, we will agree to anything you ask, even 10 demands. Ji Hongmei interjected hastily. Mu Fan was clearly more interested in extorting money than genuinely desiring a marriage. Sun Yin understood well that her father, having been in business for years, valued his reputation above all else. Therefore, if Su Ling Tian made a promise, he would undoubtedly honor it. Sun Yin was confident of her father's integrity, which led her to conclude that Mu Fan's family was merely attempting to swindle them. After all, Su Ling Tian was the wealthiest man in Green City. Even a fraction of his wealth would suffice for Mu Fan to live lavishly. Uncle Su, should you publicly declare today that Sun Yin is a worthless flower vase, and that the Mu family has rejected her, I will agree never to mention the engagement again. Mu Fan spoke softly, his words sending a shockwave through the entire Su family. Su Ling Tian's face turned ashen. Ji Hongmei was seething with rage. Sun Yin was beside herself with fury. Mu Fan's parents, upon hearing their son's audacious demand, nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. Mu Fan, Who do you think you are to negotiate with us like this? Su Huxiao, known for his explosive temper, slammed his hand down, erupting with rage. His nearly 2-meter height cast a massive shadow over Mu Fan. Chapter 6. A godlike presence. Su Huxiao was one of Mu Fan's greatest foes from his past life. Towering at nearly 2 meters tall, he possessed a muscular physique that exuded an overwhelming sense of strength. As he stood up, his fierce demeanor suggested he intended to teach Mu Fan a lesson. Su Lingtian, witnessing his son's impulsive reaction, did not intervene but rather relished the prospect of watching him deal with Mu Fan. Ji Hongmei shared in the spectacle, urging, "Second brother, you must teach this arrogant brat a lesson." Sun Yin silently cheered for Su Huxiao. She knew he had recently been training under a skilled martial artist. And for someone as frail as Mu Fan, her brother could easily handle 10 of him. Hee, this will be entertaining, Su Longyin remarked lazily, observing the unfolding drama. Huxiao, be sure to show some restraint. After all, your brother Mu Fan is merely a child. Realizing the tension, Shen Fengyuan quickly pleaded with Su Huxiao. She understood well that the Su family was not a force to be trifled with. Mu Fan was still too young and reckless, unaware of the consequences of his words. Today, in front of the Su family, he had uttered such shocking statements, essentially sealing his fate. Shen Fengyuan regretted not advising Mu Fan to be more cautious beforehand. Su Huxiao, with his towering stature and martial prowess, would surely overpower Mu Fan. Huxiao, as a mature individual, do not take your brother Mu Fan's words to heart. Mu Fan's father joined in, attempting to defuse the situation, fearing that a single misstep could lead to harm for his son. Mu Fan, if you kneel and admit your mistake now, I might consider forgiving you. Su Huxiao threatened with a scoff. Ji Hongmei reveled in the scene, pleased that his elders, she and Su Lingtian, could not directly retaliate against Mu Fan, limiting themselves to mere verbal reprimands. However, Su Huxiao was quite different. His age was only slightly greater than Mu Fan's, and it was understandable for a young person to resort to violence over a minor dispute, leaving outsiders with little room to comment. Ji Hongmei harbored a fervent hope that Su Huxiao would deliver a resounding slap to Mu Fan, reprimanding this impudent boy for his insolent remarks. How dare he negotiate terms at such a tender age? It was as absurd as a bat sporting chicken feathers. What audacity! Old comrade, please counsel Huxiao. Both he and Mu Fan are just children, and we should not allow this matter to sour the amicable relations between our families. At that moment, Mu Fan's father looked towards Su Lingtian, pleadingly beseeching his parents, we should refrain from meddling in children's affairs. Come, let us continue our revelry. Su Lingtian clearly had no intention of restraining Su Huxiao. He was aware that his son had learned formidable skills from a certain esteemed master, and today would present an opportunity to observe those skills in action. As for the oblivious Mu Fan, encountering his son's fiery temper, he was simply destined for misfortune. In the worst-case scenario, if a scuffle ensued and someone got hurt, they could merely compensate with a bit of money. After all, Su Lingtian was not lacking in wealth. Su Huxiao, you truly are a fool with brawn but lacking in intellect. Oh, you realize what a powerful presence I am. To be reduced to kneeling before you in apology? Hearing this, Mu Fan suddenly found himself confronted with what he perceived to be the greatest joke in the world. He was the grand sovereign of the immortal realm, possessing extraordinary cultivation that resonated through the ages, having never suffered defeat against the myriad races of the cosmos. Among the numerous aristocratic families steeped in the cultivation tradition, who did not bow in reverence upon encountering him, not to mention the insignificant Su family. Even a family with a millennium of lineage would find their entire clan extinguished should Mu Fan feel displeased. Thus, to Mu Fan, Su Huxiao and his companions were but ants easily crushed at his whim. Uncle Su, your son is brazen and arrogant, utterly disregarding others. Such a disposition will inevitably lead to his downfall in society. It is the father's failing when the child is not educated. Since you have not found the time to instruct your son, I shall take it upon myself to enlighten him today. Ignoring Su Huxiao's provocation, Mu Fan turned his gaze to Su Lingtian and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. As his words fell, the expressions of those present became increasingly dramatic. Mu Fan, do you truly believe that with your frail appearance, you can teach me a lesson? Do you dare to challenge me? Or shall I twist your head off and use it as a ball? Su Huxiao sneered coldly. Towering a full head above Mu Fan and possessing an incredibly robust physique, he could easily send an ordinary person like Mu Fan to the orthopedic ward for a month with a single punch. Moreover, Su Huixiao had recently invested heavily in training under a master, making rapid progress and achieving some small accomplishments. Recalling his mentor, Li Zidao, admiration surged within him. Li Zidao was a true master, capable of inflicting harm with mere leaves and having witnessed feats that involved traversing rivers with ease, techniques that bordered on divine. Under the tutelage of such a master, Su Huixiao was brimming with confidence in his own abilities. Although he suspected that Mu Fan's audacity stemmed from some backing, he chose to dismiss such thoughts. Regardless of background, connections, or tactics, Mu Fan was merely a clown in the eyes of the Su family. Mu Fan, my second son is a genuine practitioner of martial arts. Are you certain you wish to teach him a lesson on my behalf? Su Lingtian remarked, not in anger but with a mocking smile. Having navigated the intricacies of Green City for 20 years, he had encountered all manner of individuals. Young braggarts like Mu Fan, who sought to show off, typically reaped little reward. Moreover, Su Lingtian did not believe that Mu Fan had the strength to teach Su Huixiao a lesson. The disparity in their physicality was simply too great. It would be more accurate to say that Su Huixiao could teach Mu Fan a lesson. Thus, if Mu Fan sought trouble, Su Lingtian had no intention of intervening. Mu Fan, boasting comes with a price. Huixiao can deliver a blow capable of slaying a bull. If you provoke him and end up injured, do not expect us to cover your medical expenses, Ji Hongmei scoffed derisively. How foolishly arrogant at such a young age. Soon, you will witness how my brother defeats you. Sun Yin, standing nearby, was equally entertained by Mu Fan's predicament. She did not believe Mu Fan stood a chance against her brother. Uncle Su, rest assured, I shall ensure that your unworthy son learns the proper way to conduct himself today, Mu Fan chuckled lightly, dismissing them with a wave. Very well, I grant you this opportunity to demonstrate what you are truly capable of, daring to boast so brazenly before the Su family. Su Lingtian's eyes turned sharp as he directed a fierce gaze at Mu Fan. Chapter 7. Do you submit? Mu Fan's series of assertive actions left the Su family reeling, and even his parents felt a sense of unfamiliarity with their son's demeanor. Usually, Mu Fan was seen as reclusive and unassuming, but today, he appeared transformed. Mu Fan. Shen Fengyuan looked at her son, her eyes filled with concern. She wished to intervene but could only sigh in resignation upon catching Ji Hongmei's warning gaze. Su Huixiao, today I will teach you how to conduct yourself on behalf of Uncle Su. As Mu Fan recognized the trap set by the Su family, his smile vanished, and he turned to Su Huixiao, coldly reprimanding him. After 7 centuries of cultivation, Mu Fan had long mastered the art of discretion. Today, he not only intended to teach Su Huixiao a severe lesson, but also to ensure that the Su family could find no fault with him. Just you wait. Come, let me see how you intend to teach me. Su Huixiao huffed disdainfully, beckoning Mu Fan with a gesture. This boy is quite audacious. Su Longyin observed the scene with a scrutinizing gaze. He shared the sentiment of the others, doubting that Mu Fan could rival his brother. Second brother, defeat this Mu Fan. Teach him that Su family members are not to be trifled with. Sun Yin cheered on her brother. You little brat, your father must bow his head before us Su family members. What makes you think you are anything of consequence? Ji Hongmei scoffed repeatedly. If looks could kill, Mu Fan would have been cut to pieces long ago. Mu Fan, let me make this clear. You instigated this confrontation, and if my son injures you, the Su family will not cover your medical expenses. Ji Hongmei spoke venomously, but the very next moment, a sudden scream pierced the air, causing her to tremble in an instant. Mu Fan seized a chopstick from the table and hurled it towards Su Huixiao with casual ease, the chopstick slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. Su Huixiao's face paled as he attempted to evade, but his reaction was too slow. The chopstick, propelled by explosive force, pierced through his arm and lodged itself into the wall behind him. Centered around the chopstick, the reinforced concrete wall bore spiderweb-like cracks. Su Huixiao clutched his arm, wailing in agony as blood flowed freely from the wound, staining the floor in an instant. Son! Su Lingtian rushed forward in a panic. Having once been a member of the Divine Machine Camp and possessing ample combat experience, he immediately recognized that his son's arm was irreparably damaged. What had appeared to be a casual strike from Mu Fan was, in fact, more potent than a bullet. Ji Hongmei, witnessing Su Huixiao's anguish, felt a rush of sympathy for her son, while simultaneously harboring an intense desire to see Mu Fan torn to shreds. Brother, are you all right? Sun Yin inquired, her face pale with worry. Huh? Su Longyin furrowed his brow, casting an unprecedentedly serious look at Mu Fan. You You are actually a martial arts master. Su Huixiao gazed at Mu Fan with wide eyes, his previous arrogance replaced by sheer panic. Though Mu Fan had merely revealed a glimpse of his prowess to Su Huixiao, it was nothing short of awe-inspiring. For the techniques Mu Fan employed bore striking similarity to Li Zidao's methods of inflicting harm with leaves. The only difference being that while the former used leaves, Mu Fan wielded a chopstick, both capable of delivering lethal strikes from a distance. I am not a martial arts master, Su Huixiao, I ask you. If I were to cripple your arm, would you submit? Mu Fan calmly surveyed the assembly, and then fixed his gaze on Su Huixiao, inquiring with an air of tranquility, Mu Fan, who exactly are you? Su Huixiao shouted in a frenzied manner, I in this world. If there exists a group one cannot provoke, it is undoubtedly the martial arts masters. Each martial arts master is a force to be reckoned with. Not to mention, Su Huixiao's mentor, Li Zidao, was someone whom even the wealthiest would go to great lengths to befriend. Compared to ordinary people, martial arts masters are akin to celestial beings, capable of performing the impossible. It is precisely because Su Huixiao had entered the realm of martial arts that he understood all too well the terrifying nature of such beings, especially martial arts grandmasters, who are impervious to even firearms, truly embodying strength in every sense. Su Lingtian struggled to suppress his fury as he too turned his gaze toward Mu Fan. Ji Hongmei's expression darkened as she began to plot a nefarious plan for revenge. She would not allow Mu Fan to injure her son under her nose. Sun Yin's heart sank even further. If her brother was no match for Mu Fan, how could she ever hope to dissolve their engagement? The thought chilled her to the core. Who am I? Mu Fan tilted his head, pondering for a moment, then narrowed his gaze sharply at the Su family. I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. As Mu Fan's words echoed, the living room fell into a chilling silence. Mu Fan, I concede. I am no match for you, and I admit my defeat today. Su Huixiao gritted his teeth, suppressing the agony in his arm, and spoke each word with great effort. He understood that after witnessing Mu Fan's martial prowess, he stood no chance against such a formidable opponent. It was a pity that his master, Li Zidao, had been away on business for several days. Otherwise, with Li Zidao present, even if Mu Fan were a martial arts master, he would not have dared to act so brazenly. In Su Huixiao's eyes, Li Zidao was an omnipotent figure, akin to a deity. Today, the Su family suffered a significant loss at Mu Fan's hands, and upon Li Zidao's return to Green City, this debt would surely be repaid. Uncle Su, what do you think of my methods of education for your unworthy son? Mu Fan inquired with a smile, his expression benign as he looked at Su Lingtian. Just as Su Lingtian was about to retaliate, the pale-faced Su Huixiao weakly grasped his sleeve, shaking his head to signal him not to act rashly. The Su family had risen to prominence in Green City for a reason. They were no fools. Very well, then, Su Lingtian replied through gritted teeth. He finally comprehended why Mu Fan dared to act so disdainfully within the Su family, especially at his birthday celebration. So this was his leverage. He would remember this grievance. Su Lingtian's countenance darkened as he thought. A wise man avoids immediate losses. Let him have his way for now, but this humiliation would be repaid 100-fold in the future. Hearing this, Mu Fan felt a twinge of disappointment. The Su family was far too timid. He had anticipated that injuring Su Huixiao would incite the family members to irrationally seek revenge, offering themselves up for his reckoning, but it seemed he had overestimated them. The Su family was more cautious than he had imagined. Upon sensing the slightest shift in the situation, they dared not take risks. Very well, there will be ample time in the future. Today was merely a test of his capabilities. In the days to come, the entire Su family would dwell in the shadow of Mu Fan, governed by fear. Chapter 8. Returning home, Mu Fan's display of prowess astonished everyone present. It had thoroughly subdued Su Huixiao. At this moment, Su Huixiao was utterly convinced that Mu Fan was indeed a martial arts master. There was no other explanation for how a mere chopstick could inflict such grievous harm upon him. The birthday party for Su Lingtian concluded on a sour note. Accompanied by family, Su Huixiao was rushed to the hospital for treatment in a previous life. Today marked the turning point for Mu Fan and his family, a day that heralded their suffering from relentless bullying and disdain. At that time, Mu Fan lacked the power to protect his family, but this time, after 7 centuries of cultivation, he would not permit anyone to harm his loved ones again. On the way home, the sky drizzled with light rain. Xiao Fan, you were exceedingly impulsive today. Your father and Su Lingtian are comrades, and by injuring his son, you've likely forged a lasting enmity, Shin Fengyuan sighed. The Su family wielded immense power in Green City, and they would undoubtedly seek retribution for Mu Fan's actions. Shin Fengyuan contemplated whether she should travel to Yinjing to seek assistance from her family. But after a moment's thought, she sighed once more. Mother, please do not blame me for disregarding Su Lingtian's face today. In my eyes, every member of the Su family is an enemy, Mu Fan spoke with solemnity. If they are enemies, do you still intend to marry Sun Yin? Shin Fengyuan inquired meaningfully. How could I ever consider marrying someone as utterly inept as Sun Yin? Mu Fan shook his head resolutely. He was clear about his feelings. All the suffering he had endured in his previous life had stemmed from the Su family. His declaration that they were his enemies was not mere rhetoric. Then why, during Su Lingtian's birthday banquet, did you mention your engagement to her? Shin Fengyuan observed her son with a kind gaze, smiling as she asked. Because I do not wish for them to have an easy time of it. Mu Fan replied candidly, showing no hesitation before his mother. From the moment Mu Fan's family entered the Su household, they had been subjected to both overt and covert hostility, all of which he had witnessed. The grievances of his past life would not be easily forgotten. Xiao Fan, you have grown up. A smile of pride spread across Shin Fengyuan's face. She recognized that the Su family had never regarded them with sincerity but had instead subjected them to psychological torment. Mother, are you and father not curious as to how I became so formidable all of a sudden? Mu Fan scrutinized his mother's expression before asking. He was aware that his behavior today was out of character and believed his parents must have sensed something amiss. Everyone has their own secrets. If you do not wish to share, we cannot pry. When you are ready to speak, you will tell us, Shin Fengyuan said understandingly, choosing not to press the matter. Mu Fan's father, sitting quietly nearby, listened intently to the exchange. In truth, today's visit to Su Lingtian's home stirred a mix of emotions within Mu Haishan. Once, he had been superior to Su Lingtian, yet now the gap between them had widened considerably. If only he had not gone to rescue Su Lingtian back then, and had not lost his legs, what kind of life would he be living now? As these thoughts crossed Mu Haishan's mind, he felt a wave of melancholy. The Mu family resided in the southernmost part of Green City, in a dilapidated old neighborhood. These crumbling buildings had been erected primarily in the 1990s, standing only 7 stories tall. The Mu family occupied the 7th floor. Carrying his father upstairs, Mu Fan was followed by Shin Fengyuan, who wheeled the chair behind them. Father, please endure a little longer. Once I regain my powers, I will surely restore your legs. So you can walk again, Mu Fan vowed silently as he ascended the staircase. He possessed numerous mystical techniques, one of which was a secret art from the medical immortal sect that could restore severed limbs. Once his cultivation reached a sufficient level, he would wield this technique to free his father from disability, allowing him to live as a normal person once more. Upon returning home, Shin Fengyuan busied herself with tidying up the room while Mu Fan stayed in the living room with his father, watching television together. This humble abode may be modest, yet my virtue shines brightly. Mu Fan surveyed everything in his home, an overwhelmingly familiar sensation flooding his heart once again. This was the essence of home. After 700 years, he had finally returned. Deep down, Mu Fan believed that no celestial paradise could compare to the comfort of his own home, for it housed his parents, his childhood memories, and the joyful recollections of family togetherness. Mom, let me help you with the cleaning. Mu Fan stood up, ready to assist his mother in tidying up. Mu Fan, on rainy days, your father's surgical wounds tend to flare up with pain, and we've run out of painkillers at home. Could you please go to the pharmacy and buy a bottle? Shin Fengyuan said, pulling out some money from her pocket and handing it to Mu Fan. He nodded in response, carefully accepting the money before leaving the house to head to the pharmacy. Outside, the rain intensified. Holding an umbrella, Mu Fan walked along the street. At the traffic light, he paused to wait for the red light. If only I had more wealth upon my return, I would purchase some precious medicinal herbs to concoct pills for my father, sparing him from this suffering, he thought. Living in modern society, one could not escape the grasp of money. Yet, Mu Fan felt no despair. He possessed extraordinary abilities and was confident that financial worries would not plague him in the future. Rest assured, Mom and Dad, in this lifetime, I will not only protect you but also ensure you live a life of luxury and ease, he resolved inwardly. Just then, a white Porsche 918 suddenly sped towards Mu Fan as though it had lost control. Get out of the way! The owner of the Porsche, a young woman, shouted in alarm as she spotted a figure in the torrential rain. Her speed was too great. Even if she slammed on the brakes, it was already too late. The car was on the verge of colliding with Mu Fan, and she instinctively shut her eyes, fearing the worst. This is it. I've probably caused a catastrophic accident, however, as Mu Fan witnessed the impending collision. He focused intently, and an invisible force materialized out of thin air, soft as a sponge yet formidable enough to halt the Porsche 918 in its tracks. Having accomplished this, he approached the vehicle as if nothing had happened and tapped on the window. When it rolled down, the exquisitely beautiful features of the young woman were revealed to him. "Drive carefully in this heavy rain and stay safe," Mu Fan cautioned her, as the green light illuminated. He chose not to linger further and walked away under his umbrella. What just happened? How did the car stop on its own? The young woman, still in disbelief, pondered over the miraculous event. The car had been traveling at a speed of at least 120 kilometers per hour. Given such a short distance, it was impossible to stop the car with the brakes alone. Even inertia would have sent a person flying. Could it be because of him? She thought, her gaze fixed on Mu Fan's retreating figure. Disbelief etched across her face. Chapter 9. The empty reputation of a divine doctor. The pharmacy Mu Fan visited was named Zhonghong Pharmacy, reputedly owned by the legendary physician Zhang Zhonghong. Renowned in the Green City for his extraordinary skills, Zhang was a doctor whose fame drew countless patients to his doorstep daily. Despite his high demand, securing an appointment with him was a challenge, even for those willing to pay a premium. He was known for a famous saying, "I only treat those fated to meet me. Please, divine Dr. Zhang, come treat my grandfather." After purchasing the painkillers, Mu Fan was about to leave when he overheard someone calling out loudly within the pharmacy. Turning his gaze, he recognized the woman who had driven the Porsche 918, Miss Zhang. "We truly cannot assist with your grandfather's condition. You should seek help elsewhere," a staff member explained to Jiang Yunshu with evident helplessness, indicating that she had been here multiple times seeking treatment. "But isn't divine Dr. Zhang known for his miraculous healing? Why can't he treat my grandfather's illness?" Jiang Yunshu pressed, her frustration palpable. Her grandfather's condition had worsened recently, and despite consulting numerous renowned experts from both domestic and international backgrounds, none could cure him. Zhang Zhonghong's reputation was well established in Green City, which is why she had come here repeatedly, yet he refused to see her. "I am truly sorry, but you must seek help from someone else," the staff reiterated, expressing no malice but adhering to Zhang's strict instructions to refuse treatment to anyone from the Zhang family, which was a prestigious lineage in the Green City. "Please, I beg you. My grandfather is running out of time. If divine Dr. Zhang would agree to see him, I would kneel and beg him." Jiang Yunshu, desperate to save her grandfather, was willing to do anything without complaint. The staff could only shake their heads in response. Zhang had explicitly stated that any request from the Jiang family would be declined without exception. Saving lives is the greatest responsibility of a physician. How can you turn away someone in such dire need? Mu Fan suddenly stepped forward from the crowd, eye in his eyes. It was the fundamental duty of a healer to attend to the sick. If a physician could not face difficult cases and provide treatment, they were unworthy of the title. As his words fell, the eyes of many customers in the pharmacy turned towards him. "Is it you?" Jiang Yunshu's heart stirred as she recognized Mu Fan. The heavy rain had blurred her vision earlier, and in her haste, she had nearly collided with him, leaving a deep impression. "Who do you think you are? If you're so capable, why don't you treat her grandfather?" The pharmacy staff, wary of Jiang Yunshu's status, dared not speak out against her, but they were not intimidated by Mu Fan. They immediately retorted, and onlookers began to whisper and criticize him. Zhang Zhonghong is merely a name. He is not a true divine doctor. Mu Fan shook his head, feeling disappointed by the reputation of the so-called divine doctor. "How dare you speak ill of a divine doctor? Don't be too arrogant. You might find yourself ill one day." The crowd, hearing Mu Fan's bold claims, reacted as if they had been insulted, turning against him. The pharmacy staff looked at him with disdain. "If you trust me, I will accompany you today," Mu Fan said, undeterred by their scorn, and approached Jiang Yunshu calmly. Standing at 168 centimeters tall, Jiang Yunshu exuded the elegance of a modern city woman. With striking features and a delicate complexion, she resembled a refined lady from an inkwash painting. Despite her contemporary attire, her classical charm could not be concealed. "You understand medicine?" she inquired, blinking in curiosity at Mu Fan. Dressed plainly, appeared unremarkable, yet Jiang Yunshu sensed an indescribable aura about him. "I know a thing or two," Mu Fan replied with a casual smile. Having once stood atop the celestial realm, Healing and saving lives was second nature to him. Many illnesses beyond the scope of modern medicine posed no challenge to a cultivator. If you truly understand medicine, why are you buying painkillers at our pharmacy? The staff scoffed, eyeing the painkillers in his hand. Indeed, it's astonishing how brazenly some people choose to deceive others. Another staff member chimed in, mocking him eye in their eyes. Mu Fan was just a young man of about 17 or 18, lacking any real understanding of medicine. Medical students spent 5 years merely scratching the surface of the field, followed by years of internships to gain clinical experience and earn various medical certifications before being deemed capable of treating patients. The path to becoming a doctor was arduous, and for someone to claim they could treat a condition that even the esteemed Zhang Zhonghong could not was laughable. Young lady, beware of con artists. Don't fall for his tricks. Yes, if the divine doctor cannot cure your grandfather, how could this person possibly do so? If he can, I'll chop off my head and kick it like a ball. The crowd rallied in their skepticism, questioning Jiang Yunshu's faith in Mu Fan. Do you truly believe he can heal my grandfather? Jiang Yunshu felt torn, her heart heavy with conflicting emotions. Time was of the essence, and her grandfather's life hung in the balance. Countless experts had failed, and even the divine Dr. Zhang Zhonghong had refused to treat him. Why not give it a try? You never know until you do. Mu Fan suggested with a relaxed smile. All right, I believe you. Please, sir, save my grandfather's life. Jiang Yunshu finally made her decision, willing to place her hopes in Mu Fan, even if it seemed a long shot compared to inaction. What if he truly could help? The memory of the miraculous way her car had stopped earlier flashed through her mind, and an instinctive feeling told her that Mu Fan was not an ordinary person. Lead the way, Mu Fan said, satisfied with her response. He believed that not only could he save her grandfather, but even a soul at death's door could be rescued by his hands. As they prepared to leave, a sudden voice interrupted. How dare you brazenly conspire in my pharmacy? Do you think I, divine Dr. Zhang Zhonghong, am merely a decoration? Turning to the source of the voice, the crowd saw an elderly man with an air of ethereal grace descending from the second floor of the pharmacy. Chapter 10. Jiang Yunshu's sincerity. The appearance of divine Dr. Zhang Zhonghong caused an uproar in the pharmacy. Known as a divine doctor, he was a figure of mystery, rarely seen by the public. With several young female doctors in white coats following him, Zhang Zhonghong descended the stairs, exuding an aura of authority. The divine doctor is here. This young man is deceiving people in the pharmacy. Even divine Dr. Zhang cannot stand by. Zhang Zhonghong's pharmacy was not a place where just anyone could misbehave. The crowd gazed at him with admiration. Miss Jiang, I do not refuse to treat your grandfather's illness. Rather, I lack the confidence to proceed without certainty of success, Zhang Zhonghong explained earnestly as he approached Jiang Yunshu. Her grandfather was a genuinely significant figure, renowned in the Jiang family and across much of the northern region. Throughout his career, Zhang had treated countless patients, yet he would not act recklessly without being absolutely certain he could heal her grandfather. Today, upon hearing your grandfather's condition has grown dire, I realize I must take action. Moreover, with this bold individual creating a scene in my pharmacy, it seems I have no choice but to intervene. He thought. Mu Fan remained silent, observing Zhang Zhonghong. Please, divine Dr. Zhang, my grandfather is in critical condition. You must save him, Jiang Yunshu implored, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Very well, I shall accompany you today, Zhang Zhonghong sighed, relenting. Thank you, divine Dr. Zhang. If you can save my grandfather, the Jiang family will do everything in our power to fulfill any request you may have. Jiang Yunshu exclaimed joyfully. Saving lives is our duty as physicians, and I prefer to keep fame and fortune out of my considerations, Zhang Zhonghong replied, having reached an age where he no longer valued worldly accolades. What truly interested him was the profound pursuit of medicine. Divine Dr. Zhang is so extraordinary. I was shallow in my previous assessment, Jiang Yunshu quickly apologized. Let us not delay. We must attend to your grandfather's health, Zhang Zhonghong instructed, signaling for his staff to prepare his medical tools for the journey to the Jiang residence. Since you have the divine doctor at your side, I shall not intrude. Mu Fan decided to leave. Please wait. Today, having both you and divine Dr. Zhang is a great fortune for the Jiang family. I kindly ask that you accompany me to my home to treat my grandfather, Jiang Yunshu. True to her noble upbringing, respected Mu Fan despite the presence of Zhang Zhonghong. Are you not afraid that I am the con artist they speak of? Mu Fan asked with a smile. Logically, anyone else would have forgotten about him upon securing an appointment with Zhang Zhonghong. After all, in comparison, Mu Fan appeared to be an ordinary person. Public perception does not matter. Even if the world deems you a fraud, the Jiang family will still hold you in high regard. Jiang Yunshu replied resolutely. Her faith in Mu Fan, especially after his earlier intervention, was unwavering. Very well, Mu Fan nodded, recognizing her sincerity. While both were products of esteemed families, Jiang Yunshu's demeanor and upbringing were worlds apart from the children of nouveau riche families. This was the distinction between a prestigious lineage and a mere upstart. Zhang Zhonghong, hearing Jiang Yunshu's words, felt a pang of discomfort but chose not to comment further. After all, he had hidden away while she desperately sought help earlier. What will you think when this so-called fraud accompanies you to the Jiang family to save a life? Mu Fan mused as he passed by Zhang Zhonghong. Dr. Zhang let out a cold snort and turned his face away. You insolent brat, the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family is merely trying to provoke me out of spite, which is why she deigned to invite you along to the Jiang residence. Do you truly believe yourself to be someone of importance? Dr. Zhang thought to himself, finding the notion amusing, as he regarded Mu Fan as nothing more than a mere clown. He was well aware of the Jiang family's pride. Having ignored Jiang Yunshu for so long, it was entirely natural for her to be upset. Once he arrived at the Jiang family estate, he intended to clarify the situation to the family members. Seeing that Dr. Zhang was unresponsive, Mu Fan chuckled lightly and decided to disregard him. The two of them settled into Jiang Yunshu's car and set off for the Jiang residence. Sir, I am Jiang Yunshu. May I inquire as to your esteemed name? She suddenly asked Mu Fan during the journey to Mu Fan. He replied nonchalantly upon hearing her question. Jiang Yunshu nodded, indicating that she had taken note of his name. Young friend, may I ask who your esteemed master is? Dr. Zhang interjected at that moment. In the entire medical community of Green City, there was no one whose name he did not recognize. Old man Songxing? Mu Fan answered calmly. Speaking of his master, he was indeed a true sage. It was old man Songxing who initiated Mu Fan into the realm of immortality. Without him, there would have been no Tao Tianzuan, who dominated the immortal world, undefeated in countless battles. In the immortal realm, Mu Fan was also known as Mu Taihao, revered by the immortal clans as Tao Tianzuan. In fact, old man Songxing had even reached the third level of cultivation before him. However, the paths they traveled in their cultivation were entirely different. Once Mu Fan reached his peak, he began to strive towards a realm that existed only in legends. As for old man Songxing, he chose to preserve his strength, traversing the vast cosmos in search of opportunities for breakthroughs. I have not heard of him. Dr. Zhang shook his head in response. Jiang Yunshu similarly found the name of Mu Fan's master quite unfamiliar. Mu Fan chose not to elaborate further. He alone understood the true extent of his master's power. After approximately half an hour, Jiang Yunshu led the two of them to the Jiang residence. Just as she stepped out of the car, her phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and promptly answered. Sister, where are you? Hurry back, grandfather is gravely ill. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Jiang Yunshu's heart sank, and her face went pale. Chapter 11. The 17 Needles of the Immortal Gate. Old Master Jiang resided in the Wulong Mountain Villa in Green City, a place nestled by mountains and rivers, boasting a beautiful environment. As soon as Mu Fan disembarked, he sensed that the spiritual energy here was far denser than that of the outside world. The Jiang family certainly knew how to select their residents. The rich spiritual energy here conferred longevity benefits to ordinary people living in such an environment. After arriving, Mu Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Dr. Zhang, Mr. Mu, my grandfather is on the verge of death. Please follow me quickly. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yunshu, knowing time was of the essence, led Mu Fan and Dr. Zhang directly to Old Master Zhang's quarters. The three hurriedly made their way to an ancient-looking building. A bunch of useless fools. You spent so much money to bring you here. Yet none of you can even diagnose what illness has befallen the old master. Jiang Yunshu's father, Jiang Wenhua, was seething with rage as he berated several renowned experts. These so-called experts, who often boasted about their medical skills during interviews, had failed to cure old Master Jiang. The medical experts faced Jiang Wenhua's fury in silence, fearing to make a sound. After all, they were in the Jiang family. Sister, you finally returned. Jiang Yunshu's younger brother, Jiang Haoran, rushed forward to greet her upon spotting her. Seeing his daughter return, Jiang Wenhua's expression softened considerably. Father, how is grandfather's condition? Jiang Yunshu asked anxiously as she approached Jiang Wenhua. The condition has worsened. I fear he may not survive the day. Jiang Wenhua sighed deeply.
Old Master Jiang was the spiritual pillar of the entire Jiang family. Should he pass away, the family would suffer irreparable damage. Father, do not despair. I have invited Dr. Zhang and Mr. Mu. With them here, grandfather will surely be saved. Although Jiang Yunshu was heartbroken, she still sought to comfort her father. Dr. Zhang is here? Jiang Wenhua's spirits lifted upon hearing the name. Dr. Zhang was a renowned physician in Green City, and with him present, there was a chance to save Old Master Jiang. As for Mu Fan, Jiang Wenhua had never heard of him and thus disregarded his presence entirely. Mr. Jiang, I will do my utmost to save the old master, Dr. Zhang said cautiously, not wanting to overstate his abilities. Dr. Zhang, you possess miraculous healing skills. We, the Jiang family, have faith in you. Please, come inside. Jiang Wenhua's demeanor was exceedingly polite as he bowed slightly to invite Dr. Zhang and the others into the house. What a heavy aura of death. Upon entering the room, Mu Fan immediately sensed a thick, suffocating aura, causing him to furrow his brow. Grandfather, please do not leave us. Inside the room, Jiang Yunshu was the first to rush to the bedside of Old Master Jiang, tears streaming down her face as she mourned. The severity of Old Master Jiang's condition was far worse than she had imagined. Upon seeing Old Master Jiang, Dr. Zhang's heart sank. The old man lay there with closed eyes, a darkened complexion, and a weak pulse, hanging by a thread. Dr. Zhang realized that today would be one of the most challenging days of his medical career. Dr. Zhang, do you think my father can be saved? Jiang Wenhua asked, his gaze fixed anxiously on Dr. Zhang. Mr. Jiang, I will try my best, Dr. Zhang replied as he opened his medical kit and took out his acupuncture tools. He was about to employ his acupuncture skills to save Old Master Jiang. One needle after another was inserted into Old Master Jiang's body, each expertly placed at the proper acupoints. The 17 needles of the Immortal Gate. Many fellow practitioners observing around had recognized Dr. Zhang's extraordinary acupuncture technique. There were rumors in the community that his signature skill could bring the dead back to life. Furthermore, Dr. Zhang had only used the 17 needles of the Immortal Gate once in his life. Today marked the second time he employed this secret technique. Seeing Dr. Zhang utilize his ultimate skill, Jiang Wenhua's face lit up with hope. He gazed intently at Dr. Zhang as he performed acupuncture on Old Master Jiang. Jiang Yunshu also looked on with anticipation. However, Mu Fan frowned at the scene before him. The process of treatment that Dr. Zhang was undertaking was far from easy. Beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead, indicating the immense pressure he was under. As the last needle was inserted into Old Master Jiang's body, the old man suddenly seemed to have his meridians opened and began to cough violently. Grandfather! Jiang Yunshu rushed forward, grasping his frail hand. Father! Jiang Wenhua hurried to his side as well. Yunshu, Wenhua. Old Master Jiang weakly opened his eyes, calling out their names upon seeing his family nearby. Dr. Zhang, my father has awakened. You are truly a modern-day Hua Tuo? Jiang Wenhua was filled with admiration for Dr. Zhang. Mr. Jiang, you flatter me. Dr. Zhang wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, responding humbly. Dr. Zhang's reputation was indeed well-deserved. Incredible! We cannot even begin to compare ourselves to him. The surrounding medical professionals were utterly captivated by Dr. Zhang's miraculous technique. Old Master, how do you feel? Dr. Zhang asked with a smile, turning to the bedridden old man. Old Master Jiang was about to speak when suddenly his eyes widened, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, subsequently falling unconscious. This abrupt turn of events sent shockwaves through everyone present. Grandfather, Jiang Yunshu screamed, but no matter how she called out, Old Master Jiang offered no response. How can this be? Dr. Zhang's expression changed dramatically. The 17 needles of the Immortal Gate was his prized technique. By all accounts, Old Master Jiang had just awakened, and his method should have succeeded. But why? Why had it ultimately failed? Dr. Zhang was baffled. If even he had failed, then no one in Green City could possibly save the old man. Your acupuncture technique, while impressive, is not suitable for treating Old Master Jiang. That moment, Mu Fan's voice drifted in, calm and unwavering. Everyone turned to look at him in surprise. Chapter 12. Who is this divine being? As Mu Fan's words echoed, all eyes were on him. His gaze was unwavering, his expression serene. While Dr. Zhang's acupuncture skills might yield miraculous results for ordinary patients, they were ill-suited for Old Master Jiang's current condition. The old man's life force was hanging by a thread, and Dr. Zhang's technique had merely drained his vitality further. Had it not been for this unwarranted intervention, Old Master Jiang might have lived through the night. But now his life was reduced to a mere 2 hours. Who was this young upstart to question Dr. Zhang's abilities? The medical professionals surrounding them sneered. Dr. Zhang's acupuncture skills are legendary. Who do you think you are? They scoffed. If you lack an understanding of medicine, do not speak so brazenly. Jiang Wenhua frowned, directing his attention to Mu Fan. Until now, he had focused solely on Dr. Zhang, failing to notice the unassuming youth. Father, this is Mr. Mu, whom I invited, Jiang Yunshu explained. Wiping her tears, Mr. Mu, is he famous? Jiang Wenhua wondered, but upon learning he was his daughter's guest, he refrained from further comment to Mu. You claim I've used the wrong method. Do you have any evidence to support your assertion? Dr. Zhang, furious at having his medical prowess challenged before so many peers and family members, could hardly contain his rage. The 17 needles of the Immortal Gate were his most treasured technique. He had only employed them once before, 20 years ago, to save a significant figure in the government. Today marked the second occasion in his life to utilize this unique skill. Old Master Jiang could have survived tonight, but your meddling has reduced his remaining time to a mere 2 hours. What further evidence do you require? Mu Fan retorted sharply, causing gasps to ripple through the room. What? Old Master Jiang has but 2 hours left to live. Are you jesting? The medical experts reacted with disbelief. Enough. How dare you curse my father? Get out now. Jiang Wenhua erupted in anger, interpreting Mu Fan's words as a malevolent curse against his father. Mu Fan merely chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. Initially, he had admired Jiang Yunshu for her character and intended to assist her in saving Old Master Jiang. However, it seemed that such intentions were now unnecessary. As the esteemed Taiyao Tianzuan, he had once been a teacher to countless exceptional disciples in the immortal realm, who would have done anything for his guidance. Mu Fan, of noble stature, could not endure the disdainful remarks from Jiang Wenhua and his ILK. As Jiang Wenhua ordered him to leave, the surrounding medical experts, including Dr. Zhang, regarded him with disdain, eagerly anticipating his fall from grace. Father, grandfather's breathing is growing weaker. Jiang Yunshu, sensing the gravity of the situation, panicked completely. What? Jiang Wenhua rushed over, checking Old Master Zhang's pulse, which had become faint. Dr. Zhang, what is going on? You must save my father. Jiang Wenhua's composure unraveled, placing all his hopes in Dr. Zhang. Upon further examination, Dr. Zhang realized that Old Master Zhang's condition had indeed deteriorated. If this continued, the old man might truly not survive. He began to doubt himself, questioning whether he had indeed used the wrong method and inadvertently jeopardized Old Master Zhang's life. Where is Mr. Mu? Jiang Yunshu suddenly recalled that the most likely person to save her grandfather was none other than Mu Fan. Mr. Mu? Who was that? Jiang Wenhua inquired, confused. The one I brought back, he was just here. Jiang Yunshu searched the room, but Mu Fan was nowhere to be found. Oh, you mean that young upstart? I tossed him out. He was just spouting nonsense. Jiang Wenhua dismissed with indifference. Mu Fan's appearance was that of a mere teenager, and what could he possibly know? With so many esteemed medical experts in the room, what could he offer that they could not? At this moment, Jiang Wenhua felt justified in his actions. Father, you are being foolish, Jiang Yunshu thought with alarm. The person most capable of saving her grandfather had been driven away due to her father's ignorance. She hastily rose to pursue Mu Fan. Yunshu, where are you going? Jiang Wenhua, oblivious to the severity of his blunder, followed after her. Numerous medical experts trailed behind, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Mr. Mu, please wait. Jiang Yunshu called out sincerely as she caught up to him. Jiang Yunshu, your father has insulted me. Is this how your family treats guests? Mu Fan halted, fixing his sharp gaze on Jiang Yunshu. Mr. Mu, we were in the wrong. Please, I implore you to save my grandfather. Jiang Yunshu, in a moment of desperation, knelt before him. Yunshu, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling to him? Jiang Wenhua watched in shock as his proud daughter bowed to Mu Fan. He reached out to pull her up, but Jiang Yunshu forcefully shook off his hand. Father, do you not realize the gravity of your mistake? If anything happens to grandfather today, I shall never acknowledge you as my father again. Jiang Yunshu had grown up alongside Old Master Jiang, sharing a bond that transcended ordinary understanding. Grandfather was the closest person to her in this world. She could not accept the notion of him passing away, leaving her forever. If only she could save her grandfather's life, she would willingly sacrifice her own life for Mu Fan. Today, she was truly desperate. This sudden turn of events left the gathered medical experts utterly dumbfounded. Although Mu Fan appeared unremarkable, who was he truly that the esteemed Jiang Yunshu would kneel before him in pleading? Chapter 13. Two Requests. Daughter, why must you torment yourself so? Jiang Wenhua observed his daughter's reaction, a bitter smile spreading across his face. So many medical experts, including the renowned Dr. Zhang, were helpless against the old man's condition. What capability did Mu Fan possess to cure him? Jiang Wenhua understood that his daughter had grown up under her grandfather's care. Their bond was profoundly deep. However, such devotion should not lead to reckless desperation. He believed his daughter was placing too much faith in Mu Fan. The Jiang family was a powerful clan in the entire Green City, and even across much of the north, capable of causing tremors with a mere stomp. Take Su Lingtian, for example. Although he was the wealthiest man in Green City, he was in no position to even shine the shoes of the Jiang family. He was merely a figurehead of wealth, while the Jiang family was the true underground emperor. Should the Jiang family desire it, they could easily send Su Lingtian packing, and the title of the richest man could be transferred by tomorrow. Having developed over so many years, the Jiang family's influence spanned 3 provinces and 46 cities. Before the old man's condition deteriorated, his mere presence had kept many influential figures in the north from raising their heads before the Jiang family. The Jiang family was, in every sense, a prestigious lineage. Jiang Yunshu was indeed the epitome of a beloved young lady, showered with affection from all sides. She was also the most cherished granddaughter of the old man. Now, Jiang Yunshu had knelt before Mu Fan, imploring him to treat her grandfather. Many spectators, had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, would have found it hard to believe such a scene was real. This was the Jiang family, the illustrious Jiang family of the north, the beloved granddaughter of the old man kneeling before an inconspicuous youth. Who would believe it? Who was this boy truly? Was it possible that the Jiang family's heiress knelt for him because he possessed extraordinary medical skills? The world was growing increasingly insane. Many gathered medical practitioners were filled with curiosity regarding Mu Fan's true identity. Mr. Mu, I implore you to save my grandfather's life. Jiang Yunshu looked at Mu Fan with unwavering determination, her sincerity evident as she pleaded once more. You are a dutiful child. Mu Fan's gaze met Jiang Yunshu's, stirring memories of his past. Once, he too had been like her, willing to forsake everything for his family. He would never forget the humiliation he felt when others insulted his mother in front of him. To defend her honor, he fought back, ending up bloodied and bruised. Yet, Mu Fan held no regrets. No matter how many adversaries he faced, even if it meant risking his life, he would protect his mother's reputation. Deep down, Mu Fan felt certain that in his past life, had anyone been able to heal his father's legs, he would have, even with just a glimmer of hope, abandoned everything to seek that faint chance, just as Jiang Yunshu did today. Alas, Jiang Wenhua witnessed his daughter's humble actions, his heart twisted in anguish. His daughter was the cherished jewel of the entire Jiang family, yet here she lay in the dust. All because of this unremarkable youth before them. Jiang Yunshu, I can help save your grandfather, but I have 2 requests. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Fan spoke coolly. Though he was touched by Jiang Yunshu's sincerity, he would not help her for free. Initially, Mu Fan intended to forge a benevolent connection by aiding Jiang Yunshu in saving her grandfather. However, from the moment Jiang Wenhua had offended him, the Jiang family had forfeited that opportunity. As a dignified figure, how could he tolerate such a mundane man as Jiang Wenhua barking orders at him? Mr. Mu, as long as you can save my grandfather, I will comply with your requests, be they 2 or even 10. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunshu felt as if she had found a lifeline, her joy erupting as she eagerly agreed. Yet, Jiang Wenhua frowned at her response, and my first request is for 100 million, to be transferred immediately, Mu Fan stated expressionlessly. As his words echoed, shock swept through the crowd. My heavens, this boy is audacious. We come to the Jiang family to offer medical assistance, and he directly asks for 100 million. Where did he find the audacity? The renowned medical experts were astounded by Mu Fan's actions. This was the Jiang family, who in Green City did not know that the Jiang family was not to be trifled with. To demand 100 million, and to expect it immediately, Jiang Wenhua nearly exploded with rage. This was not merely a brazen request. It was as if they were treating the Jiang family as fools to be exploited. Just as he was about to erupt, his daughter interrupted. Dad, send the money immediately. Jiang Yunshu commanded, her gaze fixed on her father, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Jiang Wenhua, who feared his daughter above all, found himself suppressing his ire. "Give me 5 minutes." Jiang Wenhua's face turned ashen. He was a notable figure in Green City, yet today he had been humiliated repeatedly before Mu Fan. However, he had no choice. The old man's life depended solely on Mu Fan, and with his daughter's unwavering stance, he had no leverage against him. 100 million was no small sum, and after receiving Mu Fan's bank account details, he stepped aside to make the call. 5 minutes later, the funds have been transferred, Jiang Wenhua said, his face stern. Mu Fan had yet to begin treating the old man, and already he had earned 100 million from the Jiang family. Had he known it would unfold this way, he would have refrained from provoking them earlier. Regret was too late. A single phrase had cost the Jiang family a fortune, and Jiang Wenhua's heart felt as if it were bleeding. "My second request is for that jade ring on your thumb," Mu Fan continued. "You?" Jiang Wenhua's heart seized, his features contorting with disbelief. That jade ring was a genuine treasure, a gift from a feng shui master. Its worth was beyond measure, something that could not be bought with money. To request his beloved jade ring was nothing short of demanding his life. Jiang Wenhua truly hesitated to part with it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunshu seemed to grasp the situation. She rose from the ground, approached Jiang Wenhua, and, despite his reluctance, took the jade ring from him. "If you like it, take it." Jiang Yunshu bowed slightly to Mu Fan, presenting the jade ring with both hands. "My jade ring." If Mu Fan's demand for 100 million had already caused Jiang Wenhua grief, the loss of the jade ring felt like a blow to his very soul. The jade ring was indeed priceless. Chapter 14. A miraculous revival after Mu Fan accepted the jade ring. Jiang Wenhua sank into a state of dejection, feeling as though he were a withered plant. He had genuinely suffered a great loss. Due to a single remark, he had relinquished both 100 million in cash and the precious jade ring. "Mu Fan, you have taken the items. If you cannot cure the old man's illness, I trust you understand the consequences." Jiang Wenhua glared at Mu Fan. "Are you questioning my abilities?" Mu Fan retorted coldly, his disdain evident. Jiang Wenhua fell silent, realizing he could not afford to provoke Mu Fan further. He feared being stripped of even more. "Mr. Mu, I beseech you to save my grandfather's life immediately." Jiang Yunshu knew time was of the essence. Every passing moment could affect the effectiveness of the treatment. Mu Fan nodded in acknowledgement. The group returned to the old man's room. At that moment, Dr. Zhang was still performing acupuncture, attempting to prolong the old man's life. Oblivious to the events that had transpired outside, he was taken aback to see Mu Fan re-enter, surrounded by others. "Stop!" Dr. Zhang attempted to continue his needling but was interrupted by Mu Fan's sharp command. "You quack! Are you trying to hasten the old man's death?" Mu Fan understood that if Dr. Zhang continued his treatment, the old man might truly slip away. This time, no one dared to question Mu Fan's authority. Even Jiang Wenhua remained silent. "Mu Fan, if you truly possess the skills, save my grandfather." Dr. Zhang, knowing the old man was beyond saving, sought to shift the blame to Mu Fan. He viewed Mu Fan as the perfect scapegoat. If Mu Fan treated the old man and he ultimately passed away, Dr. Zhang would have grounds for self-exculpation. "Leave this place now." Mu Fan glared at Dr. Zhang, his voice icy. He was not naive enough to be fooled by Dr. Zhang's little tricks. "Mu Fan, this is the Jiang family. What right do you have to speak to me in such a tone?" Dr. Zhang felt his dignity crumbling. He was a revered physician, accustomed to respect wherever he went. He had never faced such humiliation before. "Guards, throw him out," Jiang Yunshu commanded, her expression frigid, ordering the security to remove Dr. Zhang from the room. The Jiang family had initially placed great hope in Dr. Zhang. However, as his treatment progressed, the old man's condition worsened instead of improving. The old man, who could have survived the night, was nearly lost due to Dr. Zhang's meddling. How could Jiang Yunshu not be enraged? Even Jiang Wenhua, usually so supportive of Dr. Zhang, remained silent in his defense. In front of everyone, the guards escorted Dr. Zhang out of the old man's room. "Mu, you have some nerve. Today I shall see if you can truly save the old man." Dr. Zhang, humiliated, shouted defiantly, completely losing his previous composure. "Everyone else, please exit except for Jiang Yunshu," Mu Fan instructed, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Mu Fan, you had best not disappoint us." Jiang Wenhua glared at him, then stormed out with the medical experts. Filled with indignation, if Mu Fan could heal the old man, all would be forgiven. However, should he fail, Jiang Wenhua would demand he return the 100 million and ensure Mu Fan left with a lasting impression of their family's wrath. Once everyone had departed, Mu Fan approached the old man's bedside. He gently placed his palm on the old man's forehead. A green orb of light suddenly manifested above Mu Fan's hand. As the light appeared, it spread down the old man's body, enveloping him entirely. This. Jiang Yunshu gasped in shock. Her mouth forming an OAS, she witnessed Mu Fan's extraordinary skill, akin to divine intervention. The acupuncture techniques of Dr. Zhang paled in comparison to Mu Fan's methods. As the green light nourished the old man's body, his complexion visibly brightened. It's a pity I have only just returned. I haven't had the chance to refine my skills properly. Alas, I shall borrow the Jiang family's spiritual energy. After a brief contemplation, Mu Fan began to channel his techniques, pulling vast amounts of natural energy from his surroundings. In an instant, the green light in his hand blazed with brilliance. Life force surged into the old man's body. Look, why are all the plants outside suddenly withering? My heavens, this is a phenomenon of nature. The vegetation appeared as if scorched, devoid of any vitality. This sudden occurrence astonished everyone present. However, the most shocked was Jiang Wenhua, who witnessed a century-old locust tree in the yard wither in the summer heat. Even the ancient pines in the back mountains succumbed en masse. His breath quickened at the bizarre sight, leaving him deeply unsettled. Awaken! With a gentle command from Mu Fan, the old man's body seemed to respond, abruptly sitting up from the bed. The moment Mu Fan withdrew his hand, the green light dissipated, and everything returned to normal. The old man opened his eyes, gazing at Mu Fan in confusion. Grandfather. As the old man regained consciousness, Jiang Yunshu rushed forward, embracing him tightly. Yunshu. The old man's eyes brimmed with affection as he tenderly stroked Jiang Yunshu's hair. Is the old man awake? Has his life been restored? My heavens, he truly has awakened. This is a medical miracle. Upon hearing the commotion, Jiang Wenhua and the others burst into the room. They were astonished to see the old man indeed awake. His vitality markedly improved. The old man's appearance now resembled that of a healthy individual. How is this possible? Dr. Zhang was struck as if by lightning. He had thoroughly examined the old man earlier and had deemed him unlikely to survive the night. A patient he had deemed beyond saving had been miraculously revived by Mu Fan. Could it be that Mu Fan possessed the ability to restore life and health? Chapter 15. A gift of Avila as the old man returned to life through Mu Fan's efforts. Every witness was left in shock. Father, you have finally awakened, Jiang Wenhua exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Wenhua, how long have I been ill? The old man asked, looking at his son with confusion. You have been in a coma for a full half-month. Jiang Wenhua replied earnestly. Half a month, I have indeed traversed the gates of the underworld. The old man reflected, unable to contain his emotions. Grandfather, you are blessed, and good people have their own protection. Even the king of hell would not dare to claim you. Jiang Yunshu, in high spirits, chimed in with playful banter. She had won. Mu Fan had indeed not let her down. He had successfully brought her grandfather back to life. In Jiang Yunshu's eyes, Dr. Zhang now seemed utterly inconsequential. Mu Fan was the true miracle worker. Old man, although I have successfully brought you back today, this merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. For you to fully recover, you will need to gather these medicinal herbs so I can refine a pill for you to take, ensuring your complete healing. As Mu Fan spoke, he handed the old man a list of various medicinal herbs he had just written down. Young friend, you are the one who saved me. The old man scrutinized Mu Fan, feeling astonished, especially as he noticed the jade ring adorning Mu Fan's thumb, which belonged to his son. He began to ponder. However, being an old hand at such matters, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. He could clearly sense that many things had transpired during his coma that he was unaware of. Grandfather, Mr. Mu is the divine physician I invited. Thanks to him, you are alive today. He is a benefactor of our Jiang family. Jiang Yunshu explained earnestly. Jiang Wenhua stood by, fully convinced of Mu Fan's capabilities. Regardless of wealth or the jade ring, these are all external possessions. If they can be exchanged for the life of my father, then these external possessions are better left aside. This is the essence of Jiang Wenhua's character. He holds an unwavering respect for those who possess true ability. Dr. Mu, I am profoundly grateful for your timely intervention today. The kindness you have shown will be eternally etched in the hearts of the Jiang family. At this moment, Jiang Laoyes, in a sudden gesture, rose and bowed deeply to Mu Fan. Those around them understood that with Mu Fan's miraculous medical skills, he was destined to gain renown throughout Green City. Jiang Laoyes, if gratitude is to be expressed, It should be directed towards your granddaughter, Yu Fan replied with a serene smile, recognizing that without Jiang Yunshu's relentless efforts, he would not have been able to intervene today. Hearing this, Jiang Yunshu felt a flush of warmth spread across her cheeks. Yunshu, your grandfather has indeed regained his life today, and it is thanks to you for inviting Dr. Mu. Zhang Laoyes, in full view of everyone, genuinely expressed his gratitude towards Jiang Yunshu. Grandfather, we are family. Such thanks is unnecessary. Jiang Yunshu felt overwhelmed by her grandfather's praises, her face turning crimson. To have a granddaughter like you is a blessing in this lifetime. Zhang Laoyes exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Mr. Mu, I implore you to stay for dinner tonight. Zhang Laoyes turned to Mu Fan with an inviting gaze. After all, it was Mu Fan who had saved his life, and it was only right to extend a warm welcome. Naturally, Zhang Laoyes also chose to include Zhang Xinyi and the others as per the Jiang family's hospitality. Zhang Laoyes, I have matters to attend to this evening, so I mustn't linger, Mu Fan replied, intending to leave the Jiang residence. He had initially gone out to procure painkillers for his father, only to inadvertently save Zhang Laoyes. Not wanting to worry his parents, he decided to return home early. Mr. Mu, if you leave without even partaking in a meal, what will others think of the Jiang family's hospitality? Jiang Wenhua interjected as he too stood up, wishing to persuade Mu Fan to stay for dinner. After all, they could not mistreat the man who had saved their patriarch. Perhaps another time. Mu Fan shook his head. Very well, since Dr. Mu insists on departing, we shall not press further. Yunshu, please escort Dr. Mu. Zhang Laoyes said with a smile. Certainly, grandfather. Jiang Yunshu nodded obediently. Under the envious gazes of those around them, Mu Fan and Jiang Yunshu left the Jiang residence together. Upon stepping outside and taking in the scenery, Jiang Yunshu was immediately taken aback. Why have the plants at grandfather's home suddenly withered? Even the century-old locust tree has perished. It feels as though we have plunged from the height of summer straight into the depths of winter. She was filled with incredulity. Could it be that this was somehow related to him? As she observed Mu Fan walking ahead, her mind could not help but connect the dots. This time, Jiang Yunshu chose not to take her Porsche 918, opting instead for a fully equipped Rolls-Royce. The Porsche, being a sports car, was not as comfortable for driving someone home. Soon, they arrived at the intersection leading to Mu Fan's home. Mr. Mu, do you reside here? Jiang Yunshu surveyed the surroundings, astonished that someone with such remarkable abilities would live in such a place. The area was filled with dilapidated old neighborhoods, lacking any semblance of grandeur. Indeed, Mu Fan replied calmly. Here are the keys to Villa No. 1 of Hanhai Mountain Villa. I present them to you today. Jiang Yunshu said, producing a set of keys and offering them to Mu Fan. After all, Mu Fan had saved her grandfather's life. Gifting him a villa was a trivial matter. Thank you. Mu Fan accepted the villa keys with a mild expression of gratitude. You are too polite, Mr. Mu. Jiang Yunshu beamed with delight as Mu Fan accepted the villa. A villa was hardly significant for the Jiang family, but the prospect of befriending a miraculous doctor like Mu Fan was invaluable. In Jiang Yunshu's eyes, as long as she could foster a good relationship with Mu Fan, her grandfather's health would be secured under his exceptional medical expertise. For her grandfather, she would not hesitate to offer Mu Fan half of the Jiang family's assets. In her view, her grandfather was paramount. As Mu Fan stepped into his home, he found that his parents had prepared dinner and were waiting for him to return. Xiao Fan, why were you gone for so long? Shen Fengyuan inquired with concern upon seeing him. I ran into some friends and spent some time with them, Mu Fan explained, omitting the details of how he had saved Jiang Laoyes' life. Sometimes, it is necessary to tell a white lie to avoid causing worry to loved ones. Come, sit down and eat. Mu Shanhai gestured for him to take a seat. Mu Fan nodded and, after handing over the painkillers, took his place at the dining table. The family enjoyed a harmonious dinner together. While the television in the living room broadcasted the news, Mu Fan's mother occasionally lamented the rising prices of vegetables, expressing how they were becoming increasingly unaffordable. Everything felt familiar and warm. Xiao Fan, you will be starting school in a couple of days. You should refrain from playing around too much and focus on your studies. The college entrance examination is just around the corner. Shen Fengyuan advised as she served him food. I understand. Mom. Mu Fan nodded in acknowledgement. It was only after her reminder that he remembered he was still just a high school senior. However, for Mu Fan at this point, attending school felt rather trivial. Not only had he been a top student in his previous life, but with the memories of 7 centuries of cultivation, who among his teachers could possibly match him? Naturally, he would continue attending school to spare his parents any worries in his previous life. He had often harbored resentment towards his family, believing they had wronged him, leading to his unhappy existence in this life. However, he would cherish every moment spent with his parents, recognizing that having them by his side was the greatest happiness. Unlike his past self, who failed to comprehend these truths, he had now transcended worldly grievances, understanding the essence of life. After dinner, Shun Fengyuan went to wash the dishes, Mu Shanhai watched television, and Mu Fan retreated to his room. Today marked his first day back after reincarnation. He had made a remarkable impression at Su Lingtian's birthday banquet by injuring Su Huxiao, and then had proceeded to save Jiang Laoyes. Hence, the spiritual energy he had absorbed and refined during the day was completely depleted. The spiritual energy on Earth was scarce, and his recovery rate was slow. Although he was currently at the initial stage of qi refining, utilizing his cultivation required several hours or more to recuperate. Spiritual energy is a medium of power. For cultivators, it is an essential resource for training. Cultivators rely on spiritual energy for body refinement, spellcasting, breaking through realms, refining elixirs, and forging magical tools in the celestial realm. There exists a higher form of energy known as celestial power, which is purer and more advanced than spiritual energy. However, for Mu Fan, the available spiritual energy for cultivation was pitifully limited, and celestial power was beyond his imagination. Today, he had not returned empty-handed. With this jade ring, I can replenish my spiritual energy anytime, anywhere. The jade ring he received from Jiang Wenhua was a true treasure. It contained a rich reservoir of spiritual energy. With it, Mu Fan felt like a phone that had run out of battery, now equipped with a portable charger. However, this was not the celestial realm, and the spiritual energy within the jade ring was finite. So he needed to use it judiciously. It seemed that Jiang Wenhua had worn this ring for quite some time. As it had absorbed some of his essence, Mu Fan toyed with the jade ring. He blew a gentle breath upon it, instantly erasing Jiang Wenhua's essence. After completing this, he slipped the jade ring back onto his thumb. He drew some spiritual energy from the ring to absorb and refine. As the energy entered his body, Mu Fan's initial stage of qi refining was immediately solidified in his previous life. He had practiced the Zongxing Tiandao Ju during his early cultivation, but in this life, he intended to cultivate his own unique technique. The Taihao Chongxing Jiu Idam Yu Fan understood that if he were to continue studying his master's teachings upon his return, it would merely be retracing old steps. Thus, he chose to forge ahead and cultivate the divine technique he had created at the peak of his previous life. In this life, he aimed to establish an unblemished foundation, making the choice of cultivation technique particularly significant. No matter how excellent another's technique may be, it could never compare to his own creation. As Mu Fan activated the Taihao Chongxing Ju, the spiritual energy within his body began to circulate through his meridians. Each circulation of the energy would yield an additional 10% increase. Once the Taihao Chongxing Ju was perfected, Mu Fan's body would automatically generate the primordial energy of all things. This primordial energy is the essence from which all powers are derived. It can be transformed into any form of energy medium at will. Once the technique reaches completion, even without absorbing external power, he will possess an inexhaustible supply of primordial energy at his disposal. This is the remarkable power of the Taihao Chongxing Ju. As the Taihao Chongxing Ju continued to operate, Mu Fan's body became like a vortex, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Crack! A certain shackle within him was shattered. Mu Fan successfully advanced from the initial stage to the mid-stage of qi refining. Now that I've reached the mid-stage of qi refining, I can begin to cast some minor spells. Mu Fan mused, feeling the changes within his body. If the initial stage of qi refining merely marked his entry into the realm of cultivation, then the mid-stage signified that Mu Fan was now a true cultivator. He could not only utilize minor spells, but was also no longer fearful of basic firearms. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Fan began to frantically purchase all manner of herbs that could enhance his cultivation on e-commerce platforms. For him, the most pressing matter was to elevate his cultivation level. Only by improving his abilities could he protect his family and ensure their safety for a lifetime. In a hospital in Green City, after medical intervention, Su Huxiao's arm was finally saved. Though Mu Fan's seemingly unremarkable strike, the resulting force was more terrifying than that of a bullet. Huxiao, are you certain that Mu Fan is a martial arts expert? Su Lingtian inquired with a grim expression as he sat by the bedside. Behind him stood Ji Hongmei, Su Longyin, Sun Yan, and others, all with equally grim faces. The revelation that Mu Fan was a martial arts expert took them all by surprise. A single blow that could pierce my arm is not a strength that an ordinary person could possess. I can assure you that Mu Fan is indeed a martial arts expert. Su Huxiao answered with conviction, his face a shade of anger. Such miraculous prowess he had only witnessed in his master, Li Zidao. The Su family members gasped in shock. Are we really going to let this humiliation stand? Ji Hongmei voiced her dissatisfaction. The Su family had initially intended to completely overshadow Mu Fan's family at the birthday banquet and later find a pretext to annul the engagement between Mu Fan and Sun Yin. However, they had not anticipated that Mu Fan would turn the situation around, catching them completely off guard. Impossible. My son, Su Lingtian, shall never be bullied. Su Lingtian fumed with anger. Father, mother, rest assured, my master will return in 3 days, and I will ensure that Mu Fan meets a fate worse than death. Su Huxiao's eyes shone with admiration as he mentioned his master, Li Zidao, to him. Li Zidao was the true paragon of mastery. Even if Mu Fan was a martial arts expert, in front of Li Zidao, he would merely be a clay chicken. The Su family members exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with delight. Li Zidao was renowned throughout Green City, and everyone knew of his extraordinary abilities. With his support, Mu Fan's days were surely numbered. Chapter 17. Friends from the past. The herbs Mu Fan ordered online were soon delivered to his doorstep. Having acquired a substantial sum from the Jiang family, he spent without a hint of remorse. Of course, he did not provide his home address for the delivery. Instead, he used the address of Hanhai Mountain Villa, the villa Jiang Yunshu had gifted him. Hanhai Mountain Villa and the Hanhai Yunfu, where Su Lingtian resided, were both upscale villa communities developed by Hanhai Real Estate in Green City. However, the former was far more high-end than the latter, catering to the affluent. Given that Mu Fan was the savior of Jiang Laoyes, Jiang Yunshu would not have offered him a villa of lesser quality. Upon arriving, Mu Fan discovered that his villa was, in fact, the true crown jewel of the estate. Villa number 1 of Hanhai Mountain Villa was situated at the very center of the entire villa community, surrounded by other villas like stars orbiting the moon. Jiang Yunshu had even arranged for a housekeeper, servants, and both Chinese and Western chefs in advance for Mu Fan's comfort. Mr. Mu, welcome home. As Mu Fan entered the villa, several tall, beautiful young women in professional attire stood in 2 neat rows, smiling as they greeted him. These women, in terms of appearance, stature, and poise, were no less than top models. Yet today, they were merely Mu Fan's servants. Mu Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Although he appeared quite young, he showed no signs of hesitation in the face of such treatment. After all, he was indeed a person of stature. The privilege of having these individuals attend to him was a stroke of good fortune for them. He was the revered Taihao Xinzuan, a true immortal. Ordinary individuals should feel honored to be in the presence of an immortal, Mr. Mu. These ladies are known as Qin Yu, Luo Yin, and so forth. They will be responsible for your daily needs. The housekeeper, Li Liang, who appeared to be in his 40s and dressed in a black suit, stepped forward with a smile. Why such peculiar names? Mu Fan inquired. It's mainly for your convenience in remembering them. Li Liang replied respectfully. Quite well. Mu Fan nodded in agreement. Xiao Chun, please brew a pot of fine tea for Mr. Mu. Xiao Yu, tidy up Mr. Mu's room. Xiao Luo, instruct the kitchen to prepare the meals right away. Xiao Yin, fill the bath for Li Liang began to issue commands to the beautiful women. Upon hearing the sound, these individuals exhibited no signs of complaint and promptly returned to their respective tasks. Jiang Yunshu's arrangement for so many people to attend to her was indeed quite considerate. Witnessing this scene, Mu Fan felt a wave of emotion surge within him. In Mu Fan's eyes, Jiang Yunshu surpassed her foolish father by a considerable margin in terms of her social acumen. He found his experience at the villa today quite enjoyable and resolved to bring his parents over to live with him in a few days. Have my packages arrived? Mu Fan inquired. Turning his gaze towards Butler Li, Mr. Mu, all your packages have been signed for, Butler Li replied with courtesy. Please have them delivered to my room shortly. After a brief tour of the villa, Mu Fan ascended to the 3rd floor, where the view was splendid and his bedroom was located. Understood, Butler Li nodded in acknowledgement. Once Butler Li departed, Mu Fan began to circulate his energy, attuning himself to the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy in this place was considerably denser than that of the outside world, making his cultivation here remarkably effective. Mu Fan was thoroughly satisfied with the villa. He extended his palm, pressing it downwards, and a blue light radiated from his hand, expanding outward until it enveloped the entire villa. With this spell, he established a spirit-gathering array in the celestial realm. Such arrays are auxiliary formations for cultivation, designed to swiftly condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for practitioners. Though the spirit-gathering array arranged within the villa could not compare to the celestial paradises, it would nourish ordinary residents. Promoting longevity and warding off ailments, Fan sat cross-legged at the center of the array, absorbing the spiritual energy as he cultivated. He spent the entire day in cultivation, while the herbal materials he had ordered online were cast into the array to be refined into spiritual energy. His cultivation at the mid-stage of chi refining progressed significantly in the evening. Fan left the villa and strolled along the road home. Fan, what brings you here? At that moment, a surprised voice came from behind him. Turning around, he discovered a group of handsome men and beautiful women looking at him with puzzled expressions. These individuals were all his high school classmates. After scanning the crowd, his gaze settled on a girl named Zhao Qinya, who stood nearly 1.7 meters tall, clad in a pink t-shirt adorned with a bear and ultra-short shorts, her long, snow-white legs drawing glances from passers-by. Upon seeing Zhao Qinya, Fan's expression became somewhat complex. In his previous life, Fan was reclusive and had very few friends at school, with Zhao Qinya being one of the rare exceptions. During their school days, she often selflessly shared her snacks with him. Even one year, for his birthday, she used her saved pocket money to buy him a pair of sneakers worth over 1,000 yuan. After graduating from university, she had maintained contact with him and frequently assisted his family. Fan vaguely recalled that Zhao Qinya's family was quite well off. Her father had become wealthy through the furniture business and acquired numerous properties in Green City, benefiting from a surge in real estate prices. Her mother, reportedly a local official in a subordinate city, was later promoted back to Green City due to her outstanding performance. Reflecting on these past events, Fan suddenly realized that Zhao Qinya had harbored feelings for him all along. No one would treat another person so well for no reason. Zhao Qinya's kindness stemmed from her affection for him. Unfortunately, in that past life, all of Fan's thoughts had been focused on Sun Yin, causing him to overlook Zhao Qinya's presence. Was her affection for him related to that incident? Fan recalled a time when they had all gone out and encountered a group of ruffians who harassed Zhao Qinya. While all the classmates had been terrified, Fan had bravely stepped forward, ultimately saving her but sustaining severe injuries that left him in the hospital for a week. It was from that moment on that Zhao Qinya's attitude towards him underwent a dramatic change. If memory serves, that incident happened to be on this very day, Fan mused, feeling a wave of sentimentality wash over him. At that moment, the person who had approached him was Lu Haonan, Zhao Qinya's admirer, who had been pursuing her recently. Lu's family was relatively affluent, involved in the mining business, with his father reportedly owning several coal mines in northwestern Shaanxi, making him a notable coal magnate. As the son of a coal tycoon, Lu Haonan was the wealthiest among their group, often flaunting his financial prowess. I live here, Fan replied nonchalantly. You live here? Lu Haonan responded incredulously, as if hearing the most absurd joke. The others, excluding Zhao Qinya, regarded Fan with disdain. Villas in Hanhai Mountain Villa were worth tens of millions. If Lu Haonan remembered correctly, Fan's family belonged to the working class, making it implausible for them to reside there. Being poor is one thing. Pretending to be wealthy is another. Do you think we are blind? If you can live here, why can't I? Fan could not help but frown at the underlying aggression in Lu Haonan's words. He had no intention of acquiescing to their taunts. If they dared to provoke him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Chapter 18. Enemies on the same path. Fan's unexpected demeanor astonished Lu Haonan and his companions. Typically, Fan was seen as a reserved individual, often overlooked by the group. However, no one expected him to openly challenge Lu Haonan in front of so many people. Since your family lives here, why not take us to your home for a visit? Lu Haonan said with a scoff, clearly mocking him. He could not believe Fan's claims. Villas here cost several tens of millions. In his eyes, Fan could only afford such a place by selling his blood or kidney. The issue of class had always been palpable. Breaking through such barriers was no easy feat. Not everyone could be like him. With a father owning a mining company, allowing him to reside in a villa worth tens of millions at a young age. In reality, Lu Haonan's family's villa was not well positioned within the community but rather located in a remote corner. Yet even so, it was sufficient for him to boast among his classmates. Are we that familiar? Why would I take you to my home? Fan retorted coldly, utterly disdainful of their foolish attempts at bravado. You? Lu Haonan was taken aback by Fan's blatant disregard. In the past, He would have sought to teach Mu Fan a lesson, but with Zhao Qinya present, he refrained from losing his temper. Zhao Qinya, long time no see. Ignoring Lu Haonan, Mu Fan approached Zhao Qinya, greeting her with a smile. Zhao Qinya acknowledged him with "Anod Mu Fan. You seem to be ignoring everyone and only greeting our Qinya. You aren't harboring feelings for her, are you?" Wu Yingying, Zhao Qinya's close friend, teased playfully. However, Lu Haonan's expression darkened at her words. "Yingying, we're all classmates. Please don't say such things," Zhao Qinya admonished her friend, attempting to cover Wu Yingying's mouth, but the latter cleverly evaded her hand. "I think Mu Fan is quite nice," Wu Yingying said cheekily. Her words, spoken without malice, resonated differently with Lu Haonan, igniting a surge of jealousy within him, as he pursued Zhao Qinya. He could not tolerate the presence of Mu Fan, who he viewed as a rival. Determined to make Mu Fan's life difficult, he resolved to teach him a lesson today to ensure he understood that he could not simply intrude upon his affections. "Mu Fan, we're heading to a bar. Want to join us?" Lu Haonan approached Mu Fan, feigning generosity as he clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Haonan, Mu Fan is a model student. Why would he want to join us at a bar?" Zhang Jingjie chimed in sarcastically. "Yes, we wouldn't want to lead our good student astray. Mu Fan is destined for prestigious universities like Qingbei, a bright future that none of us can compare to. But I wonder if he can even get in," added Zhou Xiaolu, Zhang Jingjie's girlfriend, fanning the flames. They were all in cahoots, seeking to restore Lu Haonan's dignity after Mu Fan had embarrassed him in front of Zhao Qinya. "All right." To everyone's surprise, Mu Fan readily agreed. "Sure." Lu Haonan was taken aback by Mu Fan's audacity. He mentally prepared himself to teach Mu Fan a lesson at the first opportunity. The bar they were heading to was located in the bustling commercial district of Green City, and they planned to drive there. Lu Haonan, eager to impress Zhao Qinya, spoke boastfully along the way, bragging about his father's business empire and the influential people they knew. In short, he had no shortage of tales to tell. Mu Fan, seated by the window, listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. "By the way, have you all heard about the remarkable event that recently transpired in Green City?" Zhang Jingjie suddenly spoke up. "What event?" The curious girls pressed for details. "You all know the Zhang family, right?" Zhang Jingjie mentioned, his expression turning serious. The Zhang family's reputation in Green City was well known, even to them. Who in Green City hasn't heard of the Zhang family? Zhou Xiaolu shot a disbelieving look at her boyfriend. Lu Haonan, driving the car, listened intently to Zhang Jingjie's words. He was quite familiar with the Zhang family, as they resided in the most prestigious villa in Hanhai Mountain Villa, known as the King of Villas. The property belonged to the Zhang family, and he had often heard his father speak of them, warning that one should never offend anyone from the Zhang family in Green City. Given his father's respect for the Zhang family, it was clear how influential they were. "Hurry up and tell us more," Wu Yingying urged eagerly, her curiosity piqued. Even Zhao Qinya perked up, listening intently. "I heard from my dad that the elder of the Zhang family was gravely ill recently, and even the renowned Dr. Zhang was at a loss regarding his condition. Just when it seemed the elder wouldn't survive, an anonymous miracle doctor managed to cure him, reportedly restoring him from the brink of death to being able to walk again." Zhang Jingjie animatedly recounted, and everyone listened with rapt attention. "What is this miracle doctor's name?" They all inquired in unison. "I have no idea. I just know that the Zhang family is keeping the doctor's identity a closely guarded secret." Not revealing any details, Zhang Jingjie replied with a hint of disappointment. Zhao Qinya and the others expressed their regret at not being able to learn the miracle doctor's true identity. "Did you all know that although the elder of the Zhang family was cured, all the greenery within a 10-mile radius of their estate withered overnight?" Zhang Jingjie exclaimed dramatically, heightening the atmosphere. "How terrifying!" The girls grew anxious upon hearing this. Mu Fan listened to their conversation, remaining unperturbed. Zhang Jingjie, eager to continue sharing, found that they had already arrived at the bar. "All right, let's save the gossip for later. We're here to have a good time," Lu Haonan declared as he parked the car, unfastened his seatbelt, and smiled. "Absolutely, Brother Nan. We're all ears," Zhang Jingjie replied enthusiastically. The group exited the vehicle. "Lu Haonan, next time we hang out, do try to be punctual. I had to wait for you for a full 10 minutes. Upon stepping out, Mu Fan heard a familiar voice. "It was Sun Yin." "What brings you here?" Sun Yin exclaimed in surprise, her face a picture of disbelief. Chapter 19. Birds and Fish. Recently, Sun Yin had been feeling quite unhappy. Ever since she learned about her engagement to Mu Fan, she had been in a constant state of gloom. Especially after Mu Fan had injured her brother at her father's birthday banquet. She felt that ever since meeting Mu Fan, Her life had been plagued with misfortune. Sun Yin even believed that Mu Fan was a jinx to her. Tio lifted her spirits. She had invited a few friends out for some fun, never expecting to run into Mu Fan. Truly, enemies cross paths unexpectedly. Hello, Sun Yin. Upon seeing her, Mu Fan greeted her with a smile, appearing harmless. Dio, you know each other? Lu Haonan, surprised to find they were acquainted, was taken aback. He had grown up with Sun Yin, but he never anticipated she would know Mu Fan. Despite Mu Fan's typically low profile, he had managed to befriend quite a few beautiful classmates, including both Zhao Qinya and Sun Yin, who were the Armée de la Armée of elegance. Lu Haonan now genuinely regarded Mu Fan as his most formidable rival. He recalled a saying, "A skilled hunter often appears in the guise of prey." Sun Yin and I are more than just acquaintances. She is my dame, Yu Fan began, but was abruptly interrupted by Sun Yin. Mu Fan. Sun Yin glared at him, her eyes filled with warning. If he continued, she would not hesitate to make a scene. After all, she did not want her friends to know about her engagement to Mu Fan. Most importantly, she feared that this information might reach her crush, Li Xuanhao. After all, she and Li Xuanhao were on the verge of taking their relationship to the next level. Yu Fan chuckled lightly. Since everyone knows each other, let us go. Today, I'll treat you all to a luxurious private booth, and we'll have a great time. Lu Haonan waved his hand grandly, displaying his extravagance. Brother Nan, you're awesome. Zhang Jinjie and the others cheered joyfully. Following Lu Haonan, they entered the Night Never Ends bar. Young Master Nan, welcome. Upon their arrival, the bar manager greeted them with a beaming smile. Manager Li, the usual, the most expensive booth and a bottle of the Black Pearl A-class champagne. Lu Haonan entered the bar as if he were in his own domain, exuding confidence. His demeanor suggested he was no stranger to such establishments. Certainly, I'll arrange that right away, Manager Li responded, his face lighting up, as Lu Haonan's spending habits had never let him down. The group followed Manager Li, who led them to the finest booth in the bar. In establishments such as bars, the more luxurious the private booths, the higher the consumption, thus garnering greater admiration from patrons. As a few individuals settled into their booth, they instantly attracted countless envious glances. Mu Fan, are you satisfied with my arrangements for today? Lu Haonan inquired, his expression a mix of amusement and condescension. As he directed his gaze towards Mu Fan, he deliberately showcased his superiority as a wealthy second-generation heir before Mu Fan. With expenditures amounting to several hundred thousand, Lu Haonan's lavish lifestyle at such a young age was nothing short of ostentatious. Zhang Jinjie and his girlfriend, Zhou Xiaolu, regarded Mu Fan with disdain and contempt, viewing him as merely a rustic simpleton. Had it not been for Lu Haonan's invitation, they doubted he would ever have the opportunity to frequent such upscale venues. Sun Yin sought to maintain a distance from Mu Fan, wishing to avoid any association with him. In contrast, Zhao Qinya and Wu Yingying, being first-time visitors to a bar, were filled with curiosity, eagerly observing their surroundings. Regardless of their satisfaction or dissatisfaction, Mu Fan was not particularly fond of the bar's raucous atmosphere, finding it excessively superficial. Buddy, let's not be churlish. If it weren't for Brother Nan treating us, would you even have the right to sit here? Zhang Jinjie remarked, his irritation evident as he glanced at Mu Fan. Forget it, forget it. Let's not stoop to his level. Lu Haonan feigned magnanimity, deliberately posturing for the benefit of Zhao Qinya and the others. As the bar's music began to play, Lu Haonan and his companions, seasoned in the nightlife, began to sway to the rhythm without restraint. Sun Yin sat alone, nursing her drink, initially seeking enjoyment but finding her mood soured by Mu Fan's presence. Zhao Qinya, I recently learned fortune-telling. Would you like me to read your fortune? Mu Fan inquired, taking a seat beside Zhao Qinya with a smile. Is that for real, Mu Fan? Have you really become so skilled? Before Zhao Qinya could respond, Wu Yingying, filled with excitement, chimed in. Of course it's true, Mu Fan affirmed confidently. Then read mine quickly. Wu Yingying urged eagerly. Next year, you will be accepted into Shanghai University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. After graduation, you will become a doctor, and you will meet a man who loves you. You two will enter the sacred bond of marriage and have children that are the fruits of your love. Mu Fan recounted Wu Yingying's future in detail. Mu Fan, how did you know I wanted to study at Shanghai University of Traditional Chinese Medicine? That's incredibly accurate. Wu Yingying exclaimed in shock, for she had not even confided this ambition to her parents. She was utterly captivated by Mu Fan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Qinya, you should let Mu Fan read your fortune too. He is remarkably accurate. Wu Yingying encouraged Zhao Qinya. Mu Fan, I would appreciate it if you could read mine as well. Zhao Qinya smiled warmly at him. Zhao Qinya, starting today, you will develop feelings for someone you shouldn't. In pursuit of this affection, you will expend much emotion and energy, yet despite your efforts, the two of you will find it difficult to achieve a happy outcome. Your relationship will resemble that of birds and fish, forever unable to walk the same path, never to be together. Do you understand? Mu Fan observed Zhao Qinya, a rare tenderness flickering in his gaze. In his previous life, he had been oblivious to Zhao Qinya's feelings for him, but now he understood the sacrifices she had made for him in silence. He resolved not to let her suffer due to his own shortcomings. Zhao Qinya was momentarily stunned by Mu Fan's words, initially suspecting he was attempting to manipulate her. However, upon witnessing his earnest expression, she realized he was not jesting. A tender string within her heart was inexplicably plucked, sending ripples through her emotions. Mu Fan, the person you're speaking of, could it possibly be you? Wu Yingying interjected boldly. That cannot be disclosed, Mu Fan replied enigmatically before returning to his seat in silence. What a charade. He is merely fooling someone as innocent as Zhao Qinya. Sun Yin scoffed disdainfully, having observed the entire exchange. The inevitable was drawing near. Mu Fan's gaze suddenly shifted towards the bar's entrance, where he sensed the impending misfortune that awaited Zhao Qinya and her companions. Chapter 20. The arrival of Scar Brother Nan. This situation is untenable. Look at Mu Fan. He was chatting quite amiably with Zhao Qinya just now. It's clear he's trying to steal your thunder. Zhang Jingjie remarked, his attention fixated on Mu Fan. He was acutely aware that Lu Haonan had been pursuing Zhao Qinya, and Mu Fan's interference would undoubtedly complicate his friend's romantic endeavors. Janjia, there's no need for alarm. Zhao Qinya would never look twice at a kid from a poor family like Mu Fan. Lu Haonan replied dismissively, though internally he longed to confront Mu Fan directly. Men possess a strong sense of possessiveness over the women they desire, and Lu Haonan was no exception. Yet, with their friends present, he opted to feign generosity instead of losing his temper. Brother Nan, don't be overly confident. Women have peculiar tastes. Perhaps Zhao Qinya might actually fancy someone like him? Zhang Jingjie remarked seriously. He recalled his own experience of pursuing Zhou Xiaolu, where he had been the least conspicuous among her numerous suitors. Despite his less favorable family background, Zhou Xiaolu ultimately chose to be with him, indicating that not every woman prioritizes wealth when seeking a partner. Additionally, considering Zhao Qinya's affluent background, she might just be drawn to an underdog. What did you say? Lu Haonan's eyelids twitched at the thought. As someone who prided himself on being the Prince of Green City, losing to Mu Fan would be utterly humiliating. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. Zhang Jingjie's words carried weight. Let us go confront him, Lu Haonan declared, striding towards Mu Fan. Since your family resides in Hanhai Villa, your parents must be quite prominent figures, right? I know many wealthy businessmen in Green City. May I inquire about your parents' profession? Lu Haonan slid into the seat beside Mu Fan, pouring him a drink as he posed his question. He was well aware of Mu Fan's humble background but feigned ignorance. Eager to witness him embarrass himself in public, my parents are ordinary people. You wouldn't know them, Mu Fan replied nonchalantly. Ordinary people? That doesn't quite it up. If your parents are ordinary, how could you afford a villa in Hanhai? Lu Haonan feigned surprise, his voice deliberately raised for Zhao Qinya and Sun Yin to overhear. Indeed, Mu Fan. I heard that the villas in Hanhai start at tens of millions. Could you share how your family managed to purchase one? Zhang Jingjie chimed in, backing Lu Haonan and Sun Yin. Intrigued by their conversation, found it odd. Everyone knew Mu Fan's family lived in Lotus Flower Community, infamous for being a dilapidated neighborhood with no place even to park an electric scooter. When had they moved into a villa? Well, isn't it impressive, Mu Fan, to boast about living in Hanhai Villa in front of your classmates? Sun Yin thought to herself, relishing the opportunity to expose Mu Fan. Mu Fan, you live in Lotus Flower Community. Why lie about residing in Hanhai Villa in front of your classmates? Sun Yin bluntly called him out, leaving no room for mercy. Oh, Mu Fan, so you actually live in Lotus Flower Community? Lu Haonan guffawed, his laughter exaggerated. Given that Sun Yin's father was the wealthiest man in Green City, Lu Haonan had no doubt about her claims. He had been puzzled as to why Mu Fan, who was known to be from a poor background, would suddenly claim to live in Hanhai Villa. It turned out he was just bragging. What an absurd joke. The most expensive unit in Lotus Flower Community would to even cover a single bedroom in my house. Zhang Jingjie joined in the ridicule. Mu Fan, You've truly let us down. How insecure must you be to lie about your living situation? We can't possibly have a classmate with such a poor character. Zhou Xiaolu rolled her eyes, launching a verbal attack on Mu Fan.as. They laughed at Mu Fan's expense. Sun Yin felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. I just moved into Hanhai Villa today. Is that so hard to believe? Mu Fan retorted coolly. Keep pretending, Lu Haonan sneered. Even after being exposed, you still insist on lying. Your audacity is truly remarkable. Zhang Jinjie scoffed. I've never encountered someone so shameless. Zhou Xiaolu muttered, her eyes rolling dramatically. Sun Yin, observing Mu Fan's reaction, shook her head in disappointment. Her resolve solidified. Even if she had an engagement with Mu Fan, she would never marry someone with such questionable character. You all are dreadfully tedious, Mu Fan remarked, his disappointment palpable as he surveyed the group. They were blissfully unaware that calamity was about to befall them, yet they continued to mock him. All right, we're all classmates here. Let us focus on having fun and not let trivial matters affect our relationships, Zhao Qinya interjected, attempting to defend Mu Fan. The group, respecting Zhao Qinya's presence, refrained from further ridicule. However, in Lu Haonan's mind, Mu Fan was already out of their circle, and he resolved to isolate him further in their interactions. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the bar. A group of burly men entered, dressed in suits and ties, sporting dark sunglasses. The leader, bearing a conspicuous scar across his face and a cigar in hand, exuded an air of arrogance. He was flanked by several striking women, creating an impression akin to a cinematic villain's entrance. Scarbrother, you've arrived. The bar manager greeted them with a deep bow, a forced smile plastered across his face. Scarbrother merely nodded in acknowledgement. Didn't you see Scarbrother was here? Hurry up and prepare the best booth for him. One of his lackeys impatiently instructed the manager. Scarbrother, I apologize, but the finest booth is currently occupied by Lu's young master and his friends. The manager replied cautiously, his eyes darting to gauge Scarbrother's reaction. Lu's young master? Lu Chuanxing's son? The lackey asked, his annoyance evident. Yes, the manager nodded eagerly. That little brat, I'll go and toss them out. Scarbrother's lackey, clearly hot-tempered, was ready to confront the occupants. He had no respect for Lu Chuanxing's son, believing he was above such petty concerns. Xiao Zhang, just get rid of them. Don't scare the kids. Scarbrother commanded casually, exhaling a puff of smoke. Understood, Xiao Zhang replied, striding towards Mu Fan and his companions with determination. Chapter 21. A grave situation. Scarbrother's real name was Sun Jinbiao. Years ago, he had been incarcerated for assault, but upon his release, he embarked on a career in debt collection. In recent years, with the rising number of defaulters in society, his business had flourished in just a few years. He acquired a villa, luxury cars, and established a debt collection company, becoming a prominent figure in Green City. He was, in essence, a local tyrant. Rumor had it that he wielded considerable influence due to a formidable backing, making him a force to be reckoned with. Each of Sun Jinbiao's associates was ruthless and unyielding. A few days prior, when they had come to collect a debt, the debtor was unable to pay, and they had brutally severed the tendons in his hands and feet. Who is Lu Chuanxing's son? Xiao Zhang inquired as he approached the booth, scanning the faces present with impatience. Brother, what do you need? Lu Haonan stood up, offering a cigarette as a gesture of goodwill. Take your friends and scram. You have 1 minute, Xiao Zhang snapped, his patience wearing thin. Who do you think you are? We paid for this. Zhou Xiaolu, accustomed to getting her way, retorted defiantly, emboldened by her boyfriend Zhang Jinjie's presence. Standing at nearly 6'3", Zhang Jinjie was a formidable figure, and Zhou Xiaolu believed he could easily subdue Xiao Zhang, who appeared to be several inches shorter. Sun Yin and the other girls also looked on with frowns. They were all well-known affluent daughters in Green City, and Lu Haonan's father was involved in the mining business. With assets worth billions, it was absurd for someone like Xiao Zhang to provoke them. Without saying a word, Xiao Zhang approached Zhou Xiaolu, his face devoid of expression. What, you want to fight? Do you know who we are? Zhou Xiaolu glared at him contemptuously. I don't give a damn who you are. In an instant, Xiao Zhang grabbed Zhou Xiaolu's hair and slapped her twice across the face. Her fair complexion instantly turned red and swollen, blood trickling from her mouth. The sudden violence shocked Lu Haonan and his friends. What the hell? Zhang Jinjie, witnessing his girlfriend being assaulted, erupted in fury, leaping to his feet and delivering a kick that sent Xiao Zhang sprawling to the ground. In his youthful recklessness, He didn't care about the consequences. Grabbing an empty wine bottle from the table, he smashed it over Xiao Zhang's head. The commotion drew the attention of numerous onlookers in the bar. Lu Haonan was utterly dumbfounded. He never anticipated that someone would dare to confront them. The girls, terrified, contemplated leaving the scene. Jinjia, well done. This bastard dared to hit our people. We won't let this slide. Lu Haonan, in a fit of rage, surged forward and delivered 2 forceful kicks to Xiao Zhang, in the presence of his beloved. He had no desire to appear cowardly, lest she think him timid and fearful. All right, just a little lesson, but don't kill him, Sun Yin interjected, concerned about escalating the situation. Kid, you dare to hit me? You've got guts? Xiao Zhang sneered as he rose from the ground, touching the wound on his head and grimacing at the sight of his bloodied palm. What's wrong with hitting you? I'll just pay for your medical bills, Lu Haonan retorted, closing the distance between them and tossing a wad of pink bills directly into Xiao Zhang's face, clearly showing off for Zhao Qinya, who was watching nearby. Xiao Zhang smirked coldly, choosing not to say anything further as he turned to leave the booth. Are you all right, darling? Zhang Jinjia asked, his heart aching at the sight of Zhou Xiaolu's bruised cheek. It hurts. Zhou Xiaolu whimpered, tears brimming in her eyes. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. I've already taught that bastard a lesson. Zhang Jinjia consoled her, wrapping her in his arms. Haonan, we've had enough fun for today. We should leave soon. Zhao Qinya, feeling a sudden sense of foreboding, suggested. What are you afraid of? Let's keep playing. I've got your back. No one dares to bully you, Lu Haonan confidently declared, thumping his chest. Sun Yin, overhearing this, couldn't help but nod appreciatively at Lu Haonan. She had just witnessed how brave he and Zhang Jinjia had been, unlike someone who, when faced with a challenge, resembled a turtle retreating into its shell, hiding behind others. So much for being a martial arts master. She cast a contemptuous glance at Mu Fan, thinking to herself, isn't Lu Chuanqing's son just trying to show off? At that moment, Scarborough, cigar in hand and surrounded by beautiful women, suddenly appeared before them. With his arrival, a group of suited henchmen quickly encircled Lu Haonan and his friends. Scarborough, they hit me. They're slapping your face. You've got to seek justice for me, Xiao Zhang complained, clutching his head wound. Scarborough, however, ignored him, his attention entirely captivated by the striking Zhao Qinya. Scarborough. Lu Haonan's heart sank as he recognized the notorious figure. Scarborough was infamous in Green City for his ruthless ways. Despite having cleaned up his act over the years by starting a debt collection agency, no one had forgotten the dark deeds he had committed. I'm doomed. How did I manage to provoke this monster? Lu Haonan lamented, regretting not heeding Zhao Qinya's advice to leave sooner. Sun Yin, too, recognized Scarborough's identity and felt a wave of fear wash over her. You must be Su Lingtian's daughter, right? Scarborough approached Sun Yin with a smile. What a coincidence. You're here at the bar too. Sun Yin forced a smile, fully aware that even if her father were the richest man, Scarborough would harm her before Su Lingtian could arrive to save her. She understood that submitting was her only option. I have some connections with Su Lingtian. I don't wish to harm you. You may leave now. Scarborough leaned back casually, crossing his legs. Then I won't disturb you any longer, Sun Yin said, grabbing her bag and avoiding eye contact with Lu Haonan and the others as she quickly departed, leaving without a backward glance. This was Scarborough they were dealing with. Lu Haonan had injured one of his men, and given Scarborough's ruthless nature, he would not let them off easily. Now, recognizing Su Lingtian's influence, Scarborough had let Sun Yin go, and she dared not linger. Before leaving, Sun Yin didn't even say goodbye to her friends, fearing any association with Lu Haonan and the others. The harsh realities of human relationships were starkly evident in her actions, showcasing the darker side of human nature. Lu Haonan and his friends felt a chilling sense of despair upon witnessing this. Sun Yin was far too pragmatic. At that moment, everyone present gained a new understanding of the word friendship. Lu Haonan's face turned ashen. He realized he had gotten himself into serious trouble. Zhou Xiaolu, utterly terrified, could hardly comprehend the gravity of the situation. Zhao Qinya and Wu Yingying trembled, clearly frightened. Despite being wealthy second-generation elites, Mu Fan watched quietly, remaining unfazed. Xiao Zhang, tell me who hurt you just now, Scarborough said, puffing on his cigar while clutching a beautiful woman. Lu Haonan and his friends felt a chill run down their spines at his words. Chapter 22. Do you even deserve this? Scarborough was notorious in Green City, a figure no young person like Lu Haonan could provoke lightly. As Scarborough's words hung in the air, Lu Haonan felt a sinking sensation in his stomach. Realizing the gravity of the situation had escalated beyond control, his father, a coal magnate with significant business in Jinsey North, could not compete with someone like Scarborough, who operated in both the legitimate and illegitimate realms. Cold sweat drenched Lu Haonan's back. He was genuinely terrified. "Who do you think you are, acting tough? Do you even know who we are? Try touching a finger to us." Zhang Jingjia, oblivious to Scarborough's terror, blustered like a fool. What a foolish ally! Lu Haonan cursed silently as he watched this unfold. If they angered Scarborough, they might not leave the nightclub alive. That punk over there struck me with a bottle. Xiao Zhang leaned in closer to Scarborough, his voice dripping with malice. "You lot, take care of him," Scarborough ordered his henchmen with a mere glance. Immediately, several burly men emerged from the crowd. Although Zhang Jingjia appeared strong, he was no match for multiple skilled fighters and was swiftly subdued. Zhou Xiaolu watched helplessly as her boyfriend was brought to his knees, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Scarborough, yes, my friend. Please let us go this one time, just for today." Lu Haonan pleaded pitifully. "Get out of my way." Xiao Zhang kicked Lu Haonan aside, and the hulking men quickly restrained him. A wave of helplessness washed over Lu Haonan. He knew he was in deep trouble. Their audacity to act without fear revealed they had no regard for their families. Scarborough approached Zhang Jingjia leisurely. "You've got quite the nerve. The last person who dared to insult me is now 6 feet under." As Scarborough spoke, one of his underlings handed him a sharp dagger. "You think you can bully me just because you have numbers? Just wait until I get out. I'll make you regret this." Zhang Jingjia, young and reckless, defiantly returned the threat. His brother worked in the local authorities, so he believed Scarborough wouldn't dare to act against him. "Then you won't be leaving," Xiao Zhang interjected, lifting a bottle from the table and smashing it down onto Zhang Jingjia's head. Having received a blow from a bottle earlier, Xiao Zhang was now exacting revenge, shattering 5 more bottles over Zhang Jingjia's head, which left him bleeding profusely. The patrons of the bar, previously enjoying themselves, were now in a state of panic, scrambling for the exits as the chaos ensued. In mere moments, only Scarborough and Lu Haonan's group remained. The bar manager, caught off guard by the escalating violence, was at a loss for how to respond. After all, Scarborough's reputation in Green City was formidable. "Kid, if I decide to hurt you, what can you do about it?" Scarborough smirked, his contempt evident. Dealing with a few young punks was child's play for him, whether it was Zhang Jingjia or even their parents. Everyone would face his wrath. In all of Green City, there was no one Scarborough feared. "Scarborough, my father is Lu Chuncheng. Out of respect for him, please let us go. We truly know we were wrong." Lu Haonan, his courage shattered, pleaded desperately. The brutality he just witnessed was terrifying. Zhang Jingjia had nearly been killed right before his eyes. At that moment, all notions of dignity and pride crumbled. Merely escaping this place alive was his greatest aspiration. "Now you realize the gravity of your situation? It's too late." Scarborough scoffed, then plunged the dagger into Zhang Jingjia's thigh, eliciting a scream of agony. It was only then that Zhang Jingjia fully comprehended the peril he had provoked. The gruesome scene sent Zhao Qinya and the others into a state of shock, hastily closing their eyes to shield themselves from the horror. After a merciless torment, Zhang Jingjia lay on the floor, barely clinging to life. "Don't be afraid, little lady. Just have a drink with Uncle, and I'll let your friend go. How about that?" Scarborough approached Zhao Qinya with a lecherous grin, his eyes roving over her figure. From the moment he arrived, he had been captivated by her beauty. "You coward. If you have the guts, come at me instead. Picking on a girl is no act of a real man." Lu Haonan's heart surged with rage. He could tolerate much, but could not stand by as someone he cared for was bullied. The power of love momentarily overrode his fear. "You better behave." One of the hulking men beside Lu Haonan landed a heavy punch to his stomach, rendering him speechless. "If I drink with you, you'll let my friend go?" Zhao Qinya carefully inquired, suppressing her fear. "Of course. Scarborough always keeps his promises." "Xiao Zhang, pour us 2 glasses." Seeing the opportunity arise, Scarborough instructed Xiao Zhang. "Sure thing." Xiao Zhang brought over 2 glasses, one of which contained a white powder. Having served Scarborough for many years, he was well aware of his intentions. Zhao Qinya was attractive, and once she drank the spiked beverage, there would be no escape for her. As he handed the drink to Scarborough, he exchanged knowing glances with him. "Come on, little lady. Drink this and I'll let your friend go," Scarborough urged, placing the tainted drink before Zhao Qinya. a mix of coercion and temptation in his tone. "No, please don't drink." Lu Haonan knelt, clutching his stomach in pain, unable to utter a sound. The earlier punch had left him feeling as if he had been hit by a truck, and he was still in agony. "Qinya, please drink it. If you do, they'll let us go." Zhou Xiaolu was consumed by the desire to flee, losing all rational thought, unaware of the implications the drink held for Zhao Qinya. "Qinya, don't drink it." Wu Yingying, more innocent, believed that merely drinking with them wouldn't lead to anything sinister. "All right, I'll drink." Zhao Qinya realized she was the only one who could save them all. Though terrified, she reached for the glass Scarborough offered. Scarborough's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Things were going even smoother than he had hoped. "Wait." Just as she was about to drink, a familiar voice interrupted. Mu Fan stood up, drawing the astonished gazes of everyone in the room. He walked over to Zhao Qinya, snatching the glass from her hand. "Mu Fan, you." Zhao Qinya was momentarily stunned. "Sun Jinbiao, how dare you think you deserve my friend's company?" Mu Fan retorted, a cold smirk on his face, his voice booming. The entire room fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 23. Mu Fan takes action. With Mu Fan stepping forward, everyone was taken aback. Lu Haonan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Mu Fan. He had repeatedly sought trouble with Mu Fan today, constantly trying to provoke him, but he never anticipated that Mu Fan would stand up at this critical moment. Even Sun Yin, the daughter of the wealthiest man in Green City, had abandoned them to flee. Comparing their backgrounds, Lu Haonan's was far superior, but in front of Scarborough, he was as helpless as the rest. Zhang Jinjia, whose brother worked in law enforcement, had nearly been annihilated for provoking Scarborough. Mu Fan had nothing. Why was he risking himself now? "Mu Fan, what are you doing? Are you trying to get us all killed?" Zhou Xiaolu cried, her emotions spiraling out of control. She had naively believed that if Zhao Qinya drank the wine, Scarborough would let them go. Now that Mu Fan had intervened, it felt like they were being pushed into a corner. Zhou Xiaolu was utterly selfish, only considering her own perspective. "Zhou Xiaolu, shut your mouth. It's you who's trying to push Qinya into a corner." Wu Yingying retorted, her anger directed at Zhou Xiaolu. The chaos they faced was largely due to Zhou Xiaolu's reckless actions. "Everyone, shut up!" Xiao Zhang shouted impatiently, silencing the room instantly. "Kid, you're quite bold," he sneered, stepping toward Mu Fan, looking down at him with contempt. "You dare to interrupt my conversation with Sun Jinbiao?" Mu Fan cast a cold glance at him, raising his hand and delivering a sharp slap to Xiao Zhang's face. The force sent Xiao Zhang flying, crashing into a table before collapsing at Scarborough's feet. Everyone was stunned. They had not expected Mu Fan to respond so aggressively. Lu Haonan felt a wave of shock wash over him. Well done. Though Zhang Jinjia was injured, seeing Mu Fan confront Xiao Zhang brought a sense of satisfaction to his heart. How is this possible? Zhou Xiaolu widened her eyes in disbelief at the scene before her. Mu Fan, this moment, Zhao Qinya was equally stunned. She suddenly realized that Mu Fan seemed to possess a unique aura. Scarborough glanced at the writhing and groaning Xiao Zhang beneath him, and his expression darkened immediately. How could you commit such a despicable act, drugging a young girl's drink? Mu Fan shook the wine glass in his hand, his icy gaze fixed on Scarborough as he coldly spoke. His words fell upon Scarborough's ears like a chilling wind from the depths of hell. "Bastard. How could you stoop so low?" After learning of this, Lu Haonan wished he could flay Scarborough alive. Zhao Qinya was his favorite girl. If she had actually consumed that drink, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhou Xiaolu, upon hearing this, was utterly stunned. Zhao Qinya and Wu Yingying turned as pale as a ghost. Particularly Zhao Qinya, who felt her scalp tingle at the realization that someone had slipped drugs into her drink. "Who are you?" Scarborough furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Mu Fan, asking in a gravely serious tone. He had no recollection of this audacious youth who dared to address him by name. "Who am I? I am the enemy come to send you on your way." As Mu Fan spoke, an overwhelming aura surged from him. In his past life, Mu Fan had endured Scarborough's torment to save Zhao Qinya. Now, facing his nemesis, how could he let him slip away easily? Never mind that Scarborough was a local tyrant in Green City. Even if he were the king of heaven, Mu Fan was determined to teach him a lesson today. The venue fell into a deathly silence. Lu Haonan suddenly realized he had underestimated Mu Fan from the beginning. Zhang Jinjia, filled with admiration, managed to give Mu Fan a thumbs up with great difficulty. Zhou Xiaolu was astonished, gazing at Mu Fan as though she were witnessing a ghost. Unable to believe her eyes, Zhao Qinya, too, found it hard to regain her composure. Mu Fan's bravery was astonishing. It was as if they had only just met him today. Mu Fan, it turns out you are the true man. Wu Yingying felt a wave of emotion. It's worth noting that Lu Haonan came from a wealthy family and often acted wildly, claiming to be the little prince of Green City. Yet today, when he faced Scar Brother, he resembled a mouse confronted by a cat, utterly cowed. In contrast, Mu Fan's performance today left everyone in awe. Kill him, Scar Brother, a man of few words but great ruthlessness, perceived Mu Fan as a mere kid. Yet today he had ruined his plans. He was furious, and the consequences would be severe. With Scar Brother's command, his underlings charged at Mu Fan. However, what unfolded next would be etched in everyone's memory forever. Mu Fan's agility was astonishing. In just a few moves, he had knocked down all of Scar Brother's dozens of lackeys. Sun Jinbiao, is this the extent of your men's capabilities? Mu Fan glanced at him. Speaking coldly, Scar Brother looked at his men sprawled all over the floor, his expression darkening like a stormy sea. He had ruled Green City for years, and now he was suffering such a humiliating defeat at the hands of a stranger. An unnamed fury ignited within him. Kid, are you really that capable? Scar Brother, cornered by Mu Fan, pulled out a handgun from his pocket. He intended to kill Mu Fan. Upon seeing the gun, a glint of cold light flashed in Mu Fan's eyes. Qinya, take everyone and leave here. Mu Fan knew that the events about to unfold could spiral out of control. For the safety of Zhao Qinya and the others, he decided they should leave. Scar Brother did not stop them. Killing Mu Fan alone was one thing. Involving Lu Haonan and the others would complicate matters to Mu Fan. But Zhao Qinya hesitated, her kind heart unwilling to abandon Mu Fan. Zhao Qinya, at this point, stop hesitating. Are you really willing to throw your life away? Zhou Xiaolu, seizing the opportunity to escape, rushed forward to pull Zhao Qinya away, eager to leave this hellish place, eyeing her desire to flee. She even chose to ignore her boyfriend, who had been severely injured by Scar Brother while trying to protect her. Mu Fan, hold on. We'll get help for you. Lu Haonan, just before leaving, suddenly showed loyalty to Mu Fan. But upon receiving Scar Brother's glare, he instantly wilted, avoiding eye contact. Zhao Qinya was forcibly pulled away from the bar by the others. After seeing Zhao Qinya leave, Mu Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. In truth, aside from Zhao Qinya, he cared little for the fates of the others. In his heart, Zhao Qinya was his only friend. Sun Jinbiao, how do you wish to die? Facing the threat of the gun, Mu Fan remained utterly unperturbed, leisurely pouring himself another drink and sitting down comfortably. The first to die will be you. True to his ruthless nature, Scar Brother aimed his gun at Mu Fan and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening gunshots rang out. Lu Haonan and the others, supporting one another, had just exited the bar when they were petrified by the sounds of gunfire behind them. Mu Fan, has he perished? Lu Haonan swallowed hard, suddenly realizing that water was dripping down his pant leg. He had wet himself in fear. Mu Fan, upon hearing the gunshots, Zhao Qinya, in a frenzy, attempted to rush back into the bar. After all, it was because of her that Mu Fan had been shot. Despite Mu Fan's incredible skills in taking down Scar Brother's men, no amount of martial prowess could withstand the force of a bullet. Qinya, calm down. Wu Yingying, at this moment, forcibly pulled Zhao Qinya back. As Lu Haonan and the others regained their senses, they joined Wu Yingying in dragging Zhao Qinya back to the car. Let me go. I need to save Mu Fan. I can't let him die. Zhao Qinya struggled desperately against them. Zhao Qinya, please calm down. Mu Fan sacrificed himself to save us. Do you want to see him die in vain? Lu Haonan gripped her shoulders, shaking her firmly, trying to force her to regain her composure. Wu Yingying and the other girls were already in tears, terrified beyond measure. In their hearts, they had already resigned themselves to the belief that Mu Fan had been shot dead by Scar Brother. Why did this happen? Why? Zhao Qinya wept bitterly, never expecting that Mu Fan would lose his life to save them. The atmosphere was one of profound sorrow. Lu Haonan knew that in such dire moments, he needed to stay strong. He started the car and drove towards the nearest hospital since his good friend Zhang Jinjia had also sustained severe injuries. If Zhang Jinjia didn't receive timely medical attention, he could very well bleed to death. Chapter 24. The dragon has a reverse scale. Those who touch it must die. Scar Brother fired 3 shots at Mu Fan. He was a notorious local tyrant in Green City. Anyone who dared to provoke them would face dire consequences. Yet today, Mu Fan not only injured his men but also forced Scarbrother into a corner. How could a single youth defeat a group of his men? This was enough to send him into a panic. Despite his inner turmoil, years of streetwise experience kept him from showing any signs of fear outwardly. He had a gun. No matter how skilled Mu Fan was, how many bullets could he withstand? As he pulled the trigger, the bullets flew out, but what happened next would haunt him forever. The bullets, instead of hitting Mu Fan, floated in the air. They were so close to him. Yet they lost all momentum and could not advance an inch. How is this possible? Scarbrother could no longer maintain his composure. Terror spread across his face. That he couldn't even kill this brat with a gun was unfathomable. Mu Fan's expression remained calm as he reached out, effortlessly plucking a bullet from the air. He flicked it casually, sending it flying back towards Scarbrother. Scarbrother was hit in the left leg and fell to his knees before Mu Fan. Blood streamed from his wound, instantly staining his pants. What seemed like a casual strike from Mu Fan surpassed the power of a bullet from a gun. For the first time, Scarbrother felt death looming close. He was utterly thrown into disarray. The methods displayed by Mu Fan had surpassed anything he could comprehend. Unhurried, Mu Fan plucked another bullet from the air. Who are you? Who are you really? Scarbrother had never felt so desperate. He stifled the pain in his leg and shouted defiantly at Mu Fan. Who could have predicted that the once arrogant Scarbrother would be completely dominated by this youth, consumed by fear? Mu Fan, Mu Fan replied coolly, hurling the second bullet at Scarbrother. Scarbrother was hit in the right leg as well. His legs lost all strength, and he knelt before Mu Fan. At that moment, Mu Fan plucked the third bullet from the air. Let us settle the scores of our past lives and this life today. Mu Fan had no intention of leaving son Jinbiao alive. In his previous life, he had been powerless and defenseless, yet Scarbrother had still tormented him nearly to death, all because he had stood up to stop Scarbrother from bullying Zhao Qinya. In this life, Scarbrother had tried to kill him with 3 shots. He, the illustrious Taihao Tianzuan, could not allow a mere mortal to brazenly offend him. Therefore, son Jinbiao had to die today, Mu Fan. If you dare kill me, I am the 98th disciple of the real personally. In a moment of desperation, Scarbrother revealed his trump card. The Li he mentioned was the martial arts master of Green City, Li Zidao. Li Zidao was immensely famous in Green City, and the city's elite sought to be his disciples to curry favor with this great figure. After all, becoming a named disciple of Li Zidao meant receiving his protection. Su Huxiao was a named disciple of Li Zidao, and Scarbrother was also one of his named disciples. Li Zidao's requirements for accepting disciples were simple. As long as they could present wealth that satisfied him, he would accept them as named disciples. In the upper echelons of Green City, a significant portion of the population were his named disciples. Li Zidao? Upon hearing this, Mu Fan frowned slightly. Mu Fan, are you scared? If you dare kill me, my master will surely annihilate your entire clan. After revealing his trump card, Scarbrother burst into maniacal laughter. Over the years, he had thrived in Green City largely due to the fear instilled by his connection to Li Zidao. It was said that every time Li Zidao accepted a named disciple, he would promise to help them in times of trouble. It was this promise that led the elite circles of Green City to scramble to become his disciples. In fact, Li Zidao had maintained a stellar reputation over the years, having intervened for his named disciples on several occasions. Each time he did, it caused a tremendous uproar throughout Green City. Bring him here. I want to see what kind of skills he has to call himself a real person, Mu Fan replied coldly, suddenly intrigued by this Li Zidao. Mu Fan, your skills are indeed remarkable, but compared to the real personally, you fall woefully short. If you simply choose to end your life in front of me, I might consider sparing your family, but otherwise, neither you nor your family will escape death. Seeing Mu Fan hesitate, Scarbrother thought he had frightened him with Li Zidao's reputation and began to launch a psychological assault. Threatening me? Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flickered in Mu Fan's eyes. In his rebirth, his parents were his greatest concern. Scarbrother dared to threaten Mu Fan's parents. This was tantamount to touching his reverse scale. A dragon has a reverse scale. Those who touch it must die. For now, I am merely threatening you. When Li Zidao arrives, your entire family will be doomed. Scarbrother laughed recklessly. But in the next second, a bullet struck his forehead, creating a bloody hole. Until his last breath, Scarbrother never expected that Mu Fan would truly dare to kill him. Scarbrother is dead? The local tyrant of Green City perished in the Yewai bar today. No one can threaten me. Not a single soul. The Mu fan stared expressionlessly at Scar Brother's corpse as it slowly fell. In that moment, he was the decisive Taihao Tianzuan. Mu fan snapped his fingers, and all the surveillance equipment in the bar was instantly destroyed. The recordings in the computer were also obliterated. After completing these actions, Mu fan quietly exited the bar. That night, as news of Scar Brother's death spread, it shocked the entire elite society of Green City. The implications of this event were enormous, given Scar Brother's prominence in the city. How could his sudden and mysterious demise not astonish everyone? Chapter 25. The Master of the Age, Li Zidao Scar Brother is dead. He died in the Yewai bar. This news swept through Green City like a tempest. The Su family. I never expected son Jinbiao to die just like that. Upon hearing the news, Su Lingtian reflected on the unpredictability of life. Just a few days ago, he had closed a deal with Scar Brother, and now the latter was gone. Good riddance. That guy was arrogant and ostentatious, and it was only a matter of time before someone took him down. Ji Hongmei, playing with an expensive diamond ring on her finger, displayed an astonishing calmness upon hearing of Scar Brother's demise. The two were conversing in the living room when Sun Yin, looking troubled, returned home. Little Nyin, where have you been? I wanted to go visit your brother in the hospital with you this afternoon, yet I couldn't find you anywhere. Ji Hongmei chided her daughter upon seeing her return. I doubt I was out having fun with friends, Sun Yin stammered, appearing distracted. You're all grown up now, yet you still play so much. Oh, you really intend to marry that Mu fan? Ji Hongmei's mention of Mu fan made her grit her teeth in resentment. If it weren't for him, how could her beloved son have been injured and hospitalized? I realize my mistakes. I want to do it again. Sun Yin, afraid of her mother, quickly lowered her head to apologize. All right, go back to your room and study. I still have things to discuss with your father. Ji Hongmei's ire subsided somewhat upon hearing her daughter's apology. Mom, I understand. Sun Yin quickly slipped back to her room. Su Lingtian, look at the trouble you caused when you were young. If you really marry little Nyin to Mu fan, I, as her mother, will be the first to oppose it. Ji Hongmei suddenly recalled her daughter's engagement to Mu fan, and the anger she had just quelled reignited. Rest assured, that boy Mu fan is unworthy to marry my Su Lingtian's daughter. In the past, I foolishly promised to marry little Nyin to his son in front of Mu Shanhai, but you can be sure that the Mu family will find it difficult to climb to our level. Su Lingtian had long begun to regret the promise made in his youth. Now, he was more inclined to marry his daughter to a family of equal standing. Su Lingtian is now the wealthiest man in Green City. If he were to marry off his daughter, his expression would still lack luster. It is easy for you to say. That Mu fan is a formidable martial artist. If we dare to breach our agreement, he could very well turn our family upside down. Ji Hongmei remarked coldly, Do not worry. Mu fan will not be able to dance for long. I have gathered information that Li Zidao is soon returning to Green City, and no matter how strong Mu fan may be, Li Zidao has killed martial artists before. As Su Lingtian spoke of Li Zidao, a glimmer of confidence sparkled in his eyes. His faith in Li Zidao was unwavering, for his reputation loomed large across Green City. Many of the city's elite were well aware of his name, viewing him as a deity among men. I hope Master Li can successfully deal with Mu fan. That way, our daughter will not have to marry him. Ji Hongmei's heart brimmed with anticipation for Li Zidao in a desolate factory on the outskirts of Yunhai City. An underground boxing match was underway. Who dares to challenge me? Come at me all at once. In the center of the ring stood a man clad in simple robes, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, with his hands clasped behind his back. He was none other than the renowned martial artist Li Zidao. At that moment, he stood as an insurmountable barrier, single-handedly overwhelming numerous experts from Yunhai City, leaving them unable to lift their heads in his presence. Everyone, let us unite. Surely we can bring him down. The martial artists of Yunhai City seethed with anger at Li Zidao's arrogance. With a commanding shout from their leader, a bald man, the group charged recklessly at Li Zidao, a mere flock of chickens. Li Zidao faced the onslaught with an unflinching smile. He waved his sleeve, and a fierce gust of wind materialized, striking the attackers with seemingly mundane force, yet delivering a blow of thunderous might. The air was filled with cries of anguish. They were no match for the effortless strike of Li Zidao. Are you a master of hidden strength? The martial artists of Yunhai City were thrown into disarray. A hidden strength master had emerged from Green City. Esteemed guests, I concede. Li Zidao addressed the gathered experts with a respectful nod. We accept our defeat with grace. The martial artists of Yunhai City were thoroughly subdued by Li Zidao's prowess. On the second floor of the abandoned factory, a man with a pointed face turned to a middle-aged man known as Boss Lei, and with a hint of frustration said, "Boss Lei, you were able to invite Li Zidao from Green City. I truly underestimated you today. Mr. Li, I have one. Thank you for the 10 billion, Boss Lei." Puffing on a cigar, smiled brightly. "A bet is a bet. Half of Yunhai City's market shall belong to you from now on." As he spoke, his heart bled. Meanwhile, Li Zidao had already ascended the stairs. Master Li, upon seeing him, both Boss Li and Boss Lei stood respectfully, addressing him as master. "What of the items promised to me?" Li Zidao inquired, his expression unyielding. "Master Li, everything has been prepared for you," Boss Lei exclaimed, clapping his hands. Instantly, a beautiful assistant produced a box in front of everyone. As the box opened, a piece of pristine jade, no larger than a fingernail, lay quietly within. Li Zidao gestured, and the jade flew into his hand. The spectators were left in awe at his ability to summon it from afar. "I have what I came for. Our accounts are settled," Li Zidao remarked, casting a cool glance at Boss Lei before leaping from the second floor of the factory, his figure disappearing into the darkness. Master Li is indeed a remarkable individual. Only after his departure did Boss Li and Boss Lei exclaim in unison. Filled with admiration, on the high-speed train from Yunhai City to Green City, an elderly farmer named Old Wang and his wife were laboring in their fields. "Old Wang, do you see that person standing on the train?" his wife exclaimed, pointing at the speeding train. "Old woman, your eyes must be deceiving you. At such speed, even a bird would slip off. How could anyone stand on a moving train?" Old Wang, busy cutting grass, did not even look up. "No, really, there is a person standing at the front of the train," she insisted, tugging at his sleeve. "By heavens, there truly is someone." Old Wang finally turned, stunned. He could not fathom how a person could maintain balance atop a high-speed train without falling. Li Zidao, clad in simple robes, stood confidently atop the speeding train, unaffected by the howling winds that whipped around him, his garments billowing as if he were a mountain unmoved. "I never expected that in just a few days away, Green City would produce a martial artist of such caliber." This individual not only injured Su Hushao but also eliminated Sun Jin Biao. While they may not hold great importance to me, they were nonetheless registered disciples of mine. One must recognize their master. If I do not take action, the affluent of Green City may harbor ill feelings towards me, making it challenging to extract their wealth in the future. So be it. I, Li Zidao, have refrained from violence for many years. Yet if this man dares to wreak havoc in my territory, I shall take his life to establish my authority. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zidao resolved to return to Green City and unleash a storm of chaos. Chapter 26. The path of martial arts is treacherous, more challenging than ascending to the heavens during the day. Mu Fan practiced at the Han Hai Mountain Villa, returning home at night to spend time with his parents. He relished this current lifestyle. As the family gathered around the dinner table, Mu Fan's phone rang unexpectedly. "Mr. Mu, as per your instructions, the medicinal herbs have been gathered." Upon answering, he recognized Jiang Yunshu's familiar voice. "I understand." Mu Fan responded before hanging up, continuing his meal in silence. "Xiao Fan, who called?" It sounded like a girl. Shen Feng Yuan inquired, glancing at her son, "A classmate of mine. She needed my assistance with something," Mu Fan replied nonchalantly, shoveling food into his mouth. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Shen Feng Yuan chose not to pry further. Things have been tumultuous in Green City lately. The local tyrant Sun Jin Biao was brutally murdered at a bar yesterday. Xiao Fan, when you go out, do not linger too long and remember to return home early. His father suddenly advised with concern. "I will, Dad." Mu Fan nodded in acknowledgement. After dinner, Mu Fan helped his mother wash the dishes before leaving the house. "Next time, park a bit farther away. Don't leave the car so close to our home." Upon entering Jiang Yunshu's Rolls-Royce, he instructed casually, not wishing to worry his parents about his involvement in treating the elder of the Jiang family. "Understood, Mr. Mu," Jiang Yunshu replied respectfully. After a few days apart, Jiang Yunshu noticed a significant change in Mu Fan's demeanor, though she could not pinpoint the exact difference. "Drive," Mu Fan instructed from the front seat, closing his eyes to rest. Jiang Yunshu nodded, inhaling deeply as she drove the Rolls-Royce away. At Wulong Mountain Villa, Elder Jiang and Jiang Wenhua had been waiting at the entrance for Mu Fan's arrival. Elder Jiang, dressed in traditional attire, sat upon a Wangwali wood chair, leaning on a dragon-patterned cane. He appeared rejuvenated compared to a few days prior. Zhang Wenhua stood attentively by his side. The withered plants that once adorned the villa had vanished, replaced by vibrant greenery, revitalizing the estate's appearance. Father, Sun Jin Biao is dead. Zhang Wenhua suddenly spoke. I have heard of this matter. Elder Zhang replied nonchalantly. Being the underground emperor of Green City, he was well informed about various happenings. I have heard that this incident is intricately connected to the Su, Liu, Zhao, and Zhang families, Zhang Wenhua continued. Sun Jin Biao was a notorious figure in Green City, and his demise had stirred much speculation. What do you propose? Elder Zhang inquired, furrowing his brow. I suspect the Zhang family is behind this. Zhang Wenhua asserted. Oh? Elder Zhang looked curiously at his son. I heard from reliable sources that Sun Jin Biao injured Zhang Cheng's son and attempted to drug the Zhao family's daughter at the bar. Zhang Wenhua recounted the information he had gathered. While Sun Jin Biao may not be a prominent figure, do not forget he had Li Zidao backing him. Those you mentioned would not dare to act so recklessly. Elder Zhang countered, dismissing his son's theory. Even a strong dragon struggles against a local snake. In Elder Zhang's eyes, while the prominent families of Green City had achieved some success in recent years, they remained beneath his notice, for there existed a group above them. The martial artists it was said that those who reached the pinnacle of martial arts transcended human limitations, becoming immortal and extraordinary. Yet, these were merely legends. Whether such beings truly existed remained unknown. Father, then who do you believe is responsible for Sun Jin Biao's death? Zhang Wenhua humbly inquired. I have heard that Mu Fan was also present at the Yiwei Yang bar that night. Elder Zhang replied slowly. Mu Fan? The divine Dr. Mu? Zhang Wenhua was taken aback. Father, do you mean to say? Zhang Wenhua's mind raced with disbelief. He had only known Mu Fan as a miraculous healer. Could he also be a martial artist? The thought sent chills down his spine, recalling how he had previously offended Mu Fan. Every martial artist was a formidable entity beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Wenhua, are you aware that martial artists possess a unique skill known as leaf damage? Elder Zhang, rather than directly answering, continued his discourse. Of course. When a martial artist reaches a certain level, they can pluck a leaf and kill from a distance. Zhang Wenhua affirmed earnestly. Just watch. Elder Zhang smiled slightly, extending his hand to pluck a leaf from a fine porcelain tea bowl and tossing it forth. Swish! The leaf flew like a bullet, striking a tree 20 meters away with pinpoint accuracy. The seemingly robust trunk was pierced, leaving a hole the size of an adult finger. Father, you? Zhang Wenhua's eyes widened in disbelief. The trees in the villa, including the prized specimens, were his recent transplant projects. The tree Elder Zhang had just pierced had stood for 20 years and cost him a fortune to acquire. Such a thick trunk could be penetrated by a single leaf? Indeed, I have now entered the realm of hidden strength, Elder Zhang explained, perceiving his son's astonishment. Even he had not anticipated the extraordinary opportunity to become a master of hidden strength in his lifetime. All thanks to Mu Fan, for after Mu Fan treated him, Elder Zhang not only recovered from a life-threatening illness, but also entered the realm of hidden strength that very night. Having dedicated 50 arduous years to martial arts, he had once thought hidden strength was beyond his reach. Yet, who could have foreseen such a dramatic turn of fate? The path of martial arts is arduous, refining essence into chi, refining chi into spirit, and refining spirit into void. The levels of martial arts are distinguished as bright strength, hidden strength, transformative strength, dance strength, and vigorous strength. The ultimate realm of martial arts is immortal and indestructible. Elder Zhang had spent over 50 years merely scratching the surface of martial arts. If not for Mu Fan's appearance, he would have never attained hidden strength in this lifetime. Thus, the difficulty of practicing martial arts becomes ever more evident. Father, congratulations on successfully entering hidden strength, Zhang Wenhua exclaimed with excitement. His father becoming a hidden strength master meant the Zhang family would continue to thrive. For many years, the only individuals capable of threatening the Zhang family in Green City were the martial artist Li Zidao. The Zhang family and Li Zidao frequently clashed over principled matters, yet their encounters were always minor skirmishes, as both parties exercised restraint, avoiding significant conflict. However, given that Li Zidao was younger than Elder Zhang and rumored to have already entered hidden strength, the Zhang family had yet to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Elder Zhang remained mysterious, and Li Zidao could not ascertain his true level, thus choosing to preserve his strength and observe the developments. The two most powerful factions in Green City maintained a precarious balance. Yet, with Elder Jiang's advancing age and hidden ailments, while he remained the foremost figure in Green City, his influence waned year by year. Li Zidao had seized upon this weakness, aggressively recruiting disciples and gradually encroaching upon the Jiang family's power. Should Li Zidao be given a few more years to develop, it would soon become a challenge even for the Jiang family to suppress him. Compared to Mr. Mu, I fear I am far behind. Elder Jiang waved his hand dismissively, a self-deprecating smile forming. Could Mu Fan also be a master of hidden strength? Jiang Wenhua was once again astonished. Wenhua, Master Mu is my savior. Henceforth, every member of the Jiang family must revere and respect him. Certain things should remain unspoken. Certain actions, even with mountains of gold before you, must not be taken. Elder Jiang's demeanor suddenly shifted to an unprecedented seriousness. Such a scene was rare for him, a man whose mere presence could stir tremors in Green City. Despite Elder Jiang's esteemed status, he still bowed in reverence before Mu Fan. Father, I will remember everything. Jiang Wenhua gasped, hastily bowing in compliance. Satisfied with his son's response, Elder Jiang nodded. At that moment, Jiang Yunshu drove the Rolls-Royce into view. Chapter 27. A master not to be underestimated. As the vehicle entered the Jiang residence, Elder Jiang, aware that Mu Fan had arrived, quickly rose to welcome him. The Rolls-Royce came to a halt, and Jiang Yunshu exited first, then courteously opened the door for Mu Fan. He stepped out of the car slowly. Master Mu. Upon seeing Mu Fan, the venerable Jiang immediately bent his body and clasped his fists, addressing him directly as master. The members of the Jiang family behind him, including Jiang Wenhua, all followed suit, mirroring the same gesture. Under the influence of Jiang's esteemed elder, each member of the Jiang family displayed profound respect towards Mu Fan. Have all the medicinal herbs been gathered? Mu Fan inquired directly, nodding calmly. The list he had left that day contained herbs of exceedingly rare and precious nature, and he had not anticipated that the Jiang family would manage to assemble them so swiftly. Master Mu, as per your instructions, we have managed to procure every single herb without exception. Jiang, the elder, replied with a smile. Since acquiring the formula for the elixir, he had mobilized the entire resources of the Jiang family, sparing no expense in the search for the listed herbs. The Jiang family, with its deep roots and the unprecedented emphasis placed by the elder, had quickly gathered the materials. Although some herbs were somewhat challenging to procure, many were willing to grant Jiang the elder a favor, as a single herb could render the illustrious Jiang family indebted in the eyes of the Green City. A most lucrative transaction indeed. Very well, I shall concoct the elixir for you today. After you consume it, the hidden ailment within you shall be completely cured, Mu Fan declared with unwavering confidence before all the members of the Jiang family. He had long since discerned the elder's ailment and was certain that with his elixir, it would be effectively resolved. Master Mu's immense kindness and virtue shall remain etched in my memory for eternity. Jiang the elder expressed his profound gratitude. At that moment, Jiang Yunshu gazed at Mu Fan with boundless anticipation. If the elixir he crafted could indeed cure her grandfather's ailment, it would be a monumental boon for the entire Jiang family. Mu Fan acknowledged her gaze with a gentle nod, and then, amidst the throng of admirers, he proceeded towards the chamber where the herbs were stored. Inside the antiquated yet charming building, a multitude of precious medicinal herbs were displayed, each carefully placed under transparent glass domes, ensuring their protection. Once inside the room, Jiang Wenhua began to recount the arduous process of gathering these herbs, admitting, Master, to be frank, we have expended considerable resources and efforts to acquire these herbs, and at times, we have even incurred significant favors from others in the process. I am about to refine the elixir. You all may leave, Mu Fan interrupted, showing no interest in Jiang Wenhua's recounting. He turned to the Jiang family, issuing a direct command. Jiang Wenhua's expression faltered with hesitation. It was well known that every herb in the room was of immense value, with several being priceless treasures that could not be purchased even with money. The thought of Mu Fan concocting the elixir alone, without anyone watching, filled Jiang Wenhua with unease. After all, without supervision, what if Mu Fan decided to pocket some herbs? Yet, Jiang Wenhua's perspective was indeed narrow. Mu Fan was a figure of great renown. He had encountered countless exceptional elixirs and had no desire to sully his reputation by pilfering from the Jiang family. Master Mu, I appreciate your efforts. Jiang the elder interjected, without a moment's hesitation. His respect and trust in Mu Fan were evident. Upon hearing this, Mu Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang the Elder led the entire Jiang family out of the room, ensuring the door was securely closed behind them. As they exited, Jiang Wenhua frequently glanced back towards the chamber. Wenhua, do you not understand the principle of trusting those you employ and not doubting those you do not? Jiang the Elder remarked, having seen through all of Jiang Wenhua's thoughts. His son was, after all, rather Navi. If Mu Fan truly coveted the herbs, he would simply seize them without resorting to any underhanded tactics. Father, you know how difficult it was to gather these herbs. We have expended a third of our family's assets and incurred numerous debts. Jiang Wenhua attempted to defend himself. Enough. Once Master Mu has completed the elixir, you shall bow and apologize to him. Jiang the Elder's expression turned grave, his voice cold. He understood well the importance of respecting a master. But why? Jiang Wenhua retorted, unwilling to concede. One must harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant. Jiang the Elder's voice darkened. Each herb in the chamber was of such exquisite rarity that harboring a sense of caution was not unfounded, because you have shown disrespect towards Master Mu. Jiang the Elder's countenance darkened further, and he struck the ground with his cane, causing the stone floor to crack. Father, your reprimand is justified. I recognize my error, Jiang Wenhua replied, lowering his head in submission upon witnessing his father's genuine anger. Jiang Yunshu, observing this scene, finally grasped the elevated status Mu Fan held within their family. Her grandfather, who had commanded respect in Green City for many years, had never bowed to anyone. Yet, he held Mu Fan in the highest regard, even forbidding family members from offending him. Why prior gift of a villa to Master Mu seems to have been a wise decision. Jiang the Elder's reaction solidified Jiang Yunshu's belief that her gesture to win over Mu Fan had been remarkably astute. Should this happen again, I shall break both your legs. Jiang the Elder's voice was heavy, his demeanor authoritative yet not angry. Yes, Jiang Wenhua quivered upon hearing this, fully aware that his father was not jesting. Jiang the Elder had 4 children, 3 sons and 1 daughter. His eldest son was the most accomplished, serving as a governor in the southern city, benefiting the local populace. The second son, although not as successful, was the head of the Divine Machine Camp in Green City, an elite force established by the National Government for Special Operations (IT). Was said that a martial arts master presided over the headquarters of the Divine Machine Camp. Such individuals were exceedingly rare, truly the cream of the crop. Jiang the Elder's only daughter, Jiang Xiaomin, had thrived in the real estate business in whose city, amassing a fortune exceeding $1 trillion. She had put considerable effort into assisting Jiang the Elder in gathering the herbs. Jiang Wenhua, ranking 4th among his siblings, was the youngest and had achieved far less than his older siblings. His success in whose city was largely due to the support of his father and older siblings, making him the least capable among the Jiang family. The child Wenhua pales in comparison to the others, Jiang the Elder thought, shaking his head in disappointment. Yunshu, did your aunt not mention she would return today? What time will she arrive? It would be a good opportunity for her to meet Master Mu, Jiang the Elder inquired, taking a seat in a pavilion not far from the medicinal chamber. Aunt just replied, saying she will be home shortly. Jiang Yunshu checked her phone and responded. This time, we owe a great deal to your aunt for collecting the herbs. Remember to be sweet to her when she arrives. She adores you the most, Jiang the Elder remarked, feeling a wave of nostalgia for his daughter. Unlike the other children, his daughter had always been strong-willed and more daring than the boys. Over the years, she had carved out a $1 trillion empire in whose city on her own. Jiang the Elder cherished his daughter, yet Jiang Xiaomin's relentless pursuit of success meant he rarely saw her, sometimes only once a year. Grandpa, I understand, Jiang Yunshu replied with a smile. Yunshu is the sensible one. That unambitious father of yours, despite his age, is still less perceptive than you. Jiang the Elder's words were pointed, casting a glance at Jiang Wenhua. Jiang Wenhua felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing his father was openly chastising him in front of his sister. As they conversed, a convoy of luxury cars suddenly entered Wulong Mountain Villa, with a Mercedes-Benz G-Class leading the way, followed by Bentleys and Porsches. Dad, I'm back. A woman with a neat bob haircut, dressed in black leather, stepped out of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class as the convoy halted before Jiang the Elder and the others. Jiang Xiaomin, the chairwoman of Ronghua Group, was a formidable presence in whose city south real estate market, earning her the title of Queen of Real Estate. As the only daughter of Jiang the Elder, she was greatly favored within the family. Not only did Jiang the Elder dote on her, but her 2 older brothers also indulged their younger sister. Seeing her daughter return, Jiang the Elder's face lit up with joy, and his wrinkles seemed to soften. "Aunt, you're finally back," Jiang Yunshu exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward to embrace her. "Yunshu, you've grown into quite the young lady." Jiang Xiaoman smiled, taking in her niece's appearance before affectionately kissing her on the cheek. "Aunt, Grandpa has been thinking about you every day. He misses you dearly. Let us go see him." Jiang Yunshu eagerly grasped her aunt's hand, leading her towards Jiang the Elder. Trailing behind them were several individuals Jiang Xiaoman had brought back from whose city, one of whom, an elderly man in a Taoist robe with a long beard, stood out remarkably. "Sister, you're back," Jiang Wenhua greeted, his demeanor shifting as he regarded his sister with a hint of trepidation. He was acutely aware of his sister's sharp tongue, especially since he had often fallen short compared to his siblings. Jiang Xiaoman glanced at him, offering a curt nod as a greeting. She had long since given up on her younger brother, knowing he had not achieved much over the years. "Xiaoman, you've lost weight." Jiang the Elder rose to greet her, his heart aching as he noticed her slightly gaunt appearance. After graduating from university, Jiang Xiaoman had remained in whose city, tirelessly building her business empire. Known as the aloof goddess of the circle, she had become a legendary figure in the business world. "Dad, I heard you were ill a few days ago, so I brought a master back for you to meet," Jiang Xiaoman said, her heart heavy with mixed emotions upon seeing her father. The once invincible figure she remembered had aged considerably, now resembling a frail old man. "Master?" Jiang the Elder inquired, perplexed. "Master Huang, this is my father." Jiang Xiaoman introduced the elderly gentleman, who emanated an aura of calm authority in his gray Taoist robe. "Aunt, didn't Ti mention over the phone that we now know Master Mu? Why have you brought Master Huang as well?" Jiang Yunshu leaned closer to her aunt, whispering her confusion. "Master Huang is the true master," Jiang Xiaoman replied earnestly, her expression serious. "Fine." Jiang Yunshu pouted, internally grumbling at her aunt's insinuation that Mu Fan was not a true master. In truth, Jiang Yunshu understood that since her aunt had settled in whose city, she had been exposed to a broader world and had developed a sense of superiority over the smaller green city. Thus, she often held a subjective belief that individuals from smaller places were inferior to those from larger cities. Today, for instance, Jiang Xiaoman stubbornly believed that Master Huang was more capable than Mu Fan, perhaps harboring a subtle disdain for him. However, given that Mu Fan had saved her grandfather's life days prior, she refrained from voicing her thoughts outright. "Jiang Elder, I wish you good health," Master Huang greeted upon seeing Jiang the Elder. Recognizing him as a formidable dark energy practitioner, he had not anticipated that such a figure could exist in the seemingly modest green city, let alone be the father of his employer. "Please, Master Huang, take a seat as our honored guest." Jiang the Elder welcomed him with a warm smile. Although it was their first meeting, Jiang the Elder sensed that Master Huang lacked the enigmatic aura that surrounded Mu Fan. "Father, where have you placed the herbs I gathered for you?" Jiang Xiaoman inquired, her face brightening as she mentioned the herbs. "Master Huang is well versed in elixir crafting. He can prepare some qi blood pills for you that will ensure longevity upon consumption," she added with a smile. Master Huang sat upright, displaying an indifferent demeanor towards Jiang Xiaoman's words, embodying the essence of a hermit. "Master Mu is already in the process of refining the elixir for me," Jiang the Elder replied casually. However, his words sent a ripple of alarm through Jiang Xiaoman. Even Master Huang, who had remained composed, suddenly turned his attention to Jiang the Elder, taken aback. "Father, you truly are muddled. How can you trust an outsider so readily? Do you have any idea how challenging it was to gather those herbs?" Jiang Xiaoman exclaimed, her voice rising in urgency. She had traveled a great distance, bringing Master Huang back to maximize the use of the herbs and prevent any waste. "Has the 1,000-year ginseng already been refined?" Master Huang asked, his breath quickening as he looked at Jiang the Elder. Disbelief etched on his face. He suddenly perceived Jiang the Elder as exceedingly foolish. If all the precious herbs were squandered, it would be a monumental waste. Acquiring a 1,000-year ginseng was nearly impossible. Not merely a matter of wealth, but a true treasure that could not be bought with money. Furthermore, the herbs gathered by the Jiang family extended beyond just the 1,000-year ginseng. They had collected a plethora of rare and invaluable herbs, each comparable in quality. "How would I know? Master Mu is currently busy in the apothecary," Jiang the Elder replied nonchalantly. He sensed that Master Huang was not genuinely there to assist him in refining elixirs, but rather seemed more interested in the herbs themselves. Upon hearing this, Master Huang sprang from his seat and dashed towards the apothecary, intent on interrupting Mu Fan's work. Master Mu is currently refining the elixir. You cannot disturb him, Jiang Yunshu interjected, stepping in front of Master Huang to block his path. If I do not intervene, a third of your Jiang family's wealth will vanish into thin air, Master Huang insisted, stamping his foot in agitation. Yunshu, step aside. Jiang Xiaoman ordered coldly, her tone firm. Aunt. Jiang Yunshu protested, her expression a mix of reluctance and determination, for she placed her trust in Mu Fan over Master Huang. Miss Jiang, I apologize for any offense, Master Huang declared, as tensions mounted. Master Huang, seeing that the other party refused to yield, was keenly protective of his medicine. He leaped several meters into the air, soaring over Jiang Yunshu's head. The elder Jiang, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but narrow his gaze. Truly a master, he jumped higher than an ordinary person. Jiang Wenhua teased. Jiang Xiaoman's expression remained calm. She was well aware of Master Huang's abilities, which extended far beyond this display. How can you be so rude? Jiang Yunshu fumed as she watched the figure fly over her head, nearly exploding with anger. Without a second thought, she pursued him. Inside the pharmacy, the Jiang family's strength was indeed impressive. They had managed to gather the medicinal materials for the Nirvana pill. Although these herbs were far inferior to those in the celestial realm, they were more than sufficient for concocting a terrestrial version of the pill. This attempt to refine pills for the elder Jiang marked a trial after my rebirth, and with this experience, I would be better equipped to concoct pills for my father in the future. Mu Fan pondered for a moment, just as he was about to organize the herbs for refining. Suddenly, the tightly shut door of the pharmacy was forcefully pushed open. Stop at that moment, Master Huang burst in. Chapter 29. Who gave you the courage? Master Huang's sudden entrance interrupted Mu Fan's actions. Upon seeing the young man, Mu Fan could not help but frown. The members of the Jiang family followed closely behind, entering the pharmacy. You are Master Mu? Master Huang, upon seeing Mu Fan, was taken aback to find that he was merely a boy of 17 or 18. He immediately adopted a disdainful demeanor. The elder Jiang had truly lost his senses. This Mu Fan appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any trace of true essence within him. What right did he have to call himself a master? Moreover, the art of alchemy was profound and intricate. Master Huang had toiled for many years to grasp a mere fraction of its essence. In contrast, this young man was far too inexperienced to comprehend the intricacies of pill refining. The elder Jiang had entrusted such precious herbs to a mere child. What a farce! Thankfully, he had intervened in time. Otherwise, the Jiang family would have suffered tremendous losses. Mu Fan did not respond but instead cast a cool glance at Jiang Yunshu and the others, awaiting an explanation. As a junior member of the Jiang family, although Jiang Yunshu leaned towards Mu Fan, she found herself devoid of any authority due to the presence of her domineering aunt. Jiang Xiaoman. Jiang Xiaoman was notorious for her strong-willed nature. She would not dare provoke her. You must be Master Mu, correct? Now that Master Huang has arrived, you need not trouble yourself with pill refining, Jiang Xiaoman said frostily, stepping forward with a stern expression. In truth, from the moment she laid eyes on Mu Fan, she felt a strong instinct that the elder had been deceived. Mu Fan was far too young. It was impossible to find someone of his age proficient in pill refining, even in the entirety of Hu City. Although she lacked knowledge in alchemy, her experience and intuition told her that mastering the craft required decades of accumulated expertise. There was no way to simply step into it. Mu Fan looked like a high school student. Who would believe he could refine pills? The elder, given his advanced age, was the only one who could be so misguided as to believe the words of this youth. Auntie Jiang Yunshu began to step forward to mediate, but Jiang Xiaoman coldly interrupted her. As the chairwoman of Wanrong Group, now worth billions, she would not allow anyone to question her decisions. Jiang Xiaoman had always been dominant, and even the elder Jiang had little recourse against her. In the entire Jiang family, only her elder brothers could occasionally speak to her, but alas, both were now in high positions and rarely returned home. The elder Jiang lingered outside the pharmacy, understanding that it was not the right time for him to intervene. He knew Jiang Xiaoman well. Even if he stepped in, given her strong-willed nature, she might not heed his words. Of course, there was a deeper reason for his hesitation. Kid, do you really think you are worthy of refining pills? Do you have any idea how precious each herb here is? If you ruin even one, I could not compensate you even if I shattered every bone in your body. Master Huang stood at the center of the crowd, mercilessly mocking Mu Fan. Tio him. The notion of Mu Fan refining pills was the greatest joke in the world. If pill refining were so easy, wouldn't the world be filled with alchemists? Did Jiang Xiaomin really need to go to such lengths to summon him from whose city? I am unworthy, but what of you? Mu Fan sneered to him. The act of refining pills was child's play. Back in the celestial realm, even the most accomplished pill king, Yin Danqing, had to live in the shadow of Mu Fan's unparalleled skills. Most of the top-tier pills in the celestial realm had been refined by Mu Fan himself. The longevity pill granted immortality to mortals and extended the lifespan of celestial beings. The 9 rebirth pill, when consumed by a dying sovereign, would instantly revive them. The yin-yang soul-gathering pill could even reconstitute a soul scattered by external forces. Mu Fan had refined an abundance of supreme-grade pills. Who dared to say he was unworthy of the title of alchemist? Kid, I acknowledge that you saved Elder Zhang's life, which is why I have shown you some courtesy. Do not overstep your bounds. Master Huang's expression turned cold as Mu Fan publicly embarrassed him, and the aura of a powerful dark energy user suddenly descended upon the room. The onlookers felt a chill permeate the air. As if the temperature had dropped several degrees. Mu Fan, Master Huang is a top-tier alchemist I specifically invited from whose city. He once created a pill that cured all ailments. I know you saved my elder's life. And we, the Jiang family, will never forget this kindness. However, the art of alchemy is no trivial matter, so I ask you to observe and learn while Master Huang refines the pills that I, Jiang Xiaomin, promise you that once Master Huang has completed the pills, I will gift you one. Jiang Xiaomin showcased her skills as a self-made top-tier businesswoman, employing both soft and hard tactics to turn the Jiang family from passive to active. Before Jiang Xiaomin returned to whose city, both Elder Jiang and Jiang Yunshu had shown immense respect towards Mu Fan, fearing to offend him in the slightest. However, in Jiang Xiaomin's mind, regardless of Mu Fan's past heroics, the Jiang family could not afford to lose their authoritative position in front of him. The Jiang family was a renowned clan in Green City, and their current standing was the result of generations of hard work. If a mere Mu Fan could suppress the entire Jiang family, they would not tolerate such humiliation. The elder was, after all, advanced in age and harbored a deep-seated fear of death, hence his eagerness to befriend Mu Fan. Jiang Yunshu, being still a child, had been well protected by her family and had yet to face the harsh realities of the world. Thus her thoughts remained relatively naive. Her fourth brother was a spoiled rich kid, always living off the elder, and Jiang Xiaomin recognized that she must step up in this situation. Otherwise, a single Mu Fan could dominate the family. And if another Wang Fan or Lu Fan were to emerge, would the Jiang family simply hand over their entire estate? Before her return, Jiang Xiaomin had thoroughly understood the family's circumstances, including Jiang Yunshu kneeling before Mu Fan and Jiang Wenhua offering 100 million cash along with a jade ring. She was aware of it all. Xiaomin, have you created enough of a scene? Elder Jiang, leaning on his dragon-patterned cane and supported by Jiang Yunshu, slowly entered the pharmacy. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaomin fell silent, suppressing her grievances. Master Mu, my third daughter has been spoiled by me since childhood. If she has offended you, I apologize on her behalf. Of course, the pill refining must still be done by you. I have failed to discipline my children, causing you to witness such a farce, Elder Jiang said with a bitter smile, politely bowing to Mu Fan. Upon hearing his words, Mu Fan's expression shifted. He had come to understand that the relationships within the Jiang family were likely not as harmonious as they appeared to outsiders. Father, how long will you continue to be stubborn? Jiang Xiaomin, witnessing her father apologize to Mu Fan, could no longer contain her emotions and erupted. Why? Why does my father trust a stranger over his own daughter? All my hard work, all my efforts to establish my career, were to prove myself to my family, to show I am stronger than my 2 brothers, to demonstrate that a woman can achieve extraordinary accomplishments. In the outer world, I am a revered goddess, a myth in the business realm. Yet why do I never hold sway in this home? Is it simply because I am a daughter? This is unfair. It is unjust to me. When a person is determined to pursue a particular course of action, there is often a deeper reason beyond the surface. Jiang Xiaomin's underlying desire was to gain authority within her family. Xiaomin, Master Mu is my savior. I have stated that we, the Jiang family, shall honor and respect him. My word is not to be taken lightly. Elder Jiang spoke with a commanding presence, his voice resonating like thunder, leaving no room for rebuttal. Chapter 30. Sudden turn of events. Elder Jiang's words clarified his stance. Jiang Xiaomin was taken aback. She truly did not expect her father to be so obstinate. To her, Mu Fan was merely a boy of 17 or 18. Did he truly merit such devotion from the elder Jiang, even to the point of risking familial discord? The Jiang family had long been the object of others' flattery in Green City. When did they start to curry favor with anyone? Setting aside elder Jiang's influence, both of his elder sons were renowned figures in their own right. As a successful entrepreneur worth billions, Jiang Xiaomin felt her pride wounded at having to bow to a mere youth like Mu Fan. Cousin, there must be a reason for Grandpa's actions. Jiang Yunshu stepped forward to ease the tension, approaching Jiang Xiaomin with words of comfort. Your grandfather is old and has become muddled. Does that mean you must follow suit? Jiang Xiaomin coldly huffed, diverting her frustration onto Jiang Yunshu. The thought of Jiang Yunshu kneeling before Mu Fan left her feeling humiliated. In Jiang Xiaomin's eyes, Jiang Wenhua and his daughter were the hidden talents of the Jiang family. Sighing, Jiang Yunshu lowered her gaze, stepping aside. The atmosphere in the Jiang family had grown increasingly tense over the matter of pill refining. Elder Jiang, since your daughter has such confidence in Master Huang, let him refine the pills today. Mu Fan, recognizing Elder Jiang's sincerity, decided to show him some leniency by yielding. Kid, you are perceptive. Jiang Xiaomin seized the opportunity, asserting, I, Jiang Xiaomin, will honor my word. Once Master Huang has refined the pills, I will ensure you receive one. There's no need for that. Mu Fan promptly declined. After traversing the celestial realm for 7 centuries, he had seen all manner of exquisite pills. What pill could he not create? This so-called Master Huang was not even worthy to carry his shoes. In Mu Fan's eyes, Jiang Xiaomin's inability to recognize true talent marked her as utterly short-sighted. Alas! Elder Jiang sighed deeply upon hearing this. Originally, having Mu Fan assist him in refining pills was an extraordinary opportunity, yet it had been muddled by his daughter's interference. He could see that his children had a poor grasp of discerning character. If he were to pass on the family legacy to them after 100 years, could they truly safeguard the family's hard-earned achievements? Elder Jiang understood that Mu Fan was the true dragon, while the Master Huang brought by his daughter was merely a self-serving charlatan. Master Huang, you may now proceed to refine the medicine for my father, Jiang Xiaomin instructed politely after winning over Mu Fan. Miss Jiang, your family has shown me disrespect. I have now changed my mind. I will help you refine the medicine. But that 1,000-year ginseng is to be mine. Master Huang suddenly flipped the script. He had been provoked by Mu Fan and was now unwilling to accept the treatment he felt was beneath him, especially when the elder Jiang had shown such unwavering support for Mu Fan. Jiang Xiaomin was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that he would so openly undermine her in front of her family. She felt as if the ground had been pulled from beneath her, her body trembling with rage. Jiang Xiaomin, competitive by nature, had sought to prove herself to her family, and now Master Huang's actions felt like a dagger to her ambitions, having just offended Mu Fan. Master Huang's sudden reversal left her situation far more unbearable than being roasted over a fire. Miss Jiang, you cannot blame me for this. Compared to the building you offered me, I have a greater need for that 1,000-year ginseng. Master Huang had set his sights on the ginseng the moment he entered the pharmacy. His primary purpose for visiting the Jiang family was to acquire that prized herb. Mu Fan had initially intended to leave, but decided to stay and witness the unfolding drama as Jiang Xiaomin suffered a blow to her pride. Master Huang, do not overstep your bounds, Jiang Xiaomin warned, her face as cold as ice. Elder Jiang was equally astonished. He had not expected his daughter to be so incompetent in her dealings. You are going too far. You disrespect my father's savior, and between us, who is truly overstepping? Master Huang retorted with a chilling snort, his aura rising ominously. What do you think you're doing? This is the Jiang family. You cannot behave as you please here. Jiang Wenhua stepped forward, furious at Master Huang's behavior. He had begun to realize that this so-called Master Huang had been scheming against their family from the start. How pitiful his sister had been, deceived all along. Enough! Master Huang coldly snorted and struck out with the palm, targeting Jiang Wenhua from a distance. As an ordinary person, Jiang Wenhua had no defenses against the sudden assault from a powerful dark energy user. He was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground, clutching his chest as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Father! Jiang Yunshu rushed forward to check on her father's injuries. A handprint was now indented deeply into Jiang Wenhua's chest, a sight that was truly alarming Wenhua. Jiang Xiaomin's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this scene. Master Huang showed no remorse for his actions. He simply reached out and snatched the 1,000-year ginseng into his grasp. Master Huang, my son is just an ordinary person. As a martial arts master, you have surely gone too far. Elder Zhang's eyes glinted with a cold light. The implications of Master Huang's actions were clear. He was intent on harming and robbing them. Elder Zhang, I know you are also a master of dark energy, but I advise you not to resist, for I could eliminate you with just 3 moves, Master Huang declared arrogantly. You have gone too far. Elder Zhang, having lived a life of struggle, had never faced such provocation. With a furious roar, he charged directly at Master Huang. In an instant, the 2 men were engulfed in a fierce battle. Innocent as a common man may be, possessing a treasure can indeed bring about one's downfall. Yu Fan shook his head in lamentation upon witnessing the turmoil that had befallen the Jiang family. It became apparent to him that Master Huang had never intended to concoct pills for the Jiang family. Rather, he had come solely for the 1,000-year ginseng. Jiang Xiaomin was utterly dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. She had originally invited a master to assist her grandfather in refining elixirs, but instead, calamity had successfully found its way into her home. Regret, despair, guilt, frustration, remorse, and anger surged within her like a raging flood, overwhelming her completely. Thud. Given his injuries and advanced age, Zhang Leoi had only exchanged a few simple moves with his opponent before he was utterly defeated. Father! Jiang Xiaomin cried, rushing forward without a second thought upon seeing her grandfather wounded. I'm old, and no longer capable. Zhang Leoi, cradled in Jiang Xiaomin's arms, coughed blood and managed a bitter smile as he spoke. Grandfather! At this moment, Jiang Yunshu also rushed forward, her heart wrenched with pain, lamenting her own helplessness in protecting her family. You old fool, I told you, you are no match for me, Master Huang sneered, spitting contemptuously on the ground, demonstrating his disdain for the Jiang family. Huang Qiufeng, you have injured my family today. My 2 brothers will not spare you. Jiang Xiaomin's heart was filled with hatred. Ha! With this 1,000-year ginseng in my possession, I shall soon break through to the realm of martial arts, becoming an omnipotent martial arts master. At that time, will I fear the Jiang family? Master Huang laughed coldly. Upon hearing this, a profound sense of helplessness washed over Jiang Xiaomin. Alas! Zhang Leoi knew deep down that he might not survive this day. Although Zhang Laoda and Zhang Lair were capable, they were too far away to assist, and even if they were aware of the situation, they could not return home in time. Huang Qiufeng, if you desire this 1,000-year ginseng, take it. But please do not harm my family. Jiang Xiaomin had been severely taught a lesson by her opponent. She knew she had utterly failed today, and had implicated her family in her folly. Miss Jiang, you do understand the principle that cutting grass without removing the roots allows it to regrow, don't you? Huang Qiufeng had committed many heinous acts over the years, and with the Jiang family's considerable influence, he had to eliminate any potential loose ends. Only the dead could keep a secret forever. The Jiang family members turned pale upon hearing this. Just as they were engulfed in despair, Mu Fan stepped forward. Jiang Xiaomin, if you kneel and beg me now, I might consider helping your Jiang family resolve this crisis. Chapter 31. Terrifying indeed. Mu Fan's sudden proposition filled the Jiang family with a glimmer of hope, yet plunged them deeper into despair. Especially for Jiang Xiaomin, her face turned ashen, overwhelmed by regret and helplessness. Huang Qiufeng clearly intended to kill for the medicinal herb. If they provoked Mu Fan further at this critical moment, the Jiang family might be erased from Green City today. Zhang Leoi sighed, knowing that his daughter had failed to recognize the true dragon and had offended Mu Fan. It was only natural for the latter to make such a demand. After all, every martial arts master is not someone an ordinary person can recklessly provoke. Aunt, my father can't hold on much longer. Jiang Yunshu wept, her heart racing. Jiang Wenhua was merely an ordinary man. How could he withstand the strike of a dark energy master? Wenhua Jiang Xiaomin glanced at her brother, who was on the brink of death, her heart twisted in agony. Though she often looked down upon her seemingly useless brother, now, in this life and death moment, how could she bear to watch her only brother die before her eyes? The Jiang family was in dire straits. Jiang Wenhua was in peril, Zhang Leidoi was gravely injured, and Huang Qiufeng lurked like a predator, eager to kill and silence them. All of this was triggered by Jiang Xiaomin's actions, leaving her heart-rendingly distressed. How can I trust that your words are genuine? After much internal struggle, Jiang Xiaomin finally turned to Mu Fan and inquired. Mu Fan appeared far too young, and if her father could not match Huang Qiufeng, how could Mu Fan possibly save the Jiang family from him? Huang Qiufeng had been invited by her. She was acutely aware of the terrifying strength he possessed. In the martial arts world of Hu City, he was a renowned figure, and those in her circle revered him as a deity. Jiang Xiaomin had initially believed that her wealth and means could compel him to act on her behalf, but now it seemed she had been gravely mistaken. Martial arts masters possessed extraordinary strength. How could they be manipulated by ordinary people? Thus, Huang Qiufeng had merely been putting on an act. Now that he had acquired the thousand-year ginseng, he could no longer maintain his facade, revealing his true nature and why patience is limited. Mu Fan spoke calmly, offering no explanation in his eyes. Even though Jiang Xiaomin was a billionaire heiress, she was nothing before him. Not only was Jiang Xiaomin insignificant, but even the entire Jiang family combined amounted to mere ants in Mu Fan's sight. His willingness to grant her the opportunity to kneel and plead was merely due to the fact that he had previously accepted Jiang Yunshu's villa, not wanting to owe a favor. Otherwise, as the esteemed Taihao Tianzuan, he could have simply eliminated her at the first instance of her offense. You little brat, daring to stand up for the Jiang family. You must not know the meaning of death. Huang Qiufeng licked his lips, speaking coldly. Since he had brought matters to this point, if the other party was seeking death, he would not mind adding another victim to his list. Did I permit you to speak? Mu Fan's sharp gaze fell upon Huang Qiufeng, who felt as though he was being scrutinized by the abyss itself. A chill coursed through him. Huang Qiufeng sensed an unsettling doubt. How could someone so young possess such a piercing gaze? He had only encountered such intensity in true powerhouses. Jiang Xiaomin was taken aback by Mu Fan's response, as the chairwoman of the Ronghua Group, the illustrious queen of real estate in Hu City, and a legendary figure in the industry. Did she not have the right to demand an explanation? Jiang Xiaomin felt deeply wounded, realizing that all her years of effort had been in vain. Aunt, grandfather has fainted. Jiang Yunshu anxiously examined Jiang Laoy's injuries, only to discover that his breath had grown alarmingly weak. If he was not promptly taken to the hospital, he might lose his life at any moment. Jiang Laoy had already been gravely ill, and after a fierce confrontation with Huang Qiufeng, he was now in a state of utter depletion. Jiang Xiaomin was violently pulled back to reality as she rushed to Jiang Laoy's side, only to find him barely clinging to life. The last barrier in her heart shattered completely. Faced with the vicious Huang Qiufeng and the imminent threat to her family's lives, her only recourse was to seek Mu Fan's assistance. Master Mu, I was wrong. I should not have offended you. I truly regret it. Please, I beg you to save the Jiang family. Jiang Xiaomin finally made her resolve. She decisively approached Mu Fan, kneeling before him and bowing her head in apology. At that moment, all her prestige, pride, and identity dissipated into nothingness. Her forehead struck the ground repeatedly, each impact echoing with a sharp sound. Jiang Xiaomin continued until blood flowed from her forehead, not daring to stop for fear that even the last glimmer of hope would vanish. Gone was her previous arrogance. Now, she was utterly humbled before Mu Fan. Driven by a fierce will to survive and a steadfast determination to protect her family, she would not hesitate to lick Mu Fan's toes if it meant securing their safety. Huang Qiufeng, witnessing this scene, sneered repeatedly but made no move to intervene. He wanted to see what capabilities Mu Fan possessed that allowed him to stand up for the Jiang family. If I had known this would happen, I would have acted differently from the start. Very well, today I shall intervene to help your Jiang family resolve this crisis. Mu Fan's expression remained calm as he regarded the kneeling Jiang Xiaomin. Thank you, Master Mu. Thank you, Master Mu. I shall be eternally grateful for your great kindness. Even if it means serving you for the rest of my life, I shall do so without complaint. Jiang Xiaomin expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Mu Fan chose not to respond further, instead fixing his gaze on Huang Qiufeng. Speak, how do you wish to die? As Mu Fan's words hung in the air, Huang Qiufeng felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. You dare to speak so boldly? Today, I shall take your life. Huang Qiufeng scoffed coldly, his aura suddenly surging in an instant. His true essence erupted, enveloping him in a swirling tempest. A leaf fell from above, and as it reached the aura, it was instantly shredded to pieces. The technique he was employing was the signature external release of true essence characteristic of dark energy masters. Having walked the martial world for many years, Huang Qiufeng relished the thrill of defeating opponents with a single strike. Ruthless and decisive, his method had never failed. Master Mu, be careful. Jiang Yunshu recognized the technique Huang Qiufeng was using. She recalled her grandfather speaking of dark energy masters who could externalize their true essence. When released, this true essence could be used for both offense and defense. Moreover, true essence was a unique form of energy. Once transformed into an attacking form, anyone who touched it would surely die. What a flashy trick, Mu Fan scoffed, not only refusing to evade but instead advancing toward Huang Qiufeng. Huang Qiufeng was stunned to see Mu Fan willingly step into the protective barrier of true essence, remaining unscathed. His expression shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, he had severely injured Jiang Leigui without employing this technique. How could Mu Fan, without fear, enter his true essence barrier? An expert can tell at a glance. Huang Qiufeng now realized that Mu Fan was far more powerful than he had anticipated. Otherwise, upon entering the barrier, he would have been torn to shreds by the true essence. Flee. A potent sense of life and death crisis enveloped him in an instant. Want to escape? Mu Fan coldly snorted, then struck out with a punch. Huang Qiufeng had no hope of evading Mu Fan's attack. With just one blow, he let out a wretched scream as his true essence was shattered. Huang Qiufeng coughed up a mouthful of blood, instantly gravely injured. Impossible, impossible, how can you be so strong? Panic filled Huang Qiufeng's eyes as he looked at Mu Fan. Chapter 32. A pill with a single finger. Huang Qiufeng's face was etched with terror. He had never expected that he, a dark energy master, would be defeated by Mu Fan in one blow, particularly as that seemingly ordinary punch had shattered several of his ribs upon impact. The sharp pain radiating from his wounds constantly reminded him that this was all happening in reality. Could it be you are a martial arts master? As this thought crossed his mind, his expression changed drastically. Only a legendary martial arts master could so easily inflict injury upon him. Green City was merely a second-tier city. How could there possibly be a martial arts master here? Huang Qiufeng understood clearly that those who became masters were exceedingly rare even in larger cities like Hu City. The realization that he had provoked a master filled him with dread. What is a martial arts master? Mu Fan gazed at him, his voice cold and questioning. He had heard this term more than once. You don't even know what a martial arts master is? Huang Qiufeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Observing Mu Fan's expression, he sensed it was not a facade and began to doubt his own judgment. Was it possible that he had misjudged this individual? Mu Fan was indeed not a martial arts master. He was on the path of immortal cultivation. As for the martial arts masters, they were merely practitioners who had reached a certain level of attainment in martial arts on Earth. All martial artists who entered the transformation stage shared a common title, martial arts master. Why must I know? Mu Fan sneered. As the only cultivator in existence on Earth, he was an invincible entity. Regardless of whether or not someone was a martial arts master, if they crossed him, they would all be dealt with in a single strike. Even the mightiest martial artist could not compare to the realm of immortal cultivation. Jiang Xiaoman and the others were left astonished at Mu Fan's overwhelming strength. Although Jiang Yunshu had always known Mu Fan was formidable, she had never witnessed his prowess until today. Experiencing it firsthand, she finally understood why her grandfather held Mu Fan in such high regard. If you are not a martial arts master, then you shall die. Huang Qiufeng sneered savagely, then unleashed a stream of white energy toward Mu Fan. This energy was formed from his true essence. Given their proximity, if it struck Mu Fan, he would undoubtedly perish. Child's play. How dare you show off in front of me? Mu Fan scoffed, not only refusing to dodge but instead reaching out to grasp the white energy. With a flick of his wrist, the energy shot back towards Huang Qiufeng like an arrow. Not good. Huang Qiufeng's face shifted dramatically. He tried to evade, but it was too late. The energy struck him squarely, sending him hurtling backward like a leaf tossed in a storm. Thud. His body crashed through a table before hitting the ground heavily, raising a cloud of dust. His own lethal strike had not only failed to kill Mu Fan but had instead backfired, seriously injuring him. Huang Qiufeng coughed up a mouthful of blood, completely stripped of his combat capability. He had lost the gamble. Mu Fan was far stronger than he had imagined. Thus, attempting to ambush Mu Fan was utterly futile. Mu Fan approached him expressionlessly, his gaze icy. You, who exactly are you? Huang Qiufeng, gravely injured, felt several ribs broken and his internal organs severely damaged. Even with modern medical assistance, his martial prowess was utterly ruined. You are not worthy to know, Mu Fan replied coldly, then summoned the thousand-year ginseng into his hand. Seeing Mu Fan so effortlessly defeat Huang Qiufeng, Jiang Xiaomin was immediately engulfed in a wave of shock. In her eyes, Huang Qiufeng was already powerful, for he was a formidable martial artist in whose city. Yet she had never anticipated that Mu Fan would be 1,000 times more formidable. Such an extraordinary figure, and she had once dared to look down upon him. Reflecting on it now, Jiang Xiaomin was drenched in cold sweat as she watched Mu Fan take the 1,000-year ginseng from Huang Qiufeng. She dared not utter a word. I underestimated the scarcity of cultivation resources on Earth. Merely a millennium-old ginseng has driven even a dark force master like Huang Qiufeng to the brink of desperation. Willing to kill for the sake of seizing the medicine, Mu Fan's gaze scrutinized the ancient ginseng, and he finally comprehended how arduous the process of cultivating immortality on Earth truly is. The extreme scarcity of resources will severely impede his advancement in cultivation. Huang Qiufeng, I shall slay you. At that moment, Jiang Xiaomin suddenly charged forward. She delivered several fierce kicks to Huang Qiufeng, who lay on the ground, utterly incapacitated and in a pitiful state. She was venting the fury that had built up within her. Had it not been for him, how could her home have descended into chaos, with everything in disarray? Now, with her father and brother both grievously injured and teetering on the brink of death, how could she possibly restrain her rage? Ha ha ha, you foul woman! A foolish creature like you, had it not been for the assistance of a master, I, Huang Qiufeng, would have bloodily wiped out the Jiang family today. Your old man, and that useless brother of yours, have all been left severely wounded by me. Even if a celestial being descended, they could not save them now. Although Huang Qiufeng feared Mu Fan, Jiang Xiaomin posed no threat in his eyes whatsoever. He merely cursed his bad luck for encountering a master like Mu Fan. Otherwise, with that millennium-old ginseng in his possession, he could have aspired to become a martial arts grandmaster within 10 years. You? Jiang Xiaomin's teeth clenched in fury upon hearing this. Jiang Xiaomin, only I can save your father and brother now. Can you bear to watch as Jiang old man and your brother perish before your very eyes? Release me at once and hand over that millennium ginseng. I shall immediately act to save them. If I die, your family shall accompany me to the grave. Huang Qiufeng began to threaten Jiang Xiaomin with growing audacity. Jiang Xiaomin's mind was in disarray. She had not anticipated that Huang Qiufeng, this old fox, would have such a scheme in store. The millennium ginseng was in Mu Fan's possession, and Jiang Xiaomin dared not voice her demand. She understood that this was Huang Qiufeng's divisive ploy. She had just witnessed Mu Fan's formidable strength. If she were to demand the ginseng now, the slightest displeasure from him could result in her demise. Yet her desperation to save her loved ones consumed her. Jiang Xiaomin found herself caught in a dilemma, unsure of how to proceed. Who says only you can save them? Mu Fan scoffed, rebutting him on the spot. Huang Qiufeng, sensing his scheme was on the verge of success, felt an icy chill suddenly surge from his tailbone to the crown of his head upon hearing Mu Fan's words. Jiang Xiaomin's heart soared with hope as she turned her expectant gaze toward Mu Fan. Medicine, now, Mu Fan commanded with a firm voice. The medicinal herbs within the pharmacy suddenly levitated, swirling around everyone present. This? Jiang Xiaomin was left utterly dumbfounded. Mu Fan's astonishing abilities had completely captivated her. Master Mu. Truly impressive. Zhang Yunshu, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of emotion as well. Huang Qiufeng's eyes were fixed on Mu Fan, disbelief etched across his face. Pill formation. Mu Fan tossed the millennium ginseng among the multitude of herbs, his hands swiftly forming seals. He then pointed towards the herbs, and suddenly, a fiery crimson flame materialized, enveloping all the materials within. The flames burned for mere seconds, and when they dissipated, the herbs had vanished, replaced by 3 sparkling pills that floated in the air. One finger to form a pill, the pinnacle of alchemical mastery. Although Huang Qiufeng was severely injured, witnessing Mu Fan's pill-making process left him utterly astonished, nearly causing his eyes to pop out. Chapter 33. The awe of a dark force master in modern society. The rapid advancement of biomedicine has enabled pharmaceutical companies to produce medications to cure various ailments. Thus, alchemy is nearly incomprehensible to contemporary individuals. Most mainstream groups believe that alchemy exists solely within the realm of fiction. Only a select few understand the profound depth of the Tao of pills. Huang Qiufeng had devoted his life to the pursuit of alchemy, becoming increasingly obsessed with it. The more he learned about alchemy, the more he felt a sense of reverence. Typically, alchemists utilize essential tools like alchemical furnaces during the pill-making process. However, Mu Fan today created pills without any tools at all. One finger to form a pill. This is the highest realm of alchemy. Huang Qiufeng had spent his life studying the Tao of pills, having only encountered such miraculous methods in ancient texts. However, these extraordinary alchemical techniques were so advanced, they were nearly akin to those of celestial beings. Hence, such methods were only briefly mentioned in ancient texts without detailed explanation. Witnessing Mu Fan's alchemy today sent waves of shock through Huang Qiufeng's heart. The 3 pills suspended in midair released a fragrant aroma as the golden light faded away. Just the scent alone made Huang Qiufeng feel as though his injuries were rapidly healing. What kind of pills are these? Huang Qiufeng's face was a mix of astonishment and horror. The Jiang family members were equally dumbfounded. Mu Fan's near-divine abilities shattered their previous perceptions and fundamentally altered their understanding of alchemy. Jiang Yunshu, have your family consume these pills, and they shall heal their injuries, prolong their lives, and ward off all ailments. Mu Fan spoke calmly. In truth, because he was not in the celestial realm, the nirvana pills he crafted today were not true divine pills. After all, one could not find the heavenly materials and earthly treasures or precious herbs available in the celestial realm on earth. Thus, the 3 pills he created today could only be considered a low-tier version of the nirvana pills. However, even so, reviving Jiang Old Man was no longer a problem. It could even eradicate the hidden ailments he had accumulated over the years. Jiang Yunshu nodded heavily in agreement. The 3 pills promptly flew before her, finally landing in her hands. Master Mu, we do not wish to be greedy. These pills are your creation, and we only require 2. Please accept the remaining 1. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoman took one of the pills from Jiang Yunshu's hand and respectfully presented it to Mu Fan. Having dominated the business world for years, she had mastered the art of human relations. Though the pills were precious, the Jiang family dared not be greedy. Retaining 2 pills for reviving Jiang Old Man and Jiang Wenhua was sufficient. As for the last pill, honoring Mu Fan was the best course of action. You are quite understanding. Mu Fan nodded in satisfaction, extending his hand to receive the pill enveloped in spiritual energy. This final nirvana pill, once given to my father, will allow his severed limb to regenerate. Had it not been for my father, I would not have readily intervened to craft pills for the Jiang family. Master Mu, you truly humble me. Compared to you, my cleverness pales in comparison. Jiang Xiaoman responded with utmost politeness. She had already recognized the vast chasm between herself and Mu Fan, and thus she dared not exhibit any disrespect. Mu Fan, hearing this, chose not to elaborate further. Jiang Yunshu approached Jiang Old Man and carefully administered the nirvana pill to him. To prevent contamination, each pill was enveloped in spiritual energy. As the pill was consumed, the medicinal power transformed into a warm current that flowed from the esophagus into the stomach. Such a waste of resources. Huang Qiufeng watched Jiang Yunshu administering the pill, consumed by envy in his eyes. Jiang Old Man was a martial arts master. Consuming a premium pill was hardly an issue. Yet Jiang Wenhua was merely an ordinary person, and for such a premium pill to be wasted on him was truly a misallocation. Little girl, for your father's injuries, half a pill would suffice. As for the remaining half, could you sell it to me? Or whatever your Jiang family desires, I shall comply. Huang Qiufeng, dragging his wounded body, crawled before Jiang Yunshu, pleading pitifully. The allure of Mu Fan's pills was simply too great. He did not need a complete pill. Half would suffice, and it would grant him a chance to ascend to the realm of a master. The murderous actions he had taken before were all for the sake of obtaining cultivation resources to become a master. Get lost? Jiang Yunshu dismissed him with indifference. Moments ago he had sought to murder their entire family, and now he was shamelessly begging for pills, utterly devoid of dignity. She kicked him away, exasperated. Master Mu, I implore you, grant me half a pill. I would serve you for life without complaint. Huang Qiufeng understood that today was his only chance. If he missed this opportunity, he might never qualify to become a master. Mu Fan's ability to form pills with a single finger, coupled with his swift recovery after merely catching a whiff of the medicinal aroma, assured Huang Qiufeng that the pills Mu Fan had crafted were undoubtedly of the highest quality. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Jiang Old Man to consume it for the sake of saving his life. You are quite adaptable. I have one condition. Should you agree, I may consider granting you half a pill. Mu Fan calmly addressed the prostrating Huang Qiufeng. Whatever you require, I shall comply, even if it's one request. or 10 or 100, I shall acquiesce. Huang Qiufeng exclaimed joyfully, disregarding even the sharp pain from his injuries. Zhang Yunshu, your father's injuries can be treated with half a pill. As for the remaining half, let it be given to Master Huang. Mu Fan noted Huang Qiufeng's decisive agreement, then turned to Zhang Yunshu and spoke with a calm demeanor. Master. Zhang Yunshu clearly appeared reluctant. Yunshu, do as Master Mu says. Zhang Xiaoman commanded Zhang Yunshu resolutely. Zhang Yunshu, being somewhat naive, often approached issues with personal emotion, while Zhang Xiaoman, as a business elite, understood the essence of the world to be one of mutual benefit. Had it not been for Mu Fan's intervention, the Zhang family might have ceased to exist. Thus, securing half the pills today was already a tremendous gain. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoman finally understood why Zhang Old Man held Mu Fan in such high regard. Alas, Zhang Yunshu sighed, ultimately choosing to divide half the pill for Master Huang. Upon receiving the pill, Huang Qiufeng felt as if he had found a treasure. He quickly swallowed the pill and sat cross-legged to begin refining it. Approximately 10 minutes later, when Huang Qiufeng opened his eyes, not only had his injuries healed, but he also sensed a faint inclination to break through to a higher realm. Master Mu, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace today. From now on, whether it be climbing mountains of daggers or traversing seas of flames, Huang shall bear no complaints. A newfound depth shone in Huang Qiufeng's eyes as he respectfully bowed to Mu Fan. Speaking sincerely in Huang Qiufeng's mind, he had now confirmed that Mu Fan was indeed a master. Moreover, he was the youngest master in all of Huaxia. He understood that aligning himself with someone as promising as Mu Fan would open countless doors of opportunity and fortune. Upon hearing this, Mu Fan simply nodded calmly. Zhang Xiaoman, the grievances between your Zhang family and Huang Qiufeng shall be erased from this moment forth. I prohibit any future troubles between you. Do you understand? Mu Fan gazed at Zhang Xiaoman, speaking with an air of gravity. His words were not only directed at the Zhang family but also at Huang Qiufeng. Huang Qiufeng, being a dark force master, possessed potential utility for Mu Fan. Thus, he voluntarily acted as a mediator to resolve the conflict between the two parties. Master Mu, but this fellow harmed my grandfather and father. Before Zhang Xiaoman could speak, Zhang Yunshu, feeling quite aggrieved, stepped forward and pointed at Huang Qiufeng in indignation. Miss Zhang, I was in the wrong before, and I sincerely apologize to your Zhang family. Here is a bottle of longevity pills I have crafted. I hope this can dissolve our enmity and turn swords into plowshares. Huang Qiufeng, being exceptionally astute, recognized Mu Fan's intentions and began to act in accordance with them. The Zhang family's stance was inconsequential to him. However, Mu Fan's position was not to be why acting this way. He aimed to demonstrate his loyalty and commitment to Mu Fan. Since Master Mu is mediating, our Zhang family is willing to respect his decision, and we shall accept these longevity pills. Zhang Xiaoman, representing the Zhang family, expressed their willingness to reconcile with Huang Qiufeng. Zhang Yunshu, fuming with displeasure, stood by, puffing her cheeks in protest. However, she had no choice. Her aunt had already represented the Zhang family and accepted Mu Fan's mediation. Leaving her, as a younger member of the family, reluctant to voice her opinions, she chose to sulk in silence. Let us depart. Mu Fan nodded in satisfaction at both parties' responses, then turned to leave the Zhang family with Huang Qiufeng. No sooner had they left than Zhang Old Man and Zhang Wenhua began to regain consciousness. Grandfather, you have finally awakened. Zhang Yunshu rushed forward to check on Zhang Old Man upon seeing him regain consciousness. Mu Fan's pill had lived up to expectations, healing injuries and even reviving the dead. Chapter 34. The death curse. Mu Fan had already left the Zhang family with Huang Qiufeng. Master Mu, may I inquire what tasks you wish for me to undertake? Huang Qiufeng cautiously inquired, following closely behind Mu Fan. Even after consuming the pills, his realm had elevated significantly, yet he still could not fathom Mu Fan's true strength. To him, Mu Fan seemed no different from an ordinary person. It was this sense of the unknown that made him feel even more apprehensive. The less Huang Qiufeng understood Mu Fan, the more fear gripped him. Huang Qiufeng, do you understand why I spared your life? Mu Fan asked calmly. Huang Qiufeng's level of power posed little challenge to Mu Fan, who could easily crush him like an ant. He had refrained from delivering a fatal blow because he saw potential utility in him. I do not know. Huang Qiufeng shook his head. Allow me to enlighten you then. I spared your life today, and in return, you shall remain in Green City, secretly protecting my family. Mu Fan understood that by having Huang Qiufeng, a dark force master, serve as a bodyguard for his parents, He could provide an extra layer of security. Master Mu, you want me to protect your family? Huang Qiufeng was taken aback, unable to comprehend that this would be Mu Fan's request. Are you unwilling? Mu Fan's gaze turned cold as he looked at him. Of course, I am willing, Huang Qiufeng replied, his face filled with astonishment. However, do you truly trust me to protect your family? Huang Qiufeng, with a history of treachery, had made arrangements with Jiang Xiaoman before arriving at the Jiang family, yet he had still resorted to murder and theft. It was hard for him to fathom that Mu Fan would place such trust in him with such a critical task. Of course, I do not trust you, Mu Fan chuckled coldly, then flicked his finger, causing a complex and incomprehensible seal to appear on Huang Qiufeng's arm. Master Mu, what is this? Huang Qiufeng asked, astonished to see a glowing mark on his arm. This is the death curse. Should you harbor even a fleeting thought of harming my family, the curse will activate instantly, causing your immediate demise, Mu Fan coldly explained. In truth, apart from his parents, he would not place his trust in anyone. Huang Qiufeng included, however, since Mu Fan dares to employ him, he must possess the means to control the other party. This curse is one of his tools. At this moment, Huang Qiufeng inhaled sharply, taken aback. He never anticipated that Mu Fan's methods could be so ruthless. Moreover, the level of sophistication in the other party's actions was utterly incongruent with his age. It was hard to believe that a lad of 17 or 18 could harbor such meticulous thoughts. You would do well not to harbor any delusions. My curse is beyond the comprehension of anyone in this world. Of course, as long as you dutifully protect my family, when I no longer require your services, I shall naturally lift the curse. Mu Fan spoke calmly. Rest assured, Master Mu, your family shall henceforth be my family, and I will spare no effort in ensuring their safety, Huang Qiufeng replied with utmost respect. I shall give you 3 days. You may return to Shanghai to attend to your personal affairs. Should I not see you after 3 days, the consequences are clear to you, Mu Fan continued. Understood, Master Mu. Huang Qiufeng nodded in agreement. Very well, you may now attend to your personal matters. With that, Mu Fan turned his back and departed, leaving Huang Qiufeng to respectfully clasp his fists in acknowledgement before vanishing into the night. Father, with my elixir, you shall soon shed your disability and be reborn. With this thought, Mu Fan quickened his pace homeward. In the Haihua community, Dr. Zhang led his numerous students in quiet anticipation. Teacher, is this Mu Fan truly as remarkable as you say? Huang Ling, strikingly beautiful and the most perceptive among Zhang's students, inquired. Not only is she exceptionally attractive, but her medical skills are also top-notch. She currently practices at a prestigious hospital and has already been appointed as the deputy chief physician at a young age. Xiao Ling, what we have learned pales in comparison to the skills of Dr. Mu. Dr. Zhang sighed deeply at her words. He recalled the recent predicament when everyone was at a loss regarding old Master Zhang's illness. Even after employing his ultimate technique, the 17 needles of the Immortal sect, to no avail. Yet, when Mu Fan stepped in, he rescued old Master Zhang from the brink of death in mere moments. That is the true essence of miraculous healing. Having practiced medicine for many years, Dr. Zhang has treated numerous patients, and his students are scattered across various cities, bearing the noble responsibility of saving lives. If Mu Fan could impart his extraordinary skills to Dr. Zhang, enabling him to conquer more complex ailments, it would represent a monumental contribution to the medical community. In truth, Dr. Zhang harbored aspirations, but after years of holding a prominent position, he had lacked the impetus for progress. The emergence of Mu Fan has ignited a fervent desire to learn within him. After all, he often says, one should learn as long as one lives. Is Dr. Mu truly so formidable? More so than you? Huang Ling's eyes widened in disbelief as she posed the question. Not just her, but the other students in the car shared the same sentiment. Zhang Zhonghong is an eminent physician in Green City, and this is a well-known fact. Not only do the local residents acknowledge Zhang Zhonghong's medical prowess, but patients from several major southern cities also travel great distances to seek his care. He is renowned for his miraculous healing. Now that Green City has produced a Dr. Mu, and even Zhang Zhonghong holds him in high esteem, this has aroused a profound curiosity among his students regarding Mu Fan. I fear I may not even measure up to a single finger of Dr. Mu. Dr. Zhang chuckled wryly. He has come to understand what it means to be overshadowed, suddenly feeling unworthy of the title of physician. Hiss! The students collectively gasped in astonishment. They never imagined that their teacher would hold such a high regard for this individual named Dr. Mu. Just how extraordinary must his skills be? Their curiosity about Mu Fan, as described by Zhang Zhonghong, intensified. He has returned. At this moment, through the car window, Dr. Zhang spotted Mu Fan's silhouette on the street and quickly opened the door to greet him. Chapter 35. Withered branches as Zhang Zhonghong exited the vehicle. Huang Ling and the other students followed suit. Dr. Mu. Upon seeing Mu Fan, Zhang Zhonghong bowed respectfully. Huang Ling and the other students were astonished. They had not expected the esteemed physician their teacher spoke of to be so young. After all, the youngest among Zhang Zhonghong's students, Huang Ling, was already 32 years old. The medical profession is largely about experience, and Mu Fan appeared to be merely 17 or 18. It was hard to fathom how someone of such youth could be regarded as a doctor of Zhang Zhonghong's caliber. Is he truly as formidable as my teacher claims? Huang Ling scrutinized Mu Fan closely, her mind racing with questions. ITSU? Mu Fan glanced at Zhang Zhonghong. Dr. Mu, I apologize for the intrusion, but I have come seeking your assistance. Zhang Zhonghong spoke courteously, all the while carefully observing Mu Fan's expressions. Why should I assist you? Are we well acquainted? Mu Fan replied coldly. Zhang Zhonghong was left speechless. He and Mu Fan were indeed not familiar, having only met once before. His current approach felt rather abrupt. Hey, can you show some courtesy? My teacher has practiced medicine for decades, saving countless lives. Wherever he goes, he is treated with respect. How can you speak to him in such a manner? Huang Ling interjected, visibly displeased. In her view, her teacher had already exhibited great politeness toward Mu Fan, yet the latter's demeanor was excessively aloof. Completely disregarding their presence, having spent years in prestigious institutions, bolstered by the aura of being associated with a renowned physician, they had become accustomed to being treated with deference in the face of Mu Fan's indifference. They were immediately uncomfortable. Mu Fan shot Huang Ling a glance, too disinterested to engage further, and attempted to walk past the group. Go him. Entangling with these mortals was a waste of time. Dr. Mu, if you would kindly offer me a few pointers in medicine, I would be willing to bestow this upon you. Zhang Zhonghong, aware of Mu Fan's remarkable abilities, knew that to persuade him, he must take concrete action. As he spoke, he produced an exquisite redwood box from his pocket. Mu Fan halted, casting a cursory glance at the box in Zhang Zhonghong's hand. Seeing this, Zhang Zhonghong felt a glimmer of hope and hurriedly opened the box, revealing a withered branch lying quietly within. What dense spiritual energy! Upon seeing the object, Mu Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. What is it you seek from me? Mu Fan inquired. Zhang Zhonghong was perceptive and realized that the item in his possession had successfully piqued Mu Fan's interest. Dr. Mu, to speak candidly, I have devoted my life to the pursuit of medical knowledge and humbly seek your guidance to lead me onto the true path of healing. As he spoke, Zhang Zhonghong presented the redwood box before Mu Fan. Teacher. Huang Ling was left dumbfounded, her mouth agape in shock. She could not fathom why her seemingly omnipotent teacher would exhibit such humility before a boy of merely a few years. I accept. Mu Fan replied, taking the redwood box from Zhang Zhonghong's hands. For Zhang Zhonghong, a revered physician, to display such sincerity before his students was a testament to his earnest desire to learn from Mu Fan. Thank you, Dr. Mu, for your generosity. Zhang Zhonghong bowed deeply to Mu Fan. Have those behind you leave. Come with me for a moment. Mu Fan nodded and instructed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhonghong quickly complied, ushering Huang Ling and the others away before eagerly approaching Mu Fan. Where did you acquire this? Mu Fan examined the withered branch closely as he posed the question to Zhang Zhonghong. A patient of mine gifted it to me years ago. I found it intriguing and have kept it ever since. Zhang Zhonghong explained candidly. Mu Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Accompany me home for a while. Your sole task is to ensure my father takes this elixir. As he spoke, Mu Fan retrieved the nirvana pill from his possession and handed it to Zhang Zhonghong. He understood that with Zhang Zhonghong's esteemed reputation in Green City, having him treat his father under the guise of a renowned physician would make it all the more credible when the nirvana pill was administered. Mu Shanhai had been disabled for many years and had long lost hope of living a normal life. Mu Fan aimed not only to restore his father's limbs, but also to rekindle his hope. Dr. Mu, your skills far surpass mine. Why not treat them personally? Zhang Zhonghong inquired curiously. In their eyes, I am merely a high school student. Who do you think they would trust more, you or me? Mu Fan replied with a smile. I understand now. Zhang Zhonghong quickly grasped Mu Fan's intentions. He merely wished to utilize his reputation to heal his family. He instinctively opened the vial in his hand. But upon seeing the elixir inside, his eyes widened in astonishment. Elixir. Zhang Zhonghong's breathing quickened. He never dreamed he would encounter a legendary elixir in his lifetime. Dr. Mu, how did you come by this? He stammered, utterly shaken by Mu Fan's revelation. Elixirs are not something people of his standing could ever hope to possess. He knew that alchemy was a method of the celestial realm. Although in recent years, some martial artists had begun dabbling in alchemy, most of their efforts yielded little success. Zhang Zhonghong was only aware that a certain Huang Qiufeng in Shanghai was a master of alchemy, gaining prominence in recent years, yet he had never seen him in person. Now, with Mu Fan producing an elixir, it was clear how astounded Zhang Zhonghong was. Because I refined this elixir myself, Mu Fan replied nonchalantly. Ah? Zhang Zhonghong's eyes bulged, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Chapter 36. Rebirth of Severed Limbs. Zhang Zhonghong suddenly realized that while he had elevated Mu Fan in his mind, he had still underestimated the latter's capabilities. He could scarcely believe that Mu Fan was also proficient in the art of alchemy. Observing the elixir he had produced, it was evident that Mu Fan's skills in alchemy rivaled those of the esteemed Master Huang in Shanghai. If Mu Fan could refine elixirs, did that not imply that he might have the opportunity to learn such celestial methods by staying close to him? With this thought, Zhang Zhonghong's breath began to quicken. When we meet my parents, you must act convincingly. My father's legs have been amputated for years, so please be mindful of your words and avoid upsetting him, Mu Fan cautioned. Master Mu, I have a question. Zhang Zhonghong had already begun to refer to Mu Fan as Master Mu, recognizing him as a true master due to his ability to produce elixirs. Master Mu, since your father has been amputated for so long, we could easily fit him with prosthetic limbs. I have a friend who specializes in this field, and if you don't mind, I can take care of this matter for you, Zhang Zhonghong suggested. Prosthetic limbs, no matter how advanced, cannot compare to one's own flesh and blood. With a single elixir, I can restore my father's severed limbs. Why bother with such superfluous things? Mu Fan smiled as he spoke. In his eyes, he aimed to restore his father to a state of full health. In his previous life, such miraculous alterations were beyond his reach. However, in this life, Mu Fan returned with 700 years of cultivation memories, determined to rewrite the fates of those around him. While others are bound by destiny, Mu Fan would orchestrate it. Rebirth of severed limbs? Zhang Zhonghong's understanding was completely shattered. The methods Mu Fan employed transcended the comprehension of ordinary individuals. After all, in modern medicine, it is a widely accepted fact that once a limb is amputated, it cannot regrow. This notion is an established principle in the medical community. The idea that Mu Fan could simply take an elixir and regenerate severed limbs was a miracle beyond the realm of medical explanation. Now, let us head upstairs together. Without further elaboration, Mu Fan proceeded forward, and Zhang Zhonghong hurriedly followed at home. Shanghai, once Xiao Fan finishes college, let us save up some money to get you fitted with prosthetic limbs. I've seen online that while they are artificial, they can allow you to walk normally like anyone else. As she washed her husband's hair, Shun Fengyuan spoke with hopeful anticipation. Why spend money on that? Once Xiao Fan grows up, he will need funds for marriage and children. We should save the money for him instead, Mu Shanhai replied, firmly refusing. I suppose that girl from the Su family. After that incident, won't he be marrying into our family now? Shun Fengyuan sighed. It's unfortunate that we lack the means, which has also burdened Xiao Fan. At this point, Mu Shanhai felt a wave of melancholy. Shanhai, it's all for Xiao Fan's sake. If it doesn't work out, I'll make more efforts to connect with my family, Shin Fengyuan suddenly suggested. Back when you chose to marry me, you severed ties with your family. Fengyuan, do you regret it now? Mu Shanhai asked seriously. What is there to regret? I have never regretted marrying you, Shin Fengyuan replied with a smile. In her youth, Shin Fengyuan was known for her boldness and love, and her romance with Mu Shanhai was quite the spectacle at the time. Her family opposed her union with Mu Shanhai, refusing to accept him. Nevertheless, Shun Fengyuan defied her family's objections, even severing ties with them, to be with Mu Shanhai. Eventually, her wish was fulfilled, and she married Mu Shanhai, cutting all connections with her family. Fengyuan, you have endured hardships alongside me for so many years. This year, I will accompany you back to the Shin family for a visit, Mu Shanhai said with a warm smile. Excellent, Shin Fengyuan replied. Equally pleased, as they conversed, Mu Fan returned home, transforming into a model of obedience and consideration, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Father, mother, you won't believe who has come to visit. Upon entering, Mu Fan called out cheerfully. Who is it? Shin Fengyuan, while tending to Mu Shanhai's hair, poked her head out to see. Zhang. Dr. Zhang? Shin Fengyuan immediately recognized him. Dr. Zhang is well known in Green City, and she had long sought an opportunity to invite him to treat her husband's legs. However, due to the overwhelming number of patients, she had found it impossible to even meet him. Dr. Zhang, please take a seat. Shin Fengyuan, momentarily neglecting her task of drying Muxianhai's hair, hurriedly attended to her esteemed guest. The Mu family had seldom entertained relatives, thus they were rather unaccustomed to hosting visitors. I heard Muda. Zhang Zhenghong began, but seemed to realize something mid-sentence, quickly correcting himself. I heard from Xiaofan that Mr. Mu has been disabled for many years. My primary purpose for visiting your home today is to examine your husband's legs. Zhang Zhenghong succinctly articulated his intention. Really? Is that true? Shin Fengyuan exclaimed, hardly daring to believe her ears. How could such a prominent figure as Dr. Zhang come to their home to assist her husband? The entire situation felt surreal to her. Mom, where's Dad? Hurry and call him out so that Dr. Zhang can properly examine his legs. Mufan chimed in with a smile. Shanhai, come out quickly. Dr. Zhang is here to check your legs. Shin Fengyuan called out towards the bathroom. Muxianhai responded and rolled out in his wheelchair. Upon seeing Muxianhai, Zhang Zhenghong immediately rose and approached to conduct a thorough examination. He was taken aback by the severe extent of Muxianhai's disability. Modern medicine offered no hope of walking again without the installation of bionic prosthetics. Zhang Zhenghong's heart was heavy with the gravity of Muxianhai's condition. Under normal circumstances, he would have straightforwardly conveyed the harsh truth. However, today, he could not do so. Mr. Mu, I can treat your legs, Zhang Zhenghong stated with a grave expression. Really? Shin Fengyuan's heart leaped with excitement at his words. Muxianhai had been disabled for 17 long years due to an accident, and now hearing Dr. Zhang's promise ignited a flicker of hope within her. Muxianhai, equally stirred, found himself lost for words. Dr. Zhang, please wait. Shin Fengyuan exclaimed, dashing to the bedroom. A few minutes later, she returned with all the family's finances in hand. Dr. Zhang, this is everything we have. I implore you, please heal Shanhai's legs. Shin Fengyuan had not felt such exhilaration in a long time. If Dr. Zhang could truly restore Muxianhai's legs, it would be akin to a rebirth for their family of 3. Zhang Zhenghong, witnessing this, felt a pang of difficulty. He had not anticipated Mufan's parents to be so innocent. Just a single statement from him had prompted them to offer their entire fortune. Yet, he remained unaware that his words had illuminated a glimmer of hope in the darkness for Mufan's family. Mom, Dr. Zhang has recently been developing a new medication, reputed to regrow severed limbs after ingestion. Our family is not in dire straits, so Dr. Zhang, with a heart of compassion, wants Dad to be the first to test its efficacy. Since it's a trial, there's no way he would charge us. Mufan explained with a smile. Yes, indeed, Dr. Zhang affirmed promptly. But Dr. Zhang, could there be any adverse side effects from your medication? And why was our Shanhai chosen for this trial? Shin Fengyuan inquired. Her brow furrowed in concern. Mrs. Shun, rest assured, my medication is completely safe. Let me assure you, it's not only your family. Many individuals with disabilities have taken my medication and have had their severed limbs regrown, allowing them to live just like normal people. So you can rest easy. Zhang Zhenghong patiently elucidated, using his reputation to lend credibility to Mufan's elixir. Mufan nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Mufan's parents hesitated. Dr. Zhang, is your medication really that miraculous? Muxianhai queried suddenly. If it's as miraculous as I claim, wouldn't you find out by trying it? Zhang Zhenghong replied, producing the elixir Mufan had given him and presenting it to Muxianhai. Dr. Zhang, I trust you. Muxianhai did not hesitate, accepting the elixir without a second thought. For 17 years, he had been a burden to his wife and child, and with this opportunity before him, he had to take the gamble. Shanhai, you must think this through. Shin Fengyuan reassured him from the side. I have thought it through. Muxianhai smiled back at her. Then without any hesitation, he swallowed the elixir whole. Upon witnessing his father consume the elixir, Mufan opened his right hand, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into his father's body to aid in the absorption of the medication. Zhang Zhenghong looked on with eager anticipation, waiting for a miracle to unfold. You always rush into things. Such a large pill, and you swallowed it whole without even having a sip of water. Mother poured a cup of warm water and handed it to her husband. However, Muxianhai did not reach for the cup. As the moment the pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a warm current flowing through his body. Mr. Mu, how do you feel now? Zhang Zhenghong inquired earnestly as he leaned closer. I feel a slight itch in the amputated area. Muxianhai replied honestly. An itch? Zhang Zhonghong exclaimed, quickly pulling back the blanket covering Muxianhai's legs. In the next moment, everyone was astonished by the scene before them. They beheld Muxianhai's amputated limbs, where muscle tissue was visibly writhing and regenerating at an astonishing pace. Within mere minutes, Muxianhai's legs miraculously reformed before their very eyes. Chapter 37. What is he? After consuming the Nirvana pill, Muxianhai, in mere minutes, astonished everyone as he truly grew a brand new pair of legs. It was nothing short of miraculous, akin to a medical legend. Zhang Zhonghong, having practiced medicine for many years, had cultivated an unflappable demeanor. Yet, the spectacle before him profoundly shook him. A single pill could restore severed limbs. This was a genuine celestial technique. Zhang Zhonghong suddenly realized that after years in the medical field, he was but a mere novice compared to Mu Fan. Even his most cherished medical skills seemed trivial in Mu Fan's presence. Zhang Zhonghong felt a deep sense of dismay. They have truly grown back. Shen Fengyuan, witnessing the event, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy brimming in her eyes. Unable to believe it was real, my legs. Muxianhai, deprived of his legs for 17 years, trembled as he touched his newly formed limbs, feelings of astonishment and joy flooding his heart. Over the years, due to his disability, he had endured countless scorn and ridicule. Unable to work, he had to rely on small trades to make a living, causing his wife and child to suffer greatly. All of this had been because he was a disabled man. Muxianhai had often fantasized about how different life would be if he were whole. Perhaps they wouldn't have struggled so much, and his son wouldn't have faced ridicule at school because of his father's condition. His wife wouldn't have had to endure the humiliation at her workplace. Now, the regrowth of his limbs felt akin to a rebirth. Dad, you can try to get up and walk around? Mu Fan encouraged with a smile. Certainly, Muxianhai readily agreed, and with Shen Fengyuan's assistance, he stood from the wheelchair and began to walk. 17 years. For ordinary people, walking might seem trivial, but for Muxianhai, it held monumental significance. As the pillar of his family, he was finally able to stand again after all those years. Shen Fengyuan supported Muxianhai as he took a few steps around the room. Mr. Mu, how do you feel now? Zhang Zhonghong eagerly inquired. Dr. Zhang, you truly are a miracle worker. Your pill is extraordinary. I feel fantastic, Muxianhai replied joyfully. For the first time in years, Mu Fan saw his father genuinely smile from the heart, and he felt a deep sense of relief in his previous life. Mu Fan had contributed nothing to this family. He had often resented his upbringing, as there had never been a moment of peace since he could remember. He dreaded the thought of his father attending parent-teacher meetings, not wanting his classmates to know he had a disabled father in those days. He loathed his family and the world. He worked tirelessly to excel in his studies, yearning to escape that suffocating life. Now, 700 years later, Mu Fan's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. He was no longer the naive youth of yesteryears. He had become Taihao Tianzuan, a powerful being capable of altering the fate of his family. In his previous life, he had been ungrateful, oblivious to the hardships his parents endured to raise him, and ignorant of their inner turmoil in this life. He vowed to ensure his parents lived in good health, with untroubled minds, fulfilling their desires and enjoying a life of wealth and prosperity. Mu Fan was determined to keep his promises. Mr. Mu, congratulations on your rebirth. Zhang Zhonghong smiled. He had developed a clear understanding of Mu Fan's capabilities by now. Dr. Zhang, you are truly a benefactor to our family. We will forever be grateful for your kindness. Muxianhai grasped Zhang Zhonghong's hands fervently, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Zhang Zhonghong's expression grew peculiar. He understood that it was Mu Fan who had granted Muxianhai a new life. Not himself, he was merely playing a supporting role in Mu Fan's act today. Moreover, Mu Fan's nearly celestial abilities were beyond his own. Before Zhang Zhonghong could respond, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. At such a late hour, who could be knocking? Shen Fengyuan wondered. Glancing towards the door, I'll go answer it. Mu Fan, demonstrating keen awareness, took the initiative to open the door. As the door swung open, Mu Fan's gaze turned icy upon recognizing the visitor. Su Huxiao stood at the threshold, flanked by several imposing bodyguards clad in suits and sunglasses. Each of them exuded a formidable presence, radiating an air of intimidation. Mu Fan also noted that Su Huxiao's previously injured arm had healed completely. What do you want? You are not welcome here, Mu Fan retorted coldly. Mu Fan, my little brother, Guests are here to be received. I merely came to visit uncle and aunt. Surely you won't deny me entry. Su Huxiao feigned politeness. Xiaofan, who is this? Shen Fengyuan approached to inquire. Upon seeing Su Huxiao, her expression momentarily froze. This visitor seemed dubious. Aunt Shun, my father is aware of uncle's poor health. He specifically sent me to deliver some supplements today, Su Huxiao said, sidestepping Mufan and entering the house. This. Shen Fengyuan felt at a loss, bewildered by Su Huxiao's sudden arrival. Yet, an ominous premonition began to stir within her. She couldn't refuse Su Huxiao's warm demeanor without appearing rude, so she could only watch him step into her home. Mufan followed closely, intent on uncovering Su Huxiao's true motives. Mufan, your family is quite impoverished. What era is this? Yet there are still people living in such dilapidated houses. Su Huxiao surveyed the interior disdainfully, critiquing Mufan's family. Hanhai Mountain Villa has villas. We just haven't moved in yet. Why does it concern you? Mufan retorted with a cold smile in his previous life. Whenever Su Huxiao appeared, trouble was sure to follow. This man would frequently come to their home, tormenting Mufan and his parents. It was evident that he was here to cause trouble in the past. Mufan had been powerless against him, forced to endure his bullying. However, in this life, if he dared to act up in front of him, Mufan would break his legs. What a coincidence. I happen to have a villa in Hanhai Mountain Villa as well, so I'm quite familiar with the area. Which villa does your family reside in? Su Huxiao, of course, did not believe Mufan's claim. The owners of Hanhai Mountain Villa were all affluent, and only the city's elite were qualified to reside there. Even Su Huxiao had to rely on his father Su Lingtian's connections to acquire a villa in Hanhai Mountain Villa. Thus, when Mufan spoke, he recognized it as a blatant fabrication. Villa number 1 in Hanhai Mountain Villa. Mufan stated, Nonsense, Villa number 1 belongs to the Jiang family. When did it become yours? Su Huxiao could no longer contain his disbelief, as Mufan's bravado seemed utterly absurd. Everyone in Green City knew that the Hanhai Real Estate Group had constructed Hanhai Mountain Villa on land bought by the Jiang family from the government. Villa number 1 had been meticulously crafted for the Jiang family, serving as the core of the entire villa community. The surrounding villas were merely embellishments. Yet, even those were in high demand. Everyone understood that residing in Hanhai Mountain Villa was not only a status symbol but also a means to forge connections that would otherwise be unattainable. Su Huxiao had to rely on his father's influence to acquire a villa there, and he certainly did not believe Mufan's claims. Villa number 1 in Hanhai Mountain Villa belongs to the Jiang family. Su Huxiao scoffed, I don't care. It's mine now. Is that not acceptable? Mufan countered. Mufan, I've dined with old Master Jiang before. Shall I call him to verify? Su Huxiao smirked menacingly in Green City. No matter the business at hand, one could not overlook the Jiang family. The Jiang family's status was akin to that of an underground emperor, particularly the elderly Jiang, a figure both prestigious and shrouded in mystery, rarely making public appearances. Even Su Lingtian, the wealthiest man in Green City, had only encountered him once in all these years. The old Jiang was also known as a martial arts master, with an unfathomable depth of skill. The Jiang family's reputation in Green City was of paramount importance, which prominent family would not treat them with utmost respect. Mufan was nothing but a nobody. How could he dare associate himself with the Jiang family? Su Huxiao looked at Mufan with increasing disdain, deeming him foolish for making such ludicrous claims. Old Master Jiang? You mean Jiang Wenhua? What is he? Really? Mufan scoffed in Mufan's eyes. Not only was Jiang Wenhua a useless waste, but even the old Jiang would have to show him profound respect, addressing him as Master Mufan. Just for that remark, if Jiang Wenhua were present, he could have your tongue removed on the spot. Su Huxiao threatened, his eyes glinting menacingly. The audacity of Mufan to dismiss the Jiang family was incomprehensible. Who gave him the courage to speak so recklessly? The Jiang family held immense power in Green City, commanding respect from both the underworld and the elite. Those outside their circle could scarcely grasp the extent of their influence. Mufan, this little upstart, had clearly lost all sense of reality. Remove my tongue? I would offer Jiang Wenhua that opportunity. Let us see if he dares to accept. Mufan chuckled at what he perceived to be the greatest joke in the world. Yes, Mufan, you're so impressive. Why don't you just ascend to heaven? Su Huxiao mocked mercilessly, treating Mufan's words as nothing more than nonsense. Su Huxiao, look at this. Mufan, sensing Su Huxiao's thoughts, raised his left hand before everyone. On his thumb, He wore a jade ring of vibrant green. Xu Huxiao's expression shifted for the first time upon seeing the jade ring. This is Xu Huxiao's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening. This is the jade ring of Master Jiang Si. Chapter 38. Xu Huxiao's intentions. Jiang Wenhua, known in the circles as Master Jiang Si, is the youngest son of the venerable Jiang patriarch and ranks fourth among the Jiang family. Beyond his illustrious status, he possesses another significant identity. Jiang Wenhua is a renowned entrepreneur in Green City, with assets that surpass even those of the Su family. However, the Jiang family is notably low-key, eschewing ostentation, which makes them appear less flamboyant than Su Lingtian. While Su Lingtian is the ostensible richest man in Green City, the true powerhouse is undeniably the Jiang family. If the Jiang family were to target Su Lingtian, this so-called tycoon would find himself in dire straits. It is widely known among the upper echelons of Green City that Jiang Wenhua inadvertently acquired a jade ring from a master in his early years. This jade ring is said to have once been favored by Emperor Kangxi, who later bestowed it upon a loyal minister, and the master Jiang Wenhua encountered was a descendant of this very minister. Of course, while such tales abound regarding the origins of the jade ring, the veracity remains unverified. Jiang Wenhua cherishes this jade ring, wearing it incessantly, and it has gradually become a symbol of his identity. Thus, upon seeing Master Jiang Si's jade ring on Mu Fan, it is only natural that Xu Huxiao would be astonished. Xu Huxiao, do not attempt to define me through your narrow perspective, for I am an existence beyond your comprehension, Mu Fan remarked coolly. Damn it, how could Master Jiang Si's jade ring be on him? What connection does he have with the Jiang family? Though Xu Huxiao appears brash and carefree, his thoughts are, in truth, meticulously calculated. In reality, he lacks any means to contact Master Jiang Si. He had dined at the same table with him once, but that was only due to his association with Su Lingtian, affording him that opportunity. The esteemed Master Jiang Si is so far above him that merely sharing a meal is a tremendous honor, one he could boast about for years. Yet, if he were to aspire to befriend him, his status is clearly insufficient. The social circle of the Jiang family is filled with dignitaries and influential figures. His father, Su Lingtian, barely catches their EYE.AS for Xu Huxiao, a second-generation scion. Even meeting them is a challenging endeavor. The most striking impression left on Xu Huxiao from that meal with Master Jiang Si was the jade ring he wore. Huxiao, you've arrived. Mu Shanhai emerged from the bedroom, accompanied by Dr. Zhang. He was in good spirits today, thus greeting Xu Huxiao with warmth. Upon hearing the voice, Xu Huxiao snapped back to reality, but when he beheld the once disabled Mu Shanhai now standing with 2 legs, he was utterly incredulous. Your legs? Xu Huxiao stared at him in disbelief. Nearly dropping his jaw, he distinctly recalled Mu Shanhai's condition just days prior when he visited their home, and the embarrassment Mu Shanhai felt in front of his family due to his disability still lingered in his mind. How could this man have regained his legs in such a short span? It was all too bizarre. Huxiao, I owe it all to Dr. Zhang. Were it not for his intervention, I might have remained disabled for life. Mu Shanhai, being straightforward, cast a grateful glance towards Zhang Zhonghong. Dr. Zhang? Zhang Zhonghong. Xu Huxiao was no longer calm. He could hardly fathom what the Mu family had experienced. Since his arrival at the Mu household, he had encountered a series of unexpected revelations. First, Mu Fan claimed to own a villa at Hanhai Mountain Villa. Then he produced Master Jiang Si's jade ring. And now even Mu Shanhai had received treatment from Dr. Zhang. All of this had profoundly shaken him, for both the Jiang family and Dr. Zhang were renowned figures in Green City. The presence of so many influential individuals revolving around the Mu family felt profoundly unsettling to Xu Huxiao. He also began to understand the immense value of martial arts masters. Xu Huxiao surmised that all these developments were likely linked to Mu Fan's identity as a martial arts expert. For only this could explain the extraordinary circumstances. Initially, Xu Huxiao had come to the Jiang family not only to deliver a message to Mu Fan, but also to humiliate the family, given that Mu Fan had injured him a few days prior. Had it not been for his master, Li Zidao, providing him with medicine, he might still be languishing in a hospital. However, observing the current situation, he realized he had miscalculated. Zhang Zhonghong nodded at Xu Huxiao with a smile. Huxiao, I've prepared some fruit. Come, let us enjoy it together. Shun Fengyuan emerged from the kitchen with a fruit platter, inviting everyone to sit down. Mr. Mu, since you have guests, I shall take my leave for today. Should your family require any assistance in the future, feel free to reach out to me. As Zhang Zhonghong spoke, He stood to depart. Dr. Zhang, it's getting late. We want to keep you. Please travel safely. The Mu family escorted him out. After bidding farewell to Dr. Zhang, they returned home. Uncle Mu, our family is really something lately. All our acquaintances are big shots. As everyone settled back into the living room, Su Huxiao remarked with a smirk. Huxiao, your brother Mu Fan was just joking with you. Don't take it to heart. Our family hardly knows any prominent figures, Shin Fengyuan explained with a smile. Although she had overheard the conversation between Mu Fan and Su Huxiao, she merely considered it a display of Mu Fan's competitive spirit. Actually, I did come here today for a reason. Su Huxiao, lounging with crossed legs and flanked by several imposing bodyguards, surveyed the faces of the Mu family with a demeanor befitting a magnate. Upon hearing his words, Mu Fan's parents' expressions shifted instantly. They had already surmised that the news he referred to was likely the cancellation of the engagement between Mu Fan and Sun Yan. They had anticipated this day would arrive, but they never expected it to come so swiftly. Uncle Mu, you know my father's position has changed drastically. There are some matters he finds difficult to articulate directly. Today, I shall be forthright. Our family will not allow Xiaoyan to marry into yours. Even if my parents agree, I, as her elder brother, will not consent. If your family insists on leveraging my father's past promises to coerce my sister into marriage, do not blame me for being impolite. Su Huxiao laid his cards on the table before the Mu family. Su Huxiao, what do you think you are? What right do you have to speak to my parents in such a condescending manner? Are you seeking trouble? Mu Fan erupted, slamming his hand on the table. Chapter 39. I shall slice you into 1,000 pieces. Su Huxiao's words were undoubtedly a provocation and a threat. His tone immediately reminded Mu Fan of the memories of his family being bullied in his previous life. Mu Fan's expression darkened, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Shin Fengyuan and Mu Shanhai felt their previously buoyant spirits utterly shattered by his words. Mu Fan, do not think that just because you are a martial arts master, you can elevate yourself above us. If boasting were truly effective, would everyone in this world be a tycoon? Your family and ours are separated by an insurmountable class divide. My sister is the cherished gem of our family, and you are unworthy to become our in-laws, let alone marry her. What if I look down upon you from my elevated status? My coming here today is a sign of respect, granting you an opportunity. I have offered you this chance, but if I hear you bring up past matters again, do not blame me for turning hostile. Su Huxiao sneered, heavily laden with warning. Though the Mu family had surprised him today, Su Huxiao remained the son of the wealthiest man in Green City, accustomed to the grandest of scenes. He meticulously dissected Mu Fan's previous remarks in his mind, deeming them utterly unrealistic. As for Master Jiang Xi's jade ring, Su Huxiao believed it to be a mere counterfeit purchased online. The Jiang family holds such high esteem in Green City. How could Mu Fan possibly know them? Of course, Su Huxiao was fully aware of Mu Fan's prowess in martial arts, yet still dared to act so arrogantly before him. As Li Zidao had returned to Green City. Furthermore, the latter had bestowed upon him a talisman for protection. In Su Huxiao's eyes, Li Zidao was akin to a divine being. With such a formidable ally, he felt no fear, even before a martial arts master like Mu Fan. Huxiao, the idea of marrying Xiaoyan to your brother was your father's decision. Tio behaved so recklessly in my home today shows a lack of respect for your elders. Mu Shanhai's expression darkened. Were it not for his selfless act of saving Su Lingtian, the latter would not enjoy his current status. He could have perished in that accident 17 years ago. As a comrade and benefactor to Su Lingtian, Mu Shanhai found it insufferable that not only was his kindness unacknowledged, but his son had also come to provoke him in his own home. Mu Shanhai was a man of honor. Despite his usually amiable temperament, he could not tolerate the arrogance of a younger generation in his own home. Ha! You think you are worthy to be my elder? Mu Shanhai, do you believe I won't make a single call and ensure you can't even sell pancakes on the street tomorrow? Su Huxiao sneered disdainfully at Mu Shanhai. For years, Mu Shanhai had sold pancakes on the street to make a living, and this had been his sole source of income for over a decade. With Shun Fingyuan's modest earnings from her job, Mu Shanhai's pancake stand had become a critical financial lifeline for the family. If he were unable to sell pancakes, it would spell disaster for their household's finances. Mu Shanhai trembled with rage. He recalled how full of vigor he had once been, now reduced to enduring humiliation from a younger generation. He understood that, given Su Huxiao's character, the latter was entirely capable of such threats. Huxiao, show mercy where you can. Shin Fengyuan sighed, shaking her head. She knew that the Su family wielded considerable power in Green City, far beyond the reach of an ordinary family like theirs. However, even a cornered rabbit will bite when threatened. How much more so a living human? Su Huxiao, a junior, behaved so shamelessly before his elders, clearly indicating his intent to wreak havoc on the Mu family, was simply too brazen. Aunt Shun, if memory serves, you work as a floor manager at Fenglin Hotel, correct? That hotel is owned by my friend. With just a word to him, you won't need to report for work tomorrow, Su Huxiao boasted with extreme arrogance. He was using their livelihoods as a means of intimidation. Alas, Shin Fengyuan could only sigh helplessly in response. As Mu Fan observed Su Huxiao's brazen threats directed at his parents, he could no longer suppress the murderous intent boiling within him. How did Sun Jinbiao meet his tragic end? It was because he threatened Mu Fan's family. Now, Su Huxiao was treading dangerously close to a similar fate. However, at this moment, Su Huxiao remained oblivious to the catastrophic consequences of his arrogant behavior. Su Huxiao, you lack the qualification to negotiate with us. If you have any thoughts, have your father come to speak with me, Mu Shanhai retorted in fury. And no matter how one looks at it, he was the elder, and Su Huxiao's repeated threats were intolerable. Mu Shanhai had once faced bullets on the battlefield. He had stared death in the face countless times without flinching. Now, facing the humiliation and threats from a younger generation, he could no longer contain himself and erupted in anger. The several robust bodyguards behind Su Huxiao, sensing the shift in atmosphere, were about to step forward to teach Mu Shanhai a lesson but were halted by Su Huxiao's outstretched hand. Uncle, Aunt Shun, should you persist in your obstinacy, I must regretfully inform you that in this vast green city, there will be no place for your family to reside. Yu Huxiao's words dripped with a chilling laughter. Get out! Mu Shanhai slammed his cup down, bellowing in anger. The Su family was truly overstepping. If one junior could be this audacious, one could only imagine how much worse Su Lingtian would be. Though Mu Shanhai was merely an ordinary man, he could not tolerate being treated with such contempt. Ha! Remember what I said today, Yu Huxiao sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Mu Shanhai. He delivered a final threat before strolling out of Mu Fan's home. Hands in his pockets, flanked by his bodyguards, one of the bodyguards passed by Mu Shanhai. He unexpectedly kicked him, causing Mu Shanhai to stumble and crash heavily onto the floor. The bodyguard scoffed derisively before departing. Once they left, Mu Shanhai was aided by Shin Fengyuan to rise. His chest heaved in tumult, a mixture of rage and despair filling him as he grappled with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. The Su family had become a colossal entity after years of development. Yu Shanhai understood he was powerless against them. Shin Fengyuan remained silent as she fetched a broom and dustpan to clean up the shards of glass scattered across the floor. When she stepped outside to dispose of the refuse, she discreetly wiped away the tears that had stained her cheeks. Though both she and Mu Shanhai were mere ordinary individuals, they still possessed their dignity as humans. The blatant bullying from Su Huxiao was profoundly hurtful, and the depths of their grievance were immeasurable. When Shin Fengyuan returned home, Mu Fan noticed her reddened eyes. Xiao Fan, it's getting late. Hurry and go rest in your room. Shin Fengyuan forced a smile, concealing her distress and sorrow from her son. She didn't wish for the negativity of their circumstances to affect his growth. Okay, Mom. Mu Fan nodded in acknowledgement before retreating to his room. As he closed the door, Shin Fengyuan could no longer hold back her emotions. Old Mu. She collapsed into Mu Shanhai's arms, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She was human, a living, breathing person, thus, facing Su Huxiao's bullying. She too felt the weight of injustice and sorrow. Perhaps in the eyes of the Su family, the Mu family was merely expendable, the lowest of the low in society. Even if the Mu family were to vanish, they would feel no shred of compassion. Yet, for Mu Shanhai and Shin Fengyuan, the wounds inflicted by Su Huxiao today would require a lifetime to heal. Fengyuan, I'm sorry for making you and our son suffer. Mu Shanhai held his wife tightly, his heart aching as if it were being torn apart. In the room, Mu Fan stood with his back against the door, fully aware of his parents' actions. Su Huxiao, you are truly despicable. I shall make you pay dearly for this. A fierce glint flashed in Mu Fan's eyes. He leaped onto the balcony and jumped down. Chapter 40. What enormous arrogance on the Shinzhou Avenue of Green City. A convoy of luxury cars cruised down the road. The head of the procession was the latest model Bentley, followed by an array of luxurious sedans, including Mercedes and BMWs. Brother Hu, why did you stop the brothers earlier? Otherwise, I would have surely smashed their house to smithereens. A man with a crew cut turned his gaze towards Su Hushao, expressing his confusion as he inquired, Wang Bing, you are far too impulsive in your endeavors. Before grasping the full extent of Mu Fan's capabilities, we must maintain a low profile. Yu Hushao, seated in the back seat, toyed with a dagger in his hand, chuckling as he spoke. Brother Hu, you cannot genuinely believe that Mu Fan has any ties to the Jiang family, can you? Wang Bing leaned in, seeking clarification. The name of the Jiang family resounded throughout Green City. It was well known that even someone of Wang Bing's cousin, a prominent businessman, was insignificant in their presence. Having just departed from the Jiang family's abode, he recalled the abject poverty of Mu Fan's home, devoid of even basic furnishings. How could he possibly know someone from the Jiang family? Of course, I don't believe that. I'm merely curious as to how this fellow suddenly became a martial arts powerhouse. As Su Hushao contemplated this, vivid memories of his recent injuries inflicted by Mu Fan flooded his mind. His prolonged stay in the hospital was entirely due to Mu Fan's actions. Brother Hu, even if that kid is a martial arts expert, what can he do? Master Qi and Master Zhao are also martial arts experts. Wang Bing, known for his volatile temper, relished reprimanding others face to face. Anyone who dared provoke him would find that his vengeance was never delayed. The masters he mentioned, Qi and Zhao, were martial artists Su Hushao had hired at great expense for protection. After suffering a significant defeat at the hands of Mu Fan, Su Hushao had come to realize the importance of having martial arts experts at his side. And no need to rush. Once I uncover Mu Fan's secrets, I shall ensure he meets a most gruesome end. Su Hushao licked his lips, a sinister smile gracing his features. He understood that no one could inexplicably become powerful overnight. Given Mu Fan's background, without encountering an extraordinary opportunity, it was inconceivable for him to step into the world of martial arts. If anyone could easily access martial arts realms, the streets would be teeming with martial arts experts. The rarity of true martial artists stemmed from the excessively stringent entry requirements. Su Hushao, a registered disciple of Li Zidao, had trained diligently yet had barely grazed the threshold of martial arts himself. Master Qi, Master Zhao, have you discerned any hidden secrets about Mu Fan during your observations today? At that moment, Su Hushao cast a respectful glance at the two seated beside him, dressed in suits and ties. Their faces obscured by dark sunglasses, they had earlier accompanied Su Hushao into Mu Fan's residence. Nothing particularly noteworthy. I could eliminate him with a single strike, Master Zhao replied disdainfully. Meanwhile, Master Qi remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation, exuding an air of a recluse. With the two masters here, I feel remarkably reassured. Su Hushao quickly stated, Hushao, with us by your side, you may act with boldness. Even in the face of martial arts experts, no one can harm you under the shadow of our strength. At that moment, the enigmatic Master Qi spoke leisurely. Indeed, with you divine beings safeguarding me. What is that insignificant Mu Fan worth? Su Hushao laughed heartily. These two masters were genuine experts, operating a martial arts school in Green City. Su Huxiao's ability to hire them as his bodyguards was not solely due to his financial means, but also a mark of respect from their connections to Li Zidao. What on earth? Why is there someone standing in the middle of the road? Wang Bing, behind the wheel, noticed a figure standing several hundred meters ahead and couldn't help but curse. He honked the horn loudly. Yet the figure remained unmoved. What an impertinent fool, seeking death on a night like this. After bringing the car to a halt, Wang Bing angrily exited, intent on teaching the oblivious individual a lesson. Su Hushao and his companions, still inside the vehicle, frowned in curiosity. The figure facing away from them made it impossible for them to discern his identity. Hey, if you wish to die, move aside and don't block my path. Wang Bing growled, impatiently attempting to shove the man aside. However, as his hand made contact with the stranger's body, an overwhelming force struck him, sending him flying as if struck by a truck. Crash. Wang Bing was propelled several meters away, ultimately crashing into the glass of a Bentley, leaving a spiderweb of cracks in its wake. His internal organs shattered. He coughed up blood, his expression contorted in agony as he slid down the window, finally collapsing onto the ground. Inside the car, Su Huxiao's eyes widened in shock at the sight. The convoy trailing them rushed out upon witnessing the scene, their expressions fierce and menacing. Each of them wielded steel pipes and knives, swiftly surrounding the individual who had injured Wang Bing. Su Huxiao, you certainly have quite the presence today. Mu Fan slowly turned, disregarding the surrounding individuals, his gaze fixed coldly on the Bentley. Though they were separated by several meters, his voice resonated in Su Hu Zhao's ears like a thunderclap, causing a painful ringing. Mu Fan. Su Hu Zhao's face darkened as he realized Mu Fan boldly dared to confront him. Get out of the car. Let us meet this Mu Fan. Master Zhao was the first to step out, followed closely by Master Qi. Seeing both masters exiting, Su Hu Zhao hurriedly followed suit. Masters, this Mu Fan once pierced my arm with a chopstick. You must exercise caution when dealing with him, Su Hu Zhao quickly advised. Merely a trivial skill, Master Zhao scoffed. Master Qi remained equally unimpressed. Observing their confidence eased the heavy weight in Su Hu Zhao's heart. Brothers, kill him! A fierce-looking thug among those encircling Mu Fan suddenly shouted, prompting the others to obey, brandishing their knives as they charged toward him. These men were desperate individuals, reckless in battle, particularly the one shouting, who had previously pursued a dozen men wielding a machete. Now, under Su Hu Zhao's command, they sought revenge for their injured comrade. A bunch of rabble, Mu Fan scoffed, observing the advancing throng with a disdainful expression. He showed no signs of panic. Raising his right foot, he stomped down upon the ground. In the next instant, the armed thugs were launched several meters into the air, as if caught in a tempest. Damn it! I miscalculated. This fellow is a martial arts expert. It was only when Mu Fan made his move that the desperate men recognized his terrifying prowess. Thud, thud, thud. As they crashed back to the ground, cries of agony filled the air. Some even broke bones upon impact. The ground was littered with their moaning forms, writhing in pain. In mere moments, Mu Fan had effortlessly dispatched them with an expressionless demeanor. He advanced step by step towards Su Hu Zhao. Masters, act quickly. Su Hu Zhao felt a surge of panic as memories of Mu Fan's earlier assault flooded back. The sensation of being utterly at his mercy was etched into his mind. With dozens of his brothers utterly powerless against Mu Fan, he could no longer maintain his composure. Chapter 41. Is this it? In the southernmost part of Green City lies a mountain known as Tongtian Peak. Atop this peak resides a recluse, nameless and unacknowledged, said to be a martial arts expert of unfathomable depth. 10 years prior, Li Zidao had ascended Tongtian Peak to spar with this extraordinary master. That battle sent shockwaves through the martial arts community of Green City. Upon descending the peak, Li Zidao offered but 3 words in appraisal. He is formidable. The outcome of their contest remains shrouded in mystery, for the nameless master has since been referred to as the nameless Taoist. This Taoist, indifferent to material pursuits, dedicates himself solely to the pursuit of martial arts, showing little interest in worldly affairs or conflicts. As Li Zidao's fame grew over the years, discussions surrounding the nameless Taoist diminished significantly. The outside world only knows that he is a fervent practitioner, eschewing all modern conveniences, including phones and computers. Living atop Tongtian Peak, he occupies 2 humble shanties, a single bed, and a few blankets, lacking even the tools for cooking. He quenches his thirst with mountain spring water and satiates his hunger with wild fruits. Some have remarked that the nameless Taoist lives a primitive existence, yet he remains unconcerned, finding joy in his simple life. Qi Zhenrong and Zhao Hongfei have been childhood friends, growing up together and inspired by martial arts novels to become chivalrous heroes. After graduating from university and struggling to find satisfactory employment, they found themselves unemployed and aimless. Coincidentally, the legendary duel between the nameless Taoist and Li Zidao was the talk of Green City. Rumors circulated that the nameless Taoist had defeated Li Zidao, while others claimed Li Zidao had fled in defeat. Regardless, tales of their confrontation varied widely. Qi Zhenrong and Zhao Hongfei, fueled by their childhood dreams of heroism, decided to ascend Tongtian Peak in search of the nameless Taoist to learn from him. They believed that he possessed greater strength than Li Zidao. Upon seeing their sincerity and latent talent for cultivation, the nameless Taoist agreed to guide them. For 3 years, Qi Zhenrong and Zhao Hongfei trained diligently under the nameless Taoist, eventually reaching the minor success of the Ming Jin stage. Attaining the Ming Jin level in martial arts places one above the majority of practitioners, as many spend their entire lives barely scratching the surface. Life on the mountain was arduous, far from humane, prompting the 2 friends to contemplate departing the nameless Taoist and returning to the secular world. Utilizing the skills acquired from their master, they opened a martial arts school in Green City, subsequently enjoying a life of luxury. However, as they became immersed in the materialistic trappings of modern society, money, beauty, status, and power. They lost sight of their original aspirations of heroism. Human desires are ever expanding, and their earnings from the martial arts school no longer sufficed. Leveraging their identities as martial arts experts, they began acting as enforcers for the wealthy, willing to do anything for a price. The once noble youths had become notorious villains. Now, Qi Zhenrong and Zhao Hongfei were infamous, despised by all. Thus, when Su Hushao approached them for protection, they readily agreed due to the lucrative offer he presented. They could hardly resist such temptation. Su Hushao, astute as he was, understood that his master, Li Zidao, had recently been occupied with the aftermath of Sun Jinbiao's death. Following Sun Jinbiao's demise, the distribution of his interest would need re-evaluation. Once Li Zidao concluded these matters, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to eliminate Mu Fan. At that point, not only would Sun Yin be spared from marrying into their family, but the Su family would also eliminate their greatest threat. After all, Mu Fan was a martial arts expert, and ordinary people must never provoke such beings. The irreconcilable conflict between the Su family and Mu Fan necessitated his death for the Su family to attain peace. Otherwise, Mu Fan's presence loomed over them like a sword, a constant threat. Young friend, I see you possess commendable skills. You must be one of us in the martial arts realm. Here's the deal. If you sever your own legs and call me grandpa, we shall let you go today. Zhao Hongfei stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Mu Fan, speaking slowly to him. Mu Fan appeared merely as a teenager, so he doubted the youth's strength could be formidable. Even if Mu Fan were a martial arts expert, he likely only possessed beginner-level skills. Both Qi Zhenrong and Zhao Hongfei were Mingjin experts, and dealing with someone of Mu Fan's caliber would be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. The disparity in strength at each level of martial arts is almost exponential, which accounts for their confidence in Mu Fan. With Master Qi and Master Zhao at your side, how dare you act so brazenly before me? You must be tired of living. Su Hushao gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his unease while boldly challenging Mu Fan. He couldn't fathom that one individual could simultaneously contend with two martial arts experts. Furthermore, armed with a protective talisman bestowed by Li Zidao, he felt even more emboldened against Mu Fan. Nevertheless, despite his numerous advantages, an overwhelming sense of dread gripped Su Hushao, leaving him bewildered by his own feelings. Su Hushao, are these two your trump cards? Mu Fan regarded the two men with indifference before focusing his gaze on Su Hushao. Although Qi Zhenrong and Zhao Hongfei were Mingjin experts, Mu Fan did not regard them as worthy opponents. Su Huxiao's provocative approach and threats against Mu Fan's family had crossed an unforgivable line. The last individual to dare provoke Mu Fan in such a manner now lay lifeless, Sun Jinbiao. Mu Fan was no longer the weakling he had once been in his past life. His family had once endured Su Huxiao's bullying, forced to swallow their pride. But this time, Mu Fan would not allow anyone to harm his family. Regardless of their status or identity, anyone daring to threaten his loved ones would experience the most brutal torment imaginable. Mu Fan, do not presume that being a martial arts expert grants you the right to look down upon others. With Master Qi and Master Zhao by my side, having trained under the nameless Taoist, today I will ensure your demise. Su Hushao roared, his face contorted with rage. Oh? Is that so? In an instant, Mu Fan's figure flickered, appearing directly before Zhao Hongfei. What incredible speed! Zhao Hongfei's heart raced, his smile evaporating as he forcefully pushed off the ground, rapidly retreating. Though he moved swiftly, Mu Fan's fist was even faster. The distance between them was too close for Zhao Hongfei to evade the impending strike. His body tensed, every hair on his skin standing on end. Mu Fan's fist connected solidly with Zhao Hongfei's torso, instantly caving in his chest. A resounding rip echoed as his shirt tore, revealing the imprint of Mu Fan's fist on his back. Zhao Hongfei's body soared backward like a fragile boat tossed in a storm. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. He writhed in agony, desperately attempting to rise, but ultimately coughed up blood and fell unconscious. A single punch. Mu Fan effortlessly defeated the Mingjin expert. Zhao Hongfei, is this it? Mu Fan retracted his fist, casting a cool gaze at Su Hushao. The moment their eyes met, Su Hushao couldn't help but shiver. In an instant, he felt as though he was being targeted by a venomous snake. With the imminent threat of losing his life. Chapter 42. A single move decides the outcome. Zhao Hongfei was defeated far too swiftly. No one had anticipated that, during the confrontation with Mu Fan, he would falter at the very first exchange. At this moment, He had already succumbed to unconsciousness, with his life hanging in the balance. Su Huxiao, witnessing this scene, swallowed hard. The shock brought by Mu Fan was overwhelming. Even Master Zhao was no match for him. Just how formidable was this individual? Regret began to settle in Su Huxiao's heart. He should never have dared to provoke Mu Fan and his family today. Originally, with Li Zidao's return to Green City and his generous provision of medicine that had healed his injuries in an instant, Su Huxiao had become somewhat arrogant, feeling invincible under the protection of such a powerful ally. Coupled with his extravagant expenditure to hire martial arts masters Qi Zhenrong and Zhao Hongfei for his protection, he felt even more emboldened. He had even forgotten the moment of terror he had experienced when Mu Fan had dominated him at his father Su Lingtian's birthday banquet. Su Huxiao reached into his pocket, gripping tightly the talisman of life that Li Zidao had given him. Qi Zhenrong observed his good brother being knocked out by a single move, and his expression darkened like a stormy sea. He understood that Zhao Hongfei was indeed a legitimate master of Mingjin. Although Zhao had been indulging in various pleasures over the years, exhausting his body, it was inconceivable that he could be defeated in one blow. Could it be that this young man is a master of Anjin? The thought sent ripples of turmoil through Qi Zhenrong's mind. But in the next moment, he dismissed the notion. For in the vast expanse of Green City, the only openly recognized master of Anjin was Li Zidao himself. As for the elder of the Jiang family, although speculation abounded that he had long since entered the realm of Anjin, such was merely conjecture. No one had ever witnessed Elder Jiang engage in combat. Their master, the nameless Taoist, had always remained in seclusion on the mountain, his true level of mastery shrouded in mystery. Thus, Qi Zhenrong surmised that the number of Anjin masters in Green City could not exceed 3. Be it Li Zidao, the nameless Taoist, or Elder Jiang, each was a renowned figure. As for Mu Fan, he was an enigma unheard of. Only those who had truly delved into the martial arts understood the arduousness of the path. Those who became masters of Anjin were indeed the true dragons and phoenixes among men. As for masters of martial arts, they were figures of unattainable renown. Currently, in all of Huaxia, the only known martial arts master was the legendary commander of the Divine Machine Camp, Xiao Wuji. A true prodigy of martial arts, he became a master of Mingjin at 16, advanced to Anjin at 18, and at 22, he successfully broke through to become a master of martial arts at the age of 25. He defeated all challengers. His existence was almost a myth in the realm of martial arts. It should be noted that all of this transpired 2 decades ago. As for Xiao Wuji's current level of mastery, no one knew. He was now part of the national team and rarely involved himself in the disputes of the martial arts community. Although Xiao Wuji had semi-retired, the legends surrounding him continued to circulate. Young friend, you wounded my brother with a single move. May I inquire as to which sect you belong? Qi Zhenrong, suppressing his anger, fixed his gaze on Mu Fan and inquired. You are not worthy to know? Mu Fan replied, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. What audacity! Qi Zhenrong scoffed, and with a swift motion, he summoned a large blade that shattered the glass of his Bentley, landing deftly in his hand. This mighty cleaver, entirely black, bore a golden dragon coiled around the hilt, its blade gleaming with a chilling light, exuding a menacing aura. The Dragon Slayer. Upon seeing the blade, Su Huxiao instinctively recoiled 3 steps. Overwhelmed by its lethal presence, Qi Zhenrong had, with this very weapon, slain countless masters of martial arts. Su Huxiao recalled hearing from his father about a wealthy shipping magnate from a coastal city in the south, who once sought to transport a valuable shipment abroad. Given the maritime route through the Gulf of Aden, he enlisted Qi Zhenrong as protection. It was well known that piracy thrived in the Gulf of Aden, with countless merchant ships falling prey to Somali pirates each year. Although various nations dispatched naval escorts to safeguard their commercial vessels, the cunning pirates still perpetrated acts of murder and robbery with alarming frequency. As fate would have it, the merchant vessel Qi Zhenrong accompanied was targeted by Somali pirates. This world is not solely populated by martial arts masters from Huaxia. Foreign lands possess such formidable figures as well. Among the Somali pirates, 3 individuals possessed the strength of Mingjin masters. Qi Zhenrong, facing them alone, wielded the Dragon Slayer, relentlessly pursuing the pirates. Ultimately, 1 pirate was slain, another wounded, and the last managed to escape. Countless ordinary pirates perished in the ensuing chaos. From that day forth, Qi Zhenrong gained renown. Su Huxiao's profound impression of him stemmed from having heard of his exploits, prompting him to lavishly hire Qi Zhenrong for his protection. Now that Qi Zhenrong unleashed the Dragon Slayer, Su Huxiao realized the gravity of the situation. Qi Zhenrong slowly raised the Dragon Slayer, not rushing to attack but instead focusing on gathering his true essence. The energy within him coalesced into the blade, and once it reached completion, he was confident he could cleave Mu Fan in two with a single strike. "This is quite interesting," Mu Fan mused, observing Qi Zhenrong's actions. He recognized that Qi Zhenrong was channeling an increasing amount of true essence into the Dragon Slayer. Fully aware of his intentions, Qi Zhenrong's realm was merely that of Mingjin. Thus, he could not project his true essence outward as Huang Qiufeng did for offense. His essence required a vessel to unleash its full potential. For instance, by infusing his true essence into the Dragon Slayer, the blade, already capable of slicing through iron, would likely be able to sever a truck in half after the infusion. The Dragon Slayer emitted a resonating hum, enveloped in a faint azure aura that cloaked the entire blade. "Boy, receive my strike," Qi Zhenrong bellowed, raising the Dragon Slayer and charging towards Mu Fan with incredible speed. "Master Qi, slay him." Su Huxiao's eyes gleamed with expectation. At a distance of 5 meters from Mu Fan, Qi Zhenrong suddenly leaped, soaring several meters high, and with a mighty swing of the Dragon Slayer, he aimed downwards at Mu Fan. Mu Fan stood calmly, observing the approaching figure, showing no inclination to evade. "He dares not dodge?" A flicker of doubt crossed Qi Zhenrong's mind, but his hands did not falter. This was his ultimate strike. At such close range, it was inconceivable for Mu Fan to evade, so this encounter would be settled with a single move. The razor-sharp edge of the Dragon Slayer, infused with the true essence, descended directly towards Mu Fan's head. Just as the blade was about to cleave into Mu Fan, he relaxedly extended 2 fingers and effortlessly pinched the Dragon Slayer. Boom! The true essence within the blade erupted, sending a shockwave radiating outward from the 2 combatants. The force of their clash was so immense that even Su Huxiao, nearly 2 meters tall, was staggered back by the gust. Once he regained his footing and focused on the duel before him, he was utterly astonished by the sight. Qi Zhenrong was suspended mid-air, while Mu Fan stood steadfast on the ground, holding the Dragon Slayer aloft with just 2 fingers. This scene seemed to freeze in time. Su Huxiao gaped in disbelief, nearly having his eyes pop out of their sockets. "What in the world is happening?" he exclaimed incredulously. Qi Zhenrong, witnessing Mu Fan effortlessly catch his most powerful strike with mere fingers, felt his composure shatter. This is impossible." Qi Zhenrong was engulfed in horror. Although he was not a master of Anjin, he was undoubtedly the foremost among Mingjin practitioners. If the opponent could withstand his mightiest blow, could it be that Mu Fan was a master of Anjin? Or perhaps a martial arts master? "Is this all you are capable of?" Mu Fan tilted his head, gazing at the suspended Qi Zhenrong with a hint of disappointment. At the sound of Mu Fan's voice, Qi Zhenrong's heart sank. It was over. Today, he had encountered a formidable foe. Chapter 43. The Talisman of Life. Qi Zhenrong, being an experienced veteran, had come to the sobering realization that he was no match for Mu Fan. The fact that Mu Fan could effortlessly deflect his full-force attack with just 2 fingers spoke volumes about his terrifying strength. A desire to retreat began to blossom within Qi Zhenrong. He sought to withdraw the blade, but to his astonishment, no matter how he exerted himself, the Dragon Slayer remained firmly ensnared by Mu Fan's grip, as if it were caught in a vice. "You are far too weak," Mu Fan observed Qi Zhenrong's labored struggle, shaking his head in disappointment. With a slight increase in pressure, he snapped the seemingly indestructible Dragon Slayer in 2, as the blade shattered. The true essence previously infused within it dissipated instantly, causing Qi Zhenrong to spit blood and plummet from the air. Struggling to maintain his balance with the remaining half of the blade, he barely managed to avoid collapsing. The fear reflected in his gaze as he looked at Mu Fan was profound. Just who was this Mu Fan? How had such a monstrous figure emerged in the martial arts community of Green City? He was overwhelmingly powerful. Even a seasoned Mingjin practitioner like Qi Zhenrong felt an undeniable terror toward him. Mu Fan flicked his wrist, sending the broken blade flying, embedding itself into the ground before Qi Zhenrong. Staring at the blade deeply lodged in the earth, Qi Zhenrong gulped hard, his back drenched in cold sweat. If Mu Fan wished, that seemingly careless strike could easily claim Qi Zhenrong's life. "Master Mu, spare my life." Qi Zhenrong, genuinely frightened, found himself devoid of the courage to resist in the face of such overwhelming power. The strength Mu Fan had displayed today likely surpassed even that of Li Zidao. Su Huxiao, you little rascal, we brothers have no enmity with you. Why have you led us into such a predicament today? Qi Zhenrong turned to the still-stunned Su Huxiao, his face contorted in rage. When Su Huxiao had sought them out, he had only relayed that Mu Fan was a master of martial arts, failing to mention that he had already entered the realm of Anjin. The disparity between Mingjin and Anjin was akin to a chasm that could not be crossed. Qi Zhenrong's resentment towards Su Huxiao intensified. Master Mu, please forgive our transgressions. My brother and I had no intention of offending you. It was all Su Huxiao's scheme. Qi Zhenrong, now a craven coward, displayed a desperate eagerness to survive, resembling a submissive dog before Mu Fan, fearful that any displeasure from him might lead to his demise. Su Huxiao, taken aback by Qi Zhenrong's deflection of blame, could hardly believe that a distinguished master of martial arts could be so cowardly. Moreover, the formidable prowess Mu Fan exhibited had far exceeded Su Huxiao's expectations. He could scarcely fathom that both martial arts masters were utterly powerless against Mu Fan. Reduced to begging for mercy, despair washed over Su Huxiao. His legs felt weak beneath him. Weren't you both quite arrogant earlier, demanding I sever my own legs, and to kneel before you as your subordinate? Mu Fan regarded Qi Zhenrong calmly, his tone devoid of emotion. Yet to Qi Zhenrong, those words struck like a chilling gale from the depths of hell. Raising the hairs on his body in alarm, Qi Zhenrong understood that if he did not pay a price today, he might not leave this place alive. Each master of Anjin was a formidable force unto themselves, and he truly could not afford to provoke one. A flash of determination crossed Qi Zhenrong's eyes as he raised the remaining half of the Dragon Slayer, striking it brutally against his own left arm. With a swift motion, his arm fell to the ground. Master Mu, I sincerely apologize for my previous offenses. This arm serves as my gesture of contrition. Qi Zhenrong gritted his teeth against the searing pain of his severed limb, speaking earnestly to Mu Fan, seeking his forgiveness. His instinct for survival surged, knowing that having offended a master of Anjin, should Mu Fan desire his death, he would find no refuge, even if he fled to the ends of the earth. Begone, Mu Fan commanded dismissively. Master Mu, thank you for your mercy. Qi Zhenrong expressed his gratitude, not daring to linger any longer. He picked up his severed arm and, carrying the unconscious Zhao Hongfei, hurriedly departed. As he passed by Su Huxiao, he abruptly halted. Su Huxiao, I will remember this grudge. Qi Zhenrong shot him a fierce glare before storming away. In Qi Zhenrong's mind, had Su Huxiao informed him earlier that Mu Fan was a master of Anjin, neither he nor his brother would have suffered such a tremendous loss. Confronting such a powerful master of Anjin, they had nearly lost their lives, with Zhao Hongfei grievously injured and Qi Zhenrong now one-armed. It was only natural for them to blame Su Huxiao, for it was Su Huxiao who had led them into this perilous situation. Stunned, Su Huxiao stood frozen in place. He could scarcely believe how drastically the situation had reversed in such a short span of time. Watching Qi Zhenrong flee, Mu Fan approached him like the harbinger of death, step by step, and Su Huxiao's heart sank into total panic. Su Huxiao, unleash whatever means you have left. Mu Fan's presence was that of a celestial being descending from the heavens. In this life and the last, he intended to return all the suffering inflicted upon him by Su Huxiao manifold. Mu Fan, my father is the wealthiest man in Green City, and my master is the martial arts master Li Zidao. If you dare to kill me, they will not let you off. Su Huxiao stammered, retreating in terror, the strength of Mu Fan's aura instilling an overwhelming dread within him. He was genuinely afraid. Kill you? That would be too merciful. I want you to experience the most excruciating pain in this world. Mu Fan's words were deliberate and chilling. No, please, don't. Stay back. Su Huxiao, overwhelmed by despair, turned to flee to his car. Trying to escape, Mu Fan chuckled coldly, effortlessly waving his hand. The Bentley was suddenly propelled from Su Huxiao's sight, crashing against a solid wall, wrecked beyond recognition, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Panic-stricken, Su Huxiao lost the arrogance he once held. His sole thought was to escape, to flee this place at all costs. Yet in the next moment, he found his legs weak and unresponsive, unable to move. This was the body's reflexive response to extreme fear. He collapsed to the ground, his legs utterly defying his will. Mu Fan drew closer, eye in his mind. Memories from his past life flashed like a rapid film reel. The myriad of atrocities committed by Su Huxiao ignited within him a desire for revenge. Don't come any closer. In a moment of desperation, Su Huxiao hurled the talisman of life that Li Zidao had given him. As the talisman flew through the air, it shattered, revealing a gigantic scorpion apparition that towered over the surroundings. Its stinger raised high, poised to strike at Mu Fan. Su Huxiao was awestruck. Was this truly the power of his master? It was astonishing. A flicker of hope surged within him. Such a crude and inept technique dared to flaunt itself before me. Mu Fan snorted derisively, raising his hand and forcefully swiping at the scorpion, summoning a powerful gust that struck the colossal creature. The scorpion's hardened exterior, upon encountering the fierce wind, suddenly manifested countless fissures. As these cracks deepened, they ultimately enveloped its entire body. Crack, crack. From these crevices emerged a myriad of brilliant lights, and with a resounding bang, the immense form of the scorpion burst apart in an instant. Subsequently scattered into dust by the violent gusts, Su Huixiao's life-preserving talisman was effortlessly unraveled by Mu Fan. Su Huixiao's cold sweat poured down as he was rendered speechless by the spectacle before him. Su Huixiao, Mu Fan barked as Su Huixiao's gaze shifted. It felt as though his heart had been viciously seized, followed by his pupils dilating and his expression turning vacant in an instant. He had fallen prey to Mu Fan's illusion. Chapter 44. Illusion. This was a world drenched in crimson. When Su Huixiao weakly opened his eyes, he discovered himself bound to a crucifix. Where is this place? Su Huixiao struggled with all his might. Yet no matter how desperately he contorted, he could not break free even a fraction. Suddenly, the sound of someone sharpening a blade filled his ears. Following the sound, he spotted a blurred figure intently honing a knife. The figure gradually came into focus. Su Huixiao recognized him. It was Mu Fan. Mu Fan was sharpening a knife. Soon, the relentless sound of sharpening echoed in Su Huixiao's ears as more and more manifestations of Mu Fan appeared before him. The sight was boundless. This world seemed to be brimming with the visage of Mu Fan. Countless Mu Fans were singularly focused on sharpening their blades. Su Huixiao was paralyzed with terror at the sight. He frantically struggled for help, yet no one paid him any heed. His voice became hoarse, his courage shattered, and he was engulfed in despair. The sound of sharpening abruptly ceased. One Mu Fan rose to his feet, followed by a multitude of Mu Fans standing in unison. Each held a sharp long sword, their faces devoid of expression. On July 16, 2022, you injured my father, rendering him bedridden for a week. On August 9, 2022, you humiliated and insulted me, stripping me of my dignity. On September 22, 2022, you led a group to vandalize my home, sending my father back to the hospital. Mu Fan recounted these grievances, and with each utterance, the sharp swords would pierce Su Huixiao's body. Pain. Excruciating pain. Su Huixiao endured inhuman torment. In the blink of an eye, his body was riddled with countless wounds. Yet, paradoxically, he could not die. Countless Mu Fans mercilessly continued to stab him. Every moment, Su Huixiao experienced the most brutal suffering imaginable. Just as he neared the brink of death, the surrounding environment abruptly shifted. This was a tranquil lake. Su Huixiao plummeted from the sky, crashing into the water and sending up a flurry of splashes. He desperately attempted to swim back to shore. Suddenly, a piranha appeared, viciously biting off his toe. Su Huixiao screamed in agony, propelling himself toward the shore with renewed fervor. However, he soon realized that no matter how hard he swam toward the bank, it seemed to recede ever further away. An increasing number of piranhas, drawn by the scent of blood, rapidly swam toward him. No. Panic filled Su Huixiao's eyes. The piranhas surrounded him, greedily gnawing at his flesh. This was a torment that seared into his very soul. In mere seconds, Su Huixiao's body was devoured, leaving only a skeletal frame. Just before death, he glimpsed a youthful figure standing with arms crossed on the distant shore, silently observing everything. As his life flickered out, he recognized that the figure was Mu Fan. The scene shifted once more. This was an endless desert. Above, the sun hung high, mercilessly scorching the vast expanse of sand. Su Huixiao was awakened by the relentless heat. What on earth is happening? Waves of turmoil surged within Su Huixiao's heart, yet before he could gather his thoughts, the searing sunlight caused the skin on his back to crack open. He needed to find shade to escape the sun. Otherwise, he would perish under its wrath. 2 hours later, Su Huishao trudged through the desert, severely dehydrated. His lips were cracked, and his consciousness began to wane. He faintly spotted a figure ahead. He struggled to crawl toward it. "Please, can you spare me a sip of water?" Su Huishao weakly reached the feet of the figure, desperately extending his hand for water. "To drink water, you must wager your life." The voice sent a jolt of terror through Su Huishao, his eyes widening in fright. It was Mu Fan again. His vision darkened, and he instantly collapsed. Days later, a desiccated corpse appeared in the desert, while hungry vultures feasted upon it. Within the realm of illusions, Su Huishao repeatedly faced death. In this brutal illusion, regardless of how resolute a person's will may be, they would ultimately be mercilessly shattered. Each torment within the illusion inflicted genuine psychological harm upon the body in the real world. Only when the physical body perished would the illusion dissipate. Mu Fan had proclaimed that directly killing Su Huishao would be too merciful. He intended to make his adversary endure endless agony within the illusory realm, ultimately leading to a slow demise. In truth, the moment Su Huishao provoked Mu Fan's family, he had already been sentenced to death. Mu Fan vowed to protect his family in this lifetime. Anyone daring to harm his loved ones would pay a grievous price, regardless of who that person might be. For 7 centuries, Mu Fan had reigned in the celestial realm, and his heart had grown cold beyond measure. Aside from his family and those who had once aided him, Mu Fan would show no mercy to anyone else. In the real world, Mu Fan stood expressionless, his gaze quietly fixed upon Su Huishao. At that moment, Su Huishao was enduring the torments of the illusion, leaving him in a catatonic state, his eyes vacant. Mu Fan's illusion was impenetrable. Thus, the only way for Su Huishao to escape the torment of the illusion was through death. However, ensnared in Mu Fan's illusion, he resembled a vegetative state, utterly incapable of actively ending his own life. This was precisely what Mu Fan desired to witness. Mu Fan would not kill him outright. He intended for Su Huishao to languish in endless suffering until he gradually succumbed. Today was merely an appetizer. The Su family should brace themselves for the impending wrath of Mu Fan. A cold smile flickered across Mu Fan's lips. Almost forgetting something, Mu Fan turned and approached the group of bodyguards accompanying Su Huishao. Among them, one individual had kicked his father upon leaving Mu Fan's home. Mu Fan stepped before this bodyguard. The man bore multiple broken bones and was groaning in agony. Mu Fan picked up a knife from the ground and thrust it menacingly before the bodyguard. Upon witnessing this, the bodyguard was instantly paralyzed with fear. Urinating himself in terror, Mu Fan had observed the earlier confrontation with Qi Zhenrong and Zhao Hongfei. Both Qi and Zhao were renowned warriors in the martial arts community of Green City. If they were no match for Mu Fan, he could effortlessly dispatch this bodyguard with a mere finger. "Master Mu, please spare me." The bodyguard immediately fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Which leg did you use to kick my father?" Mu Fan inquired coldly. The bodyguard's face turned pale at the question. "Master Mu, I was wrong. I truly repent. I promise I will never do it again. Please, spare me this time. I acknowledge my mistake." He repeatedly bowed before Mu Fan, begging for forgiveness. Terrified of death and the unknown horrors it entailed, he was utterly overwhelmed by fear. "If you wish to live, I can consider sparing you, but you must sever your legs," Mu Fan replied with a chilling smile, showing no mercy for those who had harmed his parents. "You leave me no choice." The bodyguard, realizing Mu Fan's steadfastness, drew a gun and fired several shots at him. Yet, in the next moment, he was astounded by the unfolding scene. He looked down at his chest, where 3 gaping wounds were oozing blood. He could never comprehend how, despite having fired at Mu Fan, the bullets had struck him instead. The bodyguard's corpse crumpled to the ground like a pile of mud. "The last person who dared to shoot at me has grass growing on their grave that is 2 meters tall," Mu Fan remarked coldly, gazing at the deceased bodyguard. Subsequently, he erased the memories of the remaining bodyguards before departing the scene. As for Qi Zhenrong and Zhao Hongfei, he spared little thought. Even if they learned the truth, what difference would it make? Even with 10 times their courage, they would never dare to speak of today's events. Chapter 45. Prepare for your final affairs at the summit of Tongtian Peak. Tourists thronged in abundance. At the peak, a man sat cross-legged, clad in tattered garments, his hair and beard in disarray. Passers-by avoided him as though he were a wild man. For years, those who climbed Tongtian Peak knew of the hermit who resided there, Yet he never engaged with others and seldom stirred trouble, leading everyone to gradually disregard his presence. The nameless hermit slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the majestic mountains before him, encapsulating the sentiment of reaching the pinnacle and surveying the lesser peaks. Soon, he thought, I am but a step away from breaking through to the realm of transformation. Once I become a master of martial arts, what fear shall I have of Xiao Wuji? After years of relentless training, I am finally on the brink of this moment. Suddenly, the nameless hermit erupted in joyous laughter, drawing the attention of the tourist. At that moment, a tourist snapping a photo lost his footing and fell from the cliff. The sight sent shockwaves through the crowd, and screams erupted. Everyone was horrified. Tongtian Peak was the tallest mountain in Green City. A fall from such heights would surely result in a gruesome demise. Help! The tourist cried out desperately. The nameless hermit, witnessing the scene, focused intently, with a firm command. He uttered, Rise! The tourist, who had been plummeting, suddenly froze midair, floating gracefully before gradually ascending. This. The onlookers were astonished by the spectacle. The rescued tourist felt as if invisible ropes were binding him, drawing him skyward, leaving him bewildered as to what had transpired. Descend. The nameless hermit spoke again, and the tourist's body gently settled onto the stony ground of the summit. Are you all right? How did you float up? The surrounding tourists rushed over to check on him. The rescued tourist, overwhelmed with gratitude, prostrated himself, fervently bowing toward the spot where he had fallen, muttering incessantly in thanks to the mountain deity for his salvation. The nameless hermit paid little mind to the commotion, immersed in his own thoughts. My true essence is now fully at my command. With enough time to cultivate, I shall become immensely powerful, rivaling even the celestial beings. As he contemplated this, a spark of determination ignited in his eyes. Make way! Just then, Qi Zhenrong staggered up the mountain, carrying the severely injured Zhao Hongfei. Their appearance caused quite a stir among the onlookers. The sight of them resembled that of desperate fugitives. One man had a severed arm, bloodied and battered. The other bore a gaping hole in his back, with a deep bruise that was ghastly to behold. Fortunately, both were adept practitioners. Otherwise, such injuries would have claimed the life of an ordinary person long ago. Master Nameless, please, I implore you, save my student's life. Qi Zhenrong pleaded, dropping to his knees before the nameless hermit. At the Green City Tianhong International Hospital, Su Huixiao lay weakly on the hospital bed, his gaze vacant and his body rigid, and no matter how others called out to him, he remained unresponsive, akin to a vegetative state. Su Lingtian and Ji Hongmei watched their son in despair, frantic and unsure of how to help. Dr. Sun, what is wrong with my son? Why has he suddenly become like this? After a thorough examination by an internationally renowned doctor, Ji Hongmei could no longer contain her anxiety to Mr. Su. Ms. Ji, I am truly sorry. We have done everything possible, yet we are still unable to determine the cause of your son's condition, Dr. Sun replied, shaking his head regretfully. How can it be undetectable? Ji Hongmei exclaimed, her frustration boiling over as she shouted at Dr. Sunday, I have truly done my utmost. Dr. Sun lamented, shaking his head. Modern medicine can cure most ailments, yet many obscure diseases remain beyond human comprehension. Just like the peculiar affliction afflicting Su Huixiao, numerous tests had yielded normal results, yet he lay bedridden, appearing gravely weak. Ji Hongmei felt as if she were on the brink of collapse. Su Lingtian's heart was equally heavy. The entire Su family was shrouded in an oppressive gloom due to Su Huixiao's unfortunate plight. Dr. Sun sighed once more before leaving the room. A few minutes later, a man clad in simple attire, handsome yet exuding an air of calm authority, entered the room. Behind him trailed several subordinates dressed in Zhongshan suits, each exuding vigor and a formidable presence. Masterly, you have finally arrived, Su Lingtian exclaimed, rushing to greet Li Zidao with palpable excitement. Li Zidao was a true master, and in Green City, only the elder of the Jiang family could rival his prowess. Furthermore, the wealthy elite of Green City recognized that, given the elder's advancing age, his influence was waning, while Li Zidao's reputation had soared in recent years, positioning him to surpass the elder. In truth, Li Zidao's power in Green City had nearly eclipsed that of the Jiang family. He refrained from direct confrontation with the Jiang family primarily due to the elder's enigmatic nature. The martial arts community was unaware of his current level of cultivation, and acting recklessly could lead to dire consequences. Additionally, the elder's eldest son was involved in governance, overseeing a vast metropolis with millions of inhabitants along the southern coast. Anyone who could attain such a position within the government was not to be underestimated. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Li Zidao would avoid direct conflict with the Jiang family. Though minor skirmishes frequently occurred between the two factions, they were largely inconsequential. Ji Hongmei felt a wave of reassurance upon seeing Li Zidao, while Sun Yin gazed at him with admiration, recognizing that this handsome man was the true mogul of Green City. As for Mu Fan, Li Zidao could effortlessly dispose of him with a mere swipe of his hand. As this thought crossed her mind, Sun Yin's gaze toward Li Zidao became even more reverent. Li Zidao, aloof yet composed, approached Su Huixiao's bedside. Upon seeing Su Huixiao's frail condition, his brow furrowed. Illusion? Li Zidao lifted Su Huixiao's eyelids, revealing bloodshot eyes that were a disturbing sight. What illusion? Su Lingtian inquired, bowing respectfully. Please step outside and wait. Li Zidao did not respond to him but instead commanded expressionlessly. As his words fell, regardless of the Su family's reaction, his subordinates promptly expelled the Su family from the ward. At this moment, Li Zidao extended his palm and pressed it against Su Huixiao's forehead, slowly closing his eyes to perceive the other's spiritual world. It was a realm shrouded in white mist. Clad in plain garments, Li Zidao appeared here, his demeanor impassive. I had initially believed that only I excelled in the art of illusion, yet I never anticipated that there existed formidable practitioners of illusion in this world as well. Facing the fog, Li Zidao began to ponder. After a brief moment, he flicked his sleeve, and instantly, the mist dissipated. One image after another suddenly materialized before Li Zidao. Each window of these images connected to a separate illusory realm. These windows resembled television screens, incessantly replaying the scenes of Su Huixiao experiencing the process of death. The number of windows exceeded several hundred, all suspended before Li Zidao. He discerned that Su Huixiao was undergoing a torturous experience of death in the world of illusions, transforming in various ways. How much hatred one must harbor to cast such a malicious illusion. Li Zidao snorted coldly, preparing to destroy these illusory windows. According to his understanding of illusions, to break free from them, all these windows must be annihilated. Just as his attack was about to strike the illusory windows, a massive black vortex suddenly emerged, pulling Li Zidao into its depths. The sky appeared as if stained with blood. Li Zidao's body floated in midair, witnessing Su Huixiao nailed to a cross, surrounded by countless figures wielding sharp swords, incessantly stabbing at Su Huixiao's body. Li Zidao's brow furrowed even tighter at this sight. Just as he was about to intervene, an array of figures suddenly halted their actions, turning in unison to gaze at the suspended Li Zidao. A chill shot through his heart. Master, save me! Su Huixiao cried out in anguished despair upon seeing them. This place was terrifying beyond measure. It was 1,000 times more horrific than hell. Here, he endured the torment of a fate worse than death at every moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless figures, their faces devoid of expression, hurled their swords toward Li Zidao as he watched the multitude of blades flying toward him. It felt as if a storm of arrows was unleashed, utterly unstoppable. What kind of illusion is this? Li Zidao's heart sank, and he instantly felt a desire to retreat. He understood that within the world of illusions, unless one possessed the overwhelming power to crush the opposing illusion, any resistance would be futile. In a moment of desperation, he bit his finger, forcibly extracting himself from the illusory realm and the real world. Li Zidao abruptly opened his eyes, swiftly withdrawing his hand from Su Huixiao's forehead. Figures, huh? Quite intriguing. A cold smile crept upon Li Zidao's lips. He realized that the recent significant events in Green City were all related to this figure. What surprised him even more was the extraordinary strength of the opponent's illusions. Boss? A subordinate nearby quickly approached with concern. I'm fine. Let us go. Li Zidao waved his hand, leading his subordinates out of the ward. Master Li, what has happened to my son? Su Lingtian inquired anxiously. P.S. beyond saving. You should prepare for the funeral. After leaving this statement, Li Zidao led his subordinates away without looking back. The Su family, upon hearing this, wore expressions of horror. My son. Ji Hongmei let out a heart-wrenching scream before her vision darkened, and she fainted. August 29, 2022, 1:13 a.m. Su Huixiao succumbed to death after failed attempts at rescue. At the age of 26, Chapter 46. The beginning of the senior year today marks the commencement of the senior year. Provincial Experimental High School in Green City is the most prestigious institution in this city, where numerous students gain admission to Tsinghua and Beida with commendable results each year. Consequently, parents of many students strive ardently to enroll their children here. However, for Mu Fan, attending school has become a matter of little significance. Not only was he a top student in his previous life, but his current prowess also placed him far beyond the reach of many. Nevertheless, his parents held high expectations for him, and today, they personally brought him to school, leaving Mu Fan feeling quite helpless. Mu Fan, as school begins, tone down the playfulness and focus on your studies, so that you can enroll in a reputable university, thus bringing honor to your father and me. Shin Fengyuan gazed at her son with affectionate eyes, continuously advising him. Son, if you run low on money at school, just tell your father, I recently found a job that pays over 5,000 a month, along with social security benefits, so our family will be financially secure in the future, and you won't have to worry about money as you did before. Mu Shanhai's health had nearly returned to normal, and his spirit and vitality had improved significantly. He was filled with vigor for life. After all, in a few years, Mu Fan would graduate from university and marry, so he needed to earn money to buy a car and house for Mu Fan, ensuring a prosperous future for him. Dad and Mom, I understand. Mu Fan nodded obediently. To outsiders, he was the cold and unfeeling Master Mu, but in front of his parents, he remained their forever young child. Oh, old Mu, after not seeing you for a few days, you aren't even using a wheelchair anymore. Have you gotten prosthetics? Just then, a rather dowdy-dressed woman appeared before the family. Following the voice, Mu Fan recognized her. The woman was Qian Haitang, who had previously set up a food stall with his father, later renting a shop to open a delicatessen, reportedly doing well in business and even buying a car and house in Green City. Her daughter was of similar age to Mu Fan and was also in her senior year, albeit with dismal grades. Known for her sharp tongue, she often berated vendors who dared to provoke her. Many who conducted business nearby were wary of offending her. What prosthetics? These are my real legs, Mu Shanhai exclaimed, lifting his pant leg to reveal the truth. Good heavens, they're really real legs? Qian Haitang leaned closer, astonished to see that Mu Shanhai had grown real legs. After all, he had been disabled for over a decade, so witnessing this transformation was shocking. I must thank Dr. Zhang. Without him, I might not have regained my legs. Mu Shanhai explained with a smile. Old Mu, you actually know Dr. Zhang. Why have I never heard you mention him before? Qian Haitang eagerly engaged in conversation, unable to contain her excitement. Dad and Mom, I'm heading into school first. Mu Fan was aware of his parents' nature. They were known for their warm-heartedness, and if they started chatting, it would rarely come to an end. He bade farewell to them and joined the flow of students entering the school. The campus remained the same as he remembered, especially in their senior year, adorned with various motivational banners filled with invigorating phrases. Mu Fan located his class, the 15th class of the senior year, and upon reaching his seat, he sat down directly. As today was the first day of school, everyone was particularly excited. Some students, having not seen each other for 2 months, gathered to chat endlessly. Have you heard? The son of Green City's richest man has died. No way, is that true? What would I gain by lying? Apparently, he succumbed to a strange illness in the hospital. Nonsense. The Su family is wealthy and influential. Would they just watch their child die? I heard through the grapevine that he offended a powerful figure and was taken care of. Oh my God, don't scare me. What kind of powerful figure would dare to kill the son of the richest man? As Mu Fan listened to his classmates' discussions from a distance, he found it all rather tedious. Mu Fan? Just then, a melodious voice akin to silver bells echoed from outside the classroom. Everyone turned to look. They saw Zhao Qinya gazing at Mu Fan in astonishment. Dressed in an elegant gray-brown blazer over a white t-shirt, paired with pink silk trousers that brushed the floor, and sporting a pair of panda-themed black and white shoes. Her striking appearance captured the attention of many classmates. However, everyone was puzzled about one thing. Why was Zhao Qinya, who usually exuded an air of aloofness, so warm toward Mu Fan on the first day of school? After all, Mu Fan typically had little presence in class. Apart from being the first name called out by the teacher during exam results, he had little else to draw attention. Naturally, the teacher always mentioned Mu Fan first because he consistently achieved the highest scores. Furthermore, everyone knew Zhao Qinya had many admirers at school, including Lu Haonan and Zheng Xiaofan, who were among her most fervent pursuers. Zheng Xiaofan's family was involved in the jewelry business, reportedly 10 times wealthier than Lu Haonan's family. As the only son, he was exceptionally pampered, and his mother had even proclaimed that should he excel in his studies, she would donate several libraries to the school. Zhao Qinya typically mingled with the elite, and these individuals were the most dazzling stars at school. Without comparison, Mu Fan, despite his good grades, was not seen as a contender against the likes of Zheng Xiaofan. Though they were all high school students, many understood that the wealthy children like Zhao Qinya, despite sharing the same classroom, belonged to entirely different worlds. Even if their grades were poor, they could always return home to inherit family businesses. Conversely, if a regular student performed poorly and failed to gain admission to a good university, they might end up as lifelong wage earners. Today's students, despite their youth, were remarkably astute. It's me. What's wrong? Mu Fan looked over, suddenly realizing Zhao Qianya's unusually animated demeanor. He distinctly remembered her as the school's cold goddess. Mu Fan, you're alive. I can't believe you really survived, Zhao Qinya exclaimed as she rushed over. Scrutinizing Mu Fan closely, even gently poking his cheek with her delicate hand. In truth, ever since leaving the bar that day, she had been deeply concerned for Mu Fan's safety. Night after night, she replayed the harrowing events in her mind, even having nightmares where Mu Fan was shot and killed at the bar. The incident had nearly driven Zhao Qinya to the brink of despair. She regretted not going to the bar that night, thinking that if she hadn't Mu Fan wouldn't have faced such peril. She had wanted to reach out to him countless times, but realized she didn't have any of his contact information. Thus, seeing him alive today filled her with overwhelming joy. The surrounding classmates were left dumbfounded by Zhao Qinya's unexpected display of concern. What is happening? Is Zhao Qinya actually showing interest in Mu Fan? Oh no, could this be a scenario of a rich girl falling for a poor boy? Everyone was perplexed, witnessing Zhao Qinya's unprecedented concern for someone. Zhao Qinya, please mind your conduct, and why would I be dead? Mu Fan said, taking her soft hand and gently setting it aside. Though he understood her intentions were benign, being probed by a young girl felt rather strange. Zhao Qinya realized her excitement had led to her impulsive actions. He surely wouldn't be angry, would he? She discreetly glanced at Mu Fan, noticing his puzzled expression, causing her cheeks to flush. Qinya. Just then, several boys appeared at the classroom door. One, standing at 6 feet tall, with a handsome visage and sharp brows, drew the attention of many girls in the class, their eyes sparkling with admiration. He was Zheng Xiaofan, renowned figure in the school, attending the international department due to his family's wealth. The students in the international department were destined for overseas studies, so they didn't prioritize academic performance. They were a unique presence within the school, and teachers seldom dared to discipline them. Last semester, a headstrong male teacher confiscated Zheng Xiaofan's phone, only to be dismissed that very afternoon, with the principal personally apologizing to Zheng and his peers to quell the matter. Ordinary students faced reprimands or even expulsion for violating school regulations, while Zheng and his group merely saw the rules modified to accommodate them. Students had long grown accustomed to such occurrences, knowing well to steer clear of them. After all, if the school couldn't manage them, how could ordinary students afford to offend them? Hearing Zheng Xiaofan call her name at the classroom door, Zhao Qinya felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She was aware of Zheng Xiaofan's affections for her, yet she didn't reciprocate. Despite his good looks and wealth, he simply didn't capture her interest. She had turned down his invitations to hang out numerous times over the break, but she hadn't expected him to find her in her class on the first day of school. Feigning ignorance, Zhao Qinya returned to her seat. Fangu, it seems you have a new rival, Lu Qinkuan remarked, licking his lips awkwardly. Oh? Zheng Xiaofan turned his gaze toward him. Didn't you see that guy holding Zhao Qinya's hand just now? Lu Qinkuan prompted. Having observed the earlier exchange clearly, he embellished the story, eager to stir the pot. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaofan's expression darkened. Just then, Lu Haonan appeared before them. Since the bar incident, he had become considerably subdued, shedding his previous arrogance. The experience had profoundly affected him, especially following Sun Jinbiao's death, which shocked all of Green City. Upon learning of his son's involvement, Lu Haonan's father nearly beat him to death. Sun Jinbiao's backing is Li Zidao, a significant figure in the martial arts community of Green City. For a mere businessman like him, provoking such a person could lead to his demise as easily as crushing an ant. Therefore, in order to prevent Lu Haonan from committing any foolish acts in the future, he must ensure that Lu Haonan learns a harsh lesson. Lu Haonan, I hear you took Qinya out for a holiday? Zheng Xiaofan said, pulling him over with a smirk. Beside them, Lu Qinkuan and others looked at him with ill intentions. Although Lu Haonan's father is thriving in the mining business in northwest Shaanxi, Zhang Xiaofan and his peers are not to be underestimated. Zhang Xiaofan, I won't pursue Qinya anymore. You must be satisfied with that, right? Lu Haonan replied weakly, appearing quite dejected. Oh dear, what has happened to our young master Lu? Have you conceded defeat knowing you aren't my match? Zhang Xiaofan and his group laughed arrogantly. Think what you will. Lu Haonan had no desire to explain himself to them. After all, these wealthy brats could hardly understand what he had been through lately. I ask you, who is that guy? Zhang Xiaofan blocked his path, pointing at Mu Fan. Lu Haonan lifted his eyelids and glanced in the direction Zhang was indicating. In the next moment, upon seeing Mu Fan, his eyes widened in shock. Mu Fan! Lu Haonan almost shouted, shoving Zhang Xiaofan and rushing into the classroom. Mu Fan, my good brother? You're all right, Lu Haonan exclaimed, examining Mu Fan closely, filled with excitement. Previously, he held Mu Fan in disdain. But after the events at the bar, his perception had completely changed. Had Mu Fan not stepped in that day, they might have all perished at Sun Jinbiao's hands. Although Lu Haonan often flaunted his wealth, he was not inherently bad. He could discern right from wrong most of the time. People his age typically have clear-cut feelings, without too many ulterior motives. Why would I have anything wrong? Mu Fan glanced at him and countered. As long as you're fine, as long as you're fine. Lu Haonan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for leaving Mu Fan behind that day. After all, he had led Mu Fan to the bar. And when trouble arose, Mu Fan bore the brunt alone. Now, seeing Mu Fan alive and well before him, his guilt somewhat alleviated. So your name is Mu Fan. Zhang Xiaofan and his group suddenly surrounded Mu Fan in class, their faces filled with provocation. Zhang Xiaofan, he is my friend. Spare him and don't cause him trouble. Before Mu Fan could speak, Lu Haonan stepped in front of him. Lu Haonan understood these people's habits. They often bullied classmates at school, relying on their wealthy backgrounds. Particularly Zhang Xiaofan, who allegedly had connections to the underworld, made school life unbearable. Previously, a student accidentally stepped on Zhang Xiaofan's shoe while playing basketball, and Zhang had the student beaten into serious injury, landing him in the hospital. When the student's parents came to demand justice, Zhang brazenly threatened that any time he saw their child, he would ensure they faced repercussions. Ultimately, the matter was swept under the rug, with Zhang facing no punishment, while the beaten student never returned to school and transferred elsewhere. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed through the classroom. The eyes of all the students turned in shock towards Mu Fan. Spare you? Who do you think you are? Lu Qinkuan slapped Lu Haonan across the face, cursing with irritation. Lu Haonan felt a burning pain on one side of his face, a bright red handprint appearing instantly. He glared at Zhang Xiaofan and his group with venomous eyes. Enough, Zhang Xiaofan. How long do you intend to continue this? Zhao Qinya could no longer bear it. She stood up from her seat and rushed over. Confronting Zhang and his group, she realized that her previous rejection had led Zhang and his gang to vent their frustrations on her classmates. Qinya, you finally choose to acknowledge me, Zhang Xiaofan said, his gaze shifting to Zhao Qinya with a satisfied smile, and of course, he showed no concern for having slapped Lu Haonan. That was merely a lesson for Lu, who acted like a big shot in front of them. Otherwise, Lu would remain oblivious to the consequences of his arrogance. Zhang Xiaofan, could you stop bothering me? Is it amusing for you to bully others all day? Zhao Qinya demanded. Due to Zhang Xiaofan's actions, Zhao Qinya had nearly lost all her friends at school, especially male friends. Anyone who spoke to her found themselves threatened by Zhang. Over time, everyone distanced themselves from Zhao Qinya, fearful of Zhang's retaliation. How amusing, Zhang Xiaofan shrugged, responding nonchalantly. You. Zhao Qinya seethed with frustration. Qinya, my friend recently opened a KTV. Let us go sing together this weekend? Zhang Xiaofan invited with a smile. However, Zhao Qinya found him utterly unworthy of her response. Haonan, are you all right? Zhao Qinya turned her concerned gaze to Lu Haonan, approaching him. She knew that it was because of her that both Mu Fan and Lu Haonan were being targeted. I'm fine. Lu Haonan shook his head. Seeing this scene ignited a wave of jealousy in Zhang Xiaofan, who shot a glance at Lu Qinkuan and his companions. They instantly understood his unspoken command. Get out here, you bastard! Lu Qinkuan growled, grabbing Lu Haonan by the hair and dragging him out of the classroom. Zhang Xiaofan swiftly joined in, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to Lu Haonan. The classmates were stunned by the sudden turn of events, but dared not intervene. Zhang Xiaofan, what are you doing? Zhao Qinya attempted to step in, only to be blocked by one of Zhang's companions. Lu Haonan was mercilessly beaten, bloodied and bruised, with a black eye forming. Lu Haonan, I've long found you displeasing. You'd better behave from now on. Today's just a warning. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Zhang Xiaofan spat disdainfully at Lu Haonan. Lu Qingquan and his companions laughed triumphantly. Listen well, everyone. Zhao Qinya is the girl I'm pursuing. Anyone who dares to have any improper thoughts about her will end up like Lu Haonan. Zhang Xiaofan glared at the entire class, his intimidating presence silencing the students, who dared not meet his gaze. His eyes suddenly fell on Mu Fan, who, instead of avoiding Zhang's gaze, boldly met eye in that moment. Zhang felt as if he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast. To strike so harshly, injuring someone to this extent is utterly excessive. Mu Fan suddenly stood up, his voice icy. Chapter 48. The frenzied Lu Haonan, the classmates were left speechless, unable to comprehend that on the very first day of school, such an incident would unfold. Zhang Xiaofan was notorious for his ruthless behavior, and those frequently bullied by his group could only harbor their grievances in silence. After all, with their wealthy and influential families, ordinary students could hardly stand against them. Now, with both Lu Haonan and Mu Fan provoking the notorious bully of the school, everyone feared that they were in for a world of trouble. As Mu Fan's words hung in the air, Zhang Xiaofan's group abandoned Lu Haonan and surrounded Mu Fan instead. What, do you have an issue? Lu Qingquan sneered, his attitude brazenly provocative. Lu Haonan, a wealthy second-generation heir, they could beat without a second thought, but they regarded Mu Fan, from a humble background, with even less respect. Zhang Xiaofan stood by, smirking, filled with disdain. Don't be too arrogant, Mu Fan glanced at them, speaking coolly to him. These insignificant fools were no match. He could easily deal with them with a single slap. I'll be arrogant today. What will you do about it? Lu Qingquan taunted, deliberately presenting his face to Mu Fan. Why, patience has limits. Do not provoke me, Mu Fan's voice turned icy. Oh, you really scare me, Lu Qingquan scoffed dismissively. Stop wasting time. Let's drag him out and give him a beating. Zhang Xiaofan was all talk and no action. Just as they were about to make their move, suddenly, their homeroom teacher, Zhang Na, rushed in. What is going on? Upon seeing Lu Haonan sprawled in a pool of blood, her heart sank. Scanning the room, she quickly grasped the situation upon spotting Zhang Xiaofan and his group. Zhang Na's anger flared. It was indeed her bad luck that on the first day of school, one of her students had been severely injured, and the culprits were none other than Zhang Xiaofan and his friends. She felt a headache coming on. If it had been any other group of students, the situation might have been easier to handle. However, Zhang's family was wealthy and influential, with parents deeply embedded in the school S-board, leaving Zhang Na feeling utterly powerless. Teacher Zhang, your students attacked me. How do you propose to handle this? Lu Qingquan played the victim, clearly not new to this tactic. Teacher Zhang, they attacked Haonan first. Zhao Qinya stepped forward to defend Lu Haonan. Zhao, how can you wrongfully accuse good people? Zhang Xiaofan shrugged, mockingly. Faced with the mutual accusations, Zhang Na did not respond immediately. Instead, she crouched down to assess Lu Haonan's injuries. Haonan, are you all right? She asked with concern. I'm fine, Teacher Zhang, Lu Haonan replied, rising and wiping the blood from his mouth. Zhang Na felt a surge of anger upon seeing her student so brutally beaten. Zhang Xiaofan, you've gone too far. She said coldly that it was him who started it. We were merely defending ourselves, Zhang Xiaofan argued, twisting the truth. Lu Qingquan and his companions nodded in agreement, supporting his claim. After making their case, they disregarded Zhang Na and swaggered towards the exit. Accustomed to their arrogance, they held little respect even for the principal. Thus, Zhang Na, as a mere homeroom teacher, was hardly a concern for them. Lu Haonan, witnessing this, felt an uncontrollable surge of madness. Mu Fan, Qinya, I wronged you last time at the bar, dragging you into unnecessary trouble and harm. This time, I won't choose cowardice. Lu Haonan was resolute and charged at Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan, I'm going to kill you today. Lu Haonan moved swiftly, catching Zhang off guard, wrapping his arm around Zhang's neck and thrusting a small knife towards Zhang's waist. Since the bar incident, Lu Haonan had been teetering on the edge of a mental breakdown, particularly in recent days. His father's harsh treatment had fueled extreme thoughts in his mind. Today, in front of the whole class, Zhang and his group had beaten him mercilessly, humiliating him, igniting his rage. A cornered rabbit will bite. What more a living, breathing human? Zhang Xiaofan was caught off guard in mere seconds. Zhang's waist was drenched in blood. The students screamed in terror, and chaos erupted in the classroom. Call an ambulance, quickly, someone shouted, prompting the crowd to react. Shortly after, an ambulance arrived at the school. Both Zhang Xiaofan and Lu Haonan were rushed to the hospital for treatment. The first day of school had escalated into such a brutal brawl, alarming many parents. Everyone knew that Zhang Xiaofan's family was notoriously difficult to provoke. Now that their son had been stabbed at school, they would not let the matter rest easily. Homeroom teacher Zhang Na was urgently called away by the school administration. The classmates of Mu Fan were enveloped in a cloud of dread. Mu Fan, I'm so scared. Zhao Qinya crouched down before Mu Fan, hugging her knees, her eyes red and teary, evoking sympathy. There's nothing to fear. Even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up, Mu Fan said with a reassuring smile. Do you think Lu Haonan will be okay? Zhao Qinya looked up at Mu Fan. Worry etched on her face. I don't know. Mu Fan shook his head. Sigh. Zhao Qinya sighed, at a loss for words. Just then, Zhang Na appeared in the classroom, her face grim. Mu Fan, Zhao Qinya, step outside for a moment. Zhang Na's tone brooked no argument, clearly indicating her troubled mood. Chapter 49. The inevitable confrontation at the school's administrative office. Principal Kong Lianjie was in a foul mood. On the very first day of school, a student had been stabbed. The implications were dire. If the victim had been an ordinary student, the situation might have been easier to manage. However, the injured party was none other than the scion of the Zhang family. The Zhang family had made their fortune in the jewelry business, monopolizing the market in Green City. Over the years, they had generously donated to the school, and even Principal Kong had to curry favor with them. Now that Zhang Xiaofan had been stabbed, and the assailant was Lu Haonan, the situation was far more complicated. Lu Haonan's family was involved in mining. While not as affluent as the Zhang family, they had also contributed significantly to the school. With both families' children embroiled in such a serious incident, Principal Kong found himself in a difficult position, wanting to appease both sides. Zhang Xiaofan had already been taken to the hospital, and the Zhang family would soon arrive at the school to demand answers. He urged everyone present, come up with a solution on how to explain this to the parents in the entire room. Apart from Principal Kong Lianjie, there were also Vice Principal Zhang Kaiyun, Director of Education Wang Hui, and Financial Director Lu Mei. They were all central figures within the school. Old Kong, you need not be overly anxious. Since the incident has occurred, we ought to devise a way to resolve this matter amicably, ensuring that neither family is offended, suggested Vice Principal Zhang Kaiyun. Then tell me, how can we avoid offending both families? Lu Haonan has grievously injured Zhang Xiaofan. Given the temperament of the Zhang family, do you think they will simply let this go? Principal Kong Lianjie responded solemnly. I heard from Zhang Na that the conflict between the two was seemingly instigated by Zhao Qinya. Director of Education Wang Hui interjected. Zhao Qinya, how is it that a child from the Zhao family has become entangled in this? This truly complicates matters, Financial Director Lu Mei remarked, rubbing her temples, clearly distressed. These three families are each more powerful than the last, and now their children are embroiled in such a significant uproar. The school finds it exceedingly difficult to manage this situation. After all, no matter how the school handles it, two of the families will inevitably be dissatisfied. I have heard from Teacher Zhang Na that there is a student named Mu Fan who is also related to this incident. Zhang Kaiyun said slowly. Mu Fan? I've not heard of him. What does his family do? Principal Kong Lianjie inquired, frowning. I don't know. He seems to be an ordinary student without any notable background, Zhang Kaiyun replied. No background? Upon hearing this, Principal Kong Lianjie's eyes gleamed. Students like Zhang Xiaofan all hail from influential families, and the school cannot afford to offend them. However, Mu Fan is different. He has neither wealth nor connections, and even if he were dealt with, there would be no repercussions. Principal, what do you mean? Everyone turned their gaze towards him in unison. What do you think of my idea? Principal Kong Lianjie boldly articulated his thoughts to the group. Principal, your idea is simply brilliant. Upon hearing Kong Lianjie's suggestion, everyone applauded in agreement. Then let us proceed as I have suggested, Principal Kong Lianjie declared, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Absolutely, everyone echoed in unison. A few minutes later, Zhang Na arrived at the school's academic affairs office with Mu Fan and Zhao Qinya. Principal, I have brought Mu Fan and Zhao Qinya, Zhang Na stated, visibly nervous before the senior school officials. Kong Lianjie and his colleagues exuded an overwhelming air of authority. At this moment, Zhao Qinya was equally anxious, realizing that her and Mu Fan's summons was undoubtedly linked to the earlier incident. Mu Fan, however, remained remarkably composed. Zhao Qinya, I have heard that Lu Haonan and Zhang Xiaofan fought because of you. Zhang Kaiyun asked sternly, her gaze fixed on Zhao Qinya. From the moment she laid eyes on Zhao Qinya, Zhang Kaiyun was struck by her exceptional beauty, She thought to herself, no wonder those two young gentlemen would come to blows over a woman. It turned out she was indeed a captivating enchantress. Zhang Kaiyun, aware that even if she were 20 years younger, she might not possess such striking looks, felt a competitive urge to assert herself against Zhao Qinya. Unaccustomed to such an intense atmosphere, Zhao Qinya stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts, her fingers nervously fidgeting as she lowered her head. Zhao Qinya, I am asking you a question. Are you deaf? Zhang Caiyun's tone suddenly shifted to one of severity. Principal Kong Lianjie and the others observed the unfolding scene with impassive expressions. The atmosphere in the room became palpably oppressive. Zhao Qinya was on the verge of tears, casting a desperate glance at Mu Fan for help. This teacher, the incident involving Zhang Xiaofan and Lu Haonan has nothing to do with Qinya. Their disturbance in the school is entirely driven by their personal grievances. Mu Fan stepped forward and explained on Zhao Qinya's behalf. Zhao Qinya was one of the few friends he had in his previous life, and he could not bear to see her suffer. This young girl had done too much for him in the past, and in this life, Mu Fan vowed to protect her well-being. Did I ask you? So fond of speaking up for others, do you believe yourself to be powerful? Zhang Kaiyun shot him a glare. Kong Lianjie and the others scoffed derisively at the exchange. I am merely stating the facts, Mu Fan calmly replied, and his eyes. Zhang Kaiyun and her cohorts were nothing more than a bunch of insignificant figures, unworthy of his concern. You must be Mu Fan, correct? I have heard that the weapon used by Lu Haonan to injure Zhang Xiaofan belongs to you, does it not? Principal Kong Lianjie remarked ominously. Upon hearing this, Zhang Na's expression shifted to one of shock as she looked at Mu Fan. If what Principal Kong Lianjie stated were true, then Mu Fan was in serious trouble. The school could interpret this incident as Mu Fan instigating Lu Haonan to commit an assault. If that were substantiated, Mu Fan could very well face imprisonment. Where's the evidence? What proof do you have that the weapon used by Lu Haonan is mine? Mu Fan chuckled lightly. After all, he was a formidable figure who had traversed the celestial realm for 7 centuries. He was not someone easily intimidated by mere words. Trying to ensnare him would be futile. I heard it from students in your class. Kong Lianjie insisted unrelentingly. Which student did you hear it from? Bring them here, and I shall confront them directly, Mu Fan nonchalantly countered. Kong Lianjie, a mere high school principal in Mu Fan's eyes, held no weight whatsoever. Not even a prominent figure could command his respect. Mu Fan, if you continue to be obstinate, we will call the police. If that happens, you could be charged with inciting murder, and your life would be utterly ruined. Zhang Kaiyun sneered. Her typical tactic to intimidate students had failed miserably here. Generally, students would be cowed by her threats, but Mu Fan was an entirely different case. Mu Fan, the school is acting in your best interest. If law enforcement truly arrives, the school will not be able to protect you. Director of Education Wang Hui joined in, attempting to entice Mu Fan into submission. They believed that Mu Fan, being just a high school student, would be easy to manipulate. If Mu Fan confessed that the weapon used by Lu Haonan belonged to him, the school would have found their perfect scapegoat. Your intentions are indeed despicable. You wish for me to become the school's sacrificial lamb? Your plots are rather transparent, Mu Fan retorted coldly. You are all mere 1,000-year-old foxes attempting to play tricks in front of me. He understood that both Zhang Xiaofan and Lu Haonan came from influential families, and the school would never dare cross them. Furthermore, he was the only one without wealth or power among them, making him their prime target. Mu Fan would not foolishly allow himself to be made a scapegoat, especially not on the first day of school. Kong Lianjie and the others, upon hearing his words, turned various shades of red and green, utterly humiliated. It was evident that Mu Fan had struck a nerve. Mu Fan, the school is only concerned for your well-being. Teacher Zhang Na, sensing the tension, quickly intervened to defuse the situation. There is no need for that, Mu Fan scoffed. Zhao Qinya was utterly astonished by Mu Fan's demeanor. She had not anticipated that he would display such fortitude before the school officials. She, on the other hand, was so nervous that she had struggled to speak in front of Kong Lianjie. Just as Kong Lianjie and the others were about to respond, the door to the academic affairs office was suddenly kicked open with a loud crash. Kong Lianjie, do you not care for your position? My son has been grievously injured at your school. You had better provide a satisfactory explanation, or I swear I will tear this wretched institution apart. A corpulent woman, radiating fierce intensity, stormed into the room. She appeared to weigh over 300 pounds, adorned in ostentatious jewelry. With every step, the ground seemed to tremble beneath her weight. Upon seeing her, Kong Lianjie's expression changed instantly. It's over. The Zhang family has come to demand accountability. Chapter 50. A kick that sends her flying. Zhang Xiuling, a renowned businesswoman, was the chairwoman of Xiuling Jewelry Group, worth billions. In Green City, the jewelry business was nearly monopolized by the Xiuling Group, making it difficult for other brands, including foreign investments, to penetrate their sphere of influence. Although Zhang Xiuling was a woman, her methods outshone many industry titans. Among her most infamous exploits was the time she personally sent her husband to prison. Guo Fuhai, Zhang Xiuling's ex-husband, had been caught cheating during their marriage, resulting in an immediate divorce. The day after their separation, Zhang Xiuling arranged for her ex-husband to be castrated, and that same night, she found the woman he cheated with, not only disfiguring her but nearly beating her to death before leaving her in a roadside garbage bin. Furthermore, her son changed his surname to Zhang, following her. Zhang Xiuling dotes on Zhang Xiaofan, treating him as fragile as glass. Her unrestrained pampering has cultivated in him a reckless demeanor. On one occasion, after Zhang Xiaofan was beaten in a fight, Zhang Xiuling led hundreds of her men to not only hospitalize the opposing family but also set their house ablaze. She was notorious for being a protective mother. Anyone who dared to harm her son would face dire consequences. Now, as Zhang Xiuling entered, she was flanked by dozens of burly men, among them a few towering black men, each over 2 meters tall, whom she had brought in from overseas as elite enforcers. Mu Fan merely glanced at Zhang Xiuling, remaining unfazed. "Zhang, Director Zhang, you have arrived," Kong Lianjie stammered, his heart sinking at her aggressive approach. He realized the enormity of the situation. Zhang Xiuling was the undisputed queen of Green City. In this vast metropolis, no one dared to provoke her. When she became enraged, she could instill fear throughout the entire city. Now, with her beloved son grievously injured at school, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Zhang Kaiyun also appeared anxious upon encountering her. She was acutely aware of the terror Zhang Xiuling instilled, fully recognizing the difficult circumstances that lay ahead. Director of Education Wang Hui and Financial Director Liu Mei dared not breathe in the face of Zhang Xiuling's overwhelming presence. Smack! It is said that one does not strike a smiling face. Yet Zhang Xiuling disregarded this entirely, delivering a resounding slap to Kong Lianjie's face. "Kong Lianjie, can you still perform your duties as principal? If not, get out of my sight. My son was grievously injured at your school. And this is how you manage it. A pig could do a better job than you." In front of everyone, Zhang Xiuling unleashed her fury, venting her pent-up rage at Kong Lianjie. Previously, Kong Lianjie had exuded authority before Mu Fan and the others. But now, after receiving a resounding slap and a torrent of insults from Zhang Xiuling, he resembled a beaten dog, utterly humiliated. "Tell me who injured my son. I will skin him alive." Zhang Xiuling, fully enraged, continued to issue her threats. Her words struck fear into Kong Lianjie and the others, who trembled at the thought of her wrath. It was Lu Haonan from the Lu family. Kong Lianjie sighed, knowing he had no choice but to reveal Lu Haonan's identity to quell Zhang Xiuling's fury, lest it be unleashed upon them. "Lu Haonan? How could he harbor such animosity towards my son?" Zhang Xiuling inquired coldly. "The Lu family operates a mining business in the northwest of Jin, and they have maintained a close business relationship with Zhang Xiuling. Lu Haonan's father's mining company is one of Xiuling Jewelry Group suppliers. Zhang Xiuling was essentially the Lu family's benefactor. How dare Lu Jinbo's son injure her precious son?" Kong Lianjie could not directly answer this and instead glanced meaningfully at Zhao Qinya. Noticing his gaze, Zhao Qinya felt a chill run down her spine and instinctively hid behind Mu Fan. "You little vixen, I knew it was you who seduced my son." Zhang Xiuling, perceptive as she was, quickly grasped Kong Lianjie's implication. She recalled Zhang Xiaofan mentioning that he had recently developed feelings for a girl at school. If she was not mistaken, that girl must be Zhao Qinya. Zhang Xiuling harbored resentment towards all beautiful women due to her own unhappy marriage. Had it not been for these alluring women, her ex-husband would not have strayed. Now, seeing her precious son embroiled in a similar predicament, Zhang Xiuling could no longer suppress her fury. These little vixens had already wrecked her marriage, and now they were ensnaring her son. She was determined to make them pay dearly. Zhang Xiuling approached Zhao Qinya, her expression menacing, as if she were about to devour her whole. "You little hussy, learning to seduce men at such a young age. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." Raising her hand, Zhang Xiuling aimed to slap Zhao Qinya, showing no mercy. Zhao Qinya, terrified, let out a shriek and shut her eyes tightly. "You arrogant fat woman, Do you think you can act like this? Just then, Zhang Xiuling's raised hand was halted midair, gripped firmly by Mu Fan's hand as if it were a vice. You little brat, who are you calling fat? Do you know who my father is? Do you believe I want to kill your entire family? Zhang Xiuling, incensed and trembling with fury, could not tolerate being insulted. A mere high school student dared to act so brazenly before her. Did he have a death wish? Kill my family? I doubt you possess the capability, Mu Fan replied with a cold laugh, delivering a powerful kick that sent Zhang Xiuling, weighing over 300 pounds, flying like a soccer ball. Crash! Zhang Xiuling's body collided violently with the wall, creating a spiderweb of cracks in the solid concrete structure, shaking the entire room. How dare she lay her hands on me? You all go and take him down. Whoever can sever his head will be rewarded with 20 million. Zhang Xiuling was utterly enraged. As the formidable queen of Green City, how could she allow a mere high school student to humiliate her? Would her years of dominance amount to nothing? Her fury had reached a boiling point. Anyone who dared to provoke her must meet their demise today. Chapter 51. A call from the Jiang family. Mu Fan's sudden action left everyone astounded. One must understand the stature of Zhang Xiuling. She was the renowned matriarch of Green City. Even the most powerful figures in her circle would tread carefully around her. Yet, Mu Fan had just kicked her aside with a single blow. Principal Kong Lianjia's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Vice Principal Zhang Kaiyun gasped in shock. The Director of Education, Wang Hui, and the Financial Director, Lu Mei, were equally astonished, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. Even Mu Fan's homeroom teacher, Zhang Na, was left agape, her mouth forming an O of astonishment. Mu Fan. Zhao Qinya looked at Mu Fan with concern. He had once again stepped forward because of her, and she felt profoundly moved. However, she couldn't shake the worry from her mind. Zhang Xiuling was known for her arrogance and ruthlessness, and today she had brought a legion of fierce henchmen. Zhao Qinya couldn't help but fret for Mu Fan's safety. Fortunately, Mu Fan had not resorted to lethal force. Otherwise, his opponent would already have met their end. The numerous henchmen Zhang Xiuling had brought, under her command, had already encircled Mu Fan, including several towering figures exuding an intimidating aura, their gaze fixated on him, and their eyes. Mu Fan resembled prey in the hunter's sights, ready to pounce and snap his neck at any moment. Director Zhang, this is a school. We can resolve this privately. If this escalates too far, it will be difficult to manage. Kong Lianjia was reluctant to let matters spiral out of control. These individuals were wealthy and powerful, unafraid of anything, but he was merely a humble principal. If a death occurred on school grounds, the responsibility would be too great to bear. Moreover, if the authorities were to investigate, he couldn't escape unscathed. Get out of my way! Zhang Xiuling kicked him aside and turned to her subordinates with a fierce expression, commanding, kill him. Whatever happens, I will take the blame. Having dominated Green City for so many years, when had Zhang Xiuling ever suffered such a significant loss? Not to mention a mere Mu Fan. Even the city's prominent figures treated her with utmost respect, and all of Green City, aside from the Jiang family, Zhang Xiuling feared no one. As long as she didn't provoke members of the Jiang family, she could wreak havoc without concern. With this confidence, several of Zhang Xiuling's henchmen charged at Mu Fan. Be careful, Zhao Qinya shouted, warning him. Don't worry, they can't harm me. Mu Fan replied to Zhao Qinya with a reassuring smile, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a blur. However, Zhao Qinya was left with ripples of unease in her heart upon seeing his smile. Where did he go? The crowd looked around in confusion as Mu Fan vanished. Right behind you, Mu Fan patted the shoulder of one of the hulking henchmen. As the man turned, Mu Fan unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The man was sent flying by Mu Fan's blow. Following that, Mu Fan's movements were akin to slicing through vegetables. In mere minutes, he had taken down all of Zhang Xiuling's henchmen, leaving them sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Zhang Kaiyun and the others, fearing for their safety, had all hidden beneath the tables, trembling at the spectacle unfolding before them. Zhang Xiuling, witnessing her expensive henchmen being dispatched so effortlessly, felt her eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Who on earth are you? Zhang Xiuling asked in a low voice, her surprise evident. She had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent at her son's school. The power Mu Fan displayed had instantly captured her attention. As a prominent figure, Zhang Xiuling quickly recognized that Mu Fan was no ordinary high school student. She maintained her composure, determined to extract more information from him. having monopolized the jewelry business in Green City and kept foreign investments at bay. She relied not only on her ruthless tactics but also on her sharp intellect. She was merciless towards those beneath her but exercised caution when faced with formidable adversaries. Green City may be small, but there were two factions that one must never provoke. Aside from the Jiang family, the other was the influence of Li Zidao. Zhang Xiuling could not ascertain whether Mu Fan was connected to either faction. Class 15, Grade 3, Mu Fan. He stated flatly, "Oh Mu Fan." Zhang Xiuling was merely a pest that could be crushed with ease, and he could not be bothered to elaborate further. "Bring your family here. I want to see which family you belong to." Zhang Xiuling disregarded her injured subordinates and calmly took a chair. Sitting down, eye in her eyes, Mu Fan's fate now hinged on the strength of his family background. If it proved insufficient, Zhang Xiuling had countless methods to ensure Mu Fan's disappearance from this world without a trace. At that moment, Zhang Kaiyun and the other school leaders awkwardly crawled out from beneath the table. Although Mu Fan had single-handedly defeated dozens of opponents, they did not believe he could withstand the wrath of Zhang Xiuling. There were countless capable individuals in this world, regardless of Mu Fan's prowess. Could he endure the treachery of those lurking in the shadows? In modern society, the proliferation of firearms made it all too easy to kill someone. Director Zhang. This Mu Fan is just a child from an ordinary family. His father is disabled, and his mother is a common office worker. Zhang Kaiyun deliberately divulged Mu Fan's family background to appease Zhang Xiuling, hoping to curry favor. And? Zhang Xiuling inquired, her expression devoid of emotion. If Mu Fan's background were as simplistic as Zhang Kaiyun described, she would ensure that his entire family learned the meaning of death. That's all I know for now. Zhang Kaiyun revealed everything she knew about Mu Fan. You've done well. Once I resolve today's matters, I will recommend you to the school board for the position of principal. Zhang Xiuling smiled. Thank you, Director Zhang. Thank you, Director Zhang. Zhang Kaiyun exclaimed, elated. After years of serving as vice principal, she had long desired to secure a permanent position. Your name is Mu Fan, correct? The repercussions of today's events have exceeded your capacity to bear. I will settle the score with your family. Zhang Xiuling sneered. She acknowledged Mu Fan's combat abilities. He had taken down dozens of her henchmen, but what did that matter? Her power was overwhelming, and it would be a trivial matter to deal with Mu Fan. If you have an issue, come at me directly. You are not worthy to confront my family, Mu Fan replied coolly. Dado? You have quite the bravado. I will give you half an hour. If I do not see your family within that time, I will toss you and that little winch into the sea to feed the sharks. I speak with conviction, Zhang Xiuling declared, her words dripping with malice. Mu Fan. Zhao Qinya, hearing this, anxiously hid behind Mu Fan, daring only to peek out with her eyes to observe the unfolding events. At this moment, Mu Fan felt a surge of murderous intent. The repeated mentions of his parents were a reckless provocation. If he unleashed his powers to eliminate Zhang Xiuling and her entourage, his skills would ensure no one would ever know. Just as he was about to act, his phone rang unexpectedly. All eyes turned towards him in an instant. Answer it, don't be afraid. Zhang Xiuling eagerly anticipated that the call was from Mu Fan's family, as this would aid her in uncovering his true background. Zhao Qinyan nervously glanced at Mu Fan. He answered the call. Master Mu, my aunt will be returning to Hu City tomorrow. Before she leaves, she wishes to invite you to dinner at her home. Came the familiar voice of Jiang Yunshu on the other end. Today might not be convenient, Mu Fan replied, his gaze fixed on Zhang Xiuling. Zhang Xiuling's dismissive attitude was evident as she raised a middle finger at Mu Fan. Master Mu, do you have something to attend to this evening? May I know the reason so I can inform my grandfather? Jiang Yunshu's tone was exceedingly polite. I'm going to teach a haughty woman a lesson, Mu Fan succinctly replied. However, Zhang Xiuling nearly exploded with rage upon hearing this. She shot up from her chair, enraged at Mu Fan. I must ensure your utter destruction today. Zhang Xiuling could not tolerate being called a haughty woman, as it was her greatest insult. At that moment, Zhang Xiuling's voice echoed through the phone, reaching Jiang Yunshu's ears. Master Mu, is this haughty woman the Zhang Xiuling of the Zhang Jewelry Group? Jiang Yunshu inquired, furrowing her brow. It appears to be her. Mu Fan assessed Zhang Xiuling with a glance before responding. Master Mu, allow me to handle this matter for you. Please pass the phone to Zhang Xiuling, Jiang Yunshu requested politely. Certainly, Mu Fan nodded. Today was the first day of school, and he did not wish to escalate matters further. If Jiang Yunshu could resolve the issue, it would be ideal. Haughty woman, it's for you. Mu Fan handed the phone over. I shall see just how formidable your background truly is. Zhang Xiuling marched towards Mu Fan, her ample form jiggling with each step. Upon reaching him, she seized the phone from his hand. Zhang Xiuling pressed the phone to her ear, but as she heard the voice on the other end, her eyes widened in terror as she glanced at Mu Fan. Chapter 52. The commanding fourth master Zhang Xiuling could hardly fathom that she was hearing the voice of the Jiang family heiress from Mu Fan's phone. Countless thoughts raced through her mind as she frantically speculated about the connection between Mu Fan and the Jiang family. Zhang Kaiyun had said he came from an ordinary family. How could he possibly know someone from the Jiang family? Was Jiang Yunshu his girlfriend? Impossible. The Jiang family held their standards high. How could their daughter ever be interested in a child from a poor family? Shock, confusion, and fear enveloped Zhang Xiuling as she processed Jiang Yunshu's voice. Although Jiang Yunshu had not said much, the entire conversation felt like the most excruciating ordeal of her life. She realized she had landed herself in a monumental predicament. Zhang Kaiyun and the veteran school officials keenly observed the change in Zhang Xiuling's expression. Recognizing that her previously arrogant demeanor had evaporated, she now resembled a chastised student facing a parental reprimand. No one could comprehend the gravity of the situation unfolding before them in Green City. Zhang Xiuling was a figure of great influence. Yet, the person on the other end of the call was 1,000 times more imposing. Zhao Qinya noticed the shift in atmosphere. Her curiosity piqued, yet she dared not speak up among the powerful figures surrounding her. As a high school student, she often felt intimidated. Had Mu Fan not shielded her from the pressure, she might have succumbed to fear in the face of the ferocious Zhang Xiuling. Little did anyone expect that Mu Fan was far more than he appeared to be. Zhang Na, the homeroom teacher, suddenly understood that Mu Fan was the one with real connections. After all, how could a single phone call render the fearsome Zhang Xiuling so compliant? She realized she needed to cultivate a good relationship with Mu Fan, for one could never predict when she might need his assistance in the future. Mu Fan observed the unfolding drama with an air of calmness. After a brief moment, as Zhang Xiuling ended the call, her once haughty disposition had vanished. "Kid, you win. I concede today," Zhang Xiuling admitted, her earlier bravado diminished. She had been thoroughly reprimanded by Jiang Yunshu. Zhang Xiuling was known for her ruthlessness. Yet she had never experienced such humiliation before. However, she understood the implications of crossing the Jiang family. Offending them could lead to the collapse of her business empire overnight. The Jiang family held that kind of power. As Zhang Xiuling acknowledged her defeat, her words sent shockwaves through the room. The fearless Zhang Xiuling, once a titan, bowed her head before a mere high school student. Who would dare believe it? Not only outsiders but even Zhang Kaiyun and the others could hardly accept this truth had they not witnessed it firsthand. What on earth was Mu Fan's true identity? The school believed it had a firm grasp on his background, yet it now appeared they knew nothing. Just a single phone call had rendered Zhang Xiuling submissive. What kind of powerful figure could wield such influence? Everyone began to realize Mu Fan's background was anything but ordinary. "Mu Fan, you seem far more complex than I initially perceived." Zhao Qinya suddenly came to a realization. "Zhang Xiuling, do you think your submission today will end this matter?" Just then, the door to the academic office was kicked open, and a tall, imposing figure strode in, flanked by a group of followers. It was none other than Jiang Wenhua, the fourth master of the Jiang family. Fourth master Zhang Xiuling nearly lost her composure upon seeing him. What kind of colossal mistake had she made to provoke the fourth master? If Jiang Yunshu's call had alerted her to her error, Jiang Wenhua's arrival made it clear that she had crossed a line she should never have approached, invoking a calamity of epic proportions. No one could have anticipated that the seemingly ordinary Mu Fan possessed such an extraordinary background. "Everyone irrelevant, please leave at once." Jiang Wenhua surveyed the room, his commanding voice echoing. As he spoke, his subordinates began ushering people out. Kong Lianjie and the others were treated with a measure of courtesy, being politely escorted out. However, Zhang Xiuling's entourage was not so fortunate. They were forcibly removed. Mu Fan. Zhao Qinya glanced at him with concern. "I will be fine. Do not worry," Mu Fan reassured her with a light smile. Upon seeing this, Zhao Qinya finally felt at ease and followed the others out of the room. Jiang Wenhua observed this entire exchange with keen interest. As the clearing of the room reached its conclusion, only Mu Fan, Jiang Wenhua, and Zhang Xiuling remained. "Master Mu, it is truly a fault of the Jiang family that you have encountered such troubles in this small territory of Green City." Jiang Wenhua bowed slightly, approaching Mu Fan with an air of utmost humility and courtesy. Fourth Master Jiang. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Xiuling's heart was instantly engulfed in turmoil. What a noble identity Jiang Wenhua possessed. In the circles they frequented, Every prominent figure addressed him with deference as fourth master. Yet today, the seemingly invincible fourth master appeared before Mu Fan, appearing as humble as a dog. She simply could not comprehend the situation. Who exactly was this Mu Fan, that even members of the Jiang family had to bow so low? You arrived quite timely, Mu Fan remarked with an easy smile, casually finding a place to sit. Having Jiang family members to handle these troublesome matters was a relief for Mu Fan, sparing him the need to dirty his hands. Rest assured, Master Mu, as long as the Jiang family stands, no one in Green City dares to provoke you, Jiang Wenhua declared confidently before turning away without hesitation. Zhang Xiuling felt a pang of dread as she saw him approach her. You, fat woman, how dare you provoke Master Mu? As Jiang Wenhua spoke, he grabbed a wooden chair nearby and smashed it down upon Zhang Xiuling with great force, shattering it into pieces. Oh? Mu Fan observed this scene and realized that during the few days he had not seen Jiang Wenhua, he had already become a formidable martial artist. This was to be expected, considering he had consumed the elixirs Mu Fan had concocted, coupled with the training from old Master Jiang. Jiang Wenhua unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Zhang Xiuling, and within moments, she was drenched in blood. Fourth Master, spare me, Zhang Xiuling pleaded, clinging desperately to Jiang Wenhua's leg, genuinely terrified. Despite her outwardly glamorous life, in the face of a figure like Jiang Wenhua, she felt like a mere insect. The Jiang family could extinguish her life as easily as crushing an ant. Master Mu is a friend of the old master. If you dare to touch him, you must be seeking death, Jiang Wenhua proclaimed, delivering several more brutal kicks to Zhang Xiuling's corpulent form. Zhang Xiuling, battered and bloodied, was more shocked by the revelation that Mu Fan was a friend of old Master Jiang. This news struck her like a bolt from the blue. Good heavens! What a terrifying existence had she provoked today. In that instant, her gaze towards Mu Fan was filled with unfathomable fear. Chapter 53. A powerful background. Zhang Xiuling was gripped by sheer terror. She had never imagined that she would one day offend the Jiang family. In truth, despite her seemingly audacious demeanor, she was always cautious. She was ruthless with those she deemed inferior, decisive in her actions, knowing full well that they could not stir up trouble under her watch. However, when faced with someone of a higher caliber, she had to tread lightly. For a true heavyweight, eliminating her, a mere woman, would be all too easy. Just the presence of fourth Master Jiang was an affront she could not dare to provoke. As for old Master Jiang, he was a legendary figure in Green City, and she likely did not even qualify for an audience. Fourth Master, I truly realize my mistake. I beg you to spare my life. Zhang Xiuling was genuinely frightened. Based on her understanding of Jiang Wenhua, he was 100 times more ruthless than she could imagine. If she did not submit, he might truly beat her to death. Now you realize your mistake. Too late. Your life and death are now at the mercy of Master Mu. Jiang Wenhua spat. For him, encountering someone like Zhang Xiuling, who was merely a bit wealthy and arrogant, was not uncommon. Such individuals, if they got into trouble, often found themselves entangled with someone far beyond their reach. As Zhang Xiuling had just learned. Who was Mu Fan? He was a person whom even old Master Jiang treated with the utmost respect. Zhang Xiuling had foolishly sought her own demise by provoking him. Jiang Wenhua understood his own standing before Mu Fan, hence he had no intention of pleading for Zhang Xiuling. He had no reason to. Even if the Zhang jewelry group fell apart due to her actions, it mattered not to him. Without Zhang Xiuling, someone else would swiftly take her place. Master Mu, I was blind and inadvertently offended you. Please, allow me to make amends. I will comply with whatever you ask. Zhang Xiuling's desire for survival surged, fully aware that her fate now rested solely in Mu Fan's hands. Did you not wish to meet my parents? Do you still want to? Mu Fan approached her. His gaze condescending. I dare not. I dare not. Zhang Xiuling shook her head vigorously. Even Jiang Wenhua, a figure of significant stature, showed profound respect towards Mu Fan. She was merely a private entrepreneur. How could she possibly continue to offend him? Had she known the strength of Mu Fan's backing, even with a knife to her throat, she would not have dared to provoke him. From now on, whenever your Zhang family members encounter Zhao Qinya, they must keep their distance. Should I find out that you dare to trouble her, I will ensure your demise is most unpleasant, Mu Fan declared coldly. Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Xiuling nodded fervently, fearful that her agreement was not swift enough, and that he might change his mind and take her life. Today, she had learned the hard way what it meant to be outclassed. Initially, Zhang Xiuling thought fourth Master Jiang's reputation was formidable. But now it was evident that this young man, Mu Fan, was exponentially more powerful. Master Mu, is it not too lenient to simply let this fat woman go? Jiang Wenhua inquired respectfully, seeking to curry favor with Mu Fan. Hearing his words sent a shiver down Zhang Xiuling's spine. She is but a woman, and I have already injured her subordinates. I shall spare her life for today, Mu Fan replied indifferently. He had discerned that Zhang Xiuling likely had some connection to the Jiang family. Otherwise, given Jiang Wenhua's status as a martial artist, she would not have been able to withstand his blows. Jiang Wenhua had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, indicating that he wished to preserve her life, albeit without openly stating it due to his own dignity. For Mu Fan, since the Jiang family had intervened on his behalf, it was unnecessary to be overly harsh. It would be more prudent to return the favor with a gesture of goodwill. Zhang Xiuling, Master Mu has graciously spared your life. You ought to quickly kneel and thank him, Jiang Wenhua said sternly. The implication was clear. She had been given a second chance. Thank you, Master Mu, for sparing my life, Zhang Xiuling cried, repeatedly bowing her head in gratitude. Begone, Mu Fan dismissed her. Having narrowly escaped death, Zhang Xiuling, her face flushed with emotion, bowed deeply to Mu Fan several more times before leaving in a state of disarray. Master Mu, my sister is returning to Hu City tomorrow, and we are hosting a banquet at home today. I humbly invite you to grace us with your presence, Jiang Wenhua said, having concluded matters with Zhang Xiuling, bowing deeply to Mu Fan with sincere intent. Since your Jiang family has come forth to resolve my troubles today, it seems only fitting that I attend this banquet, Mu Fan replied calmly. I am grateful for your attendance, Master Mu. Rest assured, I will handle matters at school. Jiang Wenhua beamed with delight upon receiving Mu Fan's agreement. Do not let my family know about today's events? Mu Fan added with a glance. Understood, Jiang Wenhua promptly replied. As Zhang Xiuling, battered and bruised, left the administrative office, the school leaders, including Kong Lianjia, were left in a state of shock. What on earth had transpired? Zhang Xiuling, notorious for her bad reputation, had been schooled by someone else today? They could hardly believe their eyes. Miss Zhao, I apologize. My earlier remarks were unwise, and I offer my sincerest apologies, Zhang Xiuling proclaimed, striking her own face hard before everyone. She was no fool. Having discerned Mu Fan's warning, she recognized that Zhao Qinya was not to be trifled with. As the girlfriend of a powerful figure, Zhang Xiuling understood the gravity of the situation. This? Zhao Qinya was taken aback by Zhang Xiuling's sudden self-punishment. Aunt Zhang, please stop. I have already forgiven you. Zhao Qinya hurriedly intervened. Thank you for your forgiveness, Miss Zhao, Zhang Xiuling replied, her heart finally at ease. Zhao Qinya, being Mu Fan's partner, could easily sway Mu Fan's mood. If he were displeased, it would spell disaster for Zhang's family. Zhang Xiuling was mistakenly convinced that Zhao Qinya was Mu Fan's girlfriend. Aunt Zhang, truly, there is nothing between Mu Fan and me. Zhao Qinya attempted to clarify. Miss Zhao, I am well aware of that. My irresponsible son could never be worthy of you, so rest assured, I will ensure he no longer pesters you. Zhang Xiuling's demeanor had completely flipped from arrogance to abject humility. Thank you for your understanding, Aunt Zhang. Zhao Qinya, though uncertain of the events that had transpired, chose not to dwell on them, seeing Zhang Xiuling's change of heart. Zhang Xiuling nodded, stealing a deep glance at Zhao Qinya before turning to leave. Director Zhang, about the matter you promised me. Zhang Kaiyun approached eagerly as Zhang Xiuling prepared to depart, her face beaming with anticipation. Zhang Kaiyun, do not overstep. If you push me too far, I will see to it that your entire family is fed to the sharks. Zhang Xiuling shot her a furious glare. Had it not been for Zhang Kaiyun misrepresenting Mu Fan's identity, she would not have suffered such humiliation. The rumors had claimed Mu Fan was merely a child from an ordinary family, yet he was connected to the Jiang family and even friends with the legendary old Master Jiang. Zhang Xiuling had been thoroughly outmaneuvered today, and the sight of Zhang Kaiyun's face filled her with the urge to dismember her. Zhang Kaiyun stood frozen, unable to comprehend why Zhang Xiuling had flipped so quickly from promise to threat. Just moments ago, she had expected to be appointed principal, yet in the blink of an eye, everything had changed. Kong Lianjia observed this with a smirk. At that moment, Mu Fan, accompanied by Jiang Wenhua and his many followers, strode out of the school, exuding an air of confidence as if he were the sun surrounded by stars. It was only when Mu Fan entered the Jiang family's luxury vehicle that Kong Lianjia and the others finally snapped back to reality. You must be the principal of this school, correct? Mr. Mu has been invited by old Master Jiang to attend a banquet at our Jiang family, and I have come to inform you. A cold-faced man dressed in a luxurious suit and wearing dark sunglasses said, flanked by several attendants, addressing Kong Lianjia with an impassive demeanor. The aura they exuded was overwhelmingly oppressive, causing Kong Lianjia to tremble involuntarily. The Jiang family? The Jiang family of Green City. Upon hearing those words, Kong Lianjia was struck with shock. The reputation of the Jiang family in Green City was unparalleled, and while he may be a school principal, he was not fit to even shine old Master Jiang's shoes. Yes, yes, yes. Kong Lianjia hurriedly complied, fully aware that the Jiang family had sent someone to notify him as a courtesy. If he dared to refuse, the consequences would be dire. After all, this was the Jiang family. He could not even withstand a mere Zheng Xiuling, let alone the Jiang family, which was 1,000 times more powerful than her. They could wipe him out as easily as squashing an ant. At that moment, Kong Lianjia realized just how formidable Mu Fan's background truly was. Chapter 54. I can kill him as easily as killing a chicken on the wide road. A convoy of luxury vehicles sped by, drawing the attention of passers-by. At the forefront of the procession was the latest model of a Mercedes-Benz Maybach, followed closely by a fleet of S-Class luxury cars. Wow, it's the Jiang family's convoy. Just look at the grandeur of their outing. When will I ever drive a Maybach? The onlookers gasped in admiration, filled with envy. For most ordinary people, even a car worth 200,000 or 300,000 was a dream come true. As for vehicles worth millions, such thoughts were merely fanciful daydreams. Master Mu, ever since I consumed the elixir you refined, I have, thanks to your blessing, stepped into the realm of martial arts, Jiang Wenhua remarked. Seated beside Mu Fan, a smile gracing his face. This was a twist of fate. Had he not been injured by Huang Qiufeng that day, he might never have had the opportunity to take Mu Fan's elixir. I have noticed, Mu Fan replied. Master Mu, do you know of Li Zidao? Jiang Wenhua cautiously inquired, observing Mu Fan's expression. I've heard mention of him a few times, Mu Fan answered. To be candid, Master Mu, Li Zidao is also a martial arts expert, and he has reached an extraordinary level of mastery. The Jiang family once held absolute control in Green City, but in recent years, with Li Zidao's rise, he has encroached upon much of our influence. A few days ago, several of his subordinates were killed, and he believes it was the Jiang family behind it. He has since been retaliating fiercely against our forces, Jiang Wenhua sighed, pouring out his grievances to Mu Fan. Is the Jiang family, renowned in Green City, truly afraid of a mere Li Zidao? Mu Fan inquired. Puzzled. Point 1. Li Zidao alone does not instill fear in the Jiang family, but the power behind him is what truly concerns us. Jiang Wenhua lamented. The Jiang family had thrived for many years, producing numerous talents, and a solitary Li Zidao was not a threat in their eyes. It was the formidable force backing him that had necessitated their tolerance until now. However, as Li Zidao's influence grew, the conflict of interest between him and the Jiang family had reached an unprecedented intensity. Point 2. Tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Both the Jiang family and Li Zidao were acutely aware that a confrontation was inevitable. Oh? Mu Fan regarded Jiang Wenhua with curiosity. If memory served, Su Huxiao was indeed Li Zidao's named disciple, and even Sun Jinbiao had intricate ties to him. Master Mu, have you heard of the Dao sect? Jiang Wenhua asked, his expression grave. Do tell? Mu Fan replied, intrigued. The Dao sect is currently the most renowned secret organization in the world, founded over a century ago. Its influence spans across various countries, and the first-generation founder is said to be of Chinese descent. Over the years, the Dao sect has been involved in several monumental events, the most infamous being when they used martial arts to sink a U.S. aircraft carrier. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the world, even prompting the President of the United States to threaten military action to eradicate the Dao sect at all costs. Subsequently, the forces dispatched by the beautiful nation not only failed to eradicate the Dao sect, but many of those troops often disappeared without a trace. Riding on the shoulders of the beautiful nation, the Dao sect's reputation soared to unparalleled heights across the globe. At this point, Jiang Wenhua's emotions became increasingly fervent. After all, the individuals within the Dao sect were undeniably outrageous. It was truly unprecedented for an organization to confront the world's foremost power head-on. The thought of martial artists sinking an aircraft carrier? Mu Fan couldn't help but furrow his brow. Though not a military enthusiast, he understood that, even among the many developed nations in the world, few possessed the capability to sink a beautiful nation's aircraft carrier. Aircraft carriers typically appear as part of a battle group, A carrier battle group is not merely a single aircraft carrier. During wartime, it is accompanied by missile cruisers, destroyers, nuclear submarines, and supply ships. Breaking through such layered defenses to strike down the core aircraft carrier is akin to scaling insurmountable heights. A group of martial artists, armed only with their bare hands, could actually sink an aircraft carrier. Mu Fan found it utterly astonishing. Undoubtedly, the power of the Dao sect was indeed terrifying, which is why our Jiang family has hesitated to confront Li Zidao. Jiang Wenhua sighed, expressing that the Dao sects might have transcended human comprehension. The mere thought of opposing the Dao sect sent shivers down the spine of the Jiang family. It sounds rather intriguing. Mu Fan remarked with a smile. He knew that once he restored his cultivation to a certain level, he too would be capable of destroying an aircraft carrier single-handedly. However, that would only be achievable upon reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. After listening to Jiang Wenhua's extensive discourse, Mu Fan suddenly realized that there were numerous matters on this planet he had previously been oblivious to. Jiang Wenhua's words today were akin to opening a brand new door for him. Although there were no immortal cultivators on Earth, it appeared that many martial artists had cultivated remarkable figures. Master Mu, once one delves into the depths of martial arts, their joys and sorrows are no longer their own. Jiang Wenhua couldn't help but exclaim. His successful foray into martial arts was purely serendipitous, for it is widely acknowledged that martial arts are exceedingly difficult, akin to ascending to the heavens. Though Jiang Wenhua had made his initial steps, he was merely at the beginning of a journey akin to a long march. Mu Fan remained silent, aware that despite the strength of martial artists on Earth, they were but insignificant beings in comparison to himself. An immortal cultivator. The ultimate limit of martial arts was still far too low, unable to rival the boundless potential of immortal cultivation, where no upper limits exist. The highest realm of martial arts is immortality. However, immortal cultivators do not adhere to such limitations. Once they reach the nascent soul stage, they can summon winds and rain, traverse the heavens and earth, and shift stars. This is akin to the invincible masters in martial arts novels. No matter how formidable their skills, they remain mere mortals, incapable of contending with the omnipotent deities of the mythical realm. Master Mu, I have a lingering doubt in my heart that I wish to express today. If permissible, Jiang Wenhua tentatively inquired. He was astute in reading the room. If Mu Fan exhibited even a hint of impatience, he would immediately abandon the topic. Speak. Mu Fan replied calmly. Master Mu, I wonder how your strength compares to that of Li Zidao? Jiang Wenhua posed the question that had piqued his curiosity the most. Since meeting Mu Fan, his strength had remained a mystery to him. Although Mu Fan's few displays of power had astonished Jiang Wenhua, he remained ignorant of the extent of his abilities. Li Zidao was nearly the top martial artist in Green City, so Jiang Wenhua could only use him as a reference to gauge Mu Fan's strength. Killing him would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken, Mu Fan replied with an unruffled demeanor. Hiss! Jiang Wenhua gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a direct response from Mu Fan. It was important to note that Li Zidao was not an ordinary martial artist. After all, the Dao sect does not harbor incompetence. Although old Master Jiang had recently entered the dark energy stage, he lacked the confidence to confront Li Zidao, given that Li was considerably younger and had entered the dark energy stage much earlier. The adage youth prevails in combat is an unchanging truth. Thus, Mu Fan's declaration completely stunned Jiang Wenhua. He understood that Mu Fan was not one to jest. If he dared to say such a thing, he must possess the requisite power. A bold thought suddenly struck Jiang Wenhua's mind. If he could win Mu Fan's favor, a confrontation between the Jiang family and Li Zidao might not be out of reach. Of course, Jiang Wenhua had never contemplated completely eliminating Li Zidao, as that would be unrealistic given the Dao sect behind him, which the Jiang family could not afford to provoke. For the Jiang family, merely driving Li Zidao out of Green City would be considered a success. Just as he was about to speak, the vehicle came to a sudden halt. We have arrived at the Tianhong Grand Hotel. The Jiang family's banquet was grandly held here today. Chapter 55. Am I not articulate anymore? The Tianhong Grand Hotel is a 5-star luxury establishment, often chosen for hosting foreign guests and entertaining business partners. As it belongs to the Jiang family, their banquet was also held here. Outside the hotel, luxury cars were parked all around, with the least expensive vehicle being a BMW X5. Clearly, the Jiang family's banquet was attended by prominent figures from Green City, exuding the air of high society. Jiang Wenhua was the first to exit the vehicle, thoughtfully opening the door for Mu Fan and bowing slightly as he helped him out. After Mu Fan descended with remarkable composure, He entered the hotel under Jiang Wenhua's escort. "Mom, did you see that person just now? He looks so much like Mu Fan." At that moment, the Su family had just arrived on the scene. And Sun Yin, the first to alight from the car, couldn't help but exclaim as she observed Mu Fan's retreating figure entering the hotel. "Xiao Yin, don't jest with your mother. Today's banquet is organized by the Jiang family. Without several million in assets, one wouldn't even qualify to attend. With how impoverished Mu Fan's family appears, what right does he have to be here? You must have mistaken him for someone else," Ji Hongmei replied, stepping out of the car and straightening her expensive gown, speaking nonchalantly. "But I really think that person looked just like Mu Fan," Sun Yin insisted, puzzled. She was well aware of the Jiang family's significant status in Green City. Anyone attending their banquet was either wealthy or influential. However, the individual who had just entered the hotel bore an uncanny resemblance to Mu Fan, both in stature and silhouette. "The banquet is about to begin. Let's hurry inside," Su Lingtian remarked, his mood far from jubilant, as he had recently lost a son. If the banquet were organized by anyone other than the Jiang family, he would hardly have been interested in attending. However, with the Jiang family as hosts, even the wealthiest man in Green City had no reason to decline the invitation. Sun Yin sighed, her thoughts unspoken, ultimately following her parents into the hotel. Inside the hotel, as Mu Fan and Jiang Wenhua made their appearance, the dignitaries attending the banquet immediately approached with smiles, glasses in hand, eager to greet Jiang Wenhua. Everyone regarded Jiang Wenhua with great esteem, as he was known as the illustrious Fourth Master Jiang. As for Mu Fan, since many did not recognize him, he was largely overlooked by the crowd. Mu Fan paid little mind to this. His gaze scanned the surroundings, noting that the banquet was self-service, allowing guests to mingle freely. The opulent decor, resplendent in gold and splendor, created a strikingly lavish visual impact. "Master Mu, I've unexpectedly encountered a few old friends. Please excuse me for a moment. Once I've attended to them, I shall accompany you to meet the old master," Jiang Wenhua said courteously to Mu Fan. Hearing this, the surrounding attendees finally took notice of the seemingly ordinary youth. "Mu Fan, go ahead," Mu Fan replied with a slight nod. With Jiang Wenhua temporarily departing, Mu Fan began to meander around the banquet hall, feeling somewhat bored. "Mu Fan, how did you end up here?" At that moment, the Su family also made their entrance at the banquet. Upon spotting Mu Fan, Sun Yin felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. She had not expected to see him at the Jiang family's banquet. "Why can't I be here?" Mu Fan's expression turned cold upon seeing the Su family. "You must have sneaked in. There's no way the Jiang family would invite you to such a prestigious banquet," Sun Yin insisted, firmly believing that the Jiang family would not extend an invitation to Mu Fan. "Humph." Mu Fan dismissed her with indifference, turning away and ignoring her words. Encountering the Su family here felt like an ill omen to him. "What a petty person, flaunting their newfound status," Ji Hongmei remarked. Unable to contain her disdain, she had already resolved to speak with the hotel manager shortly to have Mu Fan removed. The Su family had recently suffered the loss of a son, and their spirits were already low. Seeing Mu Fan flaunting himself before them only added to their misfortune. This woman picked up her phone and called Manager Wang of the Tianhong Grand Hotel. Ji Hongmei bore a grudge, as she had not forgotten the incident when Mu Fan injured Su Huixiao. Being the wealthiest family in Green City, the Su family had many who were eager to curry favor with them. Shortly after she hung up, a man in an expensive suit, sporting a Rolex watch and exuding an air of elitism, arrived with 5 or 6 security personnel. He was the manager of the Tianhong Grand Hotel. "Madam Ji, where is the person you mentioned?" Manager Wang inquired politely upon approaching Ji Hongmei and her companions. "There, that little brat," Ji Hongmei scoffed, pointing disdainfully in Mu Fan's direction. "Understood, Madam Ji, I will address this immediately." Manager Wang acknowledged, confirming Mu Fan's identity with a glance before heading over to Mu Fan. "Let us see how the hotel staff deals with you now." Sun Yin prepared to relish the spectacle. "Sir, may I please see your invitation?" Manager Wang approached Mu Fan with a stern expression. If Mu Fan truly had sneaked in as Ji Hongmei claimed, then Manager Wang would face serious repercussions for his failure to maintain security. "Invitation?" Mu Fan remarked, studying the individuals before him while also glancing at the Su family, who appeared to be reveling in his predicament. He soon grasped that these individuals were likely here to provoke him. "Yes, the invitation," Manager Wang reiterated politely. "I don't have one," Mu Fan replied calmly. He had been personally escorted in by Jiang Wenhua, so there was no need for an invitation. "I'm sorry, but without an invitation, you must leave immediately," Manager Wang stated, uninterested in further discussion. Mu Fan, I knew you must have snuck in. You don't even have an invitation, so why don't you hurry and leave? Sun Yan spat venomously. Ji Hongmei wore a mocking smile as well. The crowd began to gather, drawn to the commotion. In an instant, countless eyes were fixed upon Mu Fan, filled with ridicule, scorn, and a deep-seated disdain. And if I refuse to leave? Mu Fan shot a cold glance at Manager Wang. If you refuse, I will have you forcibly removed, Manager Wang replied with a knowing smile. To him, Mu Fan was merely a small fry, easily dealt with. Suddenly, Mu Fan laughed, striding up to Manager Wang, his smile vanishing as he swung his hand, delivering a resounding slap. Smack! The sound of the slap stunned Manager Wang and shocked everyone present. What just happened? A slap to the manager? Who is this person so audacious as to strike someone from the Jiang family? The gathered dignitaries murmured amongst themselves, bewildered yet intrigued. Even the Su family looked on in astonishment at Mu Fan. They were at a loss as to how he had mustered the courage to cause such a scene at a Jiang family banquet. Mu Fan, you've sealed your fate today. The Jiang family will not let you off easily. Sun Yan sneered, her contempt for Mu Fan palpable. You dare strike me? Manager Wang clutched his reddened cheek, seething with rage. Having mingled with the Jiang family for so many years, he had never been so humiliated. What of it? Mu Fan replied coolly. Had it not been for the Jiang family's reputation, he would have long since turned Manager Wang into a cold corpse for such insolence. Get him. Manager Wang was furious. Being humiliated in front of so many prestigious families felt worse than death. Although he was merely the manager of the Tianhong Grand Hotel, his presence here represented the Jiang family's dignity. Mu Fan's actions were a direct affront to that honor. Stop! Just then, a commanding voice rang out as Jiang Wenhua emerged, parting the crowd. Fourth master. Manager Wang stammered nervously upon seeing Jiang Wenhua. To hell with you. Who do you think you are, calling me fourth master? Jiang Wenhua approached Manager Wang and kicked him to the ground, spitting angrily. These foolish subordinates nearly ruined his plans. In an entire banquet, how could one offend anyone but Mu Fan? Who dares insult Master Mu? Jiang Wenhua felt fortunate to have arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. The onlookers were once again dumbfounded. This sudden reversal left everyone utterly bewildered. Who exactly was this youth? Why was the illustrious fourth master Jiang so protective of him? For the first time, the dignitaries began to scrutinize Mu Fan seriously. What is going on? Sun Yan gasped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Everything had diverged from her expectations. Logically, it should have been Mu Fan receiving the punishment, yet it was Manager Wang who was being reprimanded. Fourth master, he doesn't have an invitation to the banquet. Manager Wang stuttered, fear evident in his voice. I personally went to invite him. What need is there for an invitation? You incompetent fool, pack your things and get lost. Jiang Wenhua fumed, furious that Manager Wang could jeopardize his efforts to invite Mu Fan to the banquet. Master Mu, I sincerely apologize for this group of incompetent fools. Jiang Wenhua approached Mu Fan, his demeanor notably anxious. Have them all leave, Mu Fan instructed, his gaze alternating between the Su family and Manager Wang. The Su family? Jiang Wenhua's expression shifted dramatically upon realizing the Su family was involved. What? Am I no longer able to speak? Mu Fan snorted disdainfully, his eyes sharp as he glared back. Jiang Wenhua's heart sank at the sound of Mu Fan's voice. He suddenly realized that due to his momentary lapse in judgment, he had landed himself in a significant predicament today. Chapter 56. A hostile arrival. As Mu Fan's words echoed through the air, it was not only Jiang Wenhua who stood dumbfounded. The surrounding wealthy merchants and dignitaries were equally taken aback. They could scarcely believe their ears. Mu Fan was not only demanding that Manager Wang leave, but he was also insisting that the Su family vacate the premises. The Su family was the wealthiest in Green City, with their business interests sprawling across the province and their connections intricately woven into the fabric of the city. The majority of those in attendance at the Jiang family's banquet had close business ties with the Su family, including the Jiang family themselves, who also shared a collaborative relationship with them. If Mu Fan were merely asking for Manager Wang to leave, based on Jiang Wenhua's demeanor, it would surely not pose a challenge. However, involving the Su family was an entirely different matter. After all, the Su family's title as the wealthiest family had not been earned lightly over the years. Mu Fan, you have truly become quite arrogant lately. Su Lingtian, who had been silent until now, could no longer contain himself upon hearing Mu Fan's proclamation. His mood was already quite foul. and now this brash young man dared to bully him. Did he truly think that the Su family had no temper? This little brat was utterly unaware of his own insignificance. Ji Hongmei also scoffed dismissively. She could not fathom that the Jiang family would expel them all from the banquet for Mu Fan's sake. Mu Fan, do not presume that merely because you are a martial arts expert, you can act with impunity. There are many martial artists in this world far more formidable than you. At this moment, Sun Yin also retorted without restraint. Jiang Wenhua, I shall give you one final opportunity. Make them disappear from my sight. Immediately, Mu Fan commanded coldly. Now, it was Jiang Wenhua who found himself in a dilemma. It was common knowledge that the Jiang family was currently embroiled in fierce competition with Li Zidao. If they were to push the Su family toward Li Zidao at such a critical juncture, the losses for the Jiang family would be substantial. Yet, Mu Fan's presence held significant weight for the Jiang family. To put it frankly, they did not wish to offend either party unless absolutely necessary. Fourth Master Jiang, our Su family has established a solid foundation in Green City over the years. I do not know what your relationship with this Mu Fan is, but I advise you not to indulge a child in his reckless antics. Su Lingtian's face was ashen. He was deeply displeased with the Jiang family's behavior. After all, he was the wealthiest man in Green City. And now, before so many high society figures, he was being humiliated by a mere high school student. Such a tale would surely provoke laughter. His words were laden with warning. Su Lingtian's stance was unmistakable. Should the Jiang family dare to trample upon the Su family's dignity due to Mu Fan, the relationship between their two families would be irrevocably severed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenhua could only manage a bitter smile. His current predicament was far worse than being roasted over an open flame. Su Lingtian, since Master Mu has made a request, I must ask you and your family to leave our Jiang family's banquet at once. Just as Su Lingtian hesitated, an elderly voice rang out. Following that, the elder Jiang appeared, supported by Jiang Yunshu, exuding an aura of authority and calm. Jiang Xiaomin followed closely beside him. The moment the elder Jiang made his entrance, the hall erupted in a flurry of whispers. No one had anticipated that the Jiang family would risk offending the Su family for Mu Fan's sake. Jiang Wenhua felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing the elder step forward. The elder's words struck the Su family like a thunderbolt. Su Lingtian's expression darkened to the extreme. He had not expected the Jiang family to publicly humiliate them in front of so many prestigious families for Mu Fan's sake. Ji Hongmei gritted her teeth in rage. Today, their family had suffered an unprecedented humiliation at the banquet. Sun Yin was utterly stunned. The elder Jiang was a figure revered like a deity, and now he was standing up for Mu Fan. It was simply beyond comprehension. Elder Jiang, did you invite us to this banquet merely to humiliate the Su family in public? Su Lingtian's face was as dark as water as he inquired in a low voice. Since you have offended Master Mu, you have also offended our Jiang family. Let us not waste words. A swift departure is in order. The elder Jiang replied succinctly, showing none of the hesitance exhibited by Jiang Wenhua. The Su family had indeed prospered in Green City in recent years, and Su Lingtian had ascended to the position of the wealthiest man through his own acumen. However, to the elder Jiang, the title of a mere wealthy man held little significance. The elder had previously declared that the Jiang family must respect and honor Master Mu. His words were not mere rhetoric. Master Mu? Ji Hongmei could no longer contain her outrage. She erupted in fury in her eyes. The Jiang family's actions were utterly excessive. Even if Mu Fan were a martial arts expert, the Jiang family could not humiliate the Su family in such a public manner. After all, at the level of the Su family, face held paramount importance. Shut your mouth, you shrew. The elder Jiang roared in anger, his formidable presence enveloping the entire hall in an instant. He was truly furious. My heavens, the elder Jiang is actually enraged. Who on earth is this young man? Why does the elder Jiang protect him so fiercely? It was clear to all that the Su family and the Jiang family were on the brink of a complete rupture. The crowd buzzed with speculation. No one had anticipated that Mu Fan would hold such an esteemed position in the hearts of the Jiang family. Even the elder Jiang, a martial arts expert, was personally stepping in to defend him. Mr. Su, you and your family are not welcome here. Please leave at once. Jiang Xiaomin stepped forward, her expression devoid of emotion as she stood before the Su family. Speaking coldly, her beauty captivated everyone, and she immediately became the focal point of attention. Jiang Xiaomin, the daughter of the elder Jiang. The crowd recognized her identity. In recent years, Jiang Xiaomin had flourished in the Hu City market, her net worth exceeding 1,000 billion. with her real estate ventures thriving immensely. Her reputation was well known throughout Green City. Zhang family, very well. Su Lingtian, will remember this humiliation. Su Lingtian glared fiercely at the Zhang family before leading his wife and children away from the banquet without looking back. He had never imagined that his family's prominence would pale in comparison to a mere brat like Mu Fan in the eyes of the Zhang family. A storm of fury brewed within Su Lingtian's heart. After today, both the Zhang family and Mu Fan would become targets of his relentless vengeance. Though he might not be able to retaliate against the Zhang family for now, he had countless means to ensure that Mu Fan's family vanished from this world forever. Mu Fan, oh Mu Fan, is the Zhang family truly your greatest support? No wonder you are so arrogant now. It seems you rely on the Zhang family's backing, but do not revel in your triumph for too long. The Zhang family may elevate you today, but when you are no longer needed, they will just as readily cast you aside. Today, you may appear quite formidable, but I shall see just how long you can maintain that facade. As Su Nian passed by Mu Fan, her gaze was venomous, fixated on him like a predatory snake. Today, her family had suffered defeat at Mu Fan's hands, igniting an unprecedented level of hatred within her heart. Su Lingtian led his family away in disgrace, but just then, a cacophony erupted at the hotel's entrance. A young man clad in simple attire, handsome and charismatic, entered the banquet while twirling a folding fan. Behind him followed many men dressed in Zhongshan suits, each a highly trained elite fighter. The moment Li Zidao made his appearance, all eyes were drawn to him. Li Zidao. It truly was him. What brings him here? Many recognized his identity. Mu Fan cast a casual glance at him, his expression unfazed. Li Zidao, what business do you have here? Our Zhang family is hosting a banquet today, and you were not invited. Zhang Wenhua stepped forward from the crowd, exclaiming loudly, Elder Zhang, it has been a while. I trust you are well. Li Zidao disregarded Zhang Wenhua's words, his gaze directed arrogantly at the Elder Zhang. Chapter 57. Are you showing off your strength? Neither the Zhang family nor the dignitaries attending the banquet had anticipated Li Zidao's uninvited arrival. The upper echelons of Green City were well aware of the intense conflict of interest between Li Zidao and the Zhang family. Thus, it was clear that his presence today was anything but benign. Furthermore, they were aware that Li Zidao had recently lost many of his registered disciples. Many speculated that given Li Zidao's temperament, he would not let such grievances go lightly. Today, he was clearly here to stir trouble. Mu Fan cast a detached glance at Li Zidao, noting his ancient attire and the fan he wielded. Reminiscent of a bygone era, Mu Fan found him excessively pretentious. In this day and age, dressing in such a manner was akin to being discarded like refuse. As Li Zidao entered the banquet, he exuded an air of confidence and power, and as his gaze swept over the wealthy guests, they instinctively averted their eyes in a display of nervousness. However, when his gaze landed on Mu Fan met it head-on without flinching. Upon spotting Mu Fan, Li Zidao's brow furrowed slightly. Mr. Li, it seems our Zhang family did not extend an invitation to you for today's banquet, did we? At that moment, Zhang Xiaoman stepped forward, standing before Li Zidao and speaking coldly. Since your Zhang family is hosting a banquet open to all, why should I, Li Zidao, be barred from attending? Li Zidao replied with a smile that concealed a blade. You are not welcome here. Zhang Xiaoman, being a billionaire herself, acted decisively and without hesitation. She was fully aware that Li Zidao was the Zhang family's greatest potential adversary in Green City. Both sides were acutely aware of this fact, which is why she did not expect that his presence at their banquet could yield any positive outcome. Why sister is correct. Li Zidao, you are not welcome here. Please leave at once, Zhang Wenhua echoed, standing beside Zhang Xiaoman in solidarity. Mr. Zhang, it has been a few days. I did not expect you to have ventured into martial arts. It seems you have someone of great caliber guiding you. Li Zidao lightly waved his fan, unfazed by their words, and instead smiled. The surrounding dignitaries looked on in surprise upon hearing this news. The Zhang family had produced yet another martial arts expert, which was indeed a significant event for Green City. Moreover, as the elder Zhang's biological son, it was believed that Zhang Wenhua's strength would soon astonish the martial arts community. The Su family, who had initially planned to leave, suddenly found themselves unsettled upon hearing this revelation. No wonder the Zhang family was so brazen today. They no longer regarded him, the wealthiest man, as significant. It was because Zhang Wenhua had entered the realm of martial arts. Li Zidao, whether I have taken up martial arts is of no concern to you, Zhang Wenhua retorted, his face reflecting displeasure. However, He had not anticipated that Li Zidao's insight would be so keen. He had never mentioned his martial arts journey to anyone, yet Li Zidao had discerned it instantly. Elder Jiang, I heard you were ill a few days ago, almost passing on. I hope your health is well now? Li Zidao did not engage with Jiang Xiaoman and her brother, instead directing his gaze back to the Elder Jiang. I am quite well, thank you. The Elder Jiang responded calmly. The sudden appearance of Li Zidao left even the astute Elder Jiang unsure of his true intentions. Elder Jiang, since I am here today, I cannot come empty-handed. I have brought you a gift, Li Zidao said, his tone haunting. Oh? The Elder Jiang's eyes glimmered with a cold light upon hearing this. Bring the gift forward. Li Zidao clapped his hands, and immediately, his henchman dragged a person into the hall. This individual looked disheveled and lifeless, as if his spirit had been drained from him. Li Zidao's subordinates handled him like one might a lifeless carcass. What is happening? Is that not Zhang Yuan, the elder's godson? What has happened to him? The crowd was filled with confusion. Zhang Yuan. Upon recognizing the face of the man, the Elder Jiang's expression shifted drastically. As a martial arts expert, he could almost instantly tell that Li Zidao had employed some means against Zhang Yuan. Otherwise, Zhang Yuan would not be in such a state. Li Zidao, what have you done to Zhang Yuan? The Elder Jiang glared furiously, unable to suppress his rage any longer. Elder Jiang, if you cannot comprehend my methods, perhaps your so-called Master Mu can clarify. Li Zidao's smile vanished, his gaze now sharp as a blade directed at Mu Fan. The crowd instinctively recoiled from his gaze, and ultimately, Mu Fan's figure emerged from the throng. Since returning to Green City, Li Zidao had been closely monitoring Mu Fan's every move. He was aware that Sun Jinbiao had perished at Mu Fan's hands, and he also knew that the illusion used by Su Huixiao was likewise the handiwork of Mu Fan. Both Sun Jinbiao and Su Huixiao had been his registered disciples. The loss of his disciples was tantamount to a slap in the face of Li Zidao, undermining his authority in Green City. Li Zidao was known for repaying debts of enmity. If he did not eliminate Mu Fan to establish his dominance, how could he maintain his reputation in Green City? He had come to the Jiang family's banquet not only to assert his power, but also to publicly execute Mu Fan before the esteemed guests and wealthy merchants. Master Mu? The crowd was instantly awash with astonishment. Recently, Green City had been rife with unrest, particularly in the martial arts community, where a Master Mu had emerged seemingly out of nowhere. This Master Mu not only saved the Elder Jiang's life, but also killed Li Zidao's disciple, Sun Jinbiao. It was said that even the death of the Su family's heir was closely tied to this Master Mu. However, what no one had anticipated was that this legendary Master Mu was so remarkably young. He looks to be no more than 17 or 18. Could he truly be the one who killed Sun Jinbiao? The crowd began to murmur among themselves, pointing and whispering about Mu Fan. As Mu Fan found himself the center of attention, he shrugged off the scrutiny with indifference. How audacious! Master Mu is not someone you can provoke. Jiang Wenhua scoffed, fully aware that his earlier indecision in the face of Mu Fan and the Su family had likely displeased him. Now, with an opportunity before him, he had no choice but to take a bold stance to compensate for his prior misstep. Jiang Wenhua understood Mu Fan's temperament well. Previously, a single misstep had cost him 1 billion and his prized jade ring. The blunder he had committed today was no less significant, compelling him to make amends. Enough noise, Li Zidao huffed disdainfully, then with a flick of his sleeve, a crescent-shaped wave of energy surged towards Jiang Wenhua. The destructive force of this wave was immense. Even the hard marble flooring was gouged deeply by its passage, leaving a harrowing scar in its wake. Jiang Wenhua faced Li Zidao's sudden assault, feeling an unprecedented sense of life-and-death crisis. Although he had just entered the realm of martial arts, he knew that a moment's negligence against an unparalleled powerhouse like Li Zidao could cost him his life. After all, his opponent was none other than Li Zidao. Members of the Daoist sect, how could there be any weaklings among them? Wenhua, quickly move aside. In a moment of urgency, old Master Jiang swiftly darted in front of Jiang Wenhua, first pushing him away, then crossing his arms over his chest to withstand the blow from Li Zidao. With a thunderous roar, the shockwave erupted, akin to the detonation of a bomb. Debris flew through the air, and smoke billowed, as many were caught off guard, struck by the shrapnel, and instantly sustained severe injuries. The entire hotel lobby was now in utter chaos. Everyone understood that today, a life-or-death struggle between the Jiang family and Li Zidao was unavoidable. Many chose to flee at that moment, hastening their escape with unprecedented speed. After all, Regardless of which faction emerged victorious, the collateral damage from their celestial clash would be disastrous. Thus, everyone fled with increasing urgency. Even Su Lingtian, included in this exodus, dared not linger any longer, swiftly leading his wife and daughter away. As the smoke gradually dissipated, old Master Zhang's garments were tattered, and his body bore numerous lacerations from the shockwave, blood ceaselessly oozing from his wounds. He gasped for breath, clearly struggling to withstand Li Zidao's assault. "Grandfather!" Jiang Yunshu rushed to old Master Zhang's side, her concern evident as she examined his injuries. Jiang Wenhua was left dumbfounded. Is this what a true martial arts master is like? A seemingly casual strike proved to be mightier than that of a bomb. Jiang Xiaoman was also taken aback. Li Zidao's displayed prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary human. "I am fine." Old Master Jiang managed to force a smile towards his granddaughter, slowly lowering his now lifeless arm, desperately trying to keep himself from collapsing. He had underestimated his opponent. Old Master Jiang had not anticipated Li Zidao's formidable strength. He had thought that having entered the hidden strength stage, he possessed the ability to contend with him, but it was now evident that he had gravely underestimated Li Zidao. "Heh, so you are this weak. It seems I have overestimated you in the past." Li Zidao cast a nonchalant glance at the disheveled old Master Jiang, having gained a rough understanding of his capabilities. The old master of the Jiang family was a legendary figure in Green City, and today, Li Zidao had come to fully comprehend that the opponent's strength was disappointingly lacking. Had he known earlier that the opponent was so easily defeated, he should have consolidated all the forces in Green City years ago. Hearing these words, old Master Jiang fell silent. He realized that Li Zidao harbored the intent to kill them, and all it would take was a single thought. "Li Zidao, is it? To strike so ruthlessly? Are you merely showcasing your strength?" Just as the Jiang family found themselves at a loss, Mu Fan unexpectedly stepped forward at that moment. His words instantly captivated everyone's attention. Chapter 58. Comparing with me? Are you worthy? Li Zidao's seemingly ordinary strike was, in fact, a lethal one. Had it not been for old Master Zhang's timely intervention to shield Jiang Wenhua from the attack, the latter would likely have perished on the spot. "Master Mu." Jiang Yunshu gazed at Mu Fan, who was approaching with measured steps, her expression revealing immense excitement in her heart. Mu Fan was an omnipotent being. Although Li Zidao's recent attack had displayed tremendous destructive power, Jiang Yunshu still believed that Mu Fan was far superior. "Master Mu, I wonder how my recent display of internal energy compares to yours." Li Zidao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an extraordinary confidence. For him, neither the Jiang family nor Mu Fan held any significance. "Comparing with me? Are you worthy?" Mu Fan scoffed, his gaze striking like a lightning bolt aimed directly at Li Zidao. As his words fell, the Jiang family members were left in shock, especially old Master Jiang, who looked at Mu Fan in disbelief. Just moments ago, Li Zidao's seemingly casual strike had unleashed unimaginable devastation, and he believed Mu Fan must have recognized the terrifying extent of Li Zidao's strength. Yet, knowing full well the opponent's might, Mu Fan remained unfazed. Could it be that his own strength surpassed that of Li Zidao? Old Master Jiang suddenly realized that the martial arts world was indeed teeming with hidden talents and experts. He had strived all his life, only to find himself a mere frog at the bottom of a well. "You are quite young, yet your words are bold," Li Zidao remarked, flicking his folding fan towards Mu Fan with force, unleashing an even greater crescent-shaped shockwave directed at him. This shockwave, accompanied by a howling wind, was several times more powerful than before. It was truly unexpected that a martial artist on Earth could wield such mastery over true essence. This Li Zidao was perhaps the first individual with genuine strength that Mu Fan had encountered since his rebirth. As Mu Fan observed the incoming attack, he showed no inclination to evade, as if he were pondering something. "What a pity! Though you, Li Zidao, possess immense strength, it is merely on the level of martial arts. Now that you face me, Taihao Tianzuan, you are but an ant that I can easily crush. Today, I shall show you what a true master is." Master Mu, quickly dodge. Old Master Jiang, having already witnessed the terror of the shockwave, urgently warned Mu Fan as he saw Li Zidao preparing to unleash the same technique once more. This crescent-shaped shockwave was a killing move executed by a martial arts master. The fact that Li Zidao could casually summon such a formidable attack indicated the vast reservoir of true essence within him. Thus, against such a terrifying adversary, one must never underestimate the threat. Master Mu, be careful. Jiang Yunshu echoed her concerns. As for Jiang Xiaoman and Jiang Wenhua, they stood speechless, utterly astonished by the unfolding scene. Especially Jiang Xiaoman, who, being less familiar with the martial arts world, felt as though she were engulfed in a storm of shock. Dodge. I have no need to. Daimyu Fan casually extended his hand forward and gently waved, causing the crescent shockwave to abruptly change direction and strike back at Li Zidao. This. Old Master Zhang's expression turned to one of astonishment upon witnessing Mu Fan's technique. Those in the know could discern the nuances, while the uninitiated merely watched in awe. With just a light wave of his hand, Mu Fan had redirected the opponent's lethal strike, showcasing a mastery that far surpassed that of Li Zidao. Li Zidao furrowed his brows as he saw his own technique turn against him. He realized that this Mu Fan was indeed someone of considerable merit. Li Zidao flicked his fan again, causing the crescent shockwave to dissipate in midair, transforming into a gust of wind that swept outward. Master Mu, you were able to withstand my attack. You truly possess some skill, Li Zidao remarked with a light shake of his fan. Smiling Mu Fan, however, paid no heed to his words. Old Master Jiang, your family has truly secured a formidable ally. Li Zidao, noticing Mu Fan's indifference, began to taunt the Jiang family. Master Mu has saved my life. It is only natural that we, the Jiang family, honor and respect him. Old Master Jiang replied resolutely. As for Li Zidao's insinuations of them clinging to a powerful patron, Old Master Jiang vehemently disagreed. After all, the Jiang family was a top-tier clan in Green City, and their relationship with Mu Fan was one of mutual benefit. Mu Fan, today was merely a test of my abilities. You killed my disciple, and I cannot let this matter rest. Do you dare to face me in battle 3 days hence at Beixiang Lake? Li Zidao's smile faded as he spoke, a formidable aura emanating from him as a martial arts master. What is there to fear? Mu Fan responded with a chuckle. For him, a confrontation with Li Zidao was ultimately unavoidable. Mu Fan understood that Su Huxiao was Li Zidao's named disciple, and today, because of him, the Jiang family had completely severed ties with the Su family. Undoubtedly, if the Su family wished to survive in Green City, they would have to align themselves with Li Zidao's faction. Mu Fan had previously declared that upon his return, he would make the Su family experience the utmost suffering imaginable. How could he allow the Su family to achieve their desires and seek refuge in Li Zidao's protection? Furthermore, he had already slain Sun Jinbiao, and thus, the enmity between them was irrevocably established. Given this, Mu Fan resolved to eliminate Li Zidao once and for all. Excellent, this is refreshing. Li Zidao suddenly burst into laughter, then turned his gaze back to Old Master Jiang and the others. 3 days from now, I expect all of you from the Jiang family to attend. After I deal with this scoundrel, I shall then address you. Li Zidao's demeanor was brazen. He not only proclaimed his intent to kill Mu Fan, but also had no plans to spare the Jiang family. As he stated, he had come here today solely to ascertain the strengths of the Jiang family and Mu Fan. Now that his purpose was achieved, the next step was to send them on their way. Once Li Zidao eliminated Mu Fan and extinguished the Jiang family, he could consolidate power throughout Green City and proceed with his grand ambitions in the north. The Jiang family members seethed with resentment. Their teeth clenched, yet the disparity in strength left them powerless against Li Zidao's arrogance. Let us depart, Li Zidao scoffed, ignoring Mu Fan and the others as he turned to leave with his subordinates. Not even glancing back. As for Jiang Yuan, whom he had previously captured, he was discarded at the feet of the Jiang family. After all, Li Zidao's intention in capturing Jiang Yuan was merely to humiliate the Jiang family. Chapter 59. Breaking the illusion. The Jiang family's banquet came to an unceremonious end due to Li Zidao's disruption. Originally, Old Master Jiang had intended to consolidate his forces and better strategize for future developments during the banquet. However, it was now evident that his plans had been utterly thwarted. The fears that had loomed over the Jiang family had finally materialized. They had not anticipated Li Zidao's overwhelming strength. With just a casual move, Old Master Jiang had completely lost the ability to resist. The Jiang family speculated that Li Zidao had likely reached the transformation stage, becoming a martial arts master. Every martial arts master was a rare and formidable entity. Over the years, there had been only one publicly recognized martial arts master in Huaxia, namely Xiao Wuji of the Divine Machine Camp's headquarters. However, Xiao Wuji had been half-retired for many years, and while there were numerous legends surrounding him in the martial arts community, no one had ever laid eyes on him. Old Master Jiang had held dominion over Green City for many years, and if Li Zidao truly had become a martial arts master, the future of Green City would likely no longer belong to the Jiang family. Master Mu, I apologize for the embarrassment today. Old Master Jiang approached Mu Fan, offering a bitter smile and shaking his head. The Jiang family had believed that Old Master Jiang, upon entering the hidden strength stage, would possess the strength to contend with Li Zidao. However, it was now clear that Li Zidao's combat prowess was terrifyingly superior, far beyond anything Old Master Jiang could match. It is only natural that you would fall short against Li Zidao's might, Mu Fan observed, assessing Old Master Jiang. The injuries he sustained were merely superficial, and he would recover without issue. Father, given Li Zidao's formidable strength, he has summoned us for a decisive battle in 3 days. I suspect he intends to eliminate us all in one fell swoop, Jiang Wenhua interjected, analyzing the situation. Old Master Jiang sighed upon hearing this. He was well aware of Li Zidao's intentions. However, the martial arts world transcended ordinary society, and in the face of absolute strength, all struggles seemed futile. Father, if necessary, we should call back my older brothers. Jiang Xiaoman understood that their family was in grave peril. If her 2 capable brothers were present, they would undoubtedly be able to intimidate Li Zidao. Her eldest brother, Jiang Huaimin, was the governor of the southern metropolis, overseeing a population of millions and wielding absolute authority. If he were to learn that his family was threatened by Li Zidao, he would not let the matter rest lightly. As for Jiang Xiaoman's second brother, Jiang Chunsheng, he was the captain of the Divine Machine Camp branch in Green City, with many of his comrades being martial arts experts serving the government, akin to regular troops in the national army. If the masters from the Divine Machine Camp were summoned, even if Li Zidao's strength were formidable, they could easily teach him a lesson. Had either of her brothers been present today, they would certainly not have allowed Li Zidao to act with such impunity before the Jiang family. Your elder brother is a governor after all. It is not easy for him to return. Let us not call him back, but instead summon the second brother. Old Master Jiang had already made up his mind. Although Jiang Chunsheng might not possess the prowess of his elder brother, he was still influential enough to cause a seismic shift in the martial arts world. After all, the Divine Machine Camp had the backing of the Huaxia government. Should Li Zidao dare to escalate matters and offend the Divine Machine Camp, it was likely that Xiao Wuji, the martial arts master, would not easily let him off the hook. Very well, I will contact my second brother and inform him of what transpired today, Jiang Xiaoman responded before setting off to contact Jiang Chunsheng. Grandfather, what exactly happened to Jiang Yuan? Jiang Yunshu approached to examine Jiang Yuan, who had been discarded by Li Zidao. His eyes were vacant, his expression dazed, resembling a vegetative state. No matter how others called out to him, he remained unresponsive. Master Mu, Jiang Yuan is my godson. I implore you to save him. Old Master Jiang assessed Jiang Yuan's condition and shook his head in resignation. Li Zidao's methods were far too sophisticated. He could not discern what techniques had been employed on Jiang Yuan. Thus, he could only place his hope in Mu Fan. Your godson has fallen victim to Li Zidao's illusion. Currently, his consciousness is trapped in a mental realm, enduring cruel torment, Mu Fan explained with a glance at Jiang Yuan. Illusion? Old Master Jiang was taken aback. He had only encountered descriptions of such phenomena in ancient texts, but never had he imagined that illusions truly existed in the real world. Moreover, the individual wielding such illusions was none other than Li Zidao. Old Master Jiang suddenly realized that the situation was far more serious than he had anticipated. Master, what exactly is an illusion? Jiang Yunshu inquired with curiosity, looking at Mu Fan with confusion. An illusion is a method of mental attack, employing powerful mental intent and seemingly casual, subtle movements to induce a state of mental disorientation in the opponent, thereby creating various hallucinations, Mu Fan elucidated. Jiang Yunshu was thoroughly astounded. She had not believed that there were individuals capable of wielding illusions in this world. Master, do you think Jiang Yuan can still be saved? Old Master Jiang cautiously inquired. It is not difficult for me to save him, Mu Fan replied nonchalantly. Li Zidao's illusions might be enigmatic for those in the martial arts world, but to Mu Fan, they were child's play. In the celestial realm, he had once battled against the divine clan, who were renowned for their expertise in illusions. Their mental prowess was exceedingly potent, allowing their illusions to nearly achieve a level of realism. Even so, Mu Fan had dispatched the divine clan with ease. Furthermore, after defeating a primordial deity of the divine clan, Mu Fan had acquired all of his profound illusion techniques. Therefore, Li Zidao's illusions were nothing but trivial to him. Master, this child has a pitiable background. If you can save him, please do so. Old Master Jiang sighed. Prepare a bowl of clear water for me, Mu Fan instructed. Old Master Jiang was quite pleased with Mu Fan's conduct in front of the Su family today, and thus he didn't mind extending a favor to him. Jiang Yunshu promptly fetched a bowl of clear water. Master, the clear water is ready for you, she said as she presented the intricately crafted bowl filled with clear water to Mu Fan. Mu Fan nodded upon hearing the sound. He then extended his right hand, dipped it in some clear water, and lightly flicked it twice towards Jiang Yuan's face. The droplets fell upon Jiang Yuan's visage, creating ripples upon the tranquil surface of his mental lake with a soft plop. Awaken, Mu Fan gently called, and in an instant, Jiang Yuan's eyes fluttered open as if by magic. At this moment, the illusion was effortlessly dispelled by Mu Fan. Why am I here? Jiang Yuan murmured, surveying his surroundings with evident confusion. You fell victim to Li Jidao's illusion. It was Master Mu who came to your rescue, the elder Jiang patiently explained. Master Mu? Thank you, Master Mu, for saving my life. Jiang Yuan, quick-witted, had heard the elder speak of Mu Fan on multiple occasions, so upon realizing it was Mu Fan who had saved him, he immediately knelt in gratitude. Mu Fan observed this with a calm note. It is getting late. I must take my leave. In 3 days, I will confront Li Jidao at Beixiang Lake. Mu Fan stated with tranquility in his heart. Mu Fan understood that Li Jidao was a clever individual, likely having gauged his strength from their earlier encounter. The 3-day interval before their duel was probably meant for Li Jidao to prepare. However, Mu Fan was unconcerned. He knew he could eliminate Li Jidao at any moment. In his domain on Earth, he was invincible, and regardless of the tricks his opponent might employ, Mu Fan was inclined to let him proceed, eager to witness what surprises an earthly martial arts expert could present. Master Mu, allow me to drive you away. Jiang Yunshu interjected at this moment. No need. You should stay and accompany your grandfather. Mu Fan replied with a light smile before turning to depart. The Jiang family watched him leave. Father, who do you think possesses greater strength, Master Mu or Li Jidao? Jiang Wenhua inquired. Drawing closer to the elder Jiang, his curiosity piqued. Having witnessed Li Jidao's prowess today, he acknowledged that the man was indeed the foremost figure in the martial arts community of Green City, having nearly cost him his life with a mere casual strike. Although Master Mu had previously claimed that killing Li Jidao would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken, Jiang Wenhua's confidence had waned after witnessing Li Jidao's strength. I don't know. The elder Jiang sighed with a wry smile and shook his head. He could no longer gauge the realms and strengths of either Mu Fan or Li Jidao. Yet, one thing was abundantly clear to him. Both possessed strength that surpassed his own. Father, we can't stake our lives and fortunes entirely on Master Mu. What if he were to lose to Li Jidao in 3 days' time? Jiang Wenhua cautiously broached the subject, scrutinizing the elder's expression for any sign of reassurance. Master Mu will surely not lose. I have faith in him, Jiang Yunshu suddenly interjected, her heart filled with unshakable confidence in Mu Fan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenhua shot a fierce glare at his daughter, signaling her to remain silent, for the matter at hand was of immense gravity. Wenhua, your temperament makes it evident that you are ill-suited for great undertakings, the elder Jiang lamented, shaking his head in disappointment at his younger son. Jiang Wenhua's face fell immediately. Father, I have informed my elder brother of the situation at home. He said he would return tomorrow. At that moment, Jiang Xiaomin approached, bringing with her uplifting news. The elder Jiang's second son, Jiang Chunsheng, was returning from the Divine Machine Camp, Chapter 60, commencement of training after departing from the Tianhong Grand Hotel. Mu Fan did not return to school or home. Instead, he intended to head to the number 1 villa at Hanhai Mountain Villa. The road was tranquil, save for the occasional passing vehicle and hurried pedestrians. Do not follow me any longer. Reveal yourself, Mu Fan suddenly halted, calmly stating. Master Mu, despite my careful concealment, you have still discerned my presence. Your perceptive abilities are truly remarkable. Huang Qiufeng, wearing a smile, emerged from behind a large tree. It had been 3 days since he last departed from Hu City, and Mu Fan had granted him that time to attend to personal matters. Have you completed everything? Mu Fan inquired, casting a glance at him. Master Mu, all matters have been resolved, Huang Qiufeng replied with a bow. Come with me back to the villa, Mu Fan said as he turned and walked toward the villa's number 1 residence. Yes. Huang Qiufeng responded, hurriedly keeping pace beside Mu Fan. Master Mu, I heard you face Li Jidao today? Huang Qiufeng tentatively asked. Having just returned to Green City, He was well informed about the day's events. Lig Dao was not only renowned in Green City, but also held considerable fame in whose city. Moreover, Huang Qiufeng had heard that the man was on the verge of attaining the transformation stage in martial arts. In the martial arts realm, it was widely acknowledged that once one entered the transformation stage, they became a martial arts grandmaster. Thus, Huang Qiufeng was extremely curious about the outcome of the encounter between Mu Fan and Li Dao. It was merely a brief exchange of a few moves. Mu Fan replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Noticing Mu Fan's reluctance to elaborate, Huang Qiufeng refrained from pressing further. Master Mu, since Li Dao is a member of the Dao sect, it would be wise not to provoke him unless absolutely necessary. Huang Qiufeng hesitated before ultimately voicing his concern. The Dao sect, an organization of immense renown both in the international community and within the martial arts sphere of Huaxia, was notorious for its fervent zealotry. After all, a group of martial arts fanatics had formed an international power capable of sinking American aircraft carriers. One could only imagine their audacity. Thus, the consequences of antagonizing such a group were all too predictable. Your warning comes too late. I have already agreed to duel Li Dao at Beixiang Lake in 3 days. Mu Fan shrugged, speaking with a nonchalant demeanor. What? Huang Qiufeng's expression froze, utterly shocked. Mu Fan intended to duel Li Dao in 3 days. This development was entirely beyond his expectations. Setting aside Li Dao's affiliation with the Dao sect, the mere strength of the man was formidable enough to warrant caution. After all, Li Dao was practically on the brink of reaching the transformation stage. Given Huang Qiufeng's personality, he would typically avoid provoking such a powerful adversary. 3 days from now, I shall take his life. Mu Fan proclaimed once more, his words startling. Master, you must not. Should you kill Li Dao, it would undoubtedly provoke the Dao sect's relentless vengeance. Huang Qiufeng's face paled, and he hastily continued to dissuade him. The members of the Dao sect were not only fanatical but also comprised a group of desperate individuals. None of them were sane. If they set their sights on someone, it would result in an unending pursuit. Huang Qiufeng's persistent warning stemmed from his understanding of the Dao sect's terrifying nature. You seem quite afraid of Li Dao and the organization he represents. Mu Fan narrowed his eyes, gazing at Huang Qiufeng. Master Mu, to speak candidly, neither Li Dao nor the Dao sect are entities I can afford to provoke lightly, Huang Qiufeng admitted with a bitter smile. Though he too was a dark energy master, he understood that the chasm between dark energy masters could be greater than that between man and beast. Among dark energy masters, some possessed an abundance of true energy, akin to a surging river, while others merely resembled trickling streams. The disparity in strength among dark energy masters was comparable to that between an underachiever and a top student. Both may take the same test, but the underachiever can only score 60, while the top student achieves a perfect score of 100 because that is the limit of their capability. The classification of martial arts realms resembles pouring water into a bottle of certain capacity. Only when the water fills the bottle can one be deemed a dark energy master. However, the ultimate capacity one can fill has no upper limit. This elucidates the vast discrepancies in strength between dark energy masters. Li Dao must die. No matter how powerful the Dao sect may be, it matters not. If they dare to provoke me, I shall swat them down like flies, Mu Fan declared with an air of arrogance. In truth, Mu Fan's determination to eliminate Li Dao was closely tied to his relationship with the Su family. Any force aligned with the Su family would be considered an enemy of Mu Fan. He aimed to isolate the Su family, making them experience the profound agony of being unable to survive or die. Sigh. Huang Qiufeng sighed in resignation. He knew he was already bound to Mu Fan. Should anything untoward occur during the duel with Li Dao, his own fate would be equally grim. After all, Mu Fan had placed a life-threatening curse upon him. The two exchanged no further words as they quickly arrived at the villa's entrance. Upon seeing Mu Fan's residence, Huang Qiufeng was astonished to find it was the finest villa in the entire complex, with a grand architectural style that left him in awe. Such a luxurious villa was rare even in whose city, accessible only to a select few. Master Mu, welcome home, as Mu Fan returned. The villa's doors slowly swung open, revealing Li Liang, dressed in a butler's suit, respectfully bowing with arms crossed over his chest. Flanking him were 8 enchanting maids, each embodying beauty that could rival celestial beings, all bowing their heads in greeting to welcome Mu Fan home. Thanks to the array set up within the villa, the spiritual energy accumulated there nourished them daily. The exquisite appearances of these 8 maidens, already remarkable, were further enhanced by the infusion of spiritual energy, imbuing them with an ethereal grace, as if they were celestial fairies. Huang Qiufeng found himself utterly captivated by their allure. Having spent many years in whose city, he had encountered countless beauties, even growing weary of some celebrities. Yet today, upon seeing the enchanting maidens, he was struck by their breathtaking beauty, causing a surge of excitement within him. However, recalling that they belonged to Mu Fan, he hurriedly dispelled any impure thoughts. Observing this scene, Mu Fan nodded calmly before leading Huang Qiufeng into the villa. The effects of the spirit-gathering array were remarkable. The spiritual energy inside the villa was palpably denser than outside. Even Huang Qiufeng felt a sense of relief upon stepping inside. Truly, this is Master Mu's residence. It is indeed a splendid place. Huang Qiufeng thought to himself, marveling inwardly. The two ascended to the third floor of the villa. Huang Qiufeng, from today onward, your primary task is to protect my parents in secret. If they suffer even a scratch, I shall not spare you lightly. Mu Fan sat cross-legged on a cushion in the center of the room, his gaze piercing as he directed a powerful pressure towards Huang Qiufeng. Master, I understand. Huang Qiufeng hurriedly replied. Given the life-threatening curse Mu Fan had placed upon him, he knew that any negligence on his part could cost him his life. Take this talisman. In times of dire need, it may save your life. As he spoke, Mu Fan flicked his hand, sending a talisman flying towards Huang Qiufeng. Quick as lightning, Huang Qiufeng caught it. Thank you, Master Mu, for bestowing this treasure. Huang Qiufeng carefully stowed the talisman, aware that anything given by Mu Fan was certainly not ordinary. You may wait outside. I wish to practice for a while. Once I finish, I will take you to see my parents, Mu Fan instructed calmly. Understood, Master Mu. Huang Qiufeng did not dare to say more and promptly exited as instructed. Once Huang Qiufeng left, Mu Fan reached towards a nearby cabinet, summoning the gnarled branch gifted to him by Zhang Zhonghong, which flew into his hands. Today, I shall use this to reach the later stage of energy refinement. A glint of determination flashed in Mu Fan's eyes as he placed the gnarled branch directly at the center of the array. Upon completing his preparations, he began his formal practice. Chapter 61. Witchcraft. The gnarled branch was obtained from Zhang Zhonghong, and from the moment Mu Fan laid eyes on it, he recognized the abundant spiritual energy it contained. With this item, along with the jade ring, Mu Fan had high hopes of reaching the later stage of energy refinement. Sitting cross-legged at the array's center, he mobilized his internal spiritual energy, preparing to operate the Taihao longevity technique for his breakthrough. The spirit-gathering array he had set up some days prior had accumulated a substantial amount of spiritual energy over time, making it incredibly rich at the array's center. With a deep inhalation, the gnarled branch shattered, releasing a torrent of natural spiritual energy that Mu Fan began to absorb and refine through the array. As he practiced the Taihao longevity technique, his body became like a black hole, greedily absorbing the energy. The spiritual energy, upon entering his body, swiftly coursed through his meridians, cleansing him thoroughly. Within mere moments, the energy accumulated in the array, along with that from the gnarled branch, was almost entirely refined. Not enough. Mu Fan furrowed his brows, crushing the jade ring he had received from Jiang Wenhua, releasing a substantial amount of spiritual energy that he immediately absorbed. His cultivation progressed further, yet he still found himself on the verge of breaking through to the later stage of energy refinement. But not quite there. Still insufficient. Mu Fan's gaze then fell upon the mountain of medicinal herbs he had amassed. These herbs were procured online, and he had utilized half of the 100 million Jiang Wenhua had given him to buy them. With a mere gesture of his finger, countless herbs were reduced to powder. Clenching his fist, he then compressed the powder into a mass the size of a human fist. Suddenly, a fiery crimson flame erupted. Moments later, a golden elixir emerged from his alchemical efforts. Such a pity. The potency of these herbs is far too weak. Even the efficacy of this cultivating elixir barely reaches 1,000th of its counterpart in the celestial realm. Mu Fan felt a tinge of regret. The scarcity of resources for cultivation on Earth was indeed a pressing issue. Had he been in the celestial realm, a single cultivating elixir would suffice for him to ascend from energy refinement directly to foundation establishment. However, the elixir he had concocted today could only assist him in reaching the later stage of energy refinement. Without hesitation, Mu Fan swallowed the elixir. As it entered his mouth, it transformed into a refreshing sensation. Coursing through his body, at that moment, A resonant humming sound emanated from his being. Huang Qiufeng remained quietly outside, but upon hearing the commotion within, he felt a wave of trepidation. The noise generated by Mu Fan's cultivation was indeed substantial, and although Huang Qiufeng was astonished, he dared not intrude recklessly. After all, Mu Fan was in a critical phase of his practice. Should anything go awry due to Huang Qiufeng's interference, he would have more than enough reasons to fear for his own life. Break! With a powerful shout from Mu Fan, a cloud of white vapor burst forth from above his head. As the gas continued to escape, even his skin took on a translucent quality. In that moment, he successfully entered the later stage of energy refinement. Mu Fan felt an unprecedented lightness in his body. He exhaled heavily, releasing a wave of white energy that shot several meters away. I did it. Mu Fan murmured to himself, reveling in his newfound strength. Transitioning from the mid to the later stage of energy refinement had multiplied his combat capabilities several times over. In the hierarchy of realms for cultivators, each ascension brought forth a multiplicative increase in strength. Mu Fan clenched his fists, acutely aware of the burgeoning power within him. Huang Qiufeng, you may enter. Mu Fan called out to Huang Qiufeng. Master, did you call for me? Huang Qiufeng entered the room, courteously inquiring. However, upon locking eyes with Mu Fan, he felt a jolt of fear coursing through him. In but a fleeting moment, Huang Qiufeng sensed that Mu Fan's demeanor had become even more formidable than before. Especially for Mu Fan, an unintentional aura of pressure emanated, leaving Huang Qiufeng, a master of hidden strength, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Huang Qiufeng, unleash your strongest attack upon me, Mu Fan remarked calmly, casting a fleeting glance in his direction. Huh. Huang Qiufeng stood momentarily stunned at such an unexpected request. He had not anticipated Mu Fan would propose such a challenge, considering he too was a master of hidden strength. If he were to strike with his utmost force at such close proximity, Mu Fan would undoubtedly perish if he did not evade. Do as I say? Mu Fan's tone brooked no argument. Very well. Huang Qiufeng swallowed hard, realizing that since Mu Fan was insistent, he had no choice but to comply. In truth, he had long harbored regret over his defeat at the Jiang family's gathering. It felt to him that carelessness had led to such a dismal loss. Now, with Mu Fan wishing to experience his most potent attack, he had to give it his all. Master Mu, I shall hold nothing back. Huang Qiufeng stepped back a few paces, channeling his true essence to prepare for his ultimate strike. Seeing Huang Qiufeng's earnest preparation, Mu Fan nodded in satisfaction. Be cautious, Master Huang. Huang Qiufeng roared, then launched a punch towards Mu Fan from a distance. As he struck, the true essence coalesced in his hand, transforming into a ferocious, galloping giant tiger that lunged fiercely at Mu Fan. This was Huang Qiufeng's trump card technique, the deadly Heaven Tiger Fist. Their previous duel had ended too swiftly for him to employ his ultimate skill. Now, with this full-force blow, even another master of hidden strength would face instant demise upon impact. Come forth! Mu Fan laughed heartily, casting a gaze at the seemingly unyielding punch and the tiger of true essence, which instantaneously shattered into countless fragments, vanishing in an instant. With but a glance, he effortlessly neutralized Huang Qiufeng's most formidable attack. Witnessing this, Huang Qiufeng's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Huang Qiufeng struggled to regain his composure, utterly shaken by Mu Fan's overwhelming power. He began to feel a sense of relief that his prior defeat had been swift. Otherwise, if Mu Fan had truly wished him dead, it would have been but a mere thought. Huang Qiufeng, there seems to be a hint of personal vendetta in your strike, Mu Fan teased with a smile. Though his words appeared lighthearted, they sent a chill down Huang Qiufeng's spine. Master Mu, this is unjust. Huang Qiufeng lamented, claiming that it was Mu Fan who had compelled him to unleash his strongest attack, hence his forceful execution. Do not fret. I was merely jesting, Mu Fan reassured, rising to lead Huang Qiufeng toward his parents' residence. Upon hearing this, Huang Qiufeng finally relaxed, hastily wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Master Mu, you. Huang Qiufeng's gaze shifted to Mu Fan, suddenly filled with shock. What is it? Mu Fan inquired, but within moments, he discerned the anomaly. At that moment, tender shoots had inexplicably sprouted from Mu Fan's arm, growing at a visible rate. Within mere breaths, they reached over 3 feet high, with branches extending ominously downward, a sight to behold. As Mu Fan sensed the changes within his body, he could not help but furrow his brow. Minutes later, Mu Fan found himself completely enveloped by the encroaching plants, which had now filled the entire room with verdant vines. This miraculous plant blossomed and bore fruit in mere minutes. Huang Qiufeng had never witnessed such an extraordinary scene, his breath quickening in response. Moments later, as a basket ball-sized green watermelon formed on the vine, the mysterious plant began to wither and decay rapidly. Master Mu, what is happening here? Huang Qiufeng initially thought this was a jest by Mu Fan and reached out to pluck the fruit. Do not touch it. Mu Fan's voice turned icy, halting Huang Qiufeng in his tracks. I have been cursed by sorcery, and this watermelon embodies the essence of that curse. As he spoke, Mu Fan shook his body, causing the withered vines to fall to the ground. Sorcery? Huang Qiufeng gasped in astonishment. He could not fathom how anyone would dare to cast such dark magic upon Mu Fan. It was akin to courting death. After all, such nefarious tricks might work against ordinary individuals, but would backfire against a martial arts master. Mu Fan approached the watermelon, a cold smile forming on his lips as he swiftly began to form intricate hand seals, revealing a complex symbol in front of him. As soon as the symbol appeared, it radiated an intense light, blinding Huang Qiufeng momentarily. With a downward press of his palm, Mu Fan infused the symbol into the watermelon. Upon completing this, the coldness in his expression deepened. Such trivial sorcery was beneath Mu Fan, a mere underhanded tactic. He feared not even the curses of divine beings. How could he possibly fear such sordid magic? Master Mu, what is the current situation? Huang Qiufeng inquired, perplexed. The sorcery has been dispelled, Mu Fan replied coolly. That is a relief. Huang Qiufeng felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Had anything happened to Mu Fan, he too would have faced dire consequences. Let us depart. It is time we left, Mu Fan stated flatly, striding toward the door. Where are we headed? Huang Qiufeng hurriedly followed, cautious in his inquiry. Theo kill, Mu Fan replied nonchalantly. Yet to Huang Qiufeng's ears, it sounded like the thunder of impending doom, leaving him profoundly shaken. Chapter 62. Revenge in the Han Hai Yun mansion. The Su family stood in somber silence, their expressions tense as they gathered around an elderly woman. This old woman was hunched, her hair gray and her face wrinkled like a walnut skin, dotted with dark spots. Before them lay a small ritual platform, upon which rested a white cloth doll within an ancient yellow wooden box. This doll was extremely rudimentary, lacking any semblance of craftsmanship. Its face bore no features, but instead displayed the name Mu Fan. Grandma Jean, what is the outcome? Ji Hongmei, unable to contain her impatience, inquired eagerly. Grandma Jean was the master Ji Hongmei had hired at great expense. The Su family had recently suffered the loss of their son and faced a string of misfortunes. Ji Hongmei sought this master to dispel evil and exact revenge upon Mu Fan. Mu Fan had humiliated the Su family at the Jiang clan's banquet, leaving them utterly disgraced in front of numerous dignitaries and wealthy elites. They could not possibly swallow such an affront. Huang Qiufeng, hearing Ji Hongmei's query, turned his gaze expectantly toward Grandma Jean. The ritual is complete. Simply cut open this watermelon, and that man named Mu Fan will instantly perish, Grandma Jean rasped, lifting the watermelon as if performing magic with her gnarled hands. Are you certain? Ji Hongmei asked repeatedly. They were aware that Mu Fan was a martial arts master. If they followed Grandma Jin's instructions and he survived, the consequences could be dire. What, are you doubting my abilities? Grandma Jean scoffed. Grandma Jean, to be honest, Mu Fan is a martial arts master. Hence our apprehension, if we fail, it will become a tricky situation, Su Lingtian interjected, attempting to clarify. Su Longyin and Sun Yin, standing nearby, were experiencing such matters for the first time and were equally astonished. Grandma Jin's methods today were exceedingly eerie. Cutting open the watermelon would result in Mu Fan's death, a notion that defied logic, particularly for Sun Yin, who found it hard to believe that Grandma Jean was holding a watermelon, not Mu Fan's head. She suspected her parents had been utterly deceived by this old sorceress. I am going to my room to rest, Sun Yin declared, unwilling to remain any longer in the presence of Grandma Jean, who resembled a witch from a movie. With her departure, Su Lingtian and the others did not attempt to stop her. Do as I say, Grandma Jean insisted impatiently. Though the Su family was wealthy, their excessive skepticism frustrated her. Had they not paid her handsomely, she would have refused to involve herself in their affairs. Just then, Su Lingtian's eldest son, Su Longyin, unexpectedly stepped forward. Young man, commendable bravery, Grandma Jean praised him, placing the green watermelon on the table and offering him a knife. Longyin, be careful. Ji Hongmei warned her son. Su Lingtian watched with eager anticipation. Su Longyin nodded, and without hesitation, he seized the knife and swung with all his might at the green watermelon on the table. With a flurry of wild strikes, the watermelon shattered into an unrecognizable mess. All right, that man named Mu Fan is now a dead man, Grandma Jean declared with satisfaction. However, just as her words fell, her head suddenly exploded like the watermelon that had just been struck. This unexpected scene left the Su family in utter shock. Ji Hongmei screamed. Retreating behind Su Lingtian in fright, Su Lingtian gasped, taken aback by the bizarre death of Grandma Jean. What just happened? Su Longyin trembled, equally horrified by the terrifying spectacle. He had never encountered such a dreadful event in his life. The one who harms others ultimately harms themselves. At that moment, Mu Fan's voice echoed ominously. Hearing this, the Su family shivered involuntarily. Mu Fan, you. Ji Hongmei exclaimed, her heart racing as she beheld Mu Fan standing unharmed. She was overwhelmed with disbelief. How could Grandma Jean claim Mu Fan was dead when he appeared before them, very much alive? Su Lingtian felt parched, experiencing a sinking feeling as Mu Fan's sudden appearance filled him with foreboding. Are you wondering why I still live? Mu Fan spoke as he led Huang Qiufeng into the courtyard. Huang Qiufeng's brow furrowed at the sight of the headless corpse. Mu Fan, who permitted you to enter our home? Get out! Su Longyin, still youthful and unaware of Mu Fan's true terror, defiantly blocked his path. Get lost, you mother fool! Before Mu Fan could respond, Huang Qiufeng charged forward, delivering a resounding slap that sent Su Longyin flying several meters away. As a master of hidden strength, although he appeared less formidable before Mu Fan, he was a god among ordinary people. Su Longyin's body crashed against the wall, falling heavily to the ground, struggling briefly before losing consciousness. Longyin, Ji Hongmei rushed to her son, frantic with concern. Bah, what a worthless creature. Having no strength yet daring to make a fuss, truly audacious. Huang Qiufeng scoffed, disdainfully glancing at the unconscious Su Longyin before spitting contemptuously. Mu Fan ignored the commotion and walked expressionlessly toward Grandma Jin's lifeless body. As he passed Su Lingtian, the latter instinctively took a step back, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Mu Fan. Uncle Su, how do you explain this? Mu Fan seized the cloth doll from the box, his sharp gaze locking onto Su Lingtian. The name Mu Fan was unmistakably inscribed on the doll's face. This, Su Lingtian stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. He understood all too well that admitting to having summoned someone to cast a spell upon Mu Fan would have dire consequences for the Su family. It was her? It's all her fault. This has nothing to do with our Su family. Su Lingtian pointed to Grandma Jin's corpse, desperately attempting to distance themselves from the situation. With Grandma Jean deceased, he thought it safe to pin all blame on her, as a dead person could not speak. Do you take us for fools? The dead are in your home, and you still wish to disavow responsibility? Huang Qiufeng stepped forward, grabbing Su Lingtian by the collar, demanding answers with fierce intensity. He cared not for the title of wealthiest family. To him, a martial arts master viewed such a title as inconsequential. Uncle Su, on account of your friendship with my father, if you sever your own legs in my presence today, I may choose to forgive you. Mu Fan's expression remained impassive as he addressed Su Lingtian. Mu Fan, you little bastard, have the audacity to come to our Su family and wreak havoc. Ji Hongmei could no longer contain her fury. Not only had he injured her son, but he also threatened her husband. She longed to see Mu Fan suffer 1,000 tortures. Huang Qiufeng, Mu Fan's voice rang out sharply. Understanding Mu Fan's intent, Huang Qiufeng retorted, Shut your mouth, old hag. You talk too much. With that, he seized Ji Hongmei by the hair and delivered a staggering slap across her face. Ji Hongmei was sent reeling, her eyes spinning, blood trickling from her mouth, left dazed and bewildered. Su Lingtian, I offer you dignity. I hope you can maintain it. If you refuse to do so, I shall ensure you have no choice but to. Mu Fan's gaze turned icy as he spoke to Su Lingtian, whose ears rang with the chilling tone of Mu Fan's words, akin to a cold wind from the depths of hell, leaving him trembling in terror. For all his years as the wealthiest man, Su Lingtian had never felt as humiliated as he did today. Though Mu Fan was merely 17 or 18, he found himself utterly powerless against the threat he posed. Not only did Mu Fan instill fear in him, but the volatile Huang Qiufeng also left Su Lingtian feeling increasingly uneasy. Mu Fan, My father and I are comrades. Su Lingtian's face darkened as he sought to invoke his connection to Mu Fan's father. If not for my father's reputation, you would already be a corpse, Mu Fan replied disdainfully, casting an indifferent glance at Su Lingtian in a previous life. The Su family had caused his family much suffering. Now that he had returned, there was no way he would let them off easily. Mu Fan, are you truly intent on driving us to our deaths? You have always wished to marry Xiaoyan. Have you not? I could arrange for her to wed you. Su Lingtian's voice was filled with hopelessness. The Su family was utterly powerless against Mu Fan, a martial arts master. You have no bargaining power with me. Mu Fan's cold snort dismissed Su Lingtian's attempts at negotiation. Having summoned a sorceress to take his life, Su Lingtian had employed such a vile method against Mu Fan. How could Mu Fan possibly let him off the hook? Mu Fan, if you have the guts, just kill me, but spare my wife and children. Su Lingtian had completely lost his temper. A martial arts master stands above ordinary people, making it exceedingly easy for Mu Fan to take the lives of his family. Kill you? That would be too merciful. I will ensure you live in perpetual agony, Mu Fan replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Su Lingtian's heart sank. Huang Qiufeng, break his legs, Mu Fan ordered expressionlessly. Having witnessed his father lose his legs and endure years of ridicule and disdain, Mu Fan intended for Su Lingtian to experience the despair and helplessness of becoming a cripple. Understood. Huang Qiufeng grinned wickedly as he approached Su Lingtian, a sharp wave of energy coalescing in his right hand. Terrified, Su Lingtian staggered backward, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. No, please. His face drained of color as he desperately gestured for Huang Qiufeng to stay back. Mr. Su, since you have chosen to forego dignity, allow me to assist you in maintaining it, Huang Qiufeng said, a sinister smile spreading across his face, before striking down. Su Lingtian's anguished screams echoed throughout the Su family estate. Huang Qiufeng, a formidable dark energy master, severed Su Lingtian's legs with minimal effort. Mu Fan remained a silent observer, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. Master Mu, it's done, Huang Qiufeng said, lifting Su Lingtian's severed legs as he approached Mu Fan with a smug grin. What do you intend to do with his legs? Mu Fan inquired, furrowing his brow. Heh, feed them to the dogs, Huang Qiufeng replied nonchalantly. Clever man. He understood that the Su family must have provoked Mu Fan in the past. Otherwise, given Mu Fan's decisive nature, he would never have spared them so easily. Since Mu Fan wished for the Su family to experience despair, Huang Qiufeng decided to lend a hand by feeding their legs to the dogs. Even if Su Lingtian, as the wealthiest man, could afford to reattach them, without legs, no advanced medical technique would suffice. Upon hearing this, Mu Fan glanced at Huang Qiufeng but chose not to comment further. Turning to leave the Su residence, Huang Qiufeng hurriedly followed behind. Master Mu, may I ask how that old witch met her end? Her death was truly horrific. Surely it can't be some form of karmic retribution? As they stepped outside the Su family's gates, Huang Qiufeng curiously inquired. He had discovered the gruesome corpse of Granny Jean Shi upon his arrival, her head having been shattered beyond recognition, the scene too bloody to comprehend. Although Huang Qiufeng had seen much during his travels, he could not fathom the reason for Granny Jean Shi's demise. The Su family, lacking the capability, certainly could not have killed a witch. While witches may not belong to the righteous martial arts practitioners, their powers could inflict substantial harm that mere mortals could not withstand. It was my doing. I redirected her witchcraft back upon her, Mu Fan replied coolly. The filthy witchcraft of Granny Jean Shi held no interest for Mu Fan and thus posed no threat to him. Master Mu, your near-divine abilities leave me in awe, Huang Qiufeng remarked, increasingly aware of Mu Fan's terrifying prowess. If you fail to diligently protect my family, I assure you, your fate will be far worse than hers. Mu Fan warned. Rest assured, Master Mu, I will not allow myself an ounce of negligence in this matter, Huang Qiufeng replied. Suddenly anxious, Mu Fan ignored his response and strode away. Huang Qiufeng hurriedly kept pace with him. At the Jiang family estate, a military green SUV discreetly entered the courtyard of Wulong Mountain Villa. The vehicle came to a halt before the elder Jiang and others. A handsome man with a strong visage and short hair stepped out. He was Jiang Chusheng, the second son of elder Jiang, and the commander of the Green City branch of the Divine Machine Camp. Second brother, you have finally returned, Jiang Xiaoman exclaimed warmly upon seeing him. Third sister, after years apart, you have become even more mature and beautiful, Jiang Wenhui complimented his sister. Jiang Xiaoman's cheeks flushed at the praise, feeling somewhat bashful. Second brother, Jiang Wenhui, also came forward. Jiang Chusheng smiled and nodded at him. But Jiang Wenhui noticed that his second brother seemed increasingly enigmatic after years of absence. "I'm so glad you could come back," Elder Jiang said, leaning on his dragon-patterned cane, supported by Jiang Yunshu as he approached. "Father, the camp has been extremely busy lately. Otherwise, I would have returned yesterday," Jiang Chusheng explained. The Divine Machine Camp is not an ordinary military unit. It is an elite department composed entirely of martial arts masters, established through connections within the Chinese government. The camp's commander is the martial arts grandmaster, Xiao Wujia. The purpose of the Divine Machine Camp is to execute special missions that conventional military forces cannot undertake. Therefore, every member of the camp bears unparalleled honor. Second brother, our Jiang family is in grave trouble this time. Elder Jiang sighed, recounting the matter of Li Jidao to Jiang Chusheng. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chusheng's expression darkened. Li Jidao, he has some audacity. Jiang Chusheng seethed with anger. The Jiang family had developed in Green City for many years. When had they ever been threatened in such a manner? To Jiang Chusheng, Li Jidao's actions were akin to disturbing a sacred ground. Second brother, Li Jidao is backed by the Dao sect. Jiang Wenhui cautiously reminded him. The Dao sect? Jiang Chusheng frowned at the mention of the organization. Wenhui, you may not be aware, but the Dao sect has not been faring well lately, both domestically and overseas, Jiang Chusheng said with a cold smile. Second brother, what exactly is going on? Elder Jiang inquired. Puzzled. The Dao sect's reputation was immense. Had Li Jidao not been affiliated with them, Elder Jiang would have eliminated him years ago. It was precisely because he feared the power behind Li Jidao that he had refrained from acting, allowing him to grow to the point of threatening the Jiang family's existence. Are you familiar with Xiao Wujia? Jiang Chusheng suddenly asked mysteriously. Xiao Wujia, the foremost martial arts grandmaster in China. Elder Jiang exclaimed promptly. Xiao Wujia's influence in the martial arts community is vast. Even Elder Jiang had heard of him. It is said that this martial arts prodigy became a grandmaster 2 decades ago. Now, after 20 years, his strength must have reached terrifying levels. Xiao Wujia, Jiang Wenhui echoed, equally astonished. Although he had never met him, tales of Xiao Wujia circulated throughout the martial arts world. He was a true martial arts master, an idol in the hearts of generations. The second-in-command of the Dao sect, Yin Wang, came to China recently to carry out a mission, only to be discovered and ultimately slain by Xiao Wujia at the foot of the Great Wall. It is said that the battlefield was left in ruins, with deep ravines and several mountains reduced to rubble, as if bombarded. Jiang Chusheng revealed a shocking piece of news. Gasp. Elder Jiang and the others inhaled sharply. The second-in-command of the Dao sect? Killed by Xiao Wujia. This news was too shocking. If Elder Jiang recalled correctly, the second-in-command, Yin Wang, was also a martial arts grandmaster. The Dao sect had been lurking within the country for many years, and the higher-ups recently convened to declare their intent to eradicate this malevolent force from the nation. Jiang Chusheng's eyes sparkled with determination as he clenched his fists. Second brother, what do you mean? Elder Jiang quickly asked. Father, in peacetime, Li Jidao and his Dao sect followers are merely walking achievements. My brothers from the Divine Machine Camp will arrive shortly, and in 3 days, we will personally eliminate Li Jidao. Jiang Chusheng declared confidently. Jiang Chusheng yearned for achievements. Under Xiao Wujia's leadership, the entire Divine Machine Camp was eager to make a name for themselves. Second brother, Li Jidao is very powerful. Even after decades of cultivation, I can barely withstand one of his strikes, Elder Jiang lamented. Father, no matter how strong Li Jidao is, can he surpass the power of the government? The higher-ups are resolute. The Dao sect's downfall is imminent. Jiang Chusheng replied seriously. Hearing this, Elder Jiang and the others fell silent. The power of a great nation is akin to a mighty force, unyielding and unstoppable. The Dao sect stands no chance against the authority of the state. If the government resolves to purge the Dao sect's influence from the country, then the end for Li Jidao and his ilk is indeed near. Chapter 64. The consequences of actions. Although it was still September, Green City suddenly experienced a drop in temperature. Commuters on the streets instinctively donned thick clothing, hurrying home. My parents live here. From now on, you shall be responsible for their safety, 24 hours a day. Mu Fan instructed Huang Qiufeng as they arrived at the Hahua community, standing beneath a residential building. Yes, Master Mu, understood. Huang Qiufeng quickly replied. In truth, having Huang Qiufeng, a dark energy master, safeguard his parents provided Mu Fan with an additional layer of security. He would not allow the tragedies of his past life to befall his family again. Thus, he would employ every means necessary to protect their safety. Mu Fan nodded and ascended the building alone while Huang Qiufeng familiarized himself with the surrounding environment. Upon returning home, Mu Fan found the atmosphere lively, indicating guests were present. Xiao Fan, this is your Aunt Lin, and this is her daughter, Qin Juntang. You two are of similar ages. You can chat more later, Shin Fengyuan said, waving at her son as he entered and enthusiastically introducing the guests. Mu Fan quickly discerned that his mother favored the daughter, intending to play matchmaker. In fact, he was not unfamiliar with either of them. Lin Xiaoxia was a college classmate of his mother, her husband having run a renovation company in Yinjing, earning substantial profits during the recent real estate boom. However, her husband had fallen victim to a scam during a project, accumulating considerable debt, which forced her and her daughter to return to Green City to evade their creditors. Mu Fan recalled that Lin Xiaoxia's husband was swindled around this time. He held a positive impression of both Lin Xiaoxia and her daughter, Chun Hunteling Dai, in his previous life. Despite her own family's dire circumstances, Lin Xiaoxia had tirelessly supported Mu Fan's family. Her daughter, Chun Juntang, was not only beautiful but also kind-hearted, providing Mu Fan with encouragement and sisterly warmth during his lowest points. Hello, Aunt Lin, Sister Juntang, Mu Fan greeted them politely. Chun Juntang was fair-skinned and tall, with a ponytail. Although her clothing was quite ordinary, her stunning aura made even the simplest attire appear designer. Mu Fan marveled at how Chun Juntang remained just as beautiful as in his previous life. He vividly remembered the frenzy of admiration she incited among the boys when she transferred to his school, her popularity eclipsing that of Zhao Qinya and Sun Yin. Xiao Fan, Juntang and I now live just below you. And Juntang has transferred to your school, so you two will be classmates from now on, Lin Xiaoxia said with a smile. Xiaoxia, Xiao Fan school is quite good. Several students were admitted to Qingbei last year. Shin Fengyuan chimed in, eager to discuss their children's education. Their conversation flowed seamlessly, revealing a shared enthusiasm for the topic. Shall we go for a walk? Chun Juntang suggested, standing up from the sofa and smiling at Mu Fan. Sure, Mu Fan nodded in agreement. The two exited the house, one following the other. Xiaoxia, look at these two children. They seem to get along splendidly, Shin Fengyuan remarked, delighted as she watched them leave. Lin Xiaoxia, an old friend, knew her family well, and she was confident in Chan Juentang's character, having been a well-behaved and academically gifted child. She couldn't help but think how much better suited she was than someone like Sun Yin. Shin Fengyuan believed her precious son and her friend's beautiful daughter were a perfect match. Indeed, they are quite compatible. Xiao Fan is growing increasingly handsome. I remember the last time I saw him. He was just a little kid. Lin Xiaoxia laughed as well. Both women understood each other's thoughts perfectly, exchanging knowing smiles. Downstairs, Xiao Fan, shouldn't the weather be warmer in September? Why has the temperature suddenly dropped? Upon stepping outside, Chun Juntang remarked, feeling a chill in the air. Perhaps it wants us to dress warmly and find a partner, Mu Fan replied with a smile. He clearly remembered how Chun Juntang loved to tease him in his previous life. So he decided to return the jest. Biffed. Chun Juntang couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Fan, you have a good sense of humor. Why didn't Shun just say you're a bit reclusive and don't like to interact with others? Chun Juntang asked, puzzled by the disparity between her experience and Shan Fengyuan's description. It might depend on the person, Mu Fan answered. While he was indeed aloof with outsiders, he was more than willing to share his warmth with friends and family. Chun Juntang had brought warmth to Mu Fan's life in his previous life, and now that they had reunited, he felt a sense of comfort. Naturally, he would reserve his good temperament for her. So, I'm special to you? Chun Juntang teased, blinking her eyes playfully. Indeed, Mu Fan replied earnestly. Seeing his serious expression made Chun Juntang laugh again. All right, I was just teasing you. If anyone bullies you at school, just tell me, and Sister Juntang will help you deal with them, Chun Juntang said with a mock-serious gesture. Having heard from Shan Fengyuan about Mu Fan's struggles due to his father's disability, she had resolved to help him overcome those difficulties. Moreover, Chan Juentang's family had some connections in Green City, so even if she faced challenges, she could seek assistance from her father's friends. She was confident that she could help Mu Fan navigate his current troubles. Sounds good, Mu Fan smiled in agreement. The pure and kind-hearted nature of the girl brought an unexpected warmth to his long-frozen heart, a feeling he hadn't experienced in years. Mu Fan, he is Mu Taihao, and also the revered Taihao of the celestial realm. He has traversed the celestial world for centuries, and in the face of a treacherous environment rife with deceit, his heart has been tempered to a hardness akin to that of stone. However, after a span of 700 years, Chen Juntang, just like in his previous life, once again touches the most tender part of Mu Fan's heart. He finally comprehends why he failed during the tribulation. It is because his heart has always been burdened with countless people and matters he cannot let go. These things lie hidden deep within him, but when the thunderous tribulation arrives, everything is magnified infinitely. Ultimately, it leaves Mu Fan with no escape. "All right, it's settled then. I will protect you from now on," Chen Juntang says playfully, winking at Mu Fan. "All right," Mu Fan replies. The two walk side by side, navigating through the streets and alleys of Green City, sharing milk tea and indulging in fried skewers. Chen Juntang, like a little chatterbox, engages Mu Fan in endless conversation, recounting amusing anecdotes from her life in Yanjing. Mu Fan patiently assumes the role of a qualified listener. Suddenly, snowflakes begin to drift down from the sky. It's snowing. Initially, the snowfall is light, but gradually it intensifies. As they walk along the snow-laden path, their hair turns white with the falling snow. The weather in Green City is quite bizarre. It's September, yet we have such heavy snowfall. I'm nearly freezing to death, Chen Juntang remarks as she steps into a hallway and brushes the snow off her clothes, unable to suppress her complaints. Indeed, it is rather peculiar, Mu Fan concurs, refraining from expressing too many thoughts on the matter. He knows in his heart that all these anomalies are merely the beginning. In the coming days, significant events are destined to unfold in Green City. Of course, he refrains from divulging any of this to Chen Juntang. For Mu Fan is confident that as long as he is present, even if the heavens were to fall, he would ensure the safety of his family and friends. Chapter 65. Gathering of Martial Arts Greats in September. Green City witnesses an unexpected heavy snowfall. Such bizarre weather has not been seen in many years. The snow falls heavily, enveloping the entire city in a blanket of white, creating a world draped in silver. At this moment, the meteorological department issues a series of extreme weather warnings, reminding citizens to travel safely. In the northernmost part of Green City, North Elephant Lake spans 1,000 acres, serving as the largest freshwater lake in the city. At this time, on a small island in the center of North Elephant Lake, stands a tall and handsome man dressed in simple black attire, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, as if a battle god amidst the wind and snow. This man is none other than the martial arts powerhouse, Li Zidao. The snow falls heavily, yet not a single flake touches him, as if an invisible protective barrier shields him from the snow. The pavilion on the island is already filled with martial arts experts from surrounding cities, drawn by the formidable reputation of Li Zidao. Not only is he renowned in Green City, but he has also garnered recognition throughout the northern regions. Today marks the day of Li Zidao's duel with the Zhang family, attracting many martial arts figures eager to witness this extraordinary battle. Li Zidao, today clad in black, is said to signify his intent to unleash a massacre. Ding Dongxia leads numerous disciples to North Elephant Lake to observe the match. Generally, battles between martial arts powerhouses of Li Zidao's caliber hold significant value for observation and learning. Although Ding Dongxia is also a dark energy master, his strength pales in comparison to Li Zidao. Master, the Zhang family is known as the Underground Emperor of Green City. Could Li Zidao truly be a match for them? A woman clad in martial arts attire, possessing a pleasing appearance, inquires about Li Zidao's capability. Her name being Bai Ling, who has trained under Ding Dongxia for several years, now just stepping into the realm of martial arts, I cannot say. Ding Dongxia responds candidly. The Zhang family has a long-standing foundation, and the old master Zhang himself is a dark energy powerhouse, making it impossible to predict the outcome of today's battle until it concludes. Ding Dongxia has heard rumors that the Zhang family has recently allied with a martial arts expert of considerable strength, said to rival even Li Zidao. He clearly remembers that this individual is referred to as Master Mu. Master, will Master Mu be attending today? Bai Ling asks curiously, her eyes sparkling. He will definitely be here. Ding Dongxia affirms with conviction. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling falls into deep thought. There are numerous rumors surrounding Master Mu, yet few in the martial arts community have actually seen him. Bai Ling is immensely curious, as it is said that this Master Mu is quite young, and she eagerly anticipates the chance to behold his true form. After all, finding someone in nearby cities who could contend with Li Zidao is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As the crowd engages in conversation, several figures suddenly appear beside Li Zidao. Zuoqianqiu of the Azure Dragon Hall pays respects to the Dao Master. He Wentian of the Wujiman pays respects to the Dao Master. Feng Bobo of the Divine Palace pays respects to the Dao Master. Wei Yao of the Celestial Sect pays respects to the Dao Master in all 4 cardinal directions surrounding Li Zidao. For figures emerge, each bowing and clasping their hands in greeting. You all have arrived, Li Zidao remarks calmly, gazing out at the undulating surface of the lake. These individuals belong to various factions, yet all are martial arts experts. At this moment, they all look to Li Zidao for guidance. Dao Master, if there is anything you need assistance with, please do not hesitate to command us, they exclaim in unison. Very well. Once I have dealt with the Jiang family and consolidated the power in Green City, you shall not be deprived of your rewards, Li Zidao replies nonchalantly. Once the Dao Master strikes, the Jiang family will no longer exist, proclaims Wachinchio of the Azure Dragon Hall. The other 3 nod in agreement, expressing their support for his statement. I do not regard the Jiang family as a threat, but I am indeed intrigued by that so-called Master Mu, Li Zidao says, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. What nonsense, Master Mu, in our eyes, he is of no consequence, He Wintian of the Wujiman retorts defiantly. The leaders of these factions, within the confines of Green City, hold Li Zidao in the utmost esteem. Even the Jiang family, should they choose not to show respect, they would face the consequences. Li Zidao chuckles at their words, his gaze still fixed upon the lake, as if awaiting something. However, the arrival of these individuals causes quite a stir among the crowd gathered in the pavilion. My heavens, so many great figures have come today. Something monumental is about to unfold. The Azure Dragon Hall, Wujiman, Divine Palace, Celestial Sect, they have all dispatched representatives. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. It seems one side will be completely eradicated in today's battle. Those who have gathered to witness this event are all reputable martial arts experts. After all, the surrounding area of North Elephant Lake has long been sealed off, preventing ordinary people from entering. As renowned figures within the circle make their appearances one after another, the atmosphere becomes overwhelmingly grand. Onlookers instinctively feel that today's battle will decisively determine who will reign supreme in the martial arts community of Green City. Ding Dongxia feels an overwhelming shock in his heart. Li Zidao has truly made a tremendous uproar this time. It is evident to all that he is intentionally showcasing his might. From today onward, Green City is likely to undergo a transformation. Master, who are these people? They don't seem like good individuals. Bai Ling observes the men beside Li Zidao, each exuding an intimidating aura that conveys a sense of malevolence. Bai Ling, are you courting death? These individuals are ruthless killers. If they hear you speaking ill of them, you should be wary of calamity befalling you. Ding Dongxia feels a surge of alarm upon hearing her Na'vi comments. Rushing forward to cover her mouth, Bai Ling, realizing her mistake as her master becomes anxious, falls silent. Ding Dongxia had previously warned her to be cautious with her words, as martial arts experts often possess eccentric temperaments, and it is not uncommon for one to be silenced for a single remark. They are merely here to observe the battle and learn from the combat experience, not wishing to risk their lives over unnecessary chatter. It is essential to remember that both Li Zidao himself and the various powerful factions present today are akin to celestial beings. Ordinary martial arts practitioners who offend them would not have enough lives to spare. Once Ding Dongxia sees that Bai Ling has recognized her blunder, he finally releases his grip. Bai Ling dares not utter another word, instead standing obediently behind Ding Dongxia. At this moment, a small wooden boat drifts toward the island across the tumultuous lake. 3 figures stand upon the boat, 2 of whom Mu Fan would instantly recognize if he were present, Qi Zhenrong and Zhao Hongfei. The person at the bow of the boat is the unnamed Taoist from Tongtian Peak. Brother Wuming, this little boat is rather rudimentary. Why not ride the waves? Li Zidao calls out jovially from the shore, his voice resonating like thunder despite the distance of several hundred meters. I have come to North Elephant Lake merely to witness your performance. Why would I steal your thunder? The unnamed Taoist replies with a smile. They are old acquaintances, having once battled to a standstill a decade ago. Thus, upon reuniting, they are filled with nostalgia. This little boat drifts along. When will it reach the shore? Allow me to lend you a hand. Li Zidao laughs heartily, then channels his true essence to form a hand that extends several hundred meters across the water's surface. This hand, forged from true essence, grasps the bow of the boat and swiftly pulls it toward the shore. The small boat, which was previously floating leisurely, now darts rapidly towards the bank. Qi Zhenrong and Zhao Hongfei, taken by surprise, nearly topple into the lake. However, the unnamed Taoist stands firm at the bow, unyielding as a mountain. Yet, observing Li Zidao's display of power, he cannot help but furrow his brow. After 10 years apart, Li Zidao's mastery of true essence has reached an extraordinary level. In mere moments, the small boat arrives at the shore. Dao brother, splendid technique, the unnamed Taoist praises, stepping off the boat onto the island. Brother Wuming, after so many years of seclusion on Tongtian Peak, your descent today is surely not merely to witness my duel with another. Li Zidao inquires, his gaze scrutinizing the other. He knows the unnamed Taoist is a fervent practitioner, and unless there is a significant matter at hand, he would not easily descend the mountain. Thus, it is evident that he has come for something important. I have heard that a Master Mu has recently emerged in Green City, and I have come down today to seek his guidance, the unnamed Taoist states directly, without hesitation. Meanwhile, Qi Zhenrong and Zhao Hongfei, standing behind him, grit their teeth at the mention of Master Mu, especially Qi Zhenrong, who lost an arm because of him, feels an overwhelming hatred for Mu Fan. He recalls how he once wielded a dragon-slaying blade, single-handedly pursuing Somali pirates in the Gulf of Aden. But since that day he encountered Mu Fan, not only was his dragon-slaying blade destroyed, but he also lost his arm. Thus, his animosity toward Mu Fan runs deep. Brother Wuming, what a coincidence. The one I am set to duel today is precisely that Master Mu you mentioned. Once I sever his head, I shall present it to you as a football. How does that sound? Li Zidao exclaims, exuding immense confidence. The unnamed Taoist frowns upon hearing his words. However, upon hearing this, Qi Zhenrong and Zhao Hongfei are struck with dread. Only now do they realize that today marks the fateful duel between Li Zidao and Mu Fan. Qi Zhenrong's breath quickens. The power of Li Zidao is akin to that of a deity. Compared to Li Zidao, Mu Fan is not even worthy to carry his shoes. Qi Zhenrong can hardly contain his eagerness to witness Li Zidao slay Mu Fan. Chapter 66. Who dares? At the foot of the Lotus Flower community, Mu Fan and Qin Juntang are clearing snow together, having built a snowman using the accumulated snow. Mu Fan, doesn't our snowman look a bit too ugly? Qin Juntang asks, resting her chin on her hand. Her expression serious as she looks at the snowman. Mu Fan pauses, but in the next moment, he removes the branches from the snowman and replaces them with a broom and dustpan to serve as its arms. Now it looks much better, Mu Fan declares, brushing his hands together in satisfaction. Impressive. Qin Juntang can't help but give Mu Fan a thumbs up. She notices the changes he made, making the snowman appear much more lifelike. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps interrupts their joyful moment. You must be the daughter of Chen Helong. A group of men clad in black leather surrounds Qin Juntang. The leader, towering at about 6 feet, dons black sunglasses, exuding a menacing demeanor. Behind him, several lackeys wear sinister smiles, their intentions clearly malicious. Who are you? Qin Juntang instinctively takes a step back, feeling a deep sense of fear from these men. I am Qin Jinmao, a supplier for your father's renovation company. He owes us 20 million and has gone missing. We exerted great effort to discover the whereabouts of you and your mother. Qin Jinmao says, removing his sunglasses and casually wiping them with a handkerchief. Why father will pay you back. Qin Juntang feigns bravery, but internally, she is terrified. In her life in Yinjing, she and her mother Lin Xiaoxia often encountered debt collectors. Most times, they managed to escape unscathed, but as the debts piled up, Lin Xiaoxia had no choice but to bring Qin Juntang to Green City in hopes of evading their pursuers. Yet, unexpectedly, they were found here as well. Little girl, don't blame uncle for being ruthless. If your family cannot produce the money today, I'm afraid I will have to take you away. Qin Jinmao had heard rumors of Chen Helong's daughter, claiming she was as lovely as a top celebrity. Upon seeing Qin Juntang, he is immediately captivated by her stunning beauty. Having consorted with many women, he now desires to take Qin Juntang as his mistress, treating her as payment for her father's debts. Qin Juntang's face pales at his words. After all, she is merely a child, just a few months older than Mu Fan, and being threatened by Qin Jinmao sends her into a panic. What do you want? At that moment, Lin Xiaoxia rushes down from the building, shoving Qin Jinmao and his men aside to protect her precious daughter behind her. Qin Jinmao, your man owes money and has not paid it back. Taking your daughter to be my little wife seems only fair, doesn't he it? Qin Jinmao, upon seeing Lin Xiaoxia, let out a cold grunt and spoke aggressively. If Chen Helong owes you money, go demand it from him. Why must you make things difficult for us mother and daughter? The mention of her husband pierced Lin Xiaoxia's heart like a dagger. Ever since her man fell prey to gambling, she and her daughter had not known a moment of peace. It is said that 1 in 10 gamblers wins. Chen Helong, however, loses every time. Lin Xiaoxia had urged him time and again to quit, but the gambling-addicted Chen Helong was unable to heed her advice. Watching her husband's daily descent into ruin was more painful than death itself. If it weren't for the fact that the client had cheated Chen Helong, he would not have succumbed to the allure of the casino in a desperate attempt to fill the financial gaps in his company. Chen Helong fell into a bottomless pit, dragging his wife and child down with him. Damn it! If I find Chen Helong, I'll break his legs. Qian Jinmiao's patience had worn thin, and he spoke with malice. He was notorious in Yinjing for his ruthless nature, known for stopping at nothing to achieve his goals. As long as I draw breath, I will never allow you to take my daughter. Lin Xiaoxia spread her arms wide, fiercely protecting Chen Juntang behind her. A mother's fierce love knows no bounds. She would sacrifice her life to shield her daughter from harm. You leave me no choice. Brothers, attack. Qian Jinmiao had no desire to continue talking. Seeing the determination in their eyes, he realized he would not be getting any money today. Since he could not collect his dues, he would simply take the other's daughter as his mistress. Stop! At that moment, Mu Fan, who had been standing by, suddenly stepped forward. Mu Fan, hide quickly. They are all bad people. Chen Juntang felt a surge of panic upon seeing Mu Fan step forward at such a critical moment. In her eyes, Mu Fan was merely a few months younger than herself. How could he possibly stand against so many thugs? Without a second thought for her own safety, she dashed out from behind Lin Xiaoxia, grabbing Mu Fan in an attempt to escape swiftly. She did not want her family's troubles to ensnare him. However, in the next instant, her path of retreat was blocked by several burly men. Kid, this is none of your business. Get lost? Qian Jinmiao growled, attempting to shove Mu Fan aside. Yet, Mu Fan firmly grasped his arm and replied, How much does your family owe? I'll pay it back. He swept his gaze across the group, speaking calmly, Ha ha. The moment Qian Jinmiao heard this, he could hardly contain his laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Not only him, but his companions also regarded Mu Fan with disdain. Mu Fan appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old, and Chen Helong owed them a total of 20 million. Even if this little brat sold all his organs, he could never repay such a sum. Mu Fan. Chen Juntang cautiously tugged at his sleeve, urging him not to act recklessly. 20 million was no small amount, and Mu Fan's family was hardly wealthy. How could they possibly gather such money? Chen Juntang understood that Mu Fan was only trying to help her out of kindness, but she truly did not wish for him to be dragged into her family's troubles. Alas, Lin Xiaoxia sighed. Their family had truly fallen on hard times, to the point of relying on a high school student to stand up to their creditors. Mu Fan remained silent, observing the group without a hint of fear. 20 million? If you can produce that amount, we'll leave right now. Qian Jinmiao raised 2 fingers, signaling to the group. He had no real hope that Mu Fan could come up with 2 million. He merely wanted to demonstrate the gravity of the situation. He knew that students like Mu Fan were still living off their parents' money. Could he even muster 2,000? His intention was to intimidate Mu Fan into submission. Swipe the card. Mu Fan, uninterested in banter, pulled out a bank card and presented it to Qian Jinmiao. In his previous life, Lin Xiaoxia and Chen Juntang had brought warmth to Mu Fan's family. In this life, having encountered such a situation, he would undoubtedly step forward without hesitation to assist them. Mu Fan's actions left everyone dumbfounded. Lin Xiaoxia and Chen Juntang stared at him in disbelief, while Qian Jinmiao and his companions were equally struck dumb. What the hell? Are high school students this wealthy nowadays, kid? If you're trying to play me, I swear you'll regret it. Qian Jinmiao snatched the bank card from Mu Fan's hand, pulling out a POS machine to transfer money. If you dare touch the funds in Master Mu's card today, I will ensure none of you leave Green City alive. At that moment, a chilling voice rang out from behind the group. The speaker was none other than Jiang Xiaoman, the daughter of the venerable Jiang Patriarch, a billionaire businesswoman. Chapter 67. Curiosity killed the cat. Jiang Xiaoman's sudden appearance drew everyone's attention. Her expression was as cold as ice. Though stunningly beautiful, she exuded an aura of aloofness, as if she were untouchable. Several well-dressed men accompanied her, each exuding an imposing presence. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoman, Mu Fan's expression remained unchanged. Chen Juntang, however, assessed Jiang Xiaoman, feeling an indescribable nobility in her appearance and demeanor. Comparing herself to her, she felt like a mere Cinderella. Who are you to threaten me? Qian Jinmiao frowned, his voice low as he questioned her. He knew that in Green City, as long as one did not provoke the Jiang family, they had nothing to fear from anyone else. Furthermore, a friend of his knew Jiang Wenhua, so if he ever found himself in trouble, He could rely on that connection. Although Jiang Xiaomin seemed extraordinary and had brought several companions, Qian Jinmiao did not regard her with much seriousness. After all, she was just a woman. What could she possibly do? Who am I? I am someone you cannot afford to offend, Jiang Xiaomin scoffed, signaling to her subordinates. One of the suited men stepped forward, his demeanor cold. What do you want? I know Jiang Sai. If you dare lay a finger on me, I will have him eliminate your entire family. Qian Jinmiao suddenly realized that his legs were trembling uncontrollably in the presence of the suited man. Such a reaction only occurred when facing a martial arts master. Could this man be a martial arts expert? The thought sent shockwaves through him. He hastily invoked Jiang Wenhua's name, hoping to intimidate the man. Yet, the suited man remained unfazed, delivering a punch to Qian Jinmiao's abdomen. With just that single blow, Qian Jinmiao's expression twisted in pain as he clutched his stomach, unable to utter a word for quite some time. I've struck you. Let Sai come find me for retribution. The suited man coldly retorted, taking the bank card from Qian Jinmiao's hand and handing it to Jiang Xiaomin. Master Mu, here is your card. Jiang Xiaomin approached Mu Fan, speaking respectfully and bowing slightly as she presented the bank card with both hands. To outsiders, she was an untouchable billionaire, a legendary figure in the business world. However, Jiang Xiaomin knew full well that before Mu Fan, she was less than an ant. Not only did Jiang Xiaomin show such respect to Mu Fan, but her entourage also bowed and clasped their fists in a display of reverence. Lin Xiaoxia was once again left in shock at this sight. Chen Juantong's mouth hung open in astonishment. To her, Jiang Xiaomin had always radiated an air of superiority. It was clear she was someone of immense status. Yet, witnessing Jiang Xiaomin's demeanor towards Mu Fan, so respectful, as if a servant addressing a master, left her utterly bewildered. Just who was Mu Fan? Why did these people show him such unwavering respect? Chen Juntang suddenly recalled her earlier boast about protecting Mu Fan at school, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Whether she could truly protect him was questionable, but at this moment, it was evident that Mu Fan was the one safeguarding her family. Mu Fan nodded casually, accepting the bank card with calm composure. You dare to touch me? Just watch how I will deal with you today. After regaining his composure, Qian Jinmiao glared venomously at Jiang Xiaomin and spat. You dare provoke me? His volatile nature, combined with the backing he thought he had, made him reckless, and he sought immediate revenge after the humiliation he suffered at Jiang Xiaomin's hands. Ahong, cut out his tongue. Jiang Xiaomin, unyielding, decided that Qian Jinmiao needed to learn a lesson for daring to provoke her. In Green City, she could afford to eliminate him without consequence. The Jiang family's authority was not something any lowly figure could challenge. Yes, miss. The previously mentioned suited man responded before advancing menacingly towards Qian Jinmiao. Brothers, attack? Whoever can take his legs off will earn 2 million. Qian Jinmiao frantically tried to rally his men with promises of money, but he underestimated Ahong's prowess. A martial arts expert like him found it easier than slicing through cucumbers to deal with a few thugs. Thus, even with the promise of a substantial reward, Qian Jinmiao's men were swiftly subdued in mere moments. Now it's your turn, Ahong sneered, closing in on Qian Jinmiao. Realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew today, Qian Jinmiao panicked. You dare to touch me? Jiang Sai is my friend. Are you not afraid of the Jiang family? In a desperate bid, he once again invoked Jiang Wenhua's name. Haha, our young lady is Sai's sister. Do you really think Sai would offend his sister for you? Ahong laughed derisively. Hiss. Upon hearing this revelation, Qian Jinmiao felt as though a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over him, leaving him utterly chilled to the bone. He never imagined he would provoke someone from the Jiang family today. And this woman was Sai's sister. No, wait. Given the Jiang family's high status, why did they show such reverence to Mu Fan? Master Mu? Suddenly, it dawned on him that Jiang Xiaomin had referred to Mu Fan as Master Mu. Could this young man be the renowned Master Mu who had recently made waves in Green City's martial arts community? Good heavens! How had he managed to offend so many powerful figures at once? Qian Jinmiao felt as if he were on the brink of death. If you agree to just one thing, I might consider letting them go to AT. That moment, Mu Fan stepped forward, speaking casually to Qian Jinmiao. Master Mu, even if you ask me for 1,000 or 10,000 things, I, Qian Jinmiao, will comply. Qian Jinmiao exclaimed, as if he had grasped a lifeline, kneeling at Mu Fan's feet, desperately pleading. Pray tell, how much does Chen Helong owe you? Mu Fan inquired, knowing full well that the 20 million mentioned by Qian Jinmiao was merely a blatant exaggeration. He had initially opted to repay this debt to avoid revealing his own capabilities and would later confront Qin Jimiao for the truth. However, with Jiang Xiaoman's arrival, Mu Fan felt no need to conceal his abilities any longer. 5 million, and the remaining 15 million is interest. Qin Jimiao swallowed nervously, hastily replying, "Speak the truth." Jiang Xiaoman interjected, her tone sharp as a business magnate. She was all too familiar with debt collection practices. These creditors were often ruthless and unscrupulous. 2 million, Qin Helong owes us 2 million. Unable to withstand the immense pressure, Qin Jimiao finally confessed. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiuxia and her daughter felt a wave of fury wash over them. 2 million in debt, and Qin Jimiao had the audacity to demand 20 million. They were truly inhumane. 2 million for your tongue. Do you think this deal is worth it? Mu Fan asked with a sardonic smile. Worth it? Worth it? Qin Jimiao nodded vigorously, realizing he could not afford to offend either Jiang Xiaoman or the illustrious Master Mu. Now, apologize to Aunt Lin and Sister Huntuing. Mu Fan's voice turned icy. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please spare me. Qin Jimiao groveled before Lin Xiuxia and her daughter, repeatedly bowing in apology. Lin Xiuxia and Chen Juntang were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, clearly unaccustomed to such a display. From this day forth, you are forbidden from stepping foot in Green City again and must not appear before Aunt Lin or Sister Juntang. The debt you claimed is now settled. If you dare pursue this matter any further, I will ensure you regret it for the rest of your life. Mu Fan issued his final warning. Yes, yes. Qin Jimiao, stripped of all dignity, knelt on the ground, fervently bowing to Mu Fan. Leave, Mu Fan said expressionlessly, dismissing him to his command. Qin Jimiao did not dare linger, fleeing with his subordinates in utter disgrace. Since Mu Fan had spared them, Jiang Xiaoman refrained from obstructing their departure. Master Mu, Li Zidao has already. Jiang Xiaoman began, but Mu Fan interrupted her with a raised hand. Aunt Lin, Sister Juntang, the snow outside is getting heavier. You should head upstairs. I have some matters to attend to with my friends. Please let my mother know to save me some food for dinner. Mu Fan brushed off the snow from his clothes, smiling warmly at Lin Xiuxia and her daughter. All right, Lin Xiuxia nodded. Although she sensed that Mu Fan and Jiang Xiaoman were not ordinary individuals, her years of experience in society taught her the wisdom of discretion. Curiosity could lead to one's downfall, so it was best not to pry into such matters. Mu Fan, didn't we agree to have hot pot together tonight? Remember to come back early, Chen Juntang said, feeling a pang of disappointment as Mu Fan prepared to leave. I won't forget. Mu Fan replied with a smile. Then we'll wait for you to return for hot pot. Chen Juntang said reluctantly, casting a lingering glance at Jiang Xiaoman before being pulled upstairs by Lin Xiuxia. Once the two had vanished upstairs, the snow continued to fall heavily. Chapter 68. Unforeseen circumstances. Once Lin Xiuxia and Chen Juntang had retreated upstairs, the smile on Mu Fan's face faded, replaced by his previous aloof demeanor. Master Mu, Li Zidao has arrived at Beisheng Lake. Jiang Xiaoman, having noticed the change in Mu Fan's expression, refrained from saying too much, fully aware of his temperament. Unlike the gentle side he showed towards Lin Xiuxia and her daughter, the Jiang family had never been the recipient of such warmth from him. Jiang Xiaoman, you have quite the audacity. Mu Fan suddenly let out a cold snort, his gaze slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, piercingly sharp as it fell upon his opponent. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Xiaoman felt her heart leap to her throat. She was bewildered as to how she had offended Mu Fan. Master Mu, I do not comprehend what you are saying. Jiang Xiaoman was at a loss, uncertain of what she had done to irk Mu Fan. Did you come here without my permission? Mu Fan narrowed his eyes, inquiring. With both of his parents being ordinary individuals, Mu Fan wished to preserve the tranquility of their lives, undisturbed by the arrival of the Jiang family. Moreover, he had no intention of revealing his identity as Tai Hao Tianzun to his parents at this stage. He only desired to quietly safeguard his family, rather than incite them to worry about him. Jiang Xiaoman's sudden appearance today disrupted Mu Fan's plans. After all, Lin Xiuxia had already witnessed Jiang Xiaoman's various behaviors in his presence. She was a good friend of his mother, and surely, she would relay this incident to her. Master Mu, time is of the essence, hence Jiang Xiaoman sighed. Realizing her recklessness today, in truth, prior to her arrival, Jiang Yunshu had cautioned her to act discreetly when coming to fetch Mu Fan. Now she began to regret not heeding the advice. If there is a next time, I will not spare you, Mu Fan said coldly. Yes, I understand. Jiang Xiaoman replied, noticeably anxious. Mu Fan chose not to engage further with her, instead striding out of the community on his own. Master Mu, please get in the car. Jiang Xiaoman hurriedly jogged to the vehicle and opened the door for Mu Fan. He nodded indifferently and then entered the luxurious Land Rover. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xiaoman adjusted her mindset before following suit into the car. Today marked the day of the duel with Li Zidao, and Mu Fan certainly would not forget this matter. The Land Rover set off, the convoy majestically heading towards Beixiang Lake. Master Mu, my father and my second brother have already made their way to Beixiang Lake, Jiang Xiaoman said, initiating conversation. Your second brother? Mu Fan turned his gaze towards her. Master Mu, if my second brother can deal with Li Zidao, you won't need to intervene today, Jiang Xiaoman spoke with pride as she mentioned her second brother. After all, apart from her eldest brother Jiang Huaimin, her second brother Jiang Chunsheng was the most capable in their family. Jiang Chunsheng was the captain of the Green City Shenji camp, with considerable influence behind him. Furthermore, this time, he had called upon his comrades from the Shenji camp to assist in dealing with Li Zidao. There were no ordinary individuals in the Shenji camp. Anyone who entered was a martial arts prodigy, selected from among thousands. Thus, Jiang Xiaoman confidently believed that with her second brother and the brothers from the Shenji camp, dealing with Li Zidao would be a mere formality. Although she held immense faith in her second brother, Old Master Jiang had still insisted on bringing Mu Fan along. If not for Old Master Jiang's insistence, Jiang Xiaoman would have preferred not to make this trip. Is your second brother truly formidable? Mu Fan inquired, having heard Jiang Yunshu mention Jiang Chunsheng a few times, yet not personally knowing him. Master Mu, my second brother is a martial arts genius. At the age of 16, he was selected by the Shenji camp based on his own strength. Subsequently, through his hard work, he became the captain of the Green City Shenji camp. Over the years, he has fought bravely in the Shenji camp, earning numerous accolades. Even the head of the Shenji camp, Xiao Wuji, reportedly holds him in high regard. Jiang Xiaoman proudly introduced her second brother Jiang Chunsheng to Mu Fan. Despite her current status as a billionaire heiress, she deeply admired both of her brothers. Today, she firmly believed that with her second brother Jiang Chunsheng present, Li Zidao would be unable to stir up any trouble. A martial arts genius, intriguing, Mu Fan remarked thoughtfully. Jiang Xiaoman's enthusiastic portrayal of her brother piqued Mu Fan's curiosity about the man's true capabilities. After all, since his rebirth, he had scarcely encountered any exceptionally powerful figures. Even Li Zidao, in his eyes, was merely a trivial character. As Jiang Xiaoman spoke of her second brother, it was as if she had opened a floodgate, boasting about his various impressive feats to Mu Fan. Mu Fan quietly listened, offering little interjection. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoman's phone rang. She pulled out her mobile device to check, seeing that the call was from Jiang Wenhua. Jiang Xiaoman answered the call. Sister, something terrible has happened. Second brother has been defeated by Li Zidao. Have you managed to contact Master Mu? As soon as the call connected, Jiang Wenhua's anxious voice rang out. What? Second brother lost? Jiang Xiaoman's eyes widened in disbelief at the shocking news. She could hardly fathom that her second brother, the captain of the Shenji camp, would be bested by Li Zidao. After all, her second brother had even summoned his comrades from the Shenji camp for assistance. How could he have lost? This was utterly inconceivable. We underestimated Li Zidao's strength. Second brother and numerous brothers from the Shenji camp have all fallen to him alone, Jiang Wenhua lamented. How could this be possible? Jiang Xiaoman still struggled to accept the reality of the situation. You must rush to bring Master Mu here, and do so quickly. After Jiang Wenhua's urgent plea, the call abruptly cut off. Wenhua? What happened? Hello? At this moment, Jiang Xiaoman was utterly bewildered, not grasping the situation on the ground. However, her eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. A wave of intense anxiety washed over her. What is happening? Mu Fan noticed her distress. Master Mu, my second brother has been defeated by Li Zidao. Jiang Xiaoman spoke to Mu Fan, her demeanor resembling that of a wilted flower, conveying the weight of her emotions. She simply could not comprehend how her second brother, a martial arts prodigy and pride of the Jiang family, could lose. If even her second brother had fallen, who in the Jiang family could possibly stop Li Zidao's rise? Was their family truly facing calamity today? Wasn't your second brother quite formidable? Mu Fan frowned. Inquiring, he had assumed Jiang Chunsheng would be a significant figure based on Jiang Xiaoman's earlier descriptions, but it now seemed he had overestimated his capabilities. Alas, I too did not anticipate that my second brother would be defeated by Li Zidao. Jiang Xiaoman sighed heavily. Despite her wealth, she realized that against a formidable martial artist, mere riches were insignificant. After all, martial artists possessed social status and personal prowess that eclipsed that of mere wealthy individuals. With her second brother now vanquished and uncertainty about the situation on the battlefield, she felt a growing sense of urgency. The developments are becoming increasingly intriguing, Mu Fan mused, his expression shifting to one of contemplation. Boldly, please drive faster, Jiang Xiaomin urged the driver, unable to contain her anxiety for her family any longer. Li Zidao was no trivial adversary, and the long-standing conflict of interest between the Jiang family and him complicated matters even further. It was highly probable that, driven by his self-interest, he would resort to harming members of the Jiang family. Jiang Xiaomin began to regret not having called her elder brother Jiang Huaimin back as well. Had her elder brother been home, even if her second brother lost, their family's safety would have been assured. Thus, she could only inwardly pray that her family would remain unharmed. Chapter 69. Mu Fan's arrival Beixiang Lake. Amidst swirling snowflakes, this moment, Li Zidao stood proudly in a simple black attire, hands clasped behind his back, radiating an air of arrogance. Before him lay a scene of chaos, with numerous individuals sprawled across the snowy ground, wailing in agony. These were all formidable warriors from the Green City Shenji camp, who had accompanied Jiang Chunsheng. Yet, without exception, they were utterly powerless against Li Zidao. Chunsheng, what has happened? Wake up! In the Jiang family's camp, old Master Jiang cradled Jiang Chunsheng in his arms, his face a mask of worry. Nearby, Jiang Wenhua and Jiang Yunshu, father and daughter, shared the same anxious expressions. In this battle between the Jiang family and Li Zidao, they held tremendous expectations for Jiang Chunsheng. After all, he was the captain of the Green City Shinji camp, and with so many comrades from the camp assisting, defeating a mere Li Zidao should have been a foregone conclusion. Yet, the harsh reality was that everyone had underestimated Li Zidao. He was simply too powerful. During the confrontation, a mere glance from him rendered Jiang Chunsheng completely incapable of fighting back. Even the multitude of brothers from the Shinji camp found themselves unable to withstand a single casual strike from Li Zidao. At present, Jiang Chunsheng's gaze was vacant, his expression dazed, unresponsive to the frantic calls of those around him. Grandfather, could it be that uncle has fallen victim to Li Zidao's illusion technique? Jiang Yunshu, ever observant, noted that his symptoms were strikingly similar to those of Jiang Yuan when he had succumbed to an illusion. Had it not been for Mu Fan's timely intervention back then, Jiang Yuan might have perished in that illusion. Since that day, Jiang Yunshu had begun to study and understand illusion techniques. However, she never anticipated that Li Zidao would employ the same method against Jiang Chunsheng. This Li Zidao was truly formidable. With just a glance, he could plant an illusion in Chunsheng's mind, plunging his opponent into a state of apparent death. Such a shocking technique left one wondering who in the entire Green City could rival him. Old Master Jiang sighed deeply. Their family had ruled the underground realm of Green City for many years, and this time they had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Li Zidao wielded illusion techniques with such finesse that his moves were utterly inscrutable. Given the scarcity of martial artists in Green City who were well-versed in illusion techniques, the Jiang family was woefully ignorant in this regard. Father, for now, we can only wait for Master Mu to arrive. Jiang Wenhua sighed, placing all his hopes on Mu Fan. After all, Mu Fan had previously succeeded in breaking the illusion on Jiang Yuan, and since he understood illusion techniques, he should be able to handle Li Zidao without issue. Their only fear was that Li Zidao would not grant them any respite. Old Master Jiang's gaze shifted towards Li Zidao, who was approaching them with an expression devoid of emotion. An unprecedented sense of oppression enveloped all the members of the Jiang family. The Shinji camp had indeed fallen to Li Zidao. How utterly formidable! From this day forth, the tides would turn in Green City. The martial artists who had gathered to witness the battle began to grasp the true extent of Li Zidao's strength. Many had already realized that the Jiang family's defeat at the hands of Li Zidao signified that the entirety of Green City would henceforth fall under his dominion. Despite the Jiang family's previous status as the underground emperors of Green City, after today's battle, they would swiftly plummet to the ranks of a third-rate family. The emergence of a new ruler would inevitably lead to the tragic downfall of the former one, a cycle that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. Li Zidao's strength had grown immeasurably compared to a decade ago. The nameless Taoist squinted, appearing calm on the surface while internally astonished. A decade prior, the two had clashed on Tongtian Peak, and the battle had been fiercely contested. He vividly recalled that just as he was on the verge of victory after a grueling struggle, Li Zidao had employed an illusion technique. causing him to miss the opportunity, resulting in a stalemate. Thus, the impression of Li Zidao's illusion technique had lingered in the nameless Taoist's mind. Now, a decade later, his strength had nearly multiplied. Moreover, he had clearly witnessed the illusion technique employed just moments ago. To the untrained eye, it appeared as a spectacle. To those knowledgeable in the arts, it was a revelation. After careful analysis, the nameless Taoist reached a conclusion. Li Zidao was practically invincible among martial artists of the same realm due to his illusion techniques. After all, regardless of how powerful one's martial arts were, a mere glance from Li Zidao could ensnare them in an illusion, leaving them utterly incapacitated for battle. Zhang Chunxing from the Shinji camp was a prime example of this. Had Li Zidao refrained from using illusions, Zhang Chunxing could have managed to exchange a few blows with him, but once the illusion was cast, his opponent was rendered unfit to engage. Remarkably strong, truly formidable. Qi Zhenrong and Zhao Hongfei were both exhilarated as they witnessed Li Zidao effortlessly defeat members of the Zhang family. They were boisterous with excitement, now that even the warriors of the Shinji camp had fallen to Li Zidao. One couldn't help but wonder who in Green City could possibly stand against him. Mu Fan, your demise is imminent today. Qi Zhenrong licked his lips in anticipation, eagerly awaiting the moment when Li Zidao would decisively defeat Mu Fan. Bai Ling, did you see clearly? The truly powerful individuals can eliminate their foes with nothing more than a glance. Ding Dongxiao remarked seriously as he turned to Bai Ling. I'd have seen it clearly. Bai Ling's heart was overwhelmed with shock. Li Zidao's display of strength today reshaped her understanding of martial artists. It was worth noting that the Shinji camp held an extraordinary reputation in Green City. Those who emerged from the Shinji camp were symbols of strength. Yet, Li Zidao faced them as if he were an invincible god of war, effortlessly leaving countless individuals injured and incapacitated. Li Zidao's prowess was nearing that of the legendary master Xiao Wujin in his youth. Old Master Jiang, your family has met its end. Li Zidao approached the Jiang family members, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent as he coldly spoke. The Jiang family, long a thorn in his side, would finally be eradicated today. With the Jiang family's absence, the entirety of Green City would belong to him. Li Zidao, you have triumphed. If you wish to kill or maim, please do so swiftly. If I, Old Master Jiang, were to even furrow my brow, it would not be worthy of a hero. Old Master Jiang stood tall, leaning on his dragon-headed cane, his posture straight as a pine tree, facing the storm and snow with an air of defiance. After all, having ruled as a king for the better part of his life, he would rather die standing than live on bended knee. Li Zidao, as long as your Jiang family respects and reveres me in the future, acting as my loyal hound, I may consider sparing your lives, Li Zidao replied lazily. Pa Li Zidao, what are you? Jiang Wenhua stepped forward, furious at the humiliation. The Jiang family possessed a fierce spirit. They were not the kind to cower in fear. Silence. Li Zidao let out a cold snort, then pointed a finger at Jiang Wenhua, unleashing a wave of energy that pierced through Jiang Wenhua's shoulder. This casual strike nearly cost Jiang Wenhua's life. Father! Jiang Yunshu rushed forward to assess her father's injuries as he collapsed in the snow. Jiang Wenhua was gravely wounded. Li Zidao, Master Mu will not let you off easily. Jiang Yunshu glared at Li Zidao, her gaze filled with hatred as she looked down at the thick white snow stained with her father's blood. He, I await his arrival. Li Zidao responded with contempt. Mu Fan had killed Sun Jinbiao and caused Su Huxiao's demise through illusions. Both of these individuals were his recognized disciples. Even if Mu Fan did not show up today, Li Zidao would seek him out, demanding retribution. Li Zidao, do not be so arrogant. Old Master Jiang narrowed his eyes, speaking in a somber tone. He had lived a long life, and never had he desired to kill someone as fervently as he did today. Arrogant? Soon, the entire Green City will bow to me as king. What can your Jiang family do to me? Li Zidao scoffed, and as he spoke, he clearly channeled his true energy. Therefore, all those present at the scene could hear his voice with crystal clarity. No one dared to stand up and refute him. Even the nameless Taoist merely frowned without uttering a word. Li Zidao, the entire Green City is ready to crown you as king. Did I agree to such a thing? At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly echoed through the air. Everyone turned to look towards the source of the sound and beheld a youth, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, slowly walking towards them. Beside him was a stunningly beautiful woman with an exquisite figure. The appearance of Mu Fan immediately captured the attention of many. With Mu Fan's arrival, the Jiangs, who had been engulfed in despair, were suddenly filled with hope. Li Zidao's might had far exceeded their expectations. The Jiang family had reached a point of utter helplessness, and now only Mu Fan could successfully rescue them from their adversaries' clutches. As Mu Fan made his entrance, all eyes turned toward him. What transpired? How did Wenhua sustain such severe injuries? Upon arriving at the scene, Jiang Xiaomin immediately noticed the gravely injured Jiang Wenhua, as well as Jiang Chunsheng, who was under the influence of an illusion. The battlefield's conditions clearly indicated that the situation was exceedingly unfavorable for the Jiang family. "Aunt, it was all his doing," Jiang Yunshu, upon seeing Jiang Xiaomin and Mu Fan arrive, pointed an accusatory finger at Li Zidao with a face full of resentment. However, at that moment, Li Zidao's attention was not on the Jiang family. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze coolly fixed on Mu Fa and Mu Fan. That scoundrel, he has finally shown himself. Qi Zhenrong, amidst the crowd, felt an intense fury ignite within him upon seeing Mu Fan. He had lost an arm because of this very person. Therefore, he would never forget Mu Fan's visage, even if he were reduced to ashes. Is that Mu Fan? The nameless Taoist scrutinized Mu Fan closely, unable to detect even a trace of true essence emanating from him. The inability to perceive true essence in someone could either indicate that the individual was several ranks stronger than him, or that they were an ordinary person devoid of any true essence. Moreover, Mu Fan's youthfulness exuded an aura of harmlessness, making it difficult for the nameless Taoist to fathom how he could have injured two formidable masters, Qi Zhenrong and Zhao Hongfei, all on his own. "Master Mu, I implore you to awaken my second son, Jiang Chunsheng, from this illusion." Upon seeing Mu Fan, the elder of the Jiang family bowed and clasped his fists, pleading earnestly. The young man's presence instantly alleviated a great deal of his anxiety. Who is this youth? Why did the Jiang family treat him with such deference? Could it be that he is the famed Master Mu? The numerous martial artists observing the scene began to speculate upon witnessing Mu Fan. Many were aware that a Master Mu had recently emerged from Green City, and according to whispers, this Master Mu had once saved the ailing elder of the Jiang family. Consequently, the Jiang family had latched onto the coattails of Master Mu. In this confrontation between the Jiang family and Li Zidao, this Master Mu was the Jiang family's trump card, Master. Is that the rumored Master Mu? He appears so young, Bai Ling inquired, unable to contain her astonishment upon seeing Mu Fan. It was truly hard to believe that Master Mu was so youthful. Ding Dongxia also expressed his amazement, knowing that typically, powerful martial artists were over 30 years of age. After all, the path of martial arts is fraught with difficulty, and many spend their entire lives without even touching the threshold of mastery. Thus, Mu Fan's remarkable youth and ability to contend with Li Zidao were the reasons for his astonishment. I wonder who is stronger between Master Mu and Li Zidao? Bai Ling mused as she continued to weigh both Mu Fan and Li Zidao. Without a doubt, Li Zidao would emerge victorious. Ding Dongxia interjected without hesitation, I in the minds of many martial artists. Li Zidao had long been regarded as a godlike figure, leading them to believe that no one in Green City could rival him, including this so-called Master Mu. Mu Fan nodded in acknowledgement and then approached Jiang Chunsheng. Awaken! With a snap of his fingers before Jiang Chunsheng, the latter groggily opened his eyes, emerging from the depths of the illusion. Li Zidao observed Mu Fan's actions with calm detachment, not attempting to intervene. A playful expression gracing his face, a splitting headache. As Jiang Chunsheng regained consciousness, he was immediately besieged by excruciating pain in his head and overwhelming fatigue. This was the after-effect of being ensnared by an illusion. His body was in a state of utter weakness, no longer capable of continuing the battle. The true power of an illusion lies in its ability to strike at the enemy's mental realm, inflicting irreversible and terrifying damage. Chunsheng, quickly go save Wenhua. The elder of the Jiang family urged Jiang Chunsheng upon witnessing his awakening. What happened to Wenhua? Jiang Chunsheng was suddenly jolted back to reality. His gaze swept across the surroundings, landing on the fallen Jiang Wenhua, sprawled in a pool of blood, alongside the brothers of the Divine Mechanism camp, who lay scattered across the ground, all moaning in agony. Jiang Chunsheng's expression shifted dramatically. Master Mu, if we join forces, we surely have a chance to defeat Li Zidao. The elder of the Jiang family turned his gaze towards Mu Fan as he spoke. He had come to a clear realization of his previous underestimation, and this time, he sought to ally with Mu Fan to confront Li Zidao. But before he could finish his sentence, a wave of energy suddenly surged forth, striking the elder's knee. The elder winced in pain, collapsing onto one knee. One of his legs had been rendered useless. Old fool, I've already given your Jiang family a chance. Since you refuse to cherish it, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Li Zidao scoffed, his tone dripping with arrogance. Yu Fan narrowed his eyes at this scene, directing his gaze towards Li Zidao. Jiang Yunshu and Jiang Xiaoman rushed forward, instinctively shielding the elder with their bodies. Yet, their movements were still too slow. In the blink of an eye, Li Zidao's figure flickered, appearing directly in front of them. Slap, slap, two sharp sounds echoed, as both Jiang Yunshu and Jiang Xiaoman were sent flying with a single strike. In his eyes, there was no mercy for the delicate. Thud, thud. Both women tumbled several meters away before crashing to the ground. Li Zidao, you go too far. Jiang Chunsheng, witnessing this scene, charged forward in a fit of rage, seeking vengeance for his family. But in the next moment, Li Zidao reached out with a hand, effortlessly lifting Jiang Chunsheng off the ground. Like tossing a sandbag, he callously hurled him away. Boom. Jiang Chunsheng's body crashed into a nearby pavilion, sending people scrambling for cover. No one expected that the once mighty Jiang family of Green City would be so ruthlessly subdued by Li Zidao today. The crowd's gazes towards Li Zidao transformed into deep-seated fear. At this moment, as the Jiang family's very survival hung in the balance, no one dared to step forward in their defense. Li Zidao was truly terrifying. It is crucial to note that the Jiang family had developed their influence in Green City for many years, establishing deeply rooted power. Yet, in the face of overwhelming strength, they suffered such a crushing defeat. It was likely that after today, the Jiang family would cease to exist in Green City. Ha ha ha. The elder of the Jiang family suddenly let out a bitter laugh. In just a few breaths, all the Jiang family members had been grievously injured by Li Zidao. The elder realized that Li Zidao intended to stand atop the corpses of his family to claim supremacy over Green City. He sought to establish his dominance in front of numerous martial artists. Having spent his life as a tyrant, the elder would not allow this to unfold. Old fool, you should have died long ago. Li Zidao's eyes glinted with menace. With a flick of his sleeve, a torrent of snowflakes coalesced into a sharp ice sword, imbued with tremendous destructive force, aimed mercilessly at the elder of the Jiang family. Li Zidao was utterly confident that his lethal strike would not be evaded. Once he dealt with the Jiang family, it would be Mu Fan's turn. True essence manifestation. The nameless Taoist, observing from the sidelines, gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Li Zidao's technique. True essence manifestation refers to the ability to externalize one's true essence, manipulating the elements of the world to create any desired form of attack to harm the enemy. Generally, only masters of dark essence could achieve externalization. Now, Li Zidao was employing techniques beyond the reach of ordinary dark essence masters. Could it be he had reached the realm of transformation and become a martial arts master? The nameless Taoist thought to himself, his astonishment palpable. If Li Zidao had truly attained mastery, the gap between them would be insurmountable. Yet, the next scene left the nameless Taoist utterly astounded. For standing before the elder of the Jiang family was the seemingly unremarkable Mu Fan, effortlessly catching the ice sword with just 2 fingers. What the hell? Not again. Qi Zhenrong, too, lost his composure, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. His dragon-cutting blade had been shattered by Mu Fan using merely 2 fingers. Chapter 71. The true art. Li Zidao's technique was a lethal strike born of true essence manifestation. Any ordinary martial artist would face certain death upon contact. In a moment of crisis, Mu Fan stepped forward to block Li Zidao's attack, saving the elder of the Jiang family. Using just 2 fingers, he caught the ice sword that had been hurtling toward him. Crack! Under the astonished gazes of all present, Mu Fan applied pressure, and the ice sword was instantly reduced to powder. He had effortlessly neutralized Li Zidao's attack, leaving everyone stunned. Li Zidao's expression darkened to an unprecedented degree upon witnessing this. Surely, I did not misjudge. This youth has managed to nullify the Taoist's attack? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The Taoist's abilities cannot be so easily dispelled. The martial artists surrounding the scene were equally incredulous. Could he be the Master Mu of Green City? A voice from the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, the doubts in everyone's minds began to dissipate. Among those present at Beixiang Lake, aside from a few local martial artists, many hailed from neighboring cities. Thus, they had heard of Master Mu's reputation, but upon seeing Mu Fan in person, they were taken aback by his youth. Mu Fan appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. Yet he possessed the strength to contend with Li Zidao, hinting at boundless potential for the future. Could it be he would become the second Xiao Wuji? As the crowd recalled Xiao Wuji, their expressions shifted to one of solemn respect. Master, it seems that this Master Mu effortlessly dispelled Li Zidao's attack. Bai Ling blinked her beautiful eyes, turning to Ding Dongxiao as a young person herself. She was eager to witness Mu Fan triumph over Li Zidao. This is impossible. Even faced with the undeniable truth, Ding Dongxia shook his head vehemently, unable to accept the reality before him. In his mind, Li Zidao was an invincible deity. This so-called Master Mu managing to withstand an attack from him must be mere coincidence. Ding Dongxia began to convince himself, Li Zidao, is this all you are capable of? Mu Fan shook his head in disappointment. If Li Zidao's strength were merely this, Mu Fan could eliminate him with a mere flick of his finger. Mu Fan, the true show is just beginning. Li Zidao sneered, and suddenly, his pupils dilated. He was casting an illusion. Master Mu, do not look into his eyes. The elder of the Jiang family sensed something amiss and urgently called out. Yet, it was too late. Mu Fan suddenly stood still, as if caught in an illusion. Li Zidao unleashed his illusion with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it manifested. Old fool, Mu Fan has already fallen under my spell. Now, I shall see who can save your Jiang family. Li Zidao's pride radiated as he spoke. But in the next instant, a figure suddenly appeared before him. A punch was thrown. It landed squarely on Li Zidao's chest. His eyes widened in disbelief. It was Mu Fan. He had not fallen under the illusion. How could this be? Li Zidao could not comprehend how Mu Fan had managed to break free from his illusion in such a short span of time. Remaining entirely unscathed on a mental level, before he could react, Mu Fan seized his hair and hurled him away as if he were a piece of trash. Li Zidao's body flew uncontrollably. Akin to a boat tossed by raging seas, spiraling out of control, he was sent flying over 100 meters, ultimately crashing into an artificial hill, shattering stones in a chaotic explosion. Mu Fan is so powerful? The nameless Taoist gazed in shock as waves of astonishment surged within him. Having crossed paths with Li Zidao a decade ago, he understood better than anyone the extent of Li Zidao's strength. To call him the strongest in Green City was no exaggeration. Yet, this once formidable figure now found himself utterly humiliated by Mu Fan. Not only was the nameless Taoist astonished, but members from the Qinglong Hall, Wujiman, Divine Palace, and Tianxian sect were equally taken aback. In their minds, Li Zidao had always been an unbeatable entity, but Mu Fan's sudden emergence shattered all illusions surrounding him. You are truly weak. The disappointment in Mu Fan's eyes deepened. Li Zidao's illusions held no sway over him whatsoever. For Mu Fan was well versed in illusions, and his mastery far surpassed that of Li Zidao. The divine spirits of the ancient clans had cast illusions indistinguishable from reality, yet they ultimately succumbed to Mu Fan. Li Zidao, a mere mortal, attempting to deploy illusions before Mu Fan, was akin to a child brandishing a sword before a seasoned warrior. Mu Fan, Li Zidao, proud and arrogant, had never before faced such humiliation. Clambering out from the rubble, he roared at Mu Fan, his legs coiling with power as he shot toward him like an arrow. Martial practitioners could never hope to match the strength of an immortal cultivator. Mu Fan shook his head again, transforming his body into a shooting star, colliding with the oncoming Li Zidao. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded as the thick layer of snow on the ground was sent flying 10 meters into the air. All eyes remained glued to the fierce clash between the two. A dark figure, like a kite severed from its string, was once again sent hurtling out. This time, Li Zidao's body collided directly with the pavilion, where the audience had gathered to watch. Several supporting pillars were broken upon impact. The crowd, witnessing this, hastily scrambled for safety. Ding Dongxia hurriedly shielded Bai Ling, making a swift escape from the pavilion. His astonishment was beyond expression. Li Zidao was being thoroughly outmatched by Mu Fan. He began to question the very existence of the once mighty Li Zidao, for the disparity between his previous image of an aloof master and his current state of utter disarray was starkly pronounced. The fortunate individuals who managed to escape the pavilion were spared, but Li Zidao was not so lucky. The collapsing structure crushed him beneath it. Emerging from the snow, Mu Fan walked calmly toward the scene. In an instant, everyone beheld the true visage of Master Mu of Green City. Many believe that after today, Master Mu will undoubtedly achieve resounding fame in Green City, and even in the entire North. He will secure his rightful place. The power displayed by Mu Fan far surpasses that of Li Zidao. Could it be that he is destined to become the second Xiao Wuji? This thought lingered in the minds of everyone present. Li Zidao, once again dejected, rose to his feet. Gone was the previous aura of effortless dominance that could reduce opponents to ashes with a mere jest. Impossible. This cannot be. How could I lose to you? Li Zidao's gaze was like that of a venomous snake, fixated on Mu Fan. His pride, his confidence, and his disdain for all were now trampled beneath Mu Fan's feet. Li Zidao, you are no match for me. Stop wasting time and unleash your strongest strike. With a mere thought, Mu Fan could annihilate his opponent. Yet, he chose to grant Li Zidao an opportunity to fight back. Mu Fan, you are formidable. You deserve my full effort. Suddenly, Li Zidao laughed, a laugh that bordered on madness. However, to the onlookers, his laughter sent chills down their spines. True essence thunder, Li Zidao bellowed, releasing the overwhelming true essence from within him in an instant. A net of electricity materialized behind him, his face contorted with bulging veins as he continued to gather strength. Currents of electricity began to dance around him, a terrifying aura spreading wildly in all directions. The spectators were left in awe, for Li Zidao's ultimate technique was nearing the realm of divine prowess. Surrounded by electric currents, he appeared as if a deity had descended. The true essence transformed into electricity. The nameless Taoist watched in astonishment, his pupils constricting sharply. Li Zidao truly was a prodigy. His manipulation of true essence was now approaching the realm of genuine sorcery. If given another 10 years, even Xiao Wuji might not stand a chance against him. Qi Zhenrong was witnessing a revelation. Whether it was Mu Fan or Li Zidao, both were powerful beyond his comprehension. And no longer did he harbor any thoughts of seeking retribution against Mu Fan. They were far too formidable. Old Master Jiang stared blankly at the unfolding scene, feeling a profound sense of realization. And no wonder Li Zidao dared to target their Jiang family. His immense power was indeed his greatest support. Mu Fan, the next move will condense my 20 years of effort. I wonder if you can withstand it. At this moment, Li Zidao had reached a state of madness. He was determined to kill Mu Fan. If not for Mu Fan's sudden emergence, who in Green City could possibly stand against him? Mu Fan obstructed his path, and thus, his opponent must perish. Come at me, Mu Fan replied calmly, his demeanor unruffled. Die? Li Zidao unleashed a punch, channeling all the gathered electricity into his fist. The electricity coalesced into the shape of a fist, crackling ominously as it surged towards Mu Fan with astonishing speed. Mu Fan did not evade. Just as the electric fist was about to strike him, he suddenly inhaled deeply, astonishing everyone as he swallowed all the electricity into his being. The Tai Hao longevity technique began to operate frantically at that moment. In mere moments, he refined and absorbed the electricity, his body crackling with energy, producing loud snaps and pops. His actions left the crowd in stunned silence. He had devoured the electricity whole. Even the nameless Taoist was left speechless. Li Zidao swallowed hard, an unprecedented sense of dread rising within him. He was acutely aware of the might of his own attack, yet Mu Fan had simply consumed it. Was this even human? Li Zidao, before you meet your end, allow me to show you what true sorcery looks like, Mu Fan said with a half-smile. Wind, rain, thunder, come forth. He raised his hand to the sky and, with a fierce shout, the heavens erupted with flashes of lightning. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the once dim sky was illuminated by the brilliance of thunder. Electricity surged around Mu Fan, his form resembling that of a thunder god. The scene froze. This moment felt eternal. Above the North Xiang Lake, a vast expanse of black clouds enveloped the area for hundreds of miles. Thunder rolled incessantly within the clouds, creating a tremor-inducing pressure that weighed heavily on the hearts of all present. The many spectators were rendered speechless by the spectacle. After all, the sorcery displayed by Mu Fan transcended their understanding. Such a power to summon wind and rain belonged not to the realm of martial prowess, but rather to celestial beings. The nameless Taoist was engulfed in a profound shadow of despair. Initially, he believed Li Zidao's mastery of true essence transformation was already absurdly powerful. Yet witnessing Mu Fan command the elements, summoning thunder with a mere gesture, he was completely convinced. After years of arduous training on Tongtian Peak, he found himself still a frog at the bottom of the well. The nameless Taoist chuckled at his own folly. A true expert can discern skill with a mere wave of the hand. Through the battle between Li Zidao and Mu Fan, he realized he was not even close to being Mu Fan's opponent. It seemed Mu Fan could defeat him with a single strike. The martial world of Green City was on the verge of transformation. With Mu Fan's rise, the power dynamics across the north would surely shift. Qi Zhenrong trembled uncontrollably, finally grasping the magnitude of Mu Fan's dreadful existence. He had once dared to provoke such a being, and now he realized how reckless he had been. The Qinglong Hall, the Divine Palace, Wuji Sect, and the Celestial Immortal Sect, among many others, were equally taken aback by the unfolding drama. They had not anticipated that the martial world of Green City concealed a peerless powerhouse like Mu Fan. It was truly unexpected that Master Mu possessed such celestial abilities. Old Master Zhang's eyes sparkled with fervor. He silently began to rejoice in his previous conviction. His relentless efforts to befriend Mu Fan now seemed to be the wisest decision of his life. After today, Mu Fan would undoubtedly become legendary in Green City. The Zhang family was fortunate. As long as they maintained a good relationship with Mu Fan, their prosperity for the next century would be assured. Li Zidao's gaze was locked onto Mu Fan, who now resembled a divine being. An unprecedented sense of life and death crisis enveloped him. Flee. At this moment, that singular thought consumed Li Zidao. After all, the power Mu Fan displayed was on an entirely different level. His ability to summon storms and lightning was unmatched across the entirety of Huaxia. Few possessed such capabilities. He was no match for Mu Fan. Continuing this battle would only lead to death. Li Zidao, this is true sorcery, Mu Fan bellowed, and as his voice echoed, it was accompanied by the rumble of thunder. At that moment, Mu Fan held the lightning in his palm, resembling a deity. Li Zidao felt a tingle run down his spine. He had lost all desire to continue fighting. A monster, this guy is a monster. Li Zidao's figure flickered as he activated his true essence, desperately attempting to escape the battlefield. He was fleeing. Li Zidao was retreating without a fight. The sudden turn of events nearly left all spectators slack-jawed. Given Li Zidao's illustrious reputation, he had always been perceived as the undefeated god of war among the martial community, yet today, his flight from battle shattered that image. The scene was indeed dramatic. Ding Dongxia shook his head in a wry smile. He had always been a fervent supporter of Li Zidao. Yet today, witnessing Li Zidao's performance against Mu Fan, all the glory he once held lay in ruins. This Master Mu was astonishingly powerful. Bai Ling gazed at Mu Fan with eyes filled with admiration. Li Zidao, you cannot escape, Mu Fan scoffed. Extending his hand, a thunderclap resounded. He pointed casually at Li Zidao, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the densely clouded sky, aiming directly for him. For the first time, Li Zidao felt the proximity of death. He no longer wore his previous air of indifference. In this moment of crisis, he reached out to the crowd and seized Zhuqianqiu of the Qinglong Hall to serve as a shield against the first bolt of lightning. Boom! The lightning struck Zhuqianqiu. Facing Mu Fan's sorcery, Zhuqianqiu had no resistance whatsoever and was instantly reduced to cinders. It was important to note that Zhuqianqiu was a formidable dark energy practitioner. Yet before Mu Fan, he was merely an inconsequential insect. What manner of creature is Mu Fan? Li Zidao glanced at the charred remains of Zhuqianqiu, realizing that even a dark energy master could not withstand a casual strike from Mu Fan. If he had been on the receiving end, he would likely have perished instantly. His heart raced, and it was only at this moment that Li Zidao truly felt fear. The death of Zhuqianqiu sent ripples of outrage through the crowd. Mu Fan's displayed power had terrified everyone present. Li Zidao, why did you harm my Qinglong Hall members? With Zhuqianqiu's demise, the members of Qinglong Hall erupted in fury. Their eyes were sharp. It was evident to all that Li Zidao had sacrificed Zhuqianqiu's life to shield himself from harm. Yet Li Zidao cared little for such matters. His only thought was to escape this place by any means necessary. Surviving today would mean success. He still had the Dao sect behind him. As long as he preserved his life, he need not fear a lack of resources. Li Zidao's speed was astonishing as he dashed away, his body transforming into a shooting star. I told you, you cannot escape. Mu Fan's finger pointed forward once more. The ominous clouds above unleashed another bolt of lightning. Boom. A thunderous roar shook the ground. This time, a massive pit was blasted into the earth before Li Zidao. His complexion turned ashen as he swiftly turned and bolted towards the lake, running on the water's surface. The scene of Mu Fan mercilessly pursuing Li Zidao left many martial experts gasping in shock. The master of Green City had made his presence known, especially as he commanded the thunder as though he were a thunder god. A profound fear took root within the hearts of all present. Li Zidao was surely facing a calamity he could not escape. Ding Dongxia watched Li Zidao's plight with a heavy heart. He shook his head, unable to suppress a side eye in the martial world. Strength commanded respect, a fact that could not be altered. Mu Fan's power was unfathomable, and today, Li Zidao's undefeated myth would be shattered at the hands of his opponent. Who could have predicted that before Mu Fan's arrival, Li Zidao had been brimming with confidence, effortlessly dominating the Jiang family. Even the esteemed figures of Green City's divine machine camp had not been his match, as he toyed with them like they were mere vegetables. Yet with Mu Fan's emergence, his celestial techniques rendered ordinary martial practitioners devoid of the courage to confront him. There are always greater forces at play, and today, Ding Dongxia witnessed this truth in its entirety. Chapter 73. The annihilation of Li Zidao. Today's battle against Mu Fan would be the most arduous fight of Li Zidao's life. The overwhelming might exhibited by Mu Fan extinguished any courage he had left to continue the conflict. The disparity in their powers was too vast. All he desired was to flee. Each time Mu Fan unleashed a thunderous attack, Li Zidao's scalp prickled with dread, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Li Zidao, do not waste your energy. You cannot escape. Mu Fan spoke calmly. His words thundered in Li Zidao's ears. Mu Fan had once remarked that killing Li Zidao would be as simple as slaughtering a chicken. Despite Li Zidao's esteemed reputation as the undefeated god of war, before Mu Fan, he was merely an insect, easily crushed. I am a member of the Dao sect. If you dare to kill me, prepare for a relentless revenge from my sect. Li Zidao's desperate scream echoed. He could not afford to lose focus. Mu Fan's sorcery had not dissipated, and the oppressive aura emanating from the storm clouds above remained suffocating. Li Zidao had to remain vigilant against Mu Fan's magic. One misstep would lead to his demise. Upon revealing his Dao sect affiliation, the onlookers could no longer remain calm. The Dao sect, a notorious organization known far and wide. It was said that its members possessed immense power, capable of standing alone against formidable martial masters. Rumors circulated that the Dao sect had once collaborated to sink a foreign aircraft carrier in the Pacific Ocean, an event that had sent shockwaves around the globe. Moreover, the Dao sect was known for its brutal retribution. If Mu Fan truly killed Li Zidao, the sect would certainly not let him off lightly. Li Zidao found himself at a dead end, utterly unprepared for the depths to which a singularly powerful being could reduce him. The nameless Taoist was filled with a sense of melancholy. He had originally descended the mountain to seek justice for Qi Zhenrong, who had lost his arm, and to challenge Mu Fan's abilities. Now, such intention seemed utterly pointless. The formidable Li Zidao was not even Mu Fan's match. Provoking him would result in a swift demise. Li Zidao, do you truly think you can threaten me? Mu Fan's voice grew increasingly frigid. He cared not for the Dao sect or any other faction. Anyone who dared to provoke him would meet their end. As the proud Taihao Tianzuan, no one could intimidate him. Lightning, converge. Mu Fan commanded, and immediately, hundreds of bolts descended from the storm clouds, coalescing into his palm. The immense energy of the lightning danced in his grasp, as if alive, intertwining and finally transforming into a spear of lightning. An unprecedented aura of destruction emanated from the lightning spear, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Terrifying Ding Dongxia felt a surge of panic. This the nameless Taoist gasped, his heart racing at the terrifying presence radiating from the lightning spear. Why are my legs trembling? Qi Zhenrong stood frozen, overwhelmed with fear. Master Mu, is this truly your real strength? Old Master Zhang's eyes sparkled with fervor. He knew Mu Fan's temperament well. Li Zidao's repeated provocations meant he was doomed. Among the many martial experts watching, those of lesser strength trembled before the oppressive force of the thunder, their bodies shaking uncontrollably as they fell to their knees. What on earth is this ability? A powerful sense of life and death crisis surged within Li Zidao as the lightning spear took shape, making him feel akin to a startled bird. His hair standing on end. In a moment of desperation, he bit his finger, invoking a secret technique to flee with reckless abandon. His speed surged exponentially. Li Zidao was utterly terrified. He sought escape. He did not wish to die. Furthermore, he vowed that if he survived today, he would never set foot in Green City again. In Li Zidao's eyes, Mu Fan had transformed into a terrifying demon. Li Zidao, meet your end, Mu Fan called out, raising the lightning spear high before hurling it towards his opponent. The lightning spear shot forth like a comet, racing towards Li Zidao with incredible speed. Wherever it passed, the earth blackened, the lake was violently disturbed, revealing the riverbed beneath, and a deafening sonic boom echoed throughout the sky. No? Li Zid faced a lethal strike from Mu Fan, and in that instant, every hair on his body stood on end. There was no escaping Mu Fan's attack. His eyes were filled with terror as he could only watch the lightning spear draw ever closer. Boom! The lightning spear struck Li Zid with unerring accuracy. Countless bolts of lightning erupted, engulfing Li Zid entirely. Lightning, the epitome of the sun's might, can vanquish all demons and monsters in the world. Li Zid, a mere mortal, was utterly obliterated by Mu Fan's celestial prowess, reduced to nothing but ashes. Li Zid was dead. The foremost martial artist of Green City was effortlessly vanquished by Mu Fan today. As the battle concluded, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and tranquility returned to the small island. Silence. An overwhelming stillness enveloped the area, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Mu Fan stood calmly in the snow, his gaze serene as he contemplated the lake. Li Zid. Dead? The unnamed Taoist swallowed hard, struggling to digest the overwhelming reality. Mu Fan's power had utterly shaken him. The unnamed Taoist believed that even if he had faced that previous strike, survival would have been impossible. The look he cast towards Mu Fan was rife with dread. Was he still human? Qi Zhenrong's heart raced wildly. The aftershock of Mu Fan's earlier blow left him feeling shaken to his core. He was genuinely afraid of the opponent. As for thoughts of revenge, Qi Zhenrong dared not entertain them. If the first martial artist of Green City, Li Zid, could not stand against Mu Fan, he was nothing but a speck before him. The martial world was on the verge of a transformation. Ding Dongxiao witnessed the entirety of Li Zid's demise. Mu Fan's displayed strength had surpassed human comprehension. His rise was destined to stir the martial realm into a tempest of blood and chaos. He was truly formidable. Bai Ling was now unable to divert her gaze from Mu Fan. Throughout her life, she had never encountered anyone with such extraordinary abilities as Mu Fan. Particularly, his ability to summon lightning with a mere gesture left her in awe. Mu Fan's godlike presence seemed to be etched into Bai Ling's mind, lingering long after. Master Mu, after this battle, your name shall resound across the seas. Elder Zhang's eyes sparkled with intensity. He understood that the stronger Mu Fan became, the more the Zhang family could bask in his protection. With Li Zid gone, the Zhang family faced no threats in this city. Elder Zhang's long-standing concerns had finally been eradicated. To those who wish to avenge Li Zid, feel free to strike at me now. Mu Fan abruptly turned, his piercing gaze sweeping across the faces of the onlookers. His words fell upon the spectators like an ancient, chilling wind from the Arctic, sending shivers down their spines. The Qinglong Hall, Wujian, Shendian, and Tianxianzong, numerous factions loyal to Li Zid, fell into a profound silence. Before Mu Fan, they dared not even breathe. With Li Zid's tragic end at Mu Fan's hands, reduced to mere remnants by lightning, how could they dare entertain any thoughts of resistance against such an overwhelming force? Inform the Dao sect that the slayer is Mu Taya, as long as they don't mind living dangerously and seek revenge for Li Zid. I await their arrival at any time. Mu Fan surveyed the crowd with disdain, boldly proclaiming. He was well aware of the Dao sect's influence behind Li Zid. By eliminating Li Zid today, he had undoubtedly made an enemy of the Dao sect. Yet, he cared little. Should they dare to come, he would ensure they would not return. Just one Li Zid, and he had been dealt with. The Dao sect was nothing to him. Having once dominated the celestial realm, he could obliterate millennia-old cultivation sects with a snap of his fingers, rendering the Dao sect a mere joke in his eyes. If he was displeased, he would annihilate them. Chapter 74. Renowned in Green City, Li Zid was dead. This news swept through the upper echelons of Green City like a tempest. It is worth noting that Li Zid had recently gained tremendous notoriety in Green City. At his peak, his prestige even surpassed that of Elder Zhang. Moreover, he was a formidable figure in the martial world, the unrivaled champion of Green City. His sudden demise sent shockwaves akin to a meteor striking Earth. Now everyone knew he had fallen at the hands of Master Mu. The name of Master Mu spread like wildfire throughout the city. With numerous witnesses returning, Those who had seen Mu Fan that day described him in almost divine terms, especially his mastery over lightning, which was deemed a celestial technique. Master Mu was spoken of with reverence. The factions once aligned with Li Zid found themselves in an awkward predicament. When Li Zid was alive, they thrived under his protection in Green City. Now, with his death, their safety was at stake. They all understood that their future in Green City hinged on Mu Fan's disposition. If Mu Fan chose to deny them a path to survival, they would not need him to utter a word. Countless would readily rise to aid him in resolving any troubles. It was clear to all that the new power in Green City was none other than Master Mu. The Zheng family. What? Li Zid is dead. Upon hearing this news, Zheng Xiuling's heart skipped a beat. Li Zid, a martial powerhouse, a mythic figure, was dead? Who possessed the capability to slay Li Zid? The killer. Do they not fear the wrath of the Dao sect? The terror of the Dao sect is known to all. Provoking the Dao sect could unleash relentless vengeance from those fanatics. Boss, Li Zid perished at the hands of Master Mu. A butler-like figure explained calmly. Who? Master Mu? Zheng Xiuling exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock, nearly tumbling from her bed. She had a vivid impression of Mu Fan, as he had left an indelible lesson on her during their encounter at school. Was this Master Mu particularly young, appearing around 17 or 18, with short hair and an air of aloofness? Zheng Xiuling disregarded her still healing wounds and seized the butler's collar, eagerly inquiring, Boss, do you know Master Mu? The butler, taken aback, asked in surprise, It's really him. Zheng Xiuling discerned her answer from his expression. Li butler, quickly fetch Zheng Xiaofan for me. Zheng Xiuling's face darkened, her tone serious. Boss, young master is still recovering from his injuries. Li butler hesitated but ultimately offered a word of caution. I told you to fetch him, so go do it. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Zheng Xiuling exploded in fury. Why yes. Li butler shrank back, intimidated into silence, and proceeded to follow her orders. Xiaofan had inadvertently offended Master Mu at school. She wondered if the now prominent young man would harbor resentment over this incident. Zheng Xiuling was thorough in her considerations. She had to admonish her son today to never cross paths with Mu Fan again, always ready to show him deference. After all, Mu Fan now wielded both status and power. With Li Zid dead at his hands, he was the most formidable figure in Green City. If Zheng Xiaofan continued to provoke Mu Fan as he had before, the entire Zheng family would be unable to bear the brunt of his wrath. The Su family. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Li Zid perish at the hands of Mu Fan? Su Lingtian, haggard and seated in a wheelchair, furiously smashed the delicate blue and white porcelain teacup in his hand onto the floor upon hearing the news. Crack! The cup shattered into countless pieces. Old Su, now the entire Green City knows about this. Hongmei sighed as she stood nearby. She could hardly fathom how Mu Fan had transformed from a penniless youth into the esteemed Master Mu. A scene so dramatic it was beyond belief. Ever since Su Lingtian lost his legs, his demeanor had grown increasingly extreme. Su Lingtian was the wealthiest man in the province, yet their family had been plagued by misfortune lately. First, their son had died unexpectedly, and now he had lost his legs, becoming a disabled man unable to walk. Now even their backing had crumbled. All these events signified that the Su family's fortunes were in decline. Alas, must the Su family fade into obscurity? Su Lingtian felt a profound sense of despair as he spoke, clenching his fists and striking himself in frustration. He knew better than anyone that Mu Fan harbored deep-seated animosity towards the Su family. Now that Mu Fan had ascended to power atop Li Zid's corpse, he would undoubtedly retaliate against them with even greater fervor. Lingtian, we must move. Let us escape from Mu Fan as far as we can. Ji Hongmei echoed her fears. In her heart, she too was terrified of Mu Fan. A martial powerhouse. He could find them no matter how far they fled. Su Lingtian sighed, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Must he truly marry his daughter to him? Ji Hongmei was struck hard by this thought, and tears unwittingly streamed down her face. Alas! Su Lingtian let out a heavy sigh. Mu Fan, if you wish to marry me, I will marry you. Just spare my family. Su Nian, hiding behind the door, listened intently to her parents' conversation, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. She had come to understand that Mu Fan's growth was terrifying. A mere thought from him could bring ruin to her family. To free her parents from fear and anxiety, she resolved to sacrifice her own happiness for the sake of her family. Alas, the one she cherished most was Li Xuanhao, yet for her family, She had no choice but to make this choice, Yun sighed, knowing that for someone from her background, fate was often beyond one's control. For the Su family, this day was destined to be a sleepless night in the beautiful country of Los Angeles. At a private training facility, a muscular man with chiseled features was sprinting at high speed while pulling tin scrap trucks with steel cables. Up close, one could see that the trucks had no wheels, and the man had additional weights of 1,000 pounds strapped to his hands and legs. His exhibited strength far exceeded that of an average dark energy master. Yin Luo, the boss has sent you to Huaxia, a tall, stunning woman with cascading waves approached. What for? Yin Luo continued his grueling training, dragging the trucks. Liz is dead, the woman replied calmly. What? Yin Luo paused his training, casting a puzzled glance in the region Lizid controlled in Huaxia. A powerful figure has emerged, reportedly named Master Liz was slain by him, the woman stated, her expression remaining composed. Liz was truly a waste. Yin Luo scoffed disdainfully. Our influence in Huaxia has diminished greatly. The boss wants you to investigate the cause of Lizid's death and reorganize the northern factions, the woman explained. Is the one who killed Lizid very strong? Yin Luo licked his lips, akin to a lion preparing to hunt. Reportedly quite powerful, capable of controlling lightning, the woman clarified. Controlling lightning? Interesting. Relay to the boss that I will go to Huaxia this time. Yin Luo grinned confidently. Safe travels, the woman nodded, leaving without looking back. After 20 years of arduous training, he would finally showcase the strength of his martial arts. Master Mu, I shall come to claim your life.